Have you ever wondered what happened after the Sung Jin-Woo used the Reincarnation Cup to reverse time? Everyone thought he would live a normal life with his father Chahian, but something unexpected happened. After his son Sung Suho was born, he suddenly disappeared without any explanation. Since then, Sung Suho had to live with his mother, never meeting his father. Just when it seemed things would stay that way, Chahian vanished suddenly when Sung Suho was 5 years old. Today, I'll summarize the journey of uncovering the truth behind all the mysteries from the moment Sung Jin-Woo disappeared. This time, our main character will be Sung Suho's son. The story begins with a mysterious figure narrating how omnipotent entities called the Supreme Ones created countless universes in ancient times. The Supreme Ones were constantly searching for eternal life, while continuously creating new universes. During this process, countless materials, souls, and laws were born. This endless cycle eventually bored the Supreme Ones, so they came up with a way to entertain themselves. By watching their creations battle each other, humans were merely pawns on their chessboard. To the Supreme Ones, the destruction caused by their creations was quite entertaining. This meant countless creatures kept fighting, dying, resurrecting, and repeating the cycle. This perpetual cycle was necessary to alleviate the Supreme One's boredom. But then, something unexpected happened. An accident occurred. One Supreme One was killed by a creation while observing the endless battle. Upon hearing the news, Supreme Ones from other dimensions gathered to observe the world that had lost its master. The death of their comrade, caused by a creation they made themselves. Yet the Supreme Ones ignored the incident. They shared one belief: power, without an owner, would belong to whoever claimed it first. One morning at a school, Sung Suho bragged proudly, "I got accepted into the Korean University of Arts." Two friends looked confused. No way. They couldn't believe the truth. "You must be joking. How could a loser like you get into that school?" One friend started to cry, and another said, "I gotta try again next year." Sung Suho laughed. "Ha ha ha, finally, I'm out of this hell." Suddenly, someone approached, shifting the mood. "Congrats. Sung Suho, I heard you got into the arts university, so that's Sung Suho. I didn't know you were so talented. When did you get so good?" He seemed used to it. "Kim Song-chan. That's you," Sung Suho snapped. "My name's Sung Suho, not Kim Song-chan." But he replied casually, "Oh really?" They exchanged words. "Thanks to you, my plan to rule the school was ruined." "Yeah. And I graduated because of you." Girls whispered about Ryu Jiho starting again. She worried. "We're graduating soon. Why is he still so immature? I don't get it." They watched Sung Suho's calm expression, wondering why he'd be rude to someone just recently orphaned. Suddenly, Ryu Jiho swung a fist, smiling mischievously. Before he could react, he got hit by a knee strike, then calmly said, "Why can't we just get along before graduation?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The other guy was still standing, getting up slowly. Sung Suho's nose was bruised, but he laughed enjoyingly. What the heck? Now he clenched his fists, showing immense power like an energy wave. He threw a punch with a smirk. Not hurt at all. He swung, making Sung Suho dodge just in time, but a locker took the hit instead. Fear struck Sung Suho at the overwhelming strength. The girls jumped up, startled, as the locker shattered, dust and smoke billowing, leaving a huge hole. Even he didn't understand what just happened. Sung Suho sat stunned on the ground, completely bewildered. 2 years passed just like that. A young man stood blankly, feeling a gentle breeze. None other than Sung Suho, now strolling down the street. He was a second-year college student. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. It was a small evacuation. All classes in the main building moved to the annex. "Move quickly." Curious, he approached. Hunters were raiding a dungeon. "Everyone stay back." A man in a black suit asked how long since hunters entered. The guard replied, "About 8 hours. Since this gate is still a low rank, they should be coming out soon." Sung Suho stood amidst the crowd and the noisy chatter. Hey, everyone, be careful. Step back. Maybe he's just overthinking. What if they can't clear that dungeon? The hunters will definitely handle it." His face was somber as he slowly looked up. Another gate. In the past, a shocking event had shaken the world. The entire world changed completely 3 years ago with the emergence of these gates. Monsters flooded out in massive waves. These gates lead into dungeons. The monsters inside eventually surfaced through these gates after some time, and some people stepped up to protect humanity's survival. Even so, humans began to evolve as if born to confront these threats. Superhumans capable of controlling mana started to appear, called Awakened. An organization was formed. The chaos, which everyone believed would drag on endlessly in this constantly changing world, quickly ended when an Awakened named Wu Jinchul created the Hunters Association, gathering all awakened as hunters. The pen pressed down on the paper. Now, the world was divided between awakened hunters and ordinary non-awakened civilians. Sung Suho sat in class, drawing each delicate pencil stroke, darkening on the paper to form beautiful shapes. While some people worked tirelessly like ants to grow wealthy, others had wealth handed to them. He had endured many hardships. This disparity made those ants realize their limits, and the strong one, Ryu Jiho, once again appeared in his memories. No matter how hard the non-awakened tried, they could never close the gap with an awakened. His expression was blank, his eyes empty. The world would end if hunters couldn't close the gates. In other words, while the non-awakened depended on awakened for survival, awakened could live normally without them. He moved his pen quickly, and so everyone highly appreciated the hunters. After all, aren't they the reason the non-awakened like him can live in peace? This is a key point in this leveling manhwa. The pencil strokes were evenly spaced, but a troubling feeling stirred deep inside him. Sung Suho seemed lost in thought. Could it be that he's slowly getting used to emptiness? He thought of images behind the pencil lines, his missing parents' lives dependent on others. He also recalled precious times with friends, even moments when he thought he could do everything after losing so much. A rising sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Now the image was just dense pencil strokes overlapping with the silhouette of a man. His mother often said he increasingly resembled his father. So what would his father do to escape this feeling of helplessness? Suddenly, a voice startled Sung Suho. Sung Suho, so that's Sung Suho. You're focusing well today. He replied, yes sir. Then he asked, how can you enjoy drawing so much? Sung Suho shyly answered, I'm just sketching what's in my head. Are you drawing ants? That's pretty creative. The guy put his hands on his hips and added, well, maybe calling it human ant fits better, right? Sung Suho thought helplessly. Why am I drawing this? It was a monster with a pitch-black body shaded with pencil-sharp claws and a fierce look. Meanwhile, at the dungeon, the guards remained on constant watch. People shouted as someone stepped out. Hunters were returning. They looked calm and unscathed. They seemed so relaxed. They must have succeeded. One guard approached to congratulate them. Well done. Kim Chol-soo responded. The dungeon raid was a success. But I have something to report to the Hunters Association. His expression grew serious. We encountered a new type of monster. According to reports, these were humanoid monsters with blue flames emanating from their eyes and mouths. They attacked with claws. However, their attacks caused no damage. He forced a smile saying, since I'm fine after their attacks, it's probably nothing serious. But then someone interjected. There's still a new monster we've never faced. It's good they aren't dangerous, the young man added. So Kim Chul-soo, please send a simple report about what happened during this raid. On Kim Chul-soo's arm was a cut that suddenly flared with blue flames, just like that new monster. He froze, his whole body stiffening. He dropped his weapon and lowered his head, leaving the young man confused. The boy called out to the hunter, Kim Chul-soo. The boy spoke again, sir. But before he could finish, Kim Chul-soo suddenly opened his mouth, as if ready to bite him. Blue sparks ignited around him. In a flash, the security guard was devoured right before everyone's stunned eyes, too shocked to understand what was happening. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell silent. A female hunter muttered, the blue flames look like creatures from a dungeon. Kim Chul-soo once again opened his mouth wide. The girl didn't react in time, and met the same grim fate as the guard. Panic swept through the crowd as people began to flee. Some hunters with open wounds started igniting in blue flames. Terrified screams echoed everywhere. Sung Suho, still in the classroom, could hear those blood-curdling cries. People started paying attention and moved towards the glass windows. What's going on? What is that? But after witnessing the scene outside, they all involuntarily frowned. Streets below were descending into total chaos. Everyone clutched their heads in pain while the blue flames still burned. Are they attacking each other? A trembling boy asked. Their eyes glow blue. They're monsters. A female friend spoke up. Don't tell me it's a dungeon breakout. Panic mounted. What do we do? Run now. No, we have to wait for the hunters. The classroom grew noisy. Lim Tae-gyu, you're an awakening manhwa type, do something. No, he's only a candidate still learning. Sung Suho's eyes widened as he stared at something. It was a person infected by the blue fire walking on the rooftop. Suddenly, he crouched and then planted his feet, ready to leap. Sung Suho realized and shouted, run fast. But it seemed too late. The infected man crashed into the glass, then exhaled a terrifying blue flame. All the students turned pale with fear, their faces drained of color. Run away now. Sung Suho dashed away with all his might. A girl trembling sat on the ground from a shard cut. She couldn't stand. Sung Suho felt conflicted watching this. Help, he shut his eyes tight. Then to survive he ran. I'll call a hunter, he muttered in frustration as he ran. Damn it. Why did I say that I just abandoned her? But as someone not yet awakened, Sung Suho could do nothing but close his eyes again. Being unawakened meant no change if he kept making excuses to run away. Sung Suho thought, I have to act. Anything is better than this. He recalled his father's silhouette. What would Dad do? In his mind, his father slowly turned and opened his eyes, looking at him. Suddenly, the infected person froze. The girl saw this and whimpered in confusion. Tears welled up in her frightened eyes, and she trembled. The monster, with its blood-stained mouth, kept approaching. It lunged forward as the girl screamed in terror. Its mouth opened wide, ready to bite. Fortunately, Sung Suho appeared just in time and smashed a fire extinguisher on its head. His eyes gleamed bright and sharp. If it were my father, he would definitely. Suddenly, the system appeared. You have met the requirements to complete the hidden mission, the courage of the weak. Long ago, I had a dream. In that dream, everything felt like a game. Sung Suho smiled with newfound confidence. Now, things are starting to get interesting, he thought, while staring at the steel gloves, newly equipped on his hands. His first rank E offensive gloves were ready for battle. Alone, he charged at the monsters and easily defeated them. To beat the monsters that grew stronger each floor, heavily armored rock-hard monsters appeared countless as an endless army. He leveled up and fought repeatedly. Without hesitation, Sung Suho attacked. He swiftly defeated them all and received a level-up notification from the system. Back then, he had a cold, sharp gaze, the eyes of someone hardened by countless battles. He looked confident and passionate. I don't need anything else, he said. A man should fight with his fists. As the monsters got stronger, so did I. These monsters were like final bosses behind a gate. He fought many like them, relying solely on his steel-strong fists. His eyes lit up. He grit his teeth, unmoved and unyielding. One punch struck through their bodies. After countless challenges, Sung Suho fought countless monsters alone, the intense leveling Manhwa battle unfolding. It's not just the monsters crawling on the ground. Some creatures can attack from the sky. He launched himself up high, targeting a gigantic monster that looked like an ancient dinosaur. Facing such a terrifying beast, he showed no fear and punched it squarely. Then came a series of rapid kicks, finishing off the battle with a spectacular kick. The monster was completely defeated. Finally, I reached the top floor. There, a fierce battle had taken place. Everything around the scene was almost completely destroyed and shattered into pieces. The final boss I encountered was immensely powerful. This boss appeared human, wearing a cloak that concealed its facial expressions. Its entire body radiated an intimidating aura. It wielded a long blade, standing with a commanding presence. Though it was my enemy, I couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and respect for its strength. Somehow the true identity of the final boss was revealed. It placed its hand gently on my head. It asked me softly, "Are you enjoying the game?" I was stunned, a question mark spinning in my mind. Sung Suho instinctively looked up at it. My face was still covered in blood. I wasn't sure if it was mine or from the monsters I'd fought. I showed a puzzled look and asked, "The game?" After seeing the boss's face beneath the cloak, clearly Sung Suho gasped, my father. Maybe the dream was reflecting my father's image from my memories. I recalled his strong, steady silhouette. My father was someone very powerful and reliable. How could he be so incredibly strong? Back in the present, a fire extinguisher suddenly appeared before me. I repeated my thought, "Father," and without hesitation, I grabbed the fire extinguisher in front of me. Sung Suho charged toward the monster holding the extinguisher, thinking, if it were my father in this unbelievable situation, the monster's ugly, fierce face was closing in. It opened its grotesque mouth, ready to attack. Blue flames shot from its mouth, and its eyes looked terrifying. Suddenly, the fire extinguisher appeared right in front of the monster. I swung it with all my might, hitting its face hard before it could react. A brownish-red liquid oozed from the monster's wound after my strike, splattering everywhere. My gaze was now full of determination. I thought silently, my father would do the same, wouldn't he? For a moment the monster was knocked back by my surprise attack, and I stared at it with a chaotic mind, wondering what to do next. I had heard attacks from an unawakened person, without mana, don't affect magical beasts. Maybe, I rushed in recklessly. Suddenly, realizing something strange, my eyes widened in shock. The monster was knocked back but didn't fall. It held itself in an odd posture mid-air, leaving only question marks in my head. What's going on? I looked at the woman, the monster just ambushed, still panicking and crying, but her tears stopped mid-air, not falling to the ground. My confusion grew deeper as I glanced back at the monster before me. It remained motionless. Sung Suho was stunned. Time had stopped, and suddenly a screen appeared before me, startling me. 2 notification boxes kept refreshing on the screen. Notification: you have fulfilled the conditions to complete the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. Notification: you are now eligible to become a player. Do you accept? Sung Suho stared at the notification in amazement. This moment reminded me of the time I fought monsters in a dream, when a notification appeared just like this right in front of me. It said, "Level up." Surprised, I thought, can these things move around for real just like in that dream? I remembered that dream where I had enough strength to fight those monsters, a power that could fully defeat them. If I could fight in that dream, why wouldn't I accept becoming a player in this fiery, desperate situation? Sung Suho fell silent, lowering his head, shadows hiding his face. Resolute, I decisively chose to accept. Then, a blinding light flashed on the floor where I stood. The system continuously popped up notification windows right after. Announcement: congratulations, you have become a player. Mission reward notification. Mission rewards. Secret mission: the Courage of the Weak. Blessings. The Blessing of the Kandiaru. Kandiaru has granted you a special spell. The Blessing of Kandiaru ensures that you will remain healthy throughout your life. Mission notification. Mission rewards. Permanent longevity effect, cures all poisons and status effects, and sleeping boosts regeneration ability. Announcement: this system will help players grow. This is not a dream. You only have one life, so be careful. Finally, a special announcement board appeared. Status window. Name: Sung Suho. Level 1 profession, 0 spirit, 0 title, 0 health, 100 mana, 10 strength, 10 stamina, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 reflexes, 10 no skills available. Passive skills. No active skills. Dominator's power level 1. Sung Suho watched the sequential pop-up notifications, his face showing a bit of excitement, thinking the game's status window was exactly what he expected. Before he could ponder more, 2 more notifications popped up in front of him. Announcement: new mission appeared. Mission notification. Mission guide to defeat Firebone and level up increased 1 level out of 2. At the same time, the flow of time returned to normal. The creature called Firebone was knocked back by Sung Suho using a fire extinguisher and began to stir. Sung Suho snapped to alertness. The Firebones bowed their heads and started moving. One among them was an awakened RKD Firebone. Sung Suho quickly noticed time had normalized. He shouted loudly to signal the woman behind him, "Run fast." The woman, pale with fear, tried to stay calm as she responded, "Understood." Sung Suho focused on the Firebones in front. He noticed something unusual. Name tags appeared above their heads. The leading Firebone's tag read Awakened Firebone LKD. 2 behind had tags saying Unawakened Firebone. He thought silently his opponent was 2 unawakened ones, plus a hunter undergoing a transformation into a demonic beast. The woman quickly turned and fled. Sung Suho held the fire extinguisher, standing still. Meanwhile, the 2 unawakened Firebones lunged at him. He thought quietly, if Sung Suho worked up a sweat now, he'd feel both worried and excited. His eyes shone brightly. "I really have awakened." Sung Suho didn't hesitate to swing the fire extinguisher to strike the nearest Firebone. That hit forced the Firebone backward, denting the extinguisher with its body, and causing it to fly out of Sung Suho's hands. At that moment, the Firebone crouched in defense and spread its hands, preparing to charge. Sung Suho refused to back down, clenching his fist, aiming directly at the Firebone, shouting, "Sorry." With one punch, the Firebone that just attacked sent him flying straight to the ceiling, head stuck firmly there. Sung Suho froze in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, while the system popped up a display announcing, "You have defeated the unawakened Firebone." Sung Suho looked at his fist, a bit incredulous. 1 hit and down already. At the same time, the remaining unawakened Firebone charged toward him. Sung Suho quickly turned and lifted his leg. He easily dodged the attack and kicked the Firebone right in the stomach. The hit shattered its internal organs. It opened its mouth wide, coughing up blood eyes, leaking a brownish red fluid. Simultaneously, the system displayed a notification. You have defeated the unawakened Firebone. Following that, a series of notifications appeared. Announcement, level up announcement, tutorial mission completed. Mission notification, tutorial mission, defeat Firebone and level up increase 2 levels out of 2. Sung Suho looked back. There was still one awakened RKD Firebone. The system popped up 2 more display windows. Announcement, you have received mission completion rewards. Announcement, check rewards. Below were 2 options, accept or decline. Sung Suho hesitated briefly, distracted by a thought. Now I am sure. Without delay, Sung Suho charged at the awakened RKD Firebone in front of him. The sound of their clash echoed loudly. He thought, quietly, I truly have awakened. Sung Suho's punch distorted the face of the awakened LKD Firebone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he wasn't knocked out immediately. Sung Suho was surprised. Could he really withstand that hit? Before he could think further, the awakened Firebone in front of him swung its arm to counterattack. Sung Suho had no choice but to lean back to dodge. The awakened Firebone RKD gave him no chance to catch his breath. It stretched its hand into a claw and slashed right across his chest. Hot blood poured from the wound. Gritting his teeth, he groaned in pain, then struggled to lean back and evade the strike. Sung Suho stomped his foot hard to gain momentum, shattering the floor beneath him. Using that force, he pushed himself backward to keep distance from the Firebone ahead. Sung Suho bowed his head to look at the claw marks on his chest. Blood soaked through his shirt. He was panicked and frustrated, sweat dripping down drop by drop onto the ground. Damn it. If it had scratched deeper, he would have turned into a demon beast. Just awakened, and I'm already on the verge of becoming a demon beast. But then something miraculous happened. The system suddenly flashed 2 notification boxes, warning of harmful effects detected in his soul. Notifications said the longevity effect had neutralized the negative status effect, and the wound on Sung Suho's body glowed dimly, then rapidly healed right before his eyes. Sung Suho's eyes widened in shock. Frozen in place, he couldn't believe what he saw. Longevity? Now that he thought about it, he remembered seeing that effect in his status window at the start. But before he could dwell on it, the Firebone leaped at him. It pounced on Sung Suho like a beast and pinned him to the ground. The force of its attack shattered the floor beneath him. Sung Suho struggled to fend off the Firebone's blows using both hands. Sweating profusely, he forced himself, thinking secretly that if he were weaker than a rank already turned demon beast, that meant he was basically RE. He had just become an awakened, but already he was worried about RK status. In this critical moment, the Firebone was drooling with its mouth wide open on top of him, looking terrifying as it tried to bite. Gritting his teeth, he fought back with all his strength. Suddenly, Sung Suho's eyes lit up as he recalled something. He had chosen to accept the reward. And then a notification popped up. Mission reward notification, you will receive the following rewards. Reward 1. 5 attribute points. Reward 2. 3 attribute points strength between 11 and 14. Sung Suho's power increased. Letting out a loud roar, he shoved the Firebone off fiercely. Then with a swift and precise kick, Sung Suho completely launched the Firebone high, into the air and far away. The Firebone flipped midair, dropped to one knee, then landed safely. Sung Suho didn't give it time to react. He dashed at lightning speed and delivered a punch right to its face. The Firebone showed no signs of damage. It shaped its hand into a claw, preparing to counterattack. Immediately, a flurry of strikes targeted Sung Suho. He struggled to dodge but still got scratched. Wounds appeared all over his body, blood streaming constantly. Attacked relentlessly, he found himself overwhelmed, barely able to block the assaults. Another strike came, which he ducked to avoid. But then he realized, even with his increased strength, he still couldn't defeat this creature. Quickly, he decided to invest all his reward points and power. The system displayed new info strength between 14 and 19. Sung Suho clenched his fist tightly. He felt his power surging within. Noting that an awakened could level up. He'd never heard of that before. Without hesitation, he threw a solid punch at the Firebone's face. Hot blood splattered around. The leveling system was based on awakening rank, and no awakened had ever surpassed the level of a higher-ranked individual. Sung Suho lowered his body to dodge the Firebone's attack, then landed 2 punches on its belly. His punches were so strong, they cracked the armor on the Firebone. He wondered who enforced the hierarchy of awakened ranks. Clenching his fist again, his eyes flashed with determination. He wound up for a finishing blow, but just then the TV mounted on the wall in the adjacent room suddenly crashed to the floor. The shattering sound was loud dust rising in thick clouds. The wall where the TV had been installed started showing countless cracks. The cracking noise rang out sharply. Then the wall, heavily shaken, completely split apart. The awakened D-rank firebone stomped into the wall, creating a massive hole. Sung Suho kept his stance, throwing a punch as rocks and debris rumbled down from the crumbling wall. He gritted his teeth. His face cloaked in shadow, yet at this moment, his eyes shone vividly. Pushing through the rubble, Sung Suho landed a powerful punch to the awakened flame skeleton's face. The awakened flame skeleton RKD was slammed through the broken wall, along with a smashed TV and flying debris. Sung Suho clenched his bloodied fist, tightly unsure if the blood was his or the flame skeleton's, and stood there exhausted, gasping for breath. The defeated flame skeleton lay motionless on the ground, its armor almost shattered completely. A status window popped up and refreshed with a notification. You have defeated the awakened flame skeleton RKD. Followed by, level up, level up, level up. Nearly drained Sung Suho leaned on his knees, collapsing onto the floor. He could hardly believe it, muttering, I won. He gazed at his blood-smeared hand, panting heavily as sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, with some droplets splashing onto the floor. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of joy and hope. So I'm actually a pseudo-awakened now. Just then, he heard a shout from nearby. Startled, Sung Suho froze briefly. Then, excitement sparked within him. As he turned around, he could really do this. Since he had awakened, he believed he could save those people and resolve this crisis. With that thought, he sprang to his feet, stamping his foot firmly on the ground for momentum. Without hesitation, he charged into the pack of flame skeletons ahead. A deafening blast erupted, stones and dust flying everywhere, as he effortlessly sent 2 flame skeletons flying to opposite sides. Leaning against the window frame, Sung Suho looked down and silently assessed the dire situation outside. Suddenly startled, his eyes darted wide, cold sweat streaking down his cheeks. Shocked, Sung Suho stared ahead. Ha! A flame skeleton, wielding dual swords, leapt toward him, ready to strike. Its muscular body radiated overwhelming strength, and above its head appeared the title, Awakened Flame Skeleton RKC. It raised a massive sword, behind its back poised to slash down. At that moment, a huge explosion rocked the building. Thick black smoke billowed upwards, shrouding the scene. The sky that day was gloomy, heralding an ominous sign. Throughout the city, loudspeakers blared unintelligible static. Strange winds howled ominously. In the bustling city filled with towering buildings, public announcements announced. The dungeon gate has opened at Soon University of Arts. All residents in the area are urged to evacuate immediately. The howling wind intensified. At Super Un University, the area was locked down, smoke and dust filling the air. Shadows of flame skeletons flickered within. Outside, armed personnel lined up, fully equipped, presumably army operatives. One man smoked a cigarette, fretting aloud. Damn it. So many have died, and all I can do is watch. When will the guild's hunters arrive? The man with the tablet next to him replied gravely, They're sending B-rank hunters. It'll take some time. The smoker glanced over, then retorted, B-rank. Didn't they say this was a B-rank gate? The tablet holder quickly answered. Actually, the guild is cautious due to possible infections among hunters. He scrolled to check the hunter roster on the tablet. The smoker's voice filled with disbelief. Could it be? His tone turned stunned. That C-rank hunter is already infected. The tablet user said nothing, stopping his hand on the profile of a newly promoted hunter, named Kim Chul-soo, ranked Tae. Meanwhile, inside Soon University of Arts, Sung Suho was locked in combat with a C-rank flame skeleton. He was hammered down, sitting on the ground, his clothes tattered. Reluctantly, he propped one hand on the floor to steady himself, sweat dripping cold. He found it hard to believe. What the hell? Did it drop down from the lower floor? The flame skeleton before him bore a red title overhead, Awakened Flame Skeleton C-rank. Sung Suho was shocked. A C-rank flame skeleton with weapons? Clearly different from the ones before him. Gathering his spirit, he guarded himself with both hands raised, alert. But having just leveled up, he wondered if he had a chance. The massive sword of the flame skeleton lunged at him. Teeth clenched, Sung Suho dodged by leaning aside. With a single swing, the room nearly collapsed. Pressed against the wall, he trembled, struggling to accept the overwhelming power of the flame skeleton before him. This scene illustrates a compelling awakening manhwa moment, where leveling manhwa action meets system manhwa intrigue. In this intense manhwa recap, it was raising its sword ready to strike again. Sung Suho thought silently, this is madness. The awakened fire skeleton RKC gave Sung Suho no chance to react. It swung its sword down as it gritted its teeth. Sung Suho could only grab a fire extinguisher from the ground to block the blow. The extinguisher was sliced in half. Taking advantage of this, Sung Suho jumped to one side. The compressed gas inside the extinguisher rapidly escaped. Soon the gas filled the entire room. It slowly flew out the door. Right after a strong blast pushed from inside, Sung Suho rushed out like the wind. Sung Suho sprinted forward desperately. But in his heart, he couldn't help thinking there was no way he could face such a monster. No wonder awakened beings are ranked. He worried, wondering when the hunters would arrive. If only he could hold on until reinforcements came. Sung Suho stopped overthinking and gave full speed, trying to outrun the fire skeleton. But after a short distance, it appeared outside the door holding its sword. Its eyes burned with blue flames, its mouth exhaling terrifying bursts of fire. Suddenly, it stopped chasing Sung Suho and turned in another direction. Sung Suho was surprised at its lack of action. He hesitated, puzzled. He wondered silently why. Meanwhile, the awakened fire skeleton RKC raised its head and stared toward the rooftop, where three girls stood trembling with fear. One girl tried to calm the other, saying, "Just wait for the hunters to arrive." The girl beside her held another's hand tightly. "They're almost here, right?" The last girl looked down the stairs, her eyes wide as if she saw something dreadful. The awakened RKC fire skeleton, sword in hand, leaped from the lower window onto the rooftop. It swung its sword directly at the three girls. The loud noise caught Sung Suho's attention. He froze, barely believing it. The RKC fire skeleton was now on the rooftop, having destroyed part of it. The howling wind added a mournful tone. Sung Suho clenched his teeth in anger, staring at it with hatred. He cursed silently inside. Damn it! Without hesitation, Sung Suho jumped after it to the rooftop, no time to wait for hunters. Filled with fury, he kicked at it with full force. Dust still hung in the air. Though knowing he wasn't its match, he made a silent vow to stop it. A powerful kick, fueled by anger, couldn't even scratch the fire skeleton. It spun and swung its sword to attack Sung Suho. He quickly jumped high, stepping back to dodge the blow. Seeing the ground crack beneath from its slash, his expression grew serious. One strike could end him. He glanced at the corpse of the girl, lying in a blood puddle nearby. Yet inside, he was burning with rage and determination. Clenching his fists, he stood firm against the charging fire skeleton, refusing to let it escape. Countless punches flew from Sung Suho, hitting the fire skeleton's body. The fire skeleton remained unfazed, continuously swinging its sword, forcing Sung Suho to dodge. His fists tightened, his eyes lit up, he launched another punch. Anger fueled his strength. Switching hands, he attacked relentlessly. Punch after punch, as if he had endless stamina. The C-rank awakened fire skeleton's eye sockets were pitch black, its face fierce blue flames flickering from its eyes. Sung Suho grabbed its head with both hands, jumping up to knee it in the face. At the same moment, the fire skeleton swung its sword at Sung Suho. Sung Suho couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Hot red blood gushed out. Sung Suho was sent flying backward, blood staining his lips, eyes wide in pain and groaning. That strike flung Sung Suho across, slamming him into the wall behind. His organs felt crushed. He spat blood. The fire skeleton slowly approached the slumped Sung Suho, blood dripping from his head, his vision fading. He gradually closed his eyes. His system showed HP at 140. Kneeling on one leg, one hand clutching his chest, the other on his knee. He bowed his head, trembling and muttering, "Lucky, the system doesn't want me down yet." The world blurred before Sung Suho's eyes. The fiery skeleton before him seemed to be getting increasingly agitated, inching closer and closer. Sung Suho noticed a streak of light, gradually spreading out like a crack. He rose to his feet, his body trembling as he struggled to hold on, blood dripping slowly from the corner of his mouth. Sung Suho saw the light ahead become more distinct, accompanied by the widening crack and the growing sound of shattering. Before he could grasp what it was, the awakened C-rank fire skeleton in front of him lunged with full force, aiming to strike. The system popped up, a 99% stun status in the window. At the same time, Sung Suho's heavy eyes began to close. Damn it. Cursing silently, Sung Suho saw the skeleton's sword swing, nearly reach him. Meanwhile, the crack and the flashing lights intensified in his blurry vision. Space ahead suddenly looked like a glass pane. It flashed a blinding light before shattering into pieces. A shadow surged out from the crack. It descended from above, letting out a strange guttural noise, far from human, more like a monster. Meanwhile, the fire skeleton's sword prepared to slash Sung Suho, who was sprawled on the ground. From above came a powerful strike, severing the hand that gripped the skeleton's sword before it could touch Sung Suho. The force was so intense, it shattered the floor beneath. Dirt and rocks scattered in every direction, conveniently blocking the fire skeleton's advance. Sung Suho retained a shred of consciousness, struggling to open his eyes and assess the situation. But exhaustion and sleepiness overwhelmed him, leaving him helplessly squinting. The being that appeared from midair gazed intently at the fallen Sung Suho, a puny ant. It raised a hand sharp and inhuman, enveloped in a layer of blue light. No. That blue light spread over Sung Suho's entire body, gradually healing his wounds. All because I arrived late. It turned to the RKC rank awakened fire skeleton, with a severed arm nearby roaring. Yeah. Its whole body radiated terrifying energy, like an overpowering monster. Its eyes gleamed with enormous strength, yet it spoke with a human voice. Lowly insects dare harm his majesty. The words barely left its mouth, when the RKC fire skeleton's body boasting overwhelming power was effortlessly pierced through, bursting apart, leaving only an arm and 2 legs. Elsewhere, another fire skeleton's eyes flared blue flames. It charged toward a man holding a mop, growling like a wild animal. The man holding the mop trembled with fear, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Stammering, he yelled, "Help! Someone help!" Terrified, he dropped the mop, clutching his head in despair, screaming for salvation. At that moment, the fire skeleton before him was blown to bits, splattering blood everywhere, with just 2 legs remaining. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, as the monster from above easily eliminated the rampaging fire skeletons. With a simple flick of its hand, it raised its hand, turning every place it passed into bloodied wreckage. It seemed tireless, moving from one wing to another within Sun University of Arts, effortlessly wiping out the fire skeletons without breaking a sweat. Faced with this absolute power, the fire skeletons had no choice but to be massacred, receiving beheaded one by one. The Sun University of Arts building became a battlefield, dense smoke, rising a raging gale, blowing, shattering windows into shards. Something swept across the sky, shaking the entire area and startling those besieging outside the university. Centered on Sun University of Arts, this powerful force swept across and spread throughout the entire city. Military personnel stared wide-eyed at this scene, their minds filled with questions. The monster descended from the sky to the ground. It knelt on one knee before the unconscious Sung Suho, lying on the ground, showing utmost respect. Amidst the destruction, its voice echoed with indescribable reverence. "It's been a long time," Prince returns. Sung Suho was happily drawing a cute ant, surrounded by paintings of ants, all strangely depicted standing like humans. Enthusiastically drawing, Sung Suho suddenly paused, focusing intently on something. His eyes widened, face lighting up with excitement, as he saw an ant standing upright like a human. The ant approached him, holding up the painting that Sung Suho was creating. "Ket, each?" asked young monarch, "Is this you drawing me?" The little ant was so moved that tears streamed down both cheeks. "This Beru guy is terrifying." Seo gradually woke up in the hospital. The earlier memories were probably just a dream. He opened his eyes, confused about where he was. Waking with a puzzled expression, Seo found 2 doctors examining him nearby. Remembering the dream, he vaguely recalled something about an ant in the hospital. When Sung Suho's uncle worriedly called him, "Sung Suho, what on earth is happening out there? Are you hurt?" Sung Suho, tired, sat on the bed and listened to his uncle rambling on. "This can't be. The world's gotten too chaotic. I'll arrange a protector for you, someone who has awakened." Hearing this, Sung Suho quickly replied, "I'm fine, uncle." When Sung Suho opened his eyes, it had already been 2 days since then. The press kept reporting on the fierce battle at the Korea Arts University. The nationwide shock over the incident at Korea Arts University had been growing for days. Due to numerous casualties, the event exploded in public attention in various ways. First came the appearance of the Yeuhua. Discovering the fiery bones revealed that these monsters could infect even hunters, turning them into monsters like themselves. Secondly, even though the incident happened inside the city, the slow response from the Hunters Association was undeniable. Finally, when hunters arrived at the scene, they faced a gruesome sight of corpses strewn everywhere. A mystery remains unresolved. The fiery bones inside the university were all destroyed for an unknown reason. A young man being interviewed kept pointing out, "Those turned monsters suddenly exploded right before my eyes." So Sung Suho sat in the hospital, watching the news report on TV. He recalled his earlier memories. His face brightened suddenly. Exactly as hoped. Awakening was not a dream. Moreover, being an awakened one meant leveling up exponentially stronger. Sung Suho's status window popped up. Status window. Name Sung Suho. Level 5 class 0 fatigue, 0 title 0 health. 140. Luck 14 strength. 22 stamina 14. Agility 14 intelligence. 14 perception. 14 0 available. Points. Suddenly remembering something, Sung Suho's expression tensed. Wait a minute, I remember being slashed by a Class C awakened fire bone monster. How am I still alive? Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. That's because Beru, killed that trash for you. Sung Suho heard the voice. Confused about its origin, as an ant-shaped shadow appeared on the hospital floor. The shadow then transformed into glowing smoke, in the shape of an ant. Long time no see, young monarch. The ant, upon seeing Sung Suho, was moved to tears streaming down its face. Hearing this, Sung Suho's mind went blank. The ant continued. Young monarch, since when did you grow up so much? I can't control this overwhelming wave of emotion right now. Like scattered shards of trash, Sung Suho's memories returned. Memories flooded back. I know this ant when I was a child. He was one of the dark entities with me. Why did I forget him? Until now, Beru sighed. I crossed dimensions to meet you, young monarch. Sung Suho glanced at Beru, wondering why he lived with dark beings as a child. He was genuinely curious about all this. Looking at the ant before him, Sung Suho was skeptical. First of all, in my memory, you weren't this small. You are indeed an ant, right? Beru explained. This is the effect of spending too much mana to cross dimensions. I'm usually much bigger and more intimidating. The system window said he was at the individual rank, so Beru proudly declared, Level 1 Beru is a joke, being a martial rank but only an individual. That stupid system. Sung Suho sat up and got off the bed. Sung Suho happily said, Anyway, I recovered thanks to you, right? Well, I might not seem like it, but I really am a healer. My goal was to break your seal, but I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. I, Beru, am extremely impressed. Sung Suho was puzzled. Seal pieces of Sung Suho's memories resurfaced. Was the seal inside my dream? Beru comforted him. You can think of it as a dream, but all that actually happened. You've gotten much stronger since fighting alongside me. Even when the great Sung Jin-Woo sealed your power into your memories, wishing you a normal life. Sung Suho became agitated the moment Beru mentioned his father. My dad. Just as I suspected, you're connected to my father, abandoning home. He didn't abandon home. He's actually in a place called the Outer Realm. Sung Suho questioned in disbelief. Outer Realm? What do you mean? Simply put, black ant shadows gathered in the room. The great Sung Jin-Woo is in the Outer Realm battling to fend off invaders trying to conquer this world. The black ant spread open, revealing a vision of the Outer Realm. His father's silhouette appeared. So my father is protecting the world. A black hand seemed to control everything. Yes, that is, Itarim, the gods of the Outer Realm. Chaotic monsters fought violently among each other. Itarim is sending their disciples here, attempting an invasion of our world. Before coming to meet the young king, I, Beru, have already torn apart countless enemies. The gates and monsters appearing on Earth are a direct consequence of this ongoing war. Sung Suho was at a loss for words and let out a sigh. Then he asked, Beru, does my mother accompany him? No. She vanished the same day as my father, so I assumed they left together. Suddenly, the black ant shadows began to fade. They shouted, Kixie's clone Chahian has disappeared. The disciples of Itarim on Earth have hatched a sinister conspiracy. Could it be those damn Itarim? Sung Suho said sadly, lowering his head. That's why my parents couldn't return. The black ants asked curiously. Does the young king want to reunite with them? Sung Suho trembled, clenching his fists. Of course. I've been alone all these years. Then there might be a way. Sung Suho's heart raced upon hearing that a way existed. The black ant continued. The Lord cannot return to Earth while the war escalates. But if the young king grows stronger, you could seek and rescue the Empress yourself. Chahian, the black ant locked eyes with Sung Suho with firm determination. It's time to level up. Report. A new mission has appeared. The mission info board emerged. Mission Dark Trial. You are the son of the mighty Dark King. However, your innate power has been sealed. To reclaim this immense power, you must prove your worth. Enter the Dark Dungeon and demonstrate your value. In Sung Suho's hand appeared a strange key. Item Dark Dungeon. Key rarity unknown. Effect. This key opens the door to the Dark Dungeon. It can be used on Sung Suho's shadow. Insert the key and step into the shadow. Sung Suho doubted at first, but slowly inserted the key into his own shadow. The key was pushed deep into the shadow. When inserted, dark energy started swirling around the key. The key was fully embedded in his shadow. Then thick black energy enveloped the two of them. The dungeon door opened, and the black ant urged Sung Suho to hurry inside. Go now, reclaim all the power that belongs to you. O young king. Sung Suho coldly stared at the door before him, still unable to believe it. He unbuttoned his shirt, muttering outer realm godly battles, or the Dark King. They are all beyond reason. Resolute Sung Suho stepped toward the dungeon door, while his thoughts drifted to friends he longed to reunite with. If he could meet them again by becoming stronger, Sung Suho's eyes gleamed brightly. I'll level up no matter what. The black ant beside him looked on admiringly. Somewhere a ruler commanded Beru, ordering him to return to Earth and break Sung Suho's seal. Beru knelt respectfully. You mean the young king's seal? The mysterious figure replied. Yes, Itarim's invasion could spread to Earth. The stranger continued. Restore Sung Suho's sealed memories and power, let him defend Earth himself. Beyond that, I leave your choices at your discretion. Watching Sung Suho's determined stride, Beru silently vowed, if he must decide the young king's fate, then I, Beru, will stand by him and watch him grow. With that resolve, Beru and Sung Suho entered the dungeon. The heavy door shut behind them, vanishing without a trace. Inside the dungeon, Sung Suho felt anxious. The black ant spoke. This is the land of the dead, forbidden ground, for the living without the master's permission. This is the dark dungeon. They had arrived where the desolate scenery and countless corpses lay everywhere. Sung Suho thought to himself, so this is the dark dungeon. It resembles a ruined city, more than a dungeon, yet strangely feels familiar and close. Sung Suho was startled as a notification panel appeared before his eyes. Mission notice, survival task. The inhabitants of this shadow dungeon will never accept a weakling as their ruler in this land. Survive for a set period and prove your worth. The requirement is 4 hours, and the time left is 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Do I really have to survive here for 4 hours? Beru exclaimed anxiously. Please stay alert, your highness, the young monarch. From above, a voice echoed, the time of tribulation is coming soon. Tribulation. Sung Suho was ambushed from behind. But with his sharp reflexes, Sung Suho flipped over and kicked the teal-colored enemy far away. His pupils glowed as he said, that was unexpected. A goblin scout. The goblin sat clutching its chest on the ground, growling. Sung Suho was surprised. A goblin scout. Beru also panicked. Having a scout here means many more goblins are nearby. If that's the case, we must eliminate it before it calls reinforcements. Without hesitation, Sung Suho dashed toward the goblin scout. Beru hesitated. Young master goblins are generally weak and small, but recklessly charging like that, without fear, means this one's rank isn't colored, so it's at our level or lower. With that, Sung Suho swiftly defeated the goblin scout and received a notification. You have acquired a goblin stone axe. You defeated the goblin scout. He smirked proudly, turning around with a grin. Not bad. Stronger foes have colored names. Ah, I see now. Another goblin appeared high above. Sung Suho frowned and said irritably, looks like there's another scout. Following it was a horde, goblin captain. Goblin sergeant. Sung Suho sweatily laughed at Beru. You will assist me, right? Beru said. I wish I could help you, but being too far from your majesty's location, my mana doesn't regenerate quickly, so I have to conserve my energy as much as possible. Also, if I intervene in this battle, the experience you gain will be significantly lessened. Young monarch, so you mean I won't be very useful? The goblins launched a relentless attack. Well, let's see what happens. Sung Suho struck decisively, quickly dispatching them. So this skill was inscribed in my status window. Feels like an extra invisible hand. Dominator's hand skill level 1. An active skill that requires no mana, allowing you to physically interact with objects without touching them. Sung Suho caught an arrow mid-air. No archers left. Here's one back at you. Using his power, he created a bow and shot back at the goblin archer, who fell in pain instantly. Beru thought silently how amazing the adaptation skill was. The young monarch's youth was like the rise of a legendary hero in myths. From the very beginning, he commanded the dominator's hand, inherited from the monarch, at will. However, that power was meant to destroy everything, so it was just a chain in this peaceful world. But now, as Itarim's apostles encroach on Earth, the young monarch's power has begun to shine across the world. Notification. Level up. His pupils flashed as he considered. The dominator's hand's limit seems to be around 10 kilograms. Suddenly, Sung Suho was stabbed from behind by a goblin and winced, turning to punch it hard in the face. Beru panicked, calling to the young monarch. A goblin approached from afar. Goblin Captain HP, 160, 190. Sung Suho pulled out the blade lodged in him, thinking. Painful, but Sung Suho aggressively defeated each goblin. He felt stronger than in his moments of despair. His HP, 184, 190, HP 84, 190, HP 53, 190. After a series of level-up notifications appeared, he was exhausted and sat on a cart. Notification time left 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. You have completed the mission. That's truly amazing. How about you, Beru? Never once doubted you could overcome this trial, Your Highness, the young monarch. He snapped angrily. You really didn't help at all, did you? Notification? You have received a reward for completing the challenge. Check your reward, accept or decline. Checking. You will receive the following rewards. The reward is an ancient language stone, a shadow extraction skill. Ancient language stone. If I use this, can I learn the shadow extraction skill? Beru excitedly said. Oh wow. The young king is learning the shadow extraction skill. Now that I think about it, I also received a skill called endurance while fighting. It seems I gained skills beyond the ones received from leveling up after awakening. Endurance skill level 1. A passive skill that doesn't require mana, granting you remarkable stamina. Physical defense increases by 20%. Sung Suho spoke while rushing forward. Compared to before my awakening, it feels like I've turned into an overpowered character. Even wounds heal immediately after leveling up. This leveling system is based on the system the king used in the past. It's a support system designed to ensure your safety as you grow stronger. My lord, to sum it up, you thought you were someone who hadn't awakened, but you were actually born with the strongest silver spoon in the dark, or something like that, he said helplessly. All right, I accept the reward anyway. Ancient language stone for shadow extraction. You can absorb skills by breaking the ancient language stone. You have now learned the shadow extraction skill. The shadow extraction skill wields the power of darkness and requires no mana. It pulls mana from the bodies of the dead and transforms them into dark warriors. The failure rate of extraction increases proportionally with the target's stats and how long they've been dead. The number of times you can extract shadows is unlimited. So I can create dark warriors. It's a skill that turns corpses into soldiers just like me. Shadow extraction is the essence of the power that created the current Dark King. Is Sung Jin-Woo some kind of necromancer? But if I want to command my soldiers, I have to hunt them first. So I can only control those weaker than me. I've heard summon skills aren't very popular among hunters. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction. Please set a command for the shadow extraction skill. He thought aloud. I need to come up with a specific command for the skill. If it requires a command, it should be straightforward. His pupils glowed, and an incredible power rose around him. With Sung Suho's command, a black smoke surged from the ground, and suddenly, a blue hand appeared. A group of level 1 dark elite soldiers regular level emerged. Sung Suho looked at them a bit surprised. So these are the Dark Tribe. He then frowned, disappointed, not as impressive as I thought. Beru whispered, usually dark warriors are weaker than in real life. Sung Suho asked further, are they smaller too? It reluctantly admitted. Yes, he grew even more curious. How much weaker are they? Beru answered uncertainly, probably just a little. Sung Suho clenched his teeth in irritation. Moreover, it says here they disappear after just 1 day. Beru was sweating nervously. No way, doesn't the Lord have a dark storage skill? He immediately crushed that hope. No. Beru mumbled gloomily. I think it's due to intelligence stats, and the level's effect on dark power. He sighed sadly. But it's still a very good skill. Truly, that skill is excellent. Sung Suho consoled him. I get it, don't be sad, Beru. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled loudly and he rubbed it with a soft groan. Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten anything in the last 2 days. Sung Suho asked Beru, how do we get out of here? Beru quickly responded, you can leave any time using the dark dungeon key. He thought for a moment and decided, then let's find some food first. Beru agreed right away. Yes. The system notice popped up. Do you want to exit the dark dungeon? Later, Sung Suho satisfied his hunger and gently praised. He kept scooping food into his mouth, enjoying each bite, surprised that hospital food tasted this good. Beru peeked beside him, clenched a fist and said, my lord, I will now explain what you must do from now on. You have a total of 3 missions. It began listing. First is to protect Earth from otherworldly monsters. Upon hearing this, Sung Suho wondered. So, I should go to the dungeons and hunt monsters, right? Beru did not deny. Yes, when you hunt monsters, you'll level up, and the stronger you get, the safer Earth will be just like your father did. It continues to update the mission. Secondly, you must find Chahian at all costs. Sung Suho immediately asks, is there a way to find Mother Beru? Suggests, when you hunt down otherworldly monsters, you'll uncover clues, right? He sighs, so I still have to go into the dungeon. Suddenly, Beru's tone grows serious. And the third mission, this one is very important. It cups both cheeks tearfully and reveals, that's to restore my power. Unbelievable. I'm only at the individual rank. I want to show you my true strength. Sung Suho's interest is piqued with curiosity. How can you restore your power? Beru answers, I can absorb magical water and the knowledge of targets by drinking them. This is an inefficient method from before I became a dark warrior. But I have no other choice, because I cannot absorb power from you. In short, I only need to consume a bit of magic. He bites the spoon and points out a fact, meaning he really has to enter the dungeon. After eating, Sung Suho tidies up the bowl and chopsticks neatly on the tray. He stands up and tells Beru, then let's get ready to go. It suddenly reminds him, you need a hunter's license to enter the dungeon. First, we have to go to the Hunter's Guild to assess your magic. Hearing this, Sung Suho's expression darkens as he contemplates that magic assessment. He is a leveled awakening. Outside, dusk slowly settles on the bustling city while his mind is tangled in several questions, wondering what rank he will reach. What if it's rank S? After the test, the Hunter's Guild staff hands him a report and announces his level is 46. Sung Suho hears the result and feels disappointed. He is an awakening at rank E. Outside on the street, the crowd bustles. He puts his hands into his pockets and walks out of the guild alone. Beru pokes its head out to comfort him, saying the hunter's ranks are determined by play v magic. Since you focused only on raising strength stats, naturally, your rank is low. Sung Suho, frustrated, stops it. No need to comfort me. It only makes me feel worse. The anxiety and self-doubt rise, making him very uneasy. Losing dark power now, and my rank being this low. Can a rank E hunter like me really protect Earth? Beru offers advice, but you can still level up. Sung Suho looks at his rough palm and says, sadly, I've heard that probation teams rarely hire rank E or F hunters. At this rate, even just entering the dungeon will be hard. Suddenly, he shouts as if inspired. Sung Suho's shout startles Beru, confused. Maybe there's still a way. From what he knows about dungeon raids, the roles are strictly divided. The attack team leads the raid. The transport team follows to collect minerals, and the extraction team processes resources from the dungeon. Except for the attack team, the transport and extraction can accept rank E hunters. In other words, even an E-ranked hunter like him can get inside the dungeon. Without hesitation, Sung Suho immediately joins an extraction team. After a tiring shift, he wipes sweat from his hand and exhales deeply. Phew. Then Sung Suho turns to speak to the person next to him. Thanks for introducing me here. I just awakened, and you're the only person I know. He speaks quietly to assistant Lim Tae-gyu. Lim Tae-gyu is an assistant at Korea Art University's Fine Arts Department, and also an E-ranked awakening. Sung Suho turns back to work and adds, luckily, I know a senior awakening manhwa specialist, so I got this job. Suddenly, Sung Il-hwan calls out Suho. He turns wondering. Yes, Lim Tae-gyu seriously bows 90 degrees, apologizing to Sung Suho. Sorry about university. Sung Il-hwan admits with all his courage. I'm the only awakening at the university, but I was scared and ran away. Recalling that time when the monsters appeared, many urged him simultaneously. Assistant Lim Tae-gyu, you're an awakening act now. But Lim Tae-gyu just waved them off. I'm only rank E. Then, he ran away in fear. Now, Sung Il-hwan is still bowing, apologizing for doing nothing. Sung Suho is shocked, speechless. He lifts his head and says, I'm just an E-ranked awakening too. He tries to reassure him. The Hunters Guild advises rank E people like us to run immediately when facing magical beasts. Sung Il-hwan asks in astonishment. You're an E-rank, huh? Sung Suho replied calmly. Yes, my mana level is 46. Even for an E-rank, that's pretty low. He couldn't believe his ears. His mana level was lower than mine. Sung Il-hwan recalled the chaos earlier. No way. He was puzzled, recalling he saw him fighting a monster beast on the rooftop while escaping. Sung Il-hwan glanced at Sung Suho, who was intently extracting spirit crystals, doubting himself. Did I see it wrong? He adjusted his glasses slightly and remarked, a fake E-rank awakening fighting monster beasts and still surviving. That truly is something incredible. Beru suddenly flew out to add, "That's right, the young monarch is remarkable." Sung Il-hwan was startled and looked at it. He shouted loudly and then collapsed onto the ground. The monster beast Sung Suho immediately blamed Beru. "Why did you suddenly pop out?" it briefly explained. "Young monarch, right now, you are as weak as an ant larva, so I have to stay by your side to protect you for peace of mind." Sung Il-hwan stood up, brushing his pants, stammering with a question. "What's this? Have you awakened and become a summoner?" He responded uncertainly. Yes, I think so." He was quite surprised to hear this. "Many E-rank hunters don't even have skills. You're really lucky." He joked humorously, saying, "I even have a running skill." Sung Suho awkwardly played along. "So that's why you run so fast when escaping." That remark hurt Sung Il-hwan deeply. He sat down frustrated, curling up. He awkwardly clarified, "I was just joking." Beru flew over to Sung Il-hwan, unkindly scolding him. "Indeed, the young monarch is special. You broke him down just now." Sung Suho ignored them. He turned to look inside the deep dungeon and thought, "This is the first time I've entered a dungeon other than the dark dungeon." He wondered if the assault team was hunting monsters ahead. Indeed, some hunters inside had successfully slain a monster beast. A disappointed person pulled out his sword and complained, "This dungeon has nothing at all." Ryu Jiho also felt impatient. So far, only one werewolf appeared. The hunters gathered to discuss that wolf skins weren't worth much. Sometimes their corpses had spirit stones. "So we have to work hard. Don't be too discouraged. We have to clear the entire dungeon to know." Just then, someone pointed at a narrow tunnel and shouted, "Captain, there's something on this shortcut," Park Jong-soo said excitedly. "See, I told you." The whole team went in behind me and found some ancient ruins. Everyone looked around cautiously. "What is that? What are these ruins? Shouldn't we leave and call for backup?" After checking for a while, they concluded, "My detection skills find no monster beasts here. There isn't a single one. What is this place for? We have to investigate," someone worriedly said. "Who knows, maybe instead of a boss, there's a hidden treasure here." Just then, they saw a sword stuck in the middle of a circle. Park Jong-soo exclaimed in surprise. "Damn, who would have thought there was really a treasure here?" The whole team rushed to observe and cheered happily. "What is this? This weapon is our jackpot." Lu Xiang bent down to touch the sword's blade. "We need to evaluate it carefully. But it sure looks amazing." Someone stepped forward to remind him. "Treasures like this usually have traps, so be cautious." But Lu Xiang stubbornly insisted. "Step back, I will pull it out." Kim Shu quickly shouted. "Wait, Lu Xiang. Hey, I told you treasures usually have traps around." "Right." Lu Xiang arrogantly held the sword's hilt, saying, "Even if there's a trap, I'm a C-rank grandmaster. I can handle it." As he barely pulled it out, he felt a terrifying magical aura surge. Lu Xiang was horrified as he found himself standing in a pool of red blood, with sharp teeth rising up. "What is this?" Immediately, he was swallowed by a monster showing terrifying yellow eyes. While the sword was fully drawn, Park Jong-soo sighed with relief, thinking there was no trap. He solemnly warned Lu Xiang. But Lu Xiang acted like a different person, gritting his teeth and growling, "How dare you be more careful next time." Before Park Jong-soo could finish, a sharp sword stroke sliced through his head. Lu Xiang's eyes flashed yellow, frightening the other hunters. His whole body twisted. Radiating a sinister red murderous aura, he demanded, "Who dares desire the Fang King's sword?" The mysterious voice inside Lu Xiang's head urged him on. "Eliminate the invading territory forces of the Ice King." He steadily approached his panicked teammates. Lu Xiang swung his heavy sword. Kill now completely deranged, he decisively struck down other hunters. "Kill!" Lu Xiang saw was blood and comrades falling one by one. "Kill!" He roared like a wild beast, killing and stepping through the crimson mist of the blood rain. His mind held only one command: kill. Meanwhile, the mining crew kept digging tirelessly for spirit stones. Nearby hunters eyed Sung Suho with astonishment. "What's that?" Sung Il-hwan pointed at the dark goblins, enthusiastically breaking rocks. Stammering, "Is there a summoning skill like this?" He was bewildered, thinking, "I heard that summoners can only call 1 or 2 creatures at a time. But he summoned 3, and if you count that talking ghost, that makes 4. Sung Suho observed Sung Suho's calm face and speculated, "Isn't Sung Suho's power unusually strong?" Sung Suho was very satisfied with the goblin summons. Although he could only summon 3 creatures and needed a corpse to extract shadows, which was a bit inconvenient, having a corpse from the dark dungeon wasn't bad. They handled small tasks quietly without complaints, which was quite handy. He turned to Beru and said, "Beru, This shadow extraction skill is pretty solid. Just as you said, it annoyingly reminded him. Young lord, don't praise me when you're making them do chores. Instead, aren't you here to level up in the dungeon? Sung Suho explained. Hunters ranked E can't enter dungeons on their own under Hunter Guild rules. I heard the measurement devices still have many errors, as they just started classifying hunters recently. So I plan to recheck my mana growth after leveling up. Ahead, 2 hunters continued working, and joked that new recruits would find spirit stones while he was distracted. Let's show him the true strength of our seniors. Sung Suho reminded Beru of something. Do you still remember your 3rd mission? I can do that here, he questioned doubtfully. Restore my power, right? He pointed at spirit stones, scattered on the ground, and said, You said you can recover by consuming mana-containing things. Even those tiny spirit stone fragments on the ground have mana. Beru gradually understood. Young lord. Could it be that Sung Suho gave a direct order? Since you can't collect spirit stones now, just eat those lying around while waiting. Obediently, Beru flew out to chew those small stones. Suddenly, something like a signal swept across its 2 antennae. Beru urgently called Sung Suho, young lord. He turned in confusion. What now? It immediately reported, I just sensed a presence of a king. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, King? Do you mean my father? Beru denied immediately. There isn't more than one with the rank of king. If it were our king, my power would have already restored. It looked behind the cave and speculated. The beast scent probably made the hunters also realize something, looking confused and whispering among themselves. That direction pointed to the endless darkness inside where the assault team was going. Suddenly, 3 pairs of terrifying glowing red eyes appeared. The hunter who clearly saw the ghost beast recoiled in fear. Facing them were 3 ferocious wolves, growling ready to attack. The monster animals had arrived. One reacted quickly and ordered, Why are the ghost beasts coming all the way here? Everyone run. Gathering courage, he struck the ghost beast with an axe and shouted, Don't come near me. But it directly snapped the sharp teeth over the axe and crushed it. Upon seeing his weapon destroyed, the hunter broke out in cold sweat, trembling with fear, stammering, unable to cry out for help. Right then, a shadow flew past, and he swiftly stabbed the ghost beast's head. Startled, the hunters called out, Sung Suho, hurry, they pressed him. I'll buy you some time, get out of the dungeon fast. He rushed away, not forgetting to say, thank you. After confirming the others had left safely, Sung Suho closely scanned the ghost beasts and noticed the subtitle marking the cave wolves in orange, meaning they were levels comparable to blood mist monsters of rank stare. Fighting at the Korean University of Fine Arts, he was confident he could win. Sung Suho looked back at where Sung Il-won stood, slightly annoyed. Alone, he reminded himself he would run as well, but Sung Il-won refused. Sung Suho, you want to help everyone escape? I won't run alone anymore. Hearing this, Sung Suho didn't send him off anymore. So then whenever you meet in Geo, you'll have to rely on me. Afterwards, quietly command the goblins to protect him. Sung Suho summoned his inventory to pick out a weapon. He quickly pulled out a sword to join the fight. The weapon I gathered in the dark dungeon is definitely way better than this rusty old thing. Sung Il-hwan was truly shocked, thinking he even summons weapons. What kind of skill does Zoe really have? Sung Suho stepped back to build momentum and launched forward, like a lightning bolt clashing with a pack of wolf-like beasts. One opened its wide, tooth-filled mouth to attack him, but was immediately pierced in the throat by a sharp sword blade. With a single basic slash, he cut the large beast cleanly in half. The system immediately notified him, you have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. Everyone watching was thrilled by the scene. Sung Suho softly murmured, a resurrection spell. Thick black smoke began to rise. He raised his hand toward the dead beast's corpse and absorbed its soul. At the same time, a shadow goblin dissolved into black smoke, leaving everyone stunned. Sung Suho raised his sword to block a bite from another beast. The dark energy transformed into a wolf that bit back fiercely. Beru was excited and exclaimed, oh, the young king is used to fighting with dark power. Meanwhile, he was quite pleased with his approach. Summoning doesn't use any mana at all. Once I have more mana and higher summon quota, I'll be able to build an army. Thinking of this, Shu again prepared to counterattack. Another one then. As promised, Sung Suho swiftly stabbed through the muzzle of another beast, ending its life. The system again announced, you have defeated the Iron Fang Wolf. He shouted, rise. Instantly, the second shadow goblin vanished into smoke. The remaining goblin looked bewildered as its companion disappeared. It let out a frustrated whimper, with tears welling up for not evolving. As it cried, a mechanical sound echoed a level-up notification. 3 more iron fangs appeared next to Sung Suho. Sung Il-hwan couldn't take it anymore and urgently called Sung Suho Yu. He loudly interrogated him. Your physical ability isn't E-rank, and you even tamed dead beasts. Yeah. Sung Suho stammered, struggling to come up with an explanation. Too pumped up. How do I explain this? Finally, he feigned ignorance, insisting, you really are E-rank. Sung Il-hwan continued to doubt him. Don't tell me Ho is a fake rank hiding his actual level. Suddenly, he froze and stared at the screen. The system coldly announced. New quest urgent mission: defeat the enemy. Creatures nearby are attacking humans. Eliminate them and protect yourself. Number of enemies to defeat 1. Number of defeated 0. Sung Suho looked confused into the deep cave, wondering about the quest. Just 1 enemy. But I've already dealt with all those iron fangs, so there must be another enemy. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from inside. Both looked at him suspiciously. Sung Suho recognized him as part of the assault team. The man immediately rushed forward for help. He saved us. The beasts just showed up suddenly, nearly disaster. But then Sung Suho sensed something strange and hurriedly called him back. Wait, he shouted sharply. Danger. At the same time, Lu Xiang's bright yellow eye appeared. Sung Il-hwan was shaken and dazed by that terrifying gaze. Fly Yang. Du fiercely slashed a sword toward the newcomer, but Sung Suho acted swiftly and pulled him back just in time to avoid death. The heavy sword struck the ground, shattering rocks and earth. Sung Suho caught the unconscious Sung Il-hwan and shouted, Wolf Pack. He commanded an attack, and immediately the wolves charged, biting into Lu Xiang. Sung Suho struggled to help Sung Il-hwan back, angrily scolding, Damn, another reckless hunter. Since when do hunters turn into beasts like this? He noticed the red text Fang Beast possessed above the enemy's head, raising his alertness. Also, the enemy's name was bright red. Sung Suho winced. The redder the name, the more dangerous the monster. I experienced how strong red names were back at the Korean Art University. Probably best to escape with Sung Il-hwan. But he turned to ask Beru. Beru, is he not a king like my father? Beru explained. Although he has dark energy, he's too weak to be called a king. But that doesn't mean you can face him like this. Sung Suho rummaged through his inventory once more, saying, All right, this will do. His action startled Beru. Young king, you can't be serious. He threw a pile of weapons into the stone ground and said, You said the system would support me to ensure steady growth, right? Since it assigned me this mission, that means I have the potential to win. More importantly, to find my parents, I must grow stronger as fast as possible. So now, in front of Liango City, he is fiercely fighting off a pack of wolves. His terrifying face gradually materialized through the black smoke. Awaiting him was a pseudo-awakened enemy E-class, brimming with spiritual energy and a long line of weapons. He was confident he would defeat him and quickly become powerful. Beru in spirit form oddly addressed Sung Suho as the Sung Suho. Beru had witnessed his brave battles against enemies many times. Despite facing seemingly insurmountable challenges again and again, the Sung Suho never once fled. Beru's thoughts about him were sincere. Beneath that fragile exterior, you could see the true image of a king deep inside. It just saw the enemy the system tasked him to eliminate and identified his true form as a sword. If all the enemy's limbs were cut off and separated from its host, it would no longer be able to move. Sung Suho was half believing, half doubting. Is that really so? Yang Ho possessed had become Lang Na? He stared at him like a madman. His eyes glowed like a cat's in the dark, standing there fiercely observing everything. To restrain Lang Na, shadow creatures resembling hunting dogs lunged to attack him. One of the hunting dogs bit onto Rakan's fang, either testing for strength or sharpening its teeth. Sung Suho was surprised by his own small action. Oh, they really stand back up once I pour in mana. Beru explained the special principle to him. Dark warriors like us are basically spirit forms. As long as you have mana, we can be restored. Who would have guessed that just after boasting a hunting dog's body was split in half by a sword strike? How do you see the power of these dark warriors? Not much different from the outcome. Another dark warrior was struck by a sword, instantly disappearing while charging forward. Another raised its claw but was immediately pierced by him. Sung Suho turned and asked, losing faith. The strength of that dark warrior, Beru was sweating nervously, even blaming him, saying it was because the Sung Suho's mana was still too weak. He was still stunned by Yo's swordsmanship. How could it be? The sword he held not only radiated deadly intent, but was extremely sharp. Yang Ho remained arrogant about his sword skills, mocking Sung Suho boldly. A trivial pest like you dares wield the power of the Dark King. Sung Suho was angry, but more curious. What, it can talk? Meanwhile, Beru tensed up and quickly took over to assert authority by updating identity. How dare you call the king's bloodline a mere trivial pest? All of Yo's teeth were razor sharp, his madness escalating. The king's bloodline. Who would have thought we'd meet here? Before he finished, something was hurled at him. You enemy of the Fang King. Yang Ho fell into fury, caught off guard by a surprise axe attack. It was actually a move from Sung Suho's position, now holding the axe himself. I suppose it's time to test your strength a bit. He swung at him. At the same time, Long Na counterattacked and barely dodged Sung Suho's fierce power. As Sung Suho expected, the red-cloaked mana beast easily handled this strike. He hesitated because many weapons were stuck in the ground ahead. Meanwhile, Yang Ho howled madly, having lost consciousness. Sung Suho finally decided firmly to overwhelm him with numbers. He seemed surrounded by the techniques he unleashed, aimed at fending off attacks from all sides. Beru behind him widened his eyes, admiring Sung Suho's back. This was the innate talent of a ruler, the power of a sovereign inherited at birth. But each of Yo's moves was sharp enough to cut weapons in half, making Sung Suho anxious. Still, Yo continuously shattered the weapons. Sung Suho launched into pieces in midair. Yang Ho, clutching Rakan's fang, charged forward fiercely, eyes shining like stage lights. Sung Suho refused to back down, still gripping the axe determinedly. Yet it had to be admitted, Yo's power was terrifying. One strike shattered his axe. Sung Suho pondered as he watched him. Within a single attack, the goblin's weapon changed hands, leaving him unarmed, forced only to dodge attacks. If things keep going like this, isn't that basically having no way to fight back? My mind races with thoughts as I envision the scene where if I recklessly act, just one hit could be the end. If this battle drags on, I won't have any chance to win. Yang Ho is clearly trying to provoke me, expecting me to run away like a coward indefinitely. The Dark King seems like someone who only knows how to hide behind his soldiers. Beru didn't wait for his master to finish speaking and snapped back immediately. That bastard. Sung Suho released his grip from the broken axe. He was officially pissed off. Talking smack about someone's mother is downright disrespectful. He swung Rakan's fang straight at him. Sung Suho could only leap aside to dodge the blow. Even though provoked, he didn't feel confident enough to overpower him. Damn it, if only I was stronger, Sung Suho thought deeply, still noticing no change in himself. Beru, you know if the seal is broken. Why hasn't my power returned since climbing the tower? The system Manhwa gave a solid explanation for his reasonable suspicion. The young king's power has been sealed since birth. It's better if you think of yourself as regaining that strength right now. If you truly had that power, you could easily take on Itarim. Ultimately, Beru concluded, making Sung Suho appear disappointed. But this is all caught between reality and illusion. It's simply a test to see if you can manifest your talent. Whether you pass or fail, your physical strength will disappear afterward. Suddenly Beru's hand sprouted, reminding him, in short, it's just a game. Your experiences in the tower aren't wasted. Try to recall your fighting spirit and emotions. Yang Ho kept launching attacks at Sung Suho. The memories of battling with bare fists in that tower remain vivid. If only I still had my old gloves, that'd be great. He recalled Beru's words from earlier, which helped him regain composure. As darkness soldiers, we basically exist as souls. As long as you retain your mana, we can recover. Sung Suho carefully weighed his thoughts to make the right decision. Come to think of it, I can change Beru's form however I want. He's always been behind me, cheering me on. The young king's support boosted Sung Suho's confidence. Given that the Dark Warriors suddenly rose and giant hounds appeared, Arise Yang Ho thirsted for victory, frustrated when the opponent resorted to such cheap tricks. Don't you see those tactics are useless? As he readied Rakan's fang, two hunting dogs lunged at Yang Ho. You're mine first. These hounds were drastically different from before. They stared unblinking, unable to understand how. The Dark Warrior suddenly became riddled with holes. Sung Suho had to empower them again, spreading his arms wide to pour mana. Meanwhile, Yo aimed at a finishing blow. Dust flew wildly, but it couldn't hide his triumphant smile. Suddenly, Yang Ho's smile vanished when something blocked his strike. Shu mustered his last strength to block Ran's fang. Dark Iron Wolf, huh? You do live up to your name. The system notified him of the skill he was using. Dark Iron Wolf level 1 transforms the steel glove. The system reminded him that his glove skill had just leveled up. It also notified that the glove's level 2 transformation requires dark power instead of mana and allows free shape-shifting of the Dark Soldier. Sung Suho regained his confident stance and knocked Yo's sword away from his head. With this, I can fight you one-on-one now. Neither he nor Yo would yield. Their strikes clashed fiercely. Beru stood wide-eyed in wonder, trembling before finally blurting, "Oh my god," turning a dark soldier into a weapon. In Beru's mind appeared an image of a dark power user, always praising him in the kindest words. The Dark King who surpassed countless levels, stands free to command the shadows. Yet the young king only just learned dark power. As small as a newly hatched ant, and managed to level up dark power without guidance. Beru admired his sharp reflexes against Yang Ho's attacks, and his fierce fighting spirit. An axe suddenly appeared mid-air behind him. Just as Beru said, he possessed the talent of a ruler. From a mere weapon, the axe slashed through, wounding Yang Ho. The fury on Yang Ho's face was the clearest proof. He was utterly amazed by the power he possessed. Beru was also quite surprised by Sung Suho's abilities, who was now even wielding the power of darkness. He could only scream in his mind. Sung Suho's eyes still shone brightly, despite being exhausted. "Oh my sovereign." Yang Ho appeared in agony, his body covered in multiple slash wounds, as he tried to charge at Sung Suho. Then Sung Suho delivered a flying punch that slammed Yang Ho into the wall, causing debris to collapse. Dust and smoke filled the air after their relentless battle. But the fight was far from over. Yang Ho rose again, brandishing Rakan's fang. Cracks appeared on the ground. Swirling winds scattered dust everywhere. Unexpectedly, a number of axes were neatly lined up on the ground. Suddenly, all the axes launched simultaneously, controlled by Sung Suho's magical power. Beru could hardly believe his eyes. Sung Suho held one axe in his hand, while the others flew straight toward Yo. "Young sovereign, sir." Sung Suho skillfully defeated Rakan's fang, disarming it from Yo's grasp. Sung Suho truly deserved praise from Beru, a genuine prodigy. Sung Suho continued talking with Beru. His name was marked in red, which made me a bit worried. Yet Sung Suho managed to defeat him. Beru still had unwavering trust in Sung Suho. "I was certain you would win, young sovereign." Sung Suho knew Beru was only trying to comfort him, so he told him not to lie anymore. Though the result wasn't perfect, Sung Suho still felt somewhat fortunate. Plus, thanks to this battle, he learned a new fighting method, so it wasn't so bad after all. Sung Suho smiled faintly, excitedly, saying, "Now let's check out the rewards." The system sent a notification. "Notification. You have received your rewards upon completing the mission. Would you like to view your rewards?" The notification showed yes or no options. Of course, Sung Suho chose to see them. After selecting yes, the system sent another notification outlining the mission rewards you will receive as follows. The reward included the skill Violent Wind Slash. Another notification arrived. Notification: you have learned the Violent Wind Slash skill. The system thoughtfully introduced this new skill to Sung Suho: Violent Wind Slash Level 1. An active skill requiring 50 mana. The power of a whirling gale envelops your sword. You can attack multiple enemies simultaneously. Sung Suho relished his reward, a skill he had longed for most. "I've instinctively understood how to use this skill," Sung Suho mused curiously. "Maybe I should try it out." Sung Suho began testing his new skill, glancing at his sword. Regarding the sword weapon, a voice suddenly echoed in Sung Suho's mind. "What a disgrace. To think I was defeated by the bloodline of the Dark Sovereign." Yet that voice refused to acknowledge Sung Suho's victory. But the story wasn't over. Human greed knows no bounds. Sung Suho bent down to pick up the sword. The mysterious presence seemed quite pleased with Sung Suho's action, feeling smug. "Indeed, once you grasp my sword, hilt, your own greed will consume you." Sung Suho's hands reached for the sword, but what the voice expected did not happen. A system notification popped up. "You have obtained Rakan's fang item." Sung Suho examined his sword, realizing it was far superior to a goblin's weapon. Surprised, the voice spoke, "I inherited the strength of the Fang Claw Sovereign. Yet somehow, a being exists whom I cannot control." Excited by his new sword, Sung Suho drew it and said, "Let's see how this skill performs." The system then sent another notification blessing him with Candiaru's favor. "Candiaru has bestowed upon you a special enchantment. Upon receiving Candiaru's blessing, you gain a healthy, robust body. This is a permanent effect, extended lifespan, curing all diseases, poisons, and negative statuses, with significantly enhanced recovery power during sleep." Sung Suho gripped the sword tightly. Sung Suho raised it high. The system announced Violent Wind Slash activated. Earth and rocks scattered everywhere after Sung Suho's strike. Stones trembled as if about to crack. Sung Suho noted that using the skill drained all his mana, which may be inconvenient, but he loved the destructive power. Beru added, compared to now, your response to using the shadow extraction skill was way too calm. The power of darkness is 100,000 times greater than that. Meanwhile, Sung Suho's older brother slowly regained consciousness. Sung Suho was surprised. Oh, you're awake. His brother held his head in pain, curiously asking, what happened before Sung Suho could catch a breath? He faced an awful scene ahead. Mouth agape, Sung Suho realized he was too excited to explain everything fully. He asked, do you want to hear it while we head outside? In the bustling city with crowds everywhere, Sung Suho took the lead, saying he would check if anyone was still alive in the dungeon. His friend agreed. All right, he said. Watching Sung Suho's figure grow distant, he silently assessed Shu from afar, a renowned hunter skilled in summoning. Despite the minor challenges, Shu did not stand out much. How could Shu be this strong? His eyes were filled with doubt as he stared at Shu, but soon he dismissed those thoughts. There was no point dwelling on it now. The steady stream of people passed by, reassuring each other. Don't worry. I'm not hurt. Why did this happen? Now the real importance was clear. Sung Suho had saved everyone here. The fierce dogs lunged forward aggressively. They attacked Sung Suho, but he calmly took down one after another. The system kept sending alerts nonstop. You have defeated Iron Fang Wolf. You have defeated Iron Fang Wolf. Level up notifications kept flooding in. After finishing off the threats, Sung Suho told Beru, there are still many wolf-type monsters inside. Beru reminded him, it's all experience, so don't waste it. Sung Suho frowned and questioned Rakan's fang. Why has your attack power dropped all of a sudden? Rakan's fang replied coldly, Humph. Do you think I would cooperate with someone from the Dark King's bloodline? A status panel appeared, showing Rakan's swift weapon rarity, undetermined. An offensive sword with 30 to -5 adjusted stats. The blade was forged from Rakan's fang, the king of beasts. Rakan's spirit resided within this sword, and if wielded, low-level hunters could be possessed by it. The sword's despise the weak effect, caused targets to fear for 1 minute. All stats hovered around 50%, with critical wound effects, and a 15% chance to deliver double critical damage. Beru mocked Rakan's fang. You even have skills to fight enemies weaker than yourself, pathetic. Rakan's fang retorted disdainfully, pathetic. What hunter targets prey stronger than themselves? Beru sneered. You're slightly stronger than the minor king, but he would still beat you. Rakan's fang stammered defensively as if offering a weak excuse. Shu was speechless with them, first a talking insect, then a talking shadow. Everything was chaotic, he thought loudly. He stood silently observing. This was a classic scene from the leveling manhwa genre. Shu stepped closer to a place glowing with eerie red light. Numerous fallen warriors lay scattered across the ground. Sung Suho watched silently. Suddenly, Beru reminded Sung Suho quietly, they're all dead. Rakan's fang responded coldly, I only kill those who dare enter here. My duty is to guard the Claw King's territory. Sung Suho unexpectedly grasped Rakan's fang, surprising it greatly. Shu's fury surged. He slammed it into the ground and ordered be quiet for a moment. The system popped up, notifying a shadow retrieval option on this target. Sung Suho was startled. Shadow retrieval works on humans too. Beru respectfully answered, Your Highness, you can raise all corpses as your army without concern for race. Shu extended his hands and grabbed the body sprawled on the ground, swiftly handling the pile of corpses there. Beru asked in surprise, Aren't you planning to use shadow retrieval? Sung Suho gave a casual confirmation. Yeah, with a tone full of empathy. He added, They're already dead. Forcing them to fight would be cruel punishment. Seems Sung Suho doesn't have the heart for these tactics. Beru was speechless. Your Highness. While Rakan's fang remained silent too. Sung Suho had finished dealing with all threats. Suddenly, he asked, You said this is a sacred land of a king. Beru confirmed. That's right. Sung Suho asked more. My father is also a king, but didn't he kill other kings before? Then who are they? What connection do they have to Itarim? Sung Suho was curious. Beru answered based on its knowledge. You can regard Itarim as your current enemy and the kings as his former foes. There are 9 kings total, including the monarch, Beru said proudly, introducing the kings. First is your father Sung Jin-Woo the Great, the king of the dead, the Dark Prince. Then there's the Beast King, a prime example common to system manhwa stories. The Tyrant Overlord, the Insect Queen. The Plague Overlord, the King of Humanoid Monsters. The Iron Body Monarch, the Demon King, the White Flame Overlord. The Giant King, the Original Monarch. The Snow Tribe King, the Ice Monarch. The Spirit Evil Sovereign, the King of Shapeshifters, and finally the Fury Dragon King, The Destruction Monarch, these 9 rulers were introduced with such intensity, it took my breath away. Yet, Beru shared their story with relentless energy, showing no sign of fatigue. Despite their overwhelming powers, unimaginable to ordinary people, the 9 overlords all possessed strengths beyond belief. When the other 8 overlords invaded Earth, they all perished at the hands of Sung Suho. Sung Suho showed a brief flicker of sadness. Did father really do that? Suddenly, Rakan's Fang spoke up. That's right. The Dark Overlord was the one who killed my master, the Tyrant Overlord. The Tyrant Overlord started grumbling angrily. If my power was intact, I would have torn you apart by now. Someone of the same bloodline as the Dark Overlord should have been shredded and fed to wolves. Then his tone shifted into a threat. Sung Suho quieted him before speaking with understanding. I get where you're coming from. Sung Suho defended his father, saying, he must have fought the other overlords to protect Earth, while you've only been trying to defend this place from invaders. Both sides are fighting to protect what's important to them, and that's why it's happening. Still, Sung Suho harbored unresolved doubts he couldn't shake up to this moment. But I still don't understand one thing. You say you must fight me, because I share blood with the Dark Overlord. He continued, if your mission is to protect this place, why act hostile toward my father? That seems foolish. Rakan's Fang was taken aback by the truth in that statement. What did you say? Sung Suho replied, I want to meet my parents, but invaders from outside this realm prevent me. As long as I reach my goal, I'm willing to use any power necessary. He pressed on. If Itarim's invasion starts, chaos will engulf this place too, right? If you help me, I'll also help protect this place. Sung Suho laid out terms to Rakan's Fang, who was unsure. Cooperate with someone sharing blood with the Dark Overlord. He stared directly into Sung Suho's eyes. Sung Suho gripped Rakan's Fang tightly. What do you say? He knelt down, and the Dark Overlord and Tyrant Overlord became allies. Elsewhere, on a beautiful day in a cozy cafe, buzzing with life, many people gathered to enjoy the uplifting atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the corner, reporters swarmed to interview Sung Il-won. Could you walk us through the complete destruction that happened in the dungeon yesterday, they asked. Mr. Sung Il-won, survivor of yesterday's incident, they continued. Sung Il-won agreed, I'll tell you everything. He thought to himself, even if only an E-hunter, if recognized, the rewards from Sung Suho would definitely improve. This is a good chance to repay my debt to Sung Suho. That evening, an article appeared online detailing how an E-hunter named Dan saved other hunters during a dungeon collapse. The article also included eyewitness accounts of Dan rushing bravely toward the ghost beasts to rescue everyone, listing many he saved. At the office, Kim Young nervously poked his forehead with a pen. Isn't it time to hire some porters? At the Hyunmu base managing team too? Yongjun's subordinate agreed. Yeah, the collection team is clamoring for more staff. I think we need to recruit more E-rank hunters. Yongjun nodded in agreement. He suggested, I'll send some candidates to you. How about this one? The subordinate checked the info Yongjun sent. An E-rank hunter evacuated and cleared a dungeon while fighting ghost beasts during the collapse and helped the raid team hunters escape. The subordinate was stunned. An E-hunter, Yongjun replied. If a big guild like us recruits him, wouldn't it make front-page news? They reviewed Sung Suho's profile, a hero rising from E-rank. Yongjun decided, I'll contact him right away. The next day, after reviewing some work, Yong slammed his phone on the table. Yong nervously asked his subordinate, has Hunter Sung Suho responded yet? He's been invited to join the Hyunmu Guild as an E-rank hunter. He'll be thrilled. Judging by the subordinate's reaction, Yongjun seemed confident in his prediction. Just as the assistant's response echoed, Yongjun raised his voice sharply. What he turned down the offer, Yongjun couldn't believe his ears. So he asked again to confirm. He refused the invitation from the Azure Dragon Guild. Isn't it absurd for an E-rank rookie hunter to reject an offer from a major guild like ours? The subordinate reread the message forwarded from So to the guild. He said he had no plans to join any guild at all. Yongjun's tone suddenly soared an octave. A hunter who refuses to join any guild. Does he think he's an S-rank hunter or something? Yongjun's patience was wearing thin. The assistant sensed Yongjun's rising anger and spoke up to calm him. Perhaps sooner or later, he'll call us back on his own. He'll soon realize how unreasonable it is not to belong to any guild. Meanwhile, So was at home replying to text messages. He sighed, exhausted. So scrolled through his phone wearily. I've received countless invites from guilds ever since returning from the dungeon, Beru praised. So many envy the talents I had back then, young monarch. so tiredly wiped his wet hair after a shower. But all of them are just trying to recruit me, like some bargain hunter. Why are they contacting me so much? What's their real reason? What's up with that? So collapsed onto the sofa, complaining. If I ever joined a guild, it would only slow down my progress through the leveling system. So joining a guild is unnecessary, he asserted. He turned to Beru to share his thoughts. Yeah, that's how it is. And also, because of Rakan's fang. Let's keep this talk going, right? Rakan's fang. Flashback a bit. After So held Rakan's fang in his hand, it spoke to him. How do you feel? Its voice questioned insistently. The dark and the fierce fang became allies. Rakan's fang was stunned. What's up with this kid? It wondered. So gripped the fang tightly. Rakan's fang was utterly shocked. How could he casually say something so illogical? But then the fang reconsidered. It realized that, if the dark and fierce fang became allies, So's gaze grew deep. Before accepting the request, Rakan's fang proposed a condition. I have one demand. Take me to another territory of the fierce fang emperor, back in the present. So asked Rakan's fang. Do you know the way to that territory? The fang replied. If it's the territory of the holy fierce fang emperor, I can find it no matter how far it is. Rakan's fang continued. I can sense that the gateway to the sanctuary has vanished. It's likely what your kind calls a sudden dungeon outbreak. So responded. Then, that sanctuary must have turned into an environmental dungeon. A brief explanation about environmental dungeons. Environmental dungeons occur when the land becomes desertified due to a sudden dungeon outbreak from an abandoned monster gate. So decided to depart and sent a message to his uncle. Uncle, I'm heading out for a while. Don't worry about me even if I lose contact for some time. After texting his uncle, So finished preparing his gear, ready to set off. Let's head to that place, shall we? They started their journey under the cover of night. So, arrived at an iron fence with a dilapidated gate. Standing there, he asked Lai in confusion. Are you sure it's here? Rakan's fang answered. I'm sure. Observing the surroundings and the guarded sea area, So felt the challenge ahead. Among all places, this was occupied by a recently deceased hunter guild. So knew trespassing on private land here was illegal. He also heard that the Chahian guild was formed by outlaws, so there might be many thugs inside. Beru spoke up. Instead of listening to that tiny creature, it's better if you level up and boost your strength. But before finishing, Beru had to stop. It questioned, what are you doing? So was fully prepared to move forward into the gate. Beru looked at the camera, nervously concerned about the Chahian guild. So reassured him, saying everything will be manageable. Clenching his fist, he smashed the camera. So calmly explained, if we do this, there will be no evidence left. Right? Beru was surprised. The way you handle things without any hesitation really suits a monarch. So stepped inside, feeling unexpectedly moved. The way you work without a single flaw is very much like a true king. Stepping forward confidently, Sung Suho couldn't help but feel surprised. Are all environmental dungeons covered with such thick bones? Beru explains. That bone layer is cosmic magic, compressing the space barriers until they shatter and create cracks in this world. Rakan's fang adds, because of this bone layer, the sanctuary I reside in has passed through the crack and connected with Earth. It recalls entities from the cosmos digging a massive hole from our spatial epoch to send troops here. The more magical power they have, the greater the space distortion effects. Just like me. Sung Suho asks back. So you mean it takes time to transfer the strongest person here? Sung Suho suddenly pauses, then decides, all right then, we just need to level up. Thousands of monsters are charging at EXO to attack. Some are among the strongest beasts, like Grima with razor-sharp claws and the dark shadow Razan. Rakan's fang seems to have been waiting for this battle moment for far too long. Finally, it's time to showcase my true power. Sung Suho praises it, saying that's quite fierce. Watching the monsters rush forward, Sung Suho said, but I won't use you as a weapon. Rakan's fang is surprised. What? Sung Suho calmly replies. I've already thought through my fighting strategy. Confidently. The basic moves I learned from the tutorial. Sung Suho's hand clenches back into a fist. He decides to use the ruler's hand skill to support mid and long-range combat. Sung Suho grabs Rakan's fang, eyes cold and focused. He plans to combine different weapons to confuse the enemies. The system alerts. The skill Fierce Slash has been activated. He reaches out standing tall and ready like a true hero. He gains rewards by summoning his warrior shadow. Sung Suho proudly introduces. This is my new fighting style. Beru can't help but admire. Wonderful young king. Rakan's fang is equally surprised. So this is the power of someone from the Dark King's bloodline. It silently assesses that the longer the battle drags, the stronger he becomes. He grows stronger and uses defeated enemies. With this crowd, we have a chance in this outer world war. Everything is settled. Sung Suho surveys his results, now able to handle 5 shadow soldiers, after boosting his critical points. Suddenly, Beru jumps in. Still, that's nothing compared to tens of millions of your king soldiers. He barely finishes before Sung Suho sharply interrupts. Silence. Only the rustling leaves remain in the forest. Rakan's fang leads Sung Suho and Beru to find the gate. Upon arrival, it exclaims, "Here it is." Rakan's fang says, "This is the gateway to the territory." But bad luck strikes, someone is still lingering in the forest. Zoe laments, "Bro, really, I can't believe someone is still here this late." Rakan's fang states, "They are those clinging desperately to life." Sung Suho wonders, why are they still here at this hour? Isn't it better to take out the mages during the day? Below, a group is transporting something. The wagon slowly rolls. Sung Suho is surprised. He sees them cornering a blindfolded girl, one even stepping closer, lifting her face. Sung Suho asks Beru, "Are we really witnessing a human trafficking scene?" Beru confirms, "Looks that way." Beru reminds him firmly, "Sung Suho, young king, we're trespassing here. Not acting rashly would be wiser if we get caught here." Before Beru finishes, Sung Suho disappears, and Beru helplessly shouts, "Hey," Rakan's fang says, "He's gone." Rakan recalls his father, a violent crime detective, and his uncle, a legendary firefighter. The 21-year-old Sung Suho grew up admiring them. The group below senses something and quickly looks back. Sung Suho is taking flight to attack, all sharing the common habit to act immediately when something's unfair. Sung Suho's eyes sharpen as he strikes at those people. Sung Suho rushes forward, directly beating the kidnapper to a pulp. The kidnapper takes a punch to the face from Sung Suho's foot, his face severely bruised. Sung Suho's action surprises his allies, leaving them speechless. The kidnappers are stunned, two just standing there with mouths agape, powerless. The kidnapper falls face down after Sung Suho's strike. Sung Suho turns back, eyes like bullets glaring so fiercely, it feels like popping their eyes out. The kidnappers panic, stammering, Who the hell are you?" Sung Suho finally realizes he overdid it, panics and covers his face. "Indeed. My body moved on its own. I must have been too angry." Right now, Sung Suho really wishes he could go back a few minutes to stop his temper. Sung Suho gritted his teeth, realizing he had made a big mistake. Invading another guild's territory is illegal. What should he do now? Sung Suho was racking his brain for a solution to this tough situation. Suddenly, he remembered something. A giant Beru sprinted towards Sung Suho and flew right past him. Regaining his advantage, Sung Suho warned with a threatening tone. "So you kidnapped someone, and then threatened them. What are you people? Damn Chahian guild scum?" Sung Suho's voice turned more dangerous. The Chahian guild members finally registered the severity of the situation, shouting back, "Who the hell are you? You not only invaded our territory, but also attacked us. Do you want to die?" their leader taunted. Then he ordered his underlings to tear Sung Suho apart. His followers eagerly charged forward at his command. Apparently, they still hadn't realized their mistake. One by one, they advanced, aiming straight for Sung Suho's face. Fortunately, Sung Suho quickly escaped from these crazed attackers. Silently recalling his research, he knew Chahian guild members generally rank at D class. To be safe, I shouldn't unleash my full power. Sung Suho calculated and acted on this thought. Sung Suho decided to fight them, using only about 1/2 of his power. Each opponent was kicked flying nearly 39,000 miles away. Seeing their comrades brutally defeated, the remaining attackers looked panic-stricken and worried. Sung Suho leapt into the air, executing a flawless flip, instantly scaring the Chahian guild members present. Beru suddenly exclaimed, "Little king." Feeling both surprised and a bit proud, Beru added, "He is truly matured to this extent. Can those so-called awakening, Manhwa, cold-level beings compete with him? I, Beru, am genuinely moved." After putting on his mask, Sung Suho's face looked even more menacing. He silently judged his victory as too easy. Every last Chahian guild member present was captured by Sung Suho, piled up neatly. Beru proudly ran out to praise Sung Suho non-stop. That was a clean takedown, young king. The girl whom Sung Suho had helped escape from the Chahian guild kidnappers stammered her thanks. "Thank you so much for saving me." Then she asked, "Are you a hunter from the Hunter Guild?" Seeing this, Sung Suho could only choose his words carefully, and said something along those lines. In this situation, that was the only thing he could say. The people Sung Suho saved were deeply touched. tears streaming down their faces. Sung Suho reassured them, I'll take care of everything here, so please evacuate to a safe place. After the crowd left, Sung Suho asked Beru curiously, why on earth does the Chahian guild resort to kidnapping? Suddenly, Rakan's brother called out, Sung Suho, listen, I can sense something. Sung Suho immediately pressed. Sense what exactly? Rakan's brother explained. That's why I said we should come over here. He referred to the old warehouse nearby. Sung Suho, Rakan's brother, and Beru approached it. Sung Suho pulled up the rolling door with his hand. The sight inside shocked Sung Suho. Sung Suho spoke hesitantly. This is... Before them were dozens of cells with iron bars. Sung Suho scanned the area. Is this where they imprison people? There are lots of scraps like empty medicine bottles, used syringes scattered everywhere. Beru also sensed a mysterious energy there. This vague energy might be Sung Suho's. Beru and Rakan's brother stared into a small cell nearby. Sung Suho saw a trembling puppy in the dark corner. He couldn't understand or guess what the Chahian guild's intentions might be. Why would they imprison even a puppy? What are the Chahian guild really trying to do? Rakan's brother corrected. That's not a puppy. It's a wolf cub. He said. It's the descendant of the Beast King. Sung Suho gasped in surprise. What? Rakan's brother continued. After losing to the Dark King, the Beast King left to air with his guards and sent the descendant to the sanctuary. He believed that, as long as his essence remained, another Beast King would be born. The sound of iron hitting the ground echoed. Truly, he wanted a new Beast King to rise. The atmosphere here gradually darkened, as if Rakan's fang truly understood the burden weighing on King Hungna. He wished for his bloodline to remain unbroken and thrive for generations to come. Beru said, I can sense the faint energy belonging to the Hungna King in that wolf. Since it's very weak and has traveled so far, if we leave it as is, it will die. Beru asked, what will you do now? The Sung Suho didn't know how to react appropriately. Are you just going to hesitate like that? Suddenly, Ran's brother shouted. What's going on? This voice made Sung Suho and Beru both turn around. These people were from the Chahian guild. There was a commotion among them. Since the ones outside had already been defeated, there had to be a few left inside. But it seemed like only one remained. Sung Suho glared at them with hatred. Damn it, are there still members of that guild here? Suddenly, Sung Suho realized that in front of him wasn't a man but a monster. That monster was furious about the situation. The Chahian guild, those useless bastards, just as I suspected, can't be trusted. Rakan's fang sneered. Roki, you're still alive? Sung Suho was curious. Do you know him? It answered, I do. He is the guard I mentioned earlier, assigned to protect the air. Roki saw Rakan's fang and asked Han. It's been a while, hasn't it? Rakan's fang angry questioned Broki. Broki, you haven't forgotten that you were sent to guard the heir of the Hungna King, right? What the hell did you do to cause this mess? It demanded. Sung Suho's hands began to clench into fists. Roki looked straight at Sung Suho. What the hell? It sneered near Sung Suho's face. You dare lay a hand on my possession, Roki challenged. Sung Suho stayed silent, only admiring its speed. Too fast. Roki bared its teeth and unleashed a massive force, smashing the nearby stones into pieces. Its speed was unreal, and its strength too, knocking Sung Suho back hard. Beru saw the danger and shouted, rushing to Sung Suho's side. Young King. The entire ground was shrouded in thick smoke and dust. Beru reached Sung Suho, who had been struck, and sat down worried. Concerned, Beru asked Han, Are you okay? Sung Suho, half-joking, assessed. Out of all the hits I've taken recently, this one hurt the most. Beru yelled anxiously. Your head is bleeding. Sung Suho, a bit annoyed, replied calmly. My head's buzzing. Stop yelling. Suddenly, Beru's system announced a defense skill upgrade, increasing physical defense from 20% to 40%. Beru's worry didn't fade. Young King, when we arrived here, I sensed a vague energy source. Now I know what it is. Beru continued. Itarim, I can feel Itarim's energy on that person. Rakan's fang stepped forward and said to Broki, do you realize what you're doing to the heir of the Hungna King? Broki replied, do you think I could still maintain this sanctuary and power after losing the territory? Rakan's fang was shocked. Broki added, for the survival of the strongest kingdoms, only the strong can endure. The weak survive only by depending on the stronger, and that's the law of nature. The weak become nourishment for the strong, Roki said. Although this guy is too weak, he shares the same bloodline as the Hungna King, making him the perfect source of nourishment. Roki exposed his true nature. That's why I've always wanted to absorb him. Roki was thrilled. I've wanted to drink his blood. The blood of the king. Rakan's fang called Roki out disappointedly. Roki was determined. And I will surely kill all of you. Laughing, Roki taunted, you can't even do anything on your own. What can a human like you do to stop me? The king's death proves he was weak. Sung Suho stretched out his hand. Roki continued boasting, but me surviving makes me truly strong. Sung Suho waved his hand away. Roki gleefully said, you deserve the title of king. He looked at everyone. Beru went to the wolf and called Hylas. Suddenly something passed by. It was Sung Suho. Sung Suho summoned Rakan's fang back to his hand. Beru was startled. Charge Sung Suho. The fang of Rakan echoed. Sung Suho replied, just in time. Seems like you're pretty mad at that bastard too, huh? Sung Suho said, this is the first time the alliance between darkness and Hung Na has really shown its power. Sung Suho thought quietly. Itarim, finally, I've uncovered a lead connected to my father. Broki is furious. What a nuisance, a low-life pest. Broki threatens Sung Suho, saying, I'll kill you. Suddenly, the system announces a new mission, an urgent quest notification. Mission urgent, defeat the Chahian guild, eliminate Broki and keep yourself safe. Eliminate Broki. This new mission has just been sent to Sung Suho by the system. Can he overcome this challenge? Meanwhile, Bezdu holds the dog crying and whining. Sigh. There's nothing I can do but watch helplessly. The dog droops its head, looking pensive and sorrowful, as the scene shifts to the battlefield. At this moment, holding Gan's fang in his hand, he faces off against Borjoki. He thinks to himself, Chahian, Borjoki. He suspects he's figured out where the guild's name came from. How can a monster both found a guild and hunt humans? Is there a connection to the Itajim group? Itajim is the main villain in this story. Suddenly those people behind say, Lord Borjoki, please release us. This surprises both him and the others. They continue. That guy is no ordinary foe. We'll support you. With this offer, Borjoki contemplates briefly. Meanwhile, Sung Suho draws the blue sword and declares loudly, I won't stand by and watch this happen. The moment he finishes speaking, the monster bares its razor-sharp teeth and lunges toward the group. Terrified, they exclaim, ah. Then, with a gentle snap, its bite decapitates them all, spraying blood everywhere. Sung Suho stares in shock and fear what Borjoki says. Needing help against a monster like this, people unaware of their place deserve only to be easy prey. Filled with rage, he swings his sword toward the beast, shouting loudly, Borjoki. The blade cuts fast, but the monster casually blocks it with one hand. Face to face, his eyes blaze with fury. He questions, do you kill people just for that reason? The monster replies, that deciding whether Lu Xiang lives or dies is the privilege of the strong. Then it hurls him away, saying, you think the strong owe reasons for everything they do? Immediately he rebounds and leaps down from above. His eyes glow fiercely, full of hatred aimed at the foe. Gritting his teeth, he charges forward, swinging his sword. The monster punches toward him, but he dodges in time. A wall nearby instantly shatters. The battle rages on. Every strike from the monster is met with one from him. The two exchange blows relentlessly, refusing to back down. Suddenly, a monster stomps hard, cracking the ground. Its eyes blaze, and it breaks into a twisted smile. Then it tenses and unleashes a powerful shockwave, spreading all around. Suddenly it notices something. A very familiar silhouette appears above, shocking it. Sung Suho swings a slash toward it. The wind guard slash. The monster raises its hand, blocking the strike. It laughs scornfully. Ha ha ha. That's all you've got. I expected more from the Dark Monarch's heir. Before it finishes, the sword pierces through its chest, silencing it instantly. He says, this isn't over yet, and activates a whirlwind. Immediately, the sword generates a fierce gust, cutting through the monster's body. He asks, why did you turn out like this? Suddenly, the fang emits a sound. You loyal to and reverent of Lord Jia. Can Y betray him? This confuses and unsettles the monster. It stands thoughtful. Ah, respect Jia-kan. It mutters, recalling images of Jia-kan playing over in its mind. Then grabs the fang and shouts, no, no. It violently hurls the fang to the ground, shattering it. Enraged, it yells, I never respected him. I only bowed to Jia-kan's power. It continues to the shattered fang. Do you think I'll always live a weak life? Sung Suho shouts, looking at the scene fang. Immediately, the monster charges, throwing a powerful punch to his stomach. It says, this is no time for you to care for others. The low-life insect. He feels extreme fear and pain, his bones threatening to break. But whenever he recalls his father, who might still be fighting somewhere out there, it fuels his strength and he instantly breaks free from that punch. Then his eyes blazed brightly as he turned, releasing an incredibly powerful aura. He raised his fist and delivered a fierce punch to the monster's stomach. I can't afford to fall here. The monster was knocked back by his punch, and Beru shouted loudly, "My young king." At this moment, the sword shattered into pieces. The gem embedded in it also broke apart, and its power began to leak out. With the cracked sword, I was doomed to be destroyed next. Regardless of the survival of the descendants within the clan, regardless of the future of the Fang tribe, everything rested solely on Sung Suho's shoulders. I wanted to keep fighting. I still wanted to fight. Then he looked toward the dog in the distance. How will the descendant of the Lord protect us? Min understood. Sung Suho was still locked in fierce combat with the monster. NH thought further. So he had drawn inspiration in both spirit and combat from acts of nobility, showing no mercy to evil. I got it now. The last thing I could do was here. It started glowing brightly. Then those beams of light moved closer toward the dog. I could transfer all the remaining power in me to the descendant of the Hung Na Lord. Saying that, the energy transferred directly into the dog, completely healing all of its wounds. Meanwhile, at Sung Suho's side, he was getting relentlessly beaten by the monster, thrown far away by its blows, then slammed into a nearby wall. The wall crumbled, and his wife had already lost consciousness. He looked utterly wretched, his hair hanging down, sitting motionless right there. His blood was now only 21 out of 2,350. Still, he revived with a face full of killing intent and rage, seeming stronger than before. The monster said, "Just a pesky bug, yet you lasted quite a while." Then, it started moving closer to him. He wondered if he could defeat it. The monster surged toward him with an attack. Die. Its sharp claws nearly touched him. He gritted his teeth furiously. Damn it. A huge explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Earlier, the dog had bitten the monster's arm just in time to save him. He was surprised by this. The dog looked back at him. He said, "You are." Noticing the bleeding bite mark on the monster's arm, he started to realize something. The dog growled fiercely with anger. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. "Attention, the Fang tribe descendant greatly admires the player's fighting spirit. Would you like to recruit the Fang tribe descendant as an ally?" He stood frozen in disbelief. The Fang tribe descendant. So the little wolf from before might become his teammate. The monster glared at the wolf dog and said, "You are a descendant of Jia Kan. Have you absorbed the Fang Jia Kan's demonic power?" Sung Suho was stunned. It absorbed power from Fang Jia Kan. That means Fang Jia Kan sacrificed himself to save the descendant king. The system message appeared again. "Would you like to recruit the Fangclaw descendant as an ally?" He thought to himself. From the start, he wanted to ally with the Fangclaw tribe, so there was no reason to refuse. He pressed his finger on the control panel. The system voice sounded again. "You have recruited the Fangclaw descendant as an ally." Now, both his eyes and the wolf dog's eyes opened wide. Something deeply entered his mind. He saw images of the dog and the monster. The monster said, "Descendant of Jia Kan, I have lost to the Dark Lord." He continued, "This world runs on the law of the big fish eating the small fish. Since I have lost, I will lose much. Become strong to make the Fangclaw tribe prosperous." Saying this, he patted the dog's head. Both dogs fell silent, the smaller dog crying silently. Before it, the monster knelt before a group marked with plus signs on their heads, protecting it. He said, "What are you? Why not finish me off?" The child in the woman's arms replied, "Seems like a useful monster. Exactly what I need. I choose this one." Then the child slowly brought a crystal close to the monster's face. As the crystal touched its eye, a pitiful scream echoed, frightening the dog outside immensely. "Hyena Borzoki. From now on, your mission is to capture humans alive and bring them to me. The thing I implant in their bodies will grant them power. Of course, it depends on who uses it." Now the monster had transformed into a wicked entity. The dog behind howled in despair. Then something terrifying happened that filled the dog with dread. Before it stood Borzoki. He bowed before a long tongue, heard sharp teeth chuckling loudly. It seemed their ambitions had been twisted. Sung Suho was left stunned. The memories of the Claw descendants. These people attached something to Borzoki's eye. Could they be the direct culprits, linked to Yasm? The Claw descendants don't seek revenge on Borzoki. They want to stop him from running wild. If this is part of their plan, I have to defeat Borzoki first. But I lack the strength to beat him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "You have received a mission upon recruiting teammates." This caught him off guard. Mission notification. Descendants of the King. Locate the descendants of the kings and recruit them as allies. One of the king's descendants has become ally, 1 out of 8. Reward a question mark. The connection skill has formed through the link with the claw descendants, surprising both him and the wolf companion. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, forcing Bojoki to shield his eyes quickly. Bedu nearby was shocked too. The young king is undergoing a transformation distinct from the king. Then Bojoki said, I don't know what's happening, but do you think I'll just sit back while you change? Saying that, he threw a punch and charged at him. The punch generated a powerful shockwave. Just one hit tore the stone apart, scattering debris while knocking him back. As the dust slowly cleared, the system announced that a new skill was created through the bond with the claw descendants. Suddenly, a hand intercepted Bojoki's punch, startling him. A man with platinum hair and a cross symbol on his forehead appeared. No one else but Sung Suho, who had merged power with the wolf. He looked incredibly cool in this new form, leaning backward confidently. The system notified that the connection skill called Beast Possession Level 1 consumes 1 mana per second, allowing the claw descendants to possess your body, boosts your physical strength, sharpening your senses like a beast's. Bojoki was stunned. What did he think? This time he combined with a claw descendant. He then threw a punch at him again, but surprisingly, he dodged everything with ease. He felt his body light senses heighten dramatically. I can sense every movement and dodge danger. Then he kicked straight at Bojoki's mouth. Right now, that hit would send blood spewing and agony screaming. Who knows if he still had teeth left to eat porridge after that. Suddenly, he recognized a sound. That was the cry from before. And now, the cross symbol began glowing on Bojoki's body. He looked at him, knowing he couldn't lose, or everything would be lost. Bojoki charged again and punched, but he blocked it. Bedu thought the young king's magic power had increased. Bojoki snarled. I don't know what you did, but I will never lose to a human like you. After all, power gaps come from species differences. You are all just a lowly race. Their fists collided, releasing a massive energy wave that shattered everything around them. After the blow, Bojoki's arm was forced backward, surprising him. Blood splattered everywhere. The system announced again. Notification: you have learned a new skill. 1-on-1 combat level 1. This passive skill consumes no mana. It sharpens your hand-to-hand fighting skills, adding 33% extra damage when attacking with fists. Bedu angrily said. How dare you mention racial differences in front of the young king? No race is superior to the Dark King's lineage. Bojoki finally realized, wait, this brat is a descendant. He then leapt upwards and blocked a kick aimed at him. A straight kick blasted him, sending him crashing to the ground and cracking the earth beneath. The two of them had reduced the area to ruins. After a while, his hair reverted to normal black. He breathed heavily as the wolf spirit exited his body. Bojoki lay motionless, but his mouth kept mumbling. Stronger. I must become stronger. The wolf approached and licked his face, and tears streamed down. I remember why I must get stronger now, he thought, as his eyes slowly closed and a past figure appeared. My master Chahian went mad because he couldn't protect him. The wolf howled in pain, while Sung Suho hung his head low. The system notified. You have defeated Hienaboki. Level up, level up. The gray wolf widened its golden pupils, staring at the massive corpse it had taken down amidst thick dust and smoke. Everything turned into a heap of rubble. On the ground, a giant red beast was knocked unconscious, while the wolf itself was also exhausted, its ears drooping low. Not just the two beasts. Sung Suho stood nearby in tattered clothes, looking weary. The Dark Ant King hovered beside him, sensing his owner's somber mood, and cheered young monarch, you did great. This encouragement from his beast companion moved him slightly, and he quietly asked Beru. You said you could sense Itarim's energy coming from Broki, right? Sung Suho suddenly tensed, recalling memories from the Clawfang tribe's guardian. Hunters entering Broki's dungeon had placed something over its eyes. That scene flashed back to him. Several hunters surrounded and restrained the beast, and while it was furious and trembling in pain, they used a strange power. They brought an object resembling a stone near its eyes that emitted golden energy. Could they be from Itarim? Why attack Broki? He wondered. In response to his question, Beru replied, probably not. The outer gods don't act directly. They use apostles to manipulate cause and effect. However, those hunters' goal surely relates to world invasion. Hearing this, Sung Suho furrowed his brows and clenched his fist. So there are also Itarim apostles on Earth. At this point, he felt a bit down, bowing his head and murmuring, if only I had more information, I wouldn't lose track of them again. There's one way, Beru cut in, surprising Sung Suho. Really, the Dark Ant King flying beside him suddenly sparked an idea. Brokey has memories. If I consume his corpse, I can see those memories and restore mana at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Amused by the thought, he showed a smile, but Sung Suho remained silent, looking skeptical. You have that ability. Even if doubtful, this is the only available way now to uncover the truth. Helpless, he turned to stare at the monster's corpse. The wolf sensed his gaze and looked over with its yellow tea-colored eyes. Man and beast locked eyes. Then, Sung Suho kneeled and asked earnestly with a smile, "Do you want to come with us? I have a place to show you." The wolf stared cautiously at the man, staying quiet and wary. Sung Suho didn't push it but smiled patiently with genuine warmth in his eyes. Then the gray wolf responded by rushing forward and licking his face, showing trust and companionship, which made Sung Suho feel ticklish and laugh joyfully. After deciding, he pulled out a key infused with dark energy and raised it into the air. From the key's tip, a powerful energy vortex spiraled open, revealing a space portal. Standing before it, Sung Suho looked at the wolf, signaling it to get ready to step inside, then glanced back. "I'm counting on you then." Behind him, Beru and the massive monster's corpse remained. The Dark Ant King stared at Sung Suho's retreating figure somewhat sulkily. "Young monarch, you're really kind." They arrived at a city with towering buildings, modern at face value, but engulfed in darkness. Only faint light filtered through the mist but failed to dispel the gloom. However, man and beast didn't enter directly. They walked along a dirt road, surrounded by huge trees. Beru flew near Sung Suho, curious. "Young monarch, why descend into a dungeon instead of going home?" Sung Suho chuckled and explained, "I want to find a place where the Claw Fang progeny can live." Beru was startled by that, a dark dungeon. He let the wolf lead the way, cautiously looking around the unfamiliar territory. While he walked behind, telling the Dark Ant King, "I have an alliance with the Claw Fang tribe. The young one lost both guardian and shrine, so it's pitiful." Suddenly, the system notification popped up, informing about a teammate. "The Claw Fang heir needs you to give it a name." He looked carefully. The system reminded again, "Please name the Claw Fang heir." Sung Suho was surprised and pointed at the wolf. "You want me to name you?" The wolf turned around and let out a loud bark to agree. Sung Suho stroked his chin, focused, and thought seriously. "Since your fur is gray, I'll call you Grady." Beru beside him nearly burst into laughter at the naming ability, resembling an emperor's. The wolf seemed quite happy with the name he gave it. With his eyes squinting like he was smiling, the system panel appeared simultaneously. Ray, relationships, teammates, trust, level, respect. Seeing its good mood, Sung Suho eagerly suggested, "Ray, I'm going to redesign this forest as the territory for the Fang clan, so let's make the best use of it." Immediately after, a happy wolf howled, and he waved his hand. An invisible barrier layer appeared, and the system popped up again. Notification. A section of the dark dungeon has been converted into the Fang clan's territory. The designated owner for the Fang clan territory is Gray. The whole area has become the wolf's future home, making him excited as he ran around, stopping in front of a tree and slashing it wildly with his sharp claws. Seeing his friend's enthusiasm, Sung Suho felt a bit more relaxed and took the opportunity to ask Beru what Gray would eat. He heard the reply, "Since he has Fang clan blood, he'll probably eat raw innards or monsters." "That's good then." Sung Suho chuckled at the answer. He turned to one side proud and said, "Since there are still monsters here, and I haven't dealt with them yet, I guess Gray will have to clean it up." In the direction he looked behind the tree, a humanoid beast with green skin and red eyes was hiding, eavesdropping. Realizing he was spotted, he hesitated. But before he could escape, the gray wolf lunged quickly. Its mouth opened wide with sharp teeth, and its golden eyes gleamed with an eerie light. After the wolf's roar, its massive body attacked. The monster barely had time to react before a bite sent it off to meet its end, its head severed from its neck. The remaining monsters, furious at their comrade's death, charged out, wielding swords aimed to kill the beast before them. But facing a massive and agile figure, they missed the wolf's moves and quickly fell into a passive position. Sung Suho, perched on a branch, watched and praised quietly. "Nice moves, Gray. Now I'll sort out the loot." The system sounded again. "Quest reward. The prizes below have been prepared for you. Reward 1, 5 ability points added. Reward 2, title, Wolf Slayer." Seeing this, Sung Suho grinned even wider. Notification: you have obtained the title, Wolf Slayer. Title Wolf Slayer, awarded to the hunter who kills the most wolves. When facing beast-type monsters, stats increase by 40%. Looking at the system lines, he scratched his head in confusion. Wolf Slayer Rocky is a spirit ball though. Beru beside him showed a helpless expression like a blacksmith failing to forge steel. But ignoring that small detail, Sung Suho sighed in resignation and opened the panel again. Quest information, quest heir of the king. Find the king's heir and recruit allies. Current number of heirs and allies, 1 out of 8 rewards unknown. Looking at the jumble on the screen, he grew thoughtful. All right then, this quest is to find the king's heirs and gather teammates. Beru standing nearby, read those lines as well. It wondered if the king didn't have a system like this. Hearing this, Sung Suho glanced over. It continued. I heard the level-up system created for the king was partially modified to remove the system's originally malicious intentions. Hearing this, Sung Suho was surprised. Malicious intentions, Beru explained. Back then, the system forced the player named Sung Jin-Woo to develop rapidly, and the administrator's goal was to use him as a vessel for the Dark King. Once the goal was achieved, his father's soul was supposed to be destroyed, but he resisted the system and became the Dark King himself. After that, the king became the supreme being and no longer needed to level up. It said quietly. Sung Suho hearing this is confusing. So the system is now helping me become the Dark King. No, there is only one Dark King, Beru explained. Then it looked up at him with a confident gaze. I believe the system adapts in a beneficial way and guides you. If any new functions appear, they must have been created to assist you. Hearing this, he suddenly grew serious, eyes narrowing. The objective of the status window. The screen opened again. Status window, Sung Suho, level 16 profession spiritless. Title Wolf Slayer. Health 2550 mana, 270 strength, 35 stamina, 27 agility, 27 intelligence, 27 reflexes, 27 current points 5. Passive skills, 0. Active skills, 0. Dominator's hand level 1. Shadow extraction level 2. Endurance level 2 fierce. / level 1. Looking at the series of numbers on display, he carefully analyzed them. After hearing this, I roughly understand why my profession is spiritless. Sung Suho suddenly felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself that his stats have increased significantly since the first time he was chased by Miss Bonds back in first grade. Unexpectedly, he had acquired many useful skills by now. Still sitting on the tree, he looked down at the gray wolf fighting those yellow-fanged blue monsters below. The more he watched, the more thoughtful he became. However, he was still incredibly weak during that accident. Without Gray and the connection skill, he probably would have lost to Brokey. If the system-generated quests are designed to benefit him, then he would complete all those tasks immediately. Finishing them might even reunite him with his parents. He quickly smiled to himself, cheering up. Then Sung Suho regained his spirit, jumped down from the branch and glanced at Beru, saying, "Oh, by the way, have you found any trace of the Itarim cult from Brokey's memories yet?" Hearing his master's question, Beru spread its hands to explain. I tried looking, but there's no sign of any Itarim cultist brainwashing Brokey. Sung Suho narrowed his eyes in annoyance. So no clues at all. Before he could finish asking, Beru mysteriously replied. But then memories appeared about those who founded the Hyena Guild for Brokey and kidnapped humans. It shared the scraps of memories it saw after devouring that guy's corpse. It was a base ruled by that red-skinned monster. His strong henchmen captured and locked humans inside underground bunkers. When Sung Suho heard about the guild through the King Ant's revelations, he was astonished. The guild. Before he could fully process it, Beru continued with a name. Death, symbolized by a grim reaper holding a scythe, had built a massive modern base. Based on this, Beru suggested that if they dug deeper into that guild, they would learn more about Ethereum. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a phone suddenly rang on the desk. A slender hand tapped the screen, causing it to light up and connect. The man sitting in the chairman's chair was in a large room with glass walls overlooking the city outside. The man answered, "What's up, Itayu? Weren't you heading to Southeast Asia for a raid?" The voice on the other end yelled immediately, "That's not important. Have you seen the news? You're behind the hyena incident, aren't you?" The man pretended not to understand. What incident? Didn't the zoo have hyenas? The other side shouted helplessly, "Stop changing the subject, Ryu Jiho. But even if that guy is furious, he's way out of line. You talk so annoyingly, Tay is mad. I already know you're colluding with the Hyena Guild. The association will find out soon enough." The phone screen displayed the call connection, while the voice threatened, "But what if he refused to listen? What could they do if I said no? If I get a lawyer, even the guild can't touch me." Still, don't be overconfident. Laws might be weak, but the guild's chairman is no pushover. Lim Tae-gyu in Battle Gear warned, "Make sure you clean up well before I get back." The phone cracked with a few disconnecting sounds, and Minung didn't say anything further. After the call ended, his face twisted into a hateful glare, veins popping on his forehead. Say what you want, then hang up. He used to be just my driver, but now he dared to act like a big shot because he's a rank leader. Unable to hold back his anger, he replayed the call, then smashed his fist down hard, shattering the phone into pieces, destroying the desk along with it. Ryu Jiho stood up, his tone full of rage, the man who defeated Brokey and dismantled the Hyena Guild. Even with info from survivors, all I know is that he's a young, masked hunter. I don't have time to waste on someone without enough intel. As he spoke, he reached into the front pocket of his jacket. Staring at the glowing blue crystal beads in his hand, he grinned wickedly. This is more valuable than Min Sung, the Death Guild's vice executive, the rank hunter. Gazing at the gem reflecting on his hand, it was a stimulant to awaken Stardust the hunter. If this business succeeds, nobody will dare underestimate me again. Gray stomped fiercely on the ghost beast, killing it instantly. Seeing Gray's ferocious hunting, Sung Suho shouted approval. You're getting better at hunting, keep working hard to serve the young king. Gray growled low. Sung Suho continued. Now don't leave anything behind, devour it all. At once, Gray bit and tore voraciously, without pause. Sung Suho wondered why Gray had changed into a grr form so quickly. At least it adapted faster than he had expected. A notification popped up about Gray's experience gained from hunting monsters reaching a limit and being transferred to the player with 50% experience loss. Hearing this, Sung Suho was surprised and pointed at the screen while asking questions. Beru said my experience just increased a lot thanks to Gray's hunts. Is this part of the system? Beru also chimed in with a question. Is that so? Beru continued. I'm not sure, but it might be similar to how the Dark Soldier's experience points are transferred to the king. Sung Suho mused while resting his chin on his hand. So, it's like a group system where experience is shared among members, similar to games. Even with a 50% loss automatic experience, gain sounds pretty good, right? He asked. Beru replied. Then from now on, just let Gray hunt here. Hearing that Gray looked confused and a bit scared, Sung Suho noticed something else. A status window popped up. It notified him that he had met the conditions to unlock a mission by defeating a set number of monsters in the Dark Dungeon. A new daily mission appeared, clearing the Dark Dungeon. The mission required defeating 100 monsters, 10 Centurion monsters, 0 out of 10, and 1 Centurion 0 out of 1. Surprised, Sung Suho exclaimed, a daily mission. It wants me to hunt monsters. He stood there deep in thought. If a mission appears, there must be rewards. Since it's a daily mission, does that mean I can get rewards every day? Beru answered. Looks like the system wants this area to fully belong to you. Sung Suho's expression turned doubtful. I have to find 100 monsters in such a vast area. Suddenly, he recalled his equipment and called out to his inventory. The item was a horn, a rare musical instrument type. It's used by Centaurian monsters to summon subordinates. Sung Suho held the horn and said, I got this item from defeating monsters before. Right after he picked up the horn and blew it, a system message appeared, notifying that he had used a horn to summon nearby monsters. The surroundings began to stir slightly. Footsteps stamped loudly on the ground. A horde of monsters burst forth, charging towards Sung Suho. He stayed unusually calm and spoke. Just as I thought. Beru next to him was surprised. Whoa, who knew that using a horn to attract monsters could be this epic? Sung Suho clenched his fist, his eyes glowing brightly. He punched powerfully at one monster. His punch speed was incredibly fast. The monster was hit hard, groaning in pain and gritting its teeth. Without pause, he punched another monster. His strength dented the monster's face deeply, and he kept attacking non-stop. One by one, the monsters rushing toward him were beaten into pieces. Sung Suho thought to himself, I'm already bored fighting these monsters, but if I have to deal with many at once, I'll just use the horn to call for more. The system notified. You have used the horn to summon nearby monsters. Alongside the horn's sound, came a notification confirming the item's use. With long summoning blasts, monsters poured in numbers, all terrifying in their own way. But Sung Suho seemed to enjoy it, thinking at least this many at once. Sung Suho, Gray, and Beru stood facing the monster horde. Sung Suho raised his hand and shouted a battle cry. Gray dashed forward, slamming one monster to the ground. Other monsters rushing in were stopped by their group. The fight was fierce. Sung Suho became more intense, delivering attack after attack, until the monsters dropped like flies. Mission update. Daily dungeon cleanup. 100 monsters. 107 out of 100. 10 Dion monsters. 10 out of 10. 1 Centaurian monster, 1 out of 1. After 3 hours of hunting, Gray collapsed, exhausted, and gasping for breath. Notification: Daily Dungeon Cleanup Mission completed. Notification: You have received rewards from the mission. Prompt to check rewards, accept or reject. Sung Suho stroked his chin, pondering. Seeing his hesitation, Beru asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty? You said the mission counter seems broken. You finished the target, but it keeps counting." Mission update notification. Daily Dungeon Cleanup. 100 monsters. 107 out of 110. Dion monsters 10 out of 10. 1 Centaurian monster. 1 out of 1. Suddenly, Sung Suho smiled. Could it be that unlike Sung Suho's calm, Gray is even more shocked? Staring at me in disbelief, he excitedly exclaimed, "If the counter keeps going, maybe there's a hidden reward. Let's see how far it goes." Mission update notification. Daily Dungeon Cleanup. 100 monsters 200 out of 100. 10 Decurion monsters 20 out of 10. A Centurion Beast, level 2/1. Notification. The daily quest to clear the Dark Dungeon has been completed. Notification. You have received your rewards from the quest. Reward check notification. Accept or decline. Gray lies still on the ground, turned to stone, 4 legs pointing up while Sue shouts excitedly, "There's definitely a hidden reward here." Without hesitation, he says, "Accepting the reward notification for the quest will grant you the following rewards. Reward 1 is status restoration. Reward 2 is a -3 point stat increase. Reward 3 is a random box selected by Bamboo Blessing. Reward 4 is a cursed random box. Accept all, accept or decline." Suh shouts happily, accepting the first reward. The system shows status restoration reward 1. Sue rejoices, fully healed just like leveling up before. This will definitely be useful when injured during battles. Sue continues accepting rewards. Accepting the second reward. The higher the level, the harder it is to gain stat points, but thanks to daily quests, I can gradually get stronger. Suh's current stats are title, Wolf Slayer, 2005, 150, health, 200, 70 mana, 35 strength, 27 stamina, 27 agility, 27 intellect, and 27 reflexes. He has 8 passive skills, no active skills, and 1 ruler's power at level 1. Suh's expression shows hesitation. Then the system notifies him, "You must choose between 2 random boxes. Which box will you choose?" The randomly blessed box gives players what they want. The cursed random box gives players what they need. Suh leans against a tree, analyzing the choices. Choosing what he wants could yield something useless, but choosing what he needs might give something he doesn't want. He hesitates, but his range of wants is too broad. Right now, he needs more things. After a long thought process, he decides to pick the cursed random box. You have received the Von Kane horn item. The item appears and Suh is surprised. Gloves. The system explains the Von Kane horn's rarity level is a pair of attack gloves with a -40 stat. The gloves are forged from the horn of the greedy demon Von Kane. It boosts damage with the ruling power of Von Kane inside. The thirst for destruction effect increases physical damage by 30%. The devouring demon effect of Von Kane's power grows stronger, in proportion to the number of demon souls swallowed. How many demon souls have you swallowed? Suh says, "I can't always turn shadow soldiers into weapons, so I really need my own weapon." This fits perfectly. Suh wears the gloves he just got, and throws the first punch, exclaiming, "A 30% physical damage boost means the value will increase the number of demons I hunt right. They feel a bit heavy, so I'll invest all points into strength, raising strength from 35 to 43. Suh is extremely excited, ignoring his teammates, because he's over-enthusiastic. "Hey," Suh happily says, "maybe now I should increase weapon quantity by defeating more monsters." Notification. Your companion status quest is evolving. Notification. Your companion Gray's loyalty quest has shifted from admiration to fear. Beru says, "Master is lacking. GRR is not a shadow soldier with unlimited stamina." Gray is trembling violently in fear. Seeing this, Sue notices. Sorry, that's enough for today. I have things to find outside anyway." The system shows you have exited the Dark Dungeon. Suh, with a dazed look, asks, "The guild related to the Hyena Guild is called Reaper, right?" Beru replies, "Yes." He continues, "Where should we start investigating?" Suddenly, a phone rings. Sue looks surprised at the screen. The message is from Ta Su, "Save me please. Dangerous zone at Siyun Station." Sung Il-hwan waves his hand, shouting loudly. Sue replies, "I'm here. Thanks for coming." Sung Il-hwan approaches Sue and continues, "I had to enter the dungeon today, but no porters responded. Hearing this, Suh asks, "No one went to work?" Sung Il-hwan replies, "Yeah, that's the situation." Sung Il-hwan angrily clenches his trembling fist and curses, "Those bastards are probably out partying somewhere." Suh immediately says, "I'll help you stay calm." He hands Sue a set of clothes and says, "You really are number one." Sue takes them and is surprised, asking, "Aren't these H-mark clothes?" He explains, "Porters face more danger than miners, so heart gear is mandatory." Sung Il-hwan continues, "Miners can safely extract in cleared areas, but porters carry corpse beasts captured by strike teams, so we have to go right behind them." He explains other dangerous situations. "We need to prepare thoroughly for any possible attack, and we might even get pricked by the demon beast spikes." Sung Suho put on his protective gear and exclaimed, "So that's the function of the H-smart suit." A group of people appeared out of nowhere. The leader's face turned sour the instant he saw the two of them. "Huh, why is the porter team so small?" Sung Suho quickly explained. "Sorry about that. The porters who should have been here today are missing." The leader angrily said, "You've already signed the contract, so why are you so irresponsible? Do you know how much we paid the Reaper Guild's entrance fee? If you abandon us, I'll report this to the association. You won't get to work porter jobs anymore." Sung Il-hwan hurriedly replied, Yes, we'll do our best. Please trust us." They then left, but the leader muttered under his breath, "That's why I hate irresponsible people." Sung Il-hwan leaned against Sung Suho and complained, "I'm not even the porter team leader." Sung Suho summoned and decided to teach them a lesson. He stood silently thinking about 4 rank D mages, 4 rank D combat hunters, and 1 ranked healer. The loudmouth from before seemed to be the leader of the raid team. The cursed random box, he just got the devil-devouring horn weapon I received. Sung Suho warned Sung Suho to be careful not to slip. Sung Suho recalled Lim Tae-gyu, the assistant who had contacted him, and the dungeon-type zone owned by the Reaper Guild. He shuddered, remembering the terrifying room and the brutally savage demon beasts, wondering if all of this was more than just coincidence. He concluded that something dangerous might soon unfold. The raid team stopped. One guy held a weapon. The leader summoned a flame and announced, "We've arrived at the punishment zone." Then he shouted, "Everyone get into position and prepare to fight." In the next moment, the team lined up, unleashing their special moves. The beasts crawled closer, looking extremely menacing. The leader turned and looked at Sung Suho and Sung Suho, reminding them, "Since the gathering team has only 2 people, you two should stick close and collect the materials as fast as possible." Sung Suho complained in disbelief. Unable to believe they were ordered to shadow the combat team, Sung Suho looked at the monster lizards and thought, "Man, I wish I could find some demons to test this devil horn I got from that cursed box." He continued watching the hunters fighting the monster lizards, thinking, "Well, it's a good chance to see how a hunting group works together." Sung Suho picked up the key in his hand, thinking, "Since I've done missions daily, I now command plenty of goblin soldiers and goblin commanders." Then, he called out to rise, and immediately shadow soldiers appeared. Sung Suho thought his intelligence stat had risen, so now he could control up to 7 shadow soldiers. The monster lizards were lying defeated on the ground, while the hunters observed. One of them said, "I think we're done here. Let's rest a bit, everyone." The leader glanced sharply and replied, "Rest already, I have only 2 in the gathering team. If I want to hunt more, those 2 might get in the way." Suddenly, the leader's eyes shifted strangely. He looked at Sung Suho's group in surprise. "What are those? Have they already finished gathering?" The shadow soldiers were busy clearing out the monster lizard corpses and putting them into containers. As they worked, one said, "With Sung Suho around, everything's a breeze. The raid team is slower than I expected." Seeing the shadow soldiers, the leader shouted in amazement, "Are those your summons?" Sung Suho replied, "Yeah, why do you ask?" Sung Suho stood there worried, whispering, "Is he trying to cause trouble again?" Suddenly, the leader grabbed Sung Suho's hand excitedly and shouted, "Please become our group's exclusive gathering team." Sung Suho quietly said, "I don't plan to be a gatherer forever." Hearing this, the leader panicked and shouted, "We'll pay you the highest price on the market." Suddenly, someone from behind yelled, "Captain, we have a big problem." He continued, "We found a dead body." The captain asked in surprise, "A dead body?" The corpse was shirtless, only a pair of tattered pants remained, and the body was badly burned. The captain approached and said, "This is definitely it." His subordinate added, "Based on the gear and clothes, this was probably an ordinary person." He continued, "I've never heard of any fire-using monsters in gun." Sung Suho stammered in surprise. Sung Suho, could it be? Sung Suho answered. Yeah, in this leveling manhwa recap, I've never heard of any monster and gun using fire, Sung Suho said, surprised and hesitant. Sung Suho, could that be Sung Suho? Yeah, I think they are one. He looked dangerous. This is a flame bone. The team captain was surprised. Flame bone. Are you talking about that new monster that uses blue fire? Sung Suho replied. I'm pretty sure. There was an accident involving a flame bone at our university. The hunters shouted. There's another one over in that corner. From another corner, more alarms sounded. There's one here too, they said. Captain, should we halt the hunt and report this to the guild? The captain stood there, pondering deeply. This is strange. Judging by the clothes on these corpses, they were ordinary people, not hunters. Our team is all low-tier Awakened D and C class. Maybe we can handle this on our own. After thinking, he ordered, keep attacking. They responded, right, that's the way. Meanwhile, Sung Suho thought. Attacking now, Sung Suho warned. Those flame bones are scarier than you think. The captain yelled angrily. I'm the one in charge here. The collection team gear up and follow us quickly. Sung Suho anxiously asked. Do we really have to face flame bones again? Sung Suho asked. You can run away, right? Hearing that, Sung Suho asked. Why the sudden question? Sung Suho answered. If things go south, just run. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? Then he entered with the hunters. Inside, the flame bones were loudly screeching. Tons of them were pinned to a pillar, alongside some bizarre demonic creatures. Ammut said. Still not enough firepower? Why are supply issues so common? Mew snapped back angrily. I told you there's some problem with the supplier causing instability. We might have to look for a new source. The demon face wrapped in cloth covering it completely, added urgent resupply needed. Mew next to him was irritated by the shortage, complaining that it's unbelievable the Chahian guild supplies could be wiped out like this. If this continues, star powder output will lag behind other factories. Suddenly, Ammut sensed something strange. He said, I sense a presence above. Hunters. Perfect timing, I was just about to gather kindling. The icebound demon beast said quickly, go prepare, as if summoning allies. Those remaining added, remember, capture them alive. Clenching his dagger, he answered, of course. The hunters pushed deeper, slaughtering countless lizards. The captain said excitedly, looks like we'll gain a lot today. A subordinate replied, you were right to keep hunting. He went on happily now, with the collection squad at my side. I've been saving this for moments like this. Should I use it now? Then, he grabbed a gem and said, this is stardust. Have you heard of it? They wondered. Isn't that the mana amplifier that's hot in the hunting circles? The companion added, it's rare. Didn't expect you to have one. The captain replied, it only lasts 1 week, but it can boost a low-tier awakened up 1 rank. Gazing at the gem, he continued, if I consume this, I'll have the mana level of a C rank or higher. At that moment, the bandaged demon slowly emerged from shadows. He lunged behind the captain, chilling the captain's spine. The demon cried out frighteningly, then slashed his sharp dagger right through the captain's back. The captain's eyes widened in terror, bleeding, and shocked. The bandaged demon sneered. Don't die now. The gem in the captain's hand fell shattering on the ground. Witnessing this, a subordinate panicked, collapsing and shouting, Captain, that demon. The captain answered, not dead yet. The hunters screamed in terror. Did that monster just talk? Quickly, they tried to calm themselves, shouting, it's still the enemy, stay alert. No sooner had they spoken than the demon launched a fierce attack. He attacked while counting under his breath. 1, 2. Then he finished with, a tough opponent to handle. The vicious demon grabbed the stardust, shouting, no need for you strong hunters, I kill. The gem glowed fiercely in the monstrous hand. The hunters screamed in panic. A monster using stardust too, he playfully replied. Exactly. Seeing this, they shouted, we must kill him before stardust takes effect. Everyone charged ahead. The demon gripped his sword tightly, swinging decisively. One by one, the hunters were relentlessly struck down. A flame suddenly ignited, causing a hunter to panic at the shocking scene before him. The flames flickered and slowly died out until the last one was completely extinguished. They were terrified, shouting loudly in chaos. What the hell is that? It's too dark. I can't see anything. Help, there's a monster. Their shrieks echoed through the darkness. Fresh blood stained the entire space with only the fierce demon left. Covered head to toe in fresh blood, he wielded a blade in one hand, dragging a human body, with the other proudly declaring collected firewood. A message popped up, activating a new quest. Ryu Jiho stood silently staring at the notification. The mission read, rescue the survivors. Some have been abducted by a demon. Save them, and your reward depends on the number you rescue. 7 survivors remain. But how many can you save? Hearing this, Lu Xiang removed his hood, eyes widening in surprise. A demon. The system Manhwa notification appeared, showing a new mission. Lu Xiang stood silently reading it carefully. The task was to rescue survivors, some taken by a demon, and save as many as possible. The reward scales with the number rescued. 7 people remain alive, but will any be saved? Lu Xiang's expression carried worry and unease. Seeing this, Beru asked young master, "Is something wrong?" He replied a new quest had appeared, and it seemed demons nearby were kidnapping humans. Lu Xiang added, "They say the more people I rescue, the better the reward, which means those people are in imminent danger." Panicking, Lu Xiang told Sung Il-hwan, "Hey, I think the attacking squad is in trouble. Get out of the dungeon quickly." Sung Il-hwan looked surprised and asked, "What? How do you know?" Liu Xiang answered, "I have a bad feeling." He hurriedly arranged everything, while the demon beasts prepared to escort him to the exit. Sung Il-hwan barely grasped the situation before being dragged away by the beasts. Shocked, he shouted, "Wait, hold on, Lu Xiang. What about you?" Lu Xiang responded, "I'll go find the attacking squad." Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan was a bit taken aback and quickly fell silent, lost in thought. Sung Il-hwan finally said, "All right, staying here would only hold you back. When you get out, I'll ask the Hunter Association to help." Lu Xiang replied, "Thank you." At that moment, Lu Xiang shouted. Dare Ray responded with a sharp bark. From his usual self, Lu Xiang transformed into a battle-ready form, adding gloves received as a reward, and said, "We need to move fast." Without hesitation, Lu Xiang dashed off in an instant. The tunnel was webbed with old railway tracks, shrouded in gloom. The walls were scratched and stained with blood. Growing stronger in its stench, the deeper Lu Xiang went. Corpses and barely breathing bodies lay scattered everywhere. The fierce demon had returned to its lair, proudly flaunting its kill. Fire Mew observed. "You returned quickly." He continued, "The gate will open soon, and more demons will be summoned." The bandaged demon spoke hesitantly. "I defeated them swiftly." Hearing this, Fire Mew said, "Good to celebrate your swift victory. Go stack the firewood." Then turning away, he clenched the leader's head, tightly irritated and unjust. Fire Mew was excited. "I'm glad we added more fuel. We can now produce the stardust easily." He continued, "The poison we were taught to brew uses demon magic and an awakening stimulant derived from the poison called madness." Stardust Fire Mew explained more deeply, describing how the madness poison strengthens mana, but also erodes the user's life force. The burning effect of the demon crystal flame is soaked in demon blood, which can be tempered by replacing it with the fire of the Hellfire Grave. Mutt added, "All this, thanks to the disciple who revealed the secret to us." He went on, "Even monsters created by destroying the souls of living beings, stripping away their reason, were brought to this world by the disciple. That's why even low-ranked demons like us have the chance to grow stronger." The earlier bandaged demon agreed, affirming this. Suddenly, Mutt noticed a strange noise. He warned that a presence was rapidly approaching. Fire Mew was surprised. "Still more hunters." The bandaged demon answered hesitantly, "Most likely new hunter allies." The gate was quiet. Lu Xiang mustered all his strength and kicked it away powerfully, stunning the 3 demons as one flew far off. He asked cautiously, "Is this the place?" His eyes sharpened, alert. Seeing the grotesque demons ahead, Lu Xiang thought to himself, "Are these creatures actually demons?" Then he glanced behind to the dazzling figures engulfed in flames. Were those fiery beasts scorching them? Is this some kind of ritual? The system announced that 7 survivors remained, and none were rescued so far. Noticing the message hadn't changed, Xiao felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, the survivors were still safe. Lost in thought, the bandaged demon suddenly charged at him with great speed, but he dodged the attack effortlessly. The demon was shocked by this unexpected move. Lu Xiang, looking angry, demanded of them, "Are you the ones who killed the hunters I encountered on the way here?" Instantly, he struck the bandaged beast hard, sending it flying back. Mew Mew observed the scene with curiosity. Could he actually dodge attacks even after the youngest had enhanced himself with dust? "Looks like we need to step in now." Ammut bit his lip. Meanwhile, the enraged bandaged demon seethed with fury. Yet no matter how furious it was, it still took a devastating punch from Lu Xiang. At that moment, Ammut appeared to block his strike. He warned him to step aside. Clenching his fists, Ammut's massive form was 100 times larger than Sung Suho's. He relentlessly punched Lu Xiang, but Sung Suho was swift and skillfully avoided the dangerous blows. Suddenly, Lu Xiang sensed a surge of power from behind. A terrifying figure, faceless, emanated a thunder-like force. That figure was Mo Mu. Immediately, he transmitted electric energy directly into Lu Xiang's body. Taking advantage of this, the bandaged demon seized a blade and charged forward. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang's body underwent changes. He shouted, rising up. Just then, an overwhelming wave of power burst forth from him. Dark soldiers appeared, intercepting the bandaged demon. Mo Mu was stunned. How was this possible? Lu Xiang instantly counterattacked, throwing Mo Mu away. Mo Mu hurriedly said, "Big brother, wait. I haven't finished yet." Ammut replied, "Right. I remember from before that power resembles what we saw the day the demon clan was wiped out, identical to the Dark Lord's might." Then he added, "However, Ammut thinks it pales compared to the Dark Lord's true strength." The bandaged demon fiercely hacked at the dark soldiers. Lu Xiang stood motionless, looking utterly menacing. Mo Mu responded that if Lu Xiang wasn't the Dark Lord, there'd be no reason to fear him. Mo Mu advanced toward the bandaged demon. Lu Xiang thought if I took them down one by one, they'd be weaker than Brocky, but together, they make things tough. He racked his brain, knowing reviving the demon beasts again would just waste mana. Should I try that method? Beru appeared and spoke up. "Dark Lord, as you know, I only consume corpses enough to read their memories. The rest, I discard. The dark soldiers weaken the longer they've been dead. Was there a reason you kept this particular corpse?" Lu Xiang reflected and answered, "I thought of one thing when seeing Brocky's final moments." He recalled the earlier battle. If Brocky's final fight was filled with regret over being controlled by Itag, maybe he could aid me and become a warrior at my side if I used the dark power on him. But, he said to do that, I'll need Gray's permission first. Sung Suho turned to Gray and asked if that was all right. It nodded enthusiastically. Right after Sung Suho took the specimen and planted it into the ground, shouting loudly to awaken it, he silently thought, "Brocky, if you regret what happened, I'll give you a chance to fight. If you feel that desire, respond to me." The corpse lay still, only wearing tattered shorts. Then an immense power began entering it. Apparently, it was awakening, causing a strong tremor. Sung Suho stood firm in his summoning stance. Earlier, a huge, monstrous figure had appeared before him, roaring deafeningly. It was Brocky, a level 1 warrior. Seeing this, Mo Mu panicked and exclaimed, "Brocky of the Lynx Guild. The one who defeated Brocky," Lu Xiang replied. "So now, me, Gray, and Brocky all even out in numbers." Beru felt a deep sadness hearing that. "Young commander, I'm here too." Lu Xiang's eyes burned fiercer than before. He called out, "Let's fight." Lu Xiang's group charged fiercely toward the demons. Suddenly, a shining light appeared, shifting from blue to fiery red. The red glow deepened, and a foot materialized slowly. Amid broken debris, a long-haired girl with pointed ears appeared. Seeing this, Lu Xiang exclaimed. The girl emerged from the rubble. The girl looked puzzled. "Who summoned me? Is this some demon trick to kill me?" she asked warily, unsure if this awakening manhwa scenario meant she was in danger. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Before her was a fierce battle between the vicious demons and Brocky, whom Sung Suho had summoned earlier. The girl exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there shadow soldiers here?" A bandaged demon charged at Sung Suho, who blocked its blade just in time. He gripped the blade tightly and struck the demon hard. It let out a painful scream. He kicked it again, thinking this hit should be enough to take it down. Sung Suho's gaze sharpened as another attack flew toward him, but he dodged just in time. "Is this Mu throwing moves at me? Another troublemaker," Sung Suho thought angrily. Facing their combined attack was tough. Mu went into battle mode, warning the bandaged demon. "Watch out, rookie." The demon replied, "Thanks." Sung Suho kept strategizing. "If this dragged on too long, I might run out of mana due to my assimilation with Gray." Brocky, now a shadow soldier, was weaker than before and could only fend off one opponent. Meanwhile, the monsters launched relentless assaults on Brocky. Sung Suho thought, "I need to split those two apart to take them on one-on-one." This is a classic leveling manhwa scenario. Suddenly, the girl who appeared earlier jumped in front of Sung Suho, answering the question. Both Mu and Sung Suho looked puzzled. She gripped her sword tightly, her face filled with anger as she said, "Where is Sung Jin-Woo?" Sung Suho recognized the name and wondered if this female knight was searching for her father. Who was she, and why was she wounded? Beru rushed over, surprised. "Hey, what are you doing here?" That girl was none other than the one Beru knew. So turned around and shouted excitedly. Is that you, Beru? It's really you. I'm glad to see you again, but where's your body? She quickly asked. Where is Sung Jin-Woo? Who is the man with you? Beru answered. It's a long story. Meanwhile, Sung Suho stood silently behind uneasy. The bandaged demon spoke. The summoned, sacrificial demon said. That's right, but she seems familiar with them. If she sides with them, things could get complicated. So joyfully said. If Beru is here, it means he succeeded. I can rest easy now. Beru quickly replied. Right now matters are urgent. Save the reunion for later. If you're here, help us deal with those demons. Hearing that the girl freaked out. What? At that moment, Mu shouted. Take care of the injured demon first. I just need her blood to create stardust. This is a key moment in this system, Manhwa. Sung Suho recalled seeing her before and wondered if she could handle all those enemies despite being injured. Beru replied, those low-level demons won't harm her. Beru continued, her name is Eso. When our lord destroyed the demon realm, her family was the last demon clan left. She's the eldest daughter of the Laadia clan. By human standards, she's about an S-rank in power. Sung Suho was surprised, thinking S-rank, so I might see an S-rank fight here. The battle between Eso and the demons unfolded. Contrary to Beru's description, she was quickly defeated. Sung Suho and Beru stood frozen, stunned. What the heck? Eso lay rolling on the ground defeated. Beru flew over and asked, why did you suddenly weaken? He added, even your mana aura feels weaker than before. Eso sobbed and stuttered. Something happened. She explained that 6 months ago a demon rebellion broke out in the demon realm. Though she fought hard, her clan couldn't stop the uprising alone. She survived thanks to other clan members, but her blood was taken during the escape, which drained her power. She cried and begged, Beru, please lend me some power. Beru coldly refused. That would just waste my mana. She begged, persistently. The most helpless was Sung Suho, thinking, now I have to carry these two weaklings. The demons overheard and rejoiced quietly. Do you hear that? Mu's little brother said. Though weakened if she's a survivor from the Laadia clan, this is a perfect chance to extract noble demon blood. Sung Suho said, if I can fight one-on-one, at least I can handle one of them. Beru chimed in. Then I have a pretty good idea. He summoned a red energy and said, now's a great time to use this power, the one I regained after recovering some mana. This is a classic awakening manhwa development. Beru immediately infused the energy into Eso. The system announced that Beru used the Ruthless command skill. A notification declared that the Ruthless command increased her stats by 50%. Another notification appeared. Eso was cursed with madness as a side effect. Beru hurriedly cursed, you useless demon girl move. Meanwhile, Eso's energy surged dramatically, brimming with strength. The announcement said Eso was cursed with madness as a side effect. Beru hurriedly urged, get moving, you useless demon, while Eso seemed to be recharged with raw power surging with energy. Rushing swiftly toward the demons, Sung Suho stood there silently, thinking she looked a bit pitiful. After all, it was now a one-on-one battle. The demons were still fighting Brocky. Eso dashed forward quickly. The bandaged demon noticed and said, collect the noble demon's hat. He swung at her, and she appeared to be hurt. Sung Suho charged forward and knocked him to the ground. He then gathered momentum and threw all his strength into a powerful strike on the demon. The bandaged demon was flung away, surrounded by a surge of energy. The demon showed signs of agony, mouth wide open. Its face was slashed in two. Sung Suho grabbed the blade and struck again. By now, the demon was defeated. Notification: you have defeated a low-level demon. Notification: you have leveled up. Sung Suho proudly said, claiming my first victory. The notification popped up. Funan's horn absorbed the evil demon's spirit. The spirit gained a destructive effect, increasing physical damage by 31%. Meanwhile, two other demons relentlessly attacked Mu. He panicked, shouting, the youngest one is dead. What should I do with this lunatic? Eso was enthusiastic, but gradually weakening. Notification skill target has exhausted energy skill. Effect has ended. She collapsed to the ground, surprising the demon. Before anyone could react, Sung Suho swiftly attacked from behind, grabbing the demon's head. It cried out in shock. What's happening? In a flash, Mu was defeated. Sung Suho continued. Double the strike. Notification: you have defeated a low-level demon. Notification: Funan's horn has now absorbed the demon's spirit. Only one Ammut remained, looking terrified and desperate, thinking internally, is our side now at a numerical disadvantage? These worthless fools. Suddenly, he glanced at Brocky ahead and thought, but it's not over yet. He pushed Brocky aside and rushed elsewhere. He sped toward Eso, raising his hand toward her. He planned to absorb the noble demon's blood to grow stronger. Sung Suho immediately dashed in. He blocked Ammut and shouted "Mo go." Sung Suho fiercely battled Ammut, confidently declaring, "Remember, no one absorbs from me." He called out Braki. Instantly, Braki charged, attacking Ammut. Eso remained lying on the ground, exhausted. Beru flew over to check. Still breathing, Eso slowly stood and replied, "You're brutal, Beru, let's just forget it. But I still can't believe anyone else besides Sung Jin-Woo can control shadow soldiers." "So who's that guy?" Beru hinted that Eso wasn't loyal enough yet. "Try recalling carefully," Beru urged. "You must know who he is." Sitting quietly, Eso suddenly realized something and spoke up. "Could it be notifications kept appearing? You defeated a low-level demon. Vunan's horn absorbed the demon's spirit. Notification: you have leveled up. Notification: you have reached level 20 and unlocked the trade shop." Sung Suho said, "I can use the shop now." Eso reminisced about her past, as she thought, "It's definitely him." Then she called out, "The young sovereign." Sung Suho was about to click the shop notification but suddenly paused. Eso noticed Sung Suho and said, "So you're the young sovereign." Sung Suho looked surprised by the unfamiliar girl approaching him, a flood of questions in his mind. He doubted she had just called him the young sovereign. Eso looked at Sung Suho with nostalgia and said, "You've changed so much I barely recognized you." She couldn't help but recall her sovereign, thinking he strongly resembled Sung Jin-Woo. Seeing the strange girl lying faint on the ground, Sung Suho was taken aback. Worried, he hurried to ask Han, "You know Beru, right? Is she okay?" Beru stepped out and checked Eso's face for signs of life. It seemed she fainted from exhaustion. Beru reassured, "She's not dead yet, so don't worry." Sung Suho sighed. Thank goodness. Deep inside, Sung Suho felt a strange sympathy for her. Meanwhile, Park Jong-soo rested against the wall, utterly drained. After a long battle, everyone was exhausted. The system sent a notification to Sung Suho. "You have completed the mission to rescue survivors. 7 survivors were saved. Upon mission completion, you received your rewards." Sung Suho wiped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief, glad all 7 were safe. He checked the mission rewards. Notification: mission rewards received below. Reward 1, 1 attribute point. Reward 2, 700 gold coins. Notification: you received 700 gold coins. Sung Suho stared blankly at the reward, showing no particular reaction. If it had been gold, he would have opened the shop window. Sung Suho gave the order, and the shop interface appeared, displaying the prices of various items. Sung Suho thought to himself, "It seems I can use this gold to purchase items from the shop window. There are quite a few elixirs and items available here." Receiving money as a reward made Sung Suho nostalgic. Completing quests and earning money reminded him of his childhood days. When he used to do small chores to earn pocket money, he smirked lightly. Sung Suho clenched his fist, trying to stay optimistic. Looking back, it was his father who gave him this system. He resolved, "Father, I will make good use of this pocket money." Eso suddenly stirred slightly, seeming like she was about to wake up. Sung Suho decided to pick a healing potion to treat her, but a major problem had already occurred. The item was a low-grade healing potion with an E-level difficulty to obtain, which consumed 1 stamina recovery potion. When used, it slowly restored 500 health points. This type of potion could be stored in the inventory, but could not be transferred to others. He thought, "Does that mean I can't give it to anyone else?" Sung Suho felt helpless, meaning I have to administer it to others myself. He moved closer to Eso and knelt down. Sung Suho poured the potion into her mouth as her body showed signs of recovering. Sung Suho was relieved. "Oh, she looks a bit better now." Beru scolded him. "You're wasting precious gold, helping a useless demon again." "Young sovereign, your kindness is truly boundless." Sung Suho spoke up. "We can't leave things like this, so let's bring them temporarily to the dark dungeon. Also, remember to collect the defeated Biha Broki," he ordered. Sung Suho's subordinates obeyed without protest and immediately cleaned up the scattered bodies. Beru curiously asked, "Young sovereign, aren't you coming along?" Sung Suho replied, "I still have other matters to attend to." He left, carrying his sword over to Mibon. He approached closely and said, "Mibon, from the moment I saw you, I knew those burn wounds looked agonizing." Sung Suho gripped his hand firmly. "I'm sorry. This is the only way I can help everyone." Sung Suho decided to use the seal curse /skill, a deep and dark tunnel. The footsteps echoed calmly. Many reporters were present to cover the news. Reports started coming in. Inside the dungeon, the bodies of the horned lizard god and Mebon were found. However, judging by the wounds of the hunters who died there, it seemed they weren't killed by those monsters. We also discovered a deeper chamber inside. The slash marks seemed to be caused by swords. Suddenly, he said, could there be something else besides monsters? Sung Il-hwan quickly tried to leave, saying, well, I'm heading out now. He hurriedly asked, Sung Il-hwan, by the way, are you Sung Il-hwan? The one listed in the team roster, who delivers information, goes by the name Sung Suho. Do you know him? Sung Il-hwan explained quickly. Oh, he's a junior who came here to lend me a hand. He pressed further, where is he now? Sung Il-hwan appeared flustered and stammered. About that both of us suddenly vanished into nothingness. Sung Il-hwan scratched his head, smiled and said, we escaped the dungeon together. And I brought him to a safe place. We're only E-rank hunters, so we can't do much besides requesting help from the Hunters Association. It's quite embarrassing. His eyes suddenly sharpened, then he approached. Sung Il-hwan patted his shoulder and praised him. You did very well. Following the Hunters Association's instructions was the smartest decision an E-rank hunter could make. Then he turned back and ordered his subordinates to continue the search, carefully scrutinizing for other locations. Finally, Sung Il-hwan could breathe a sigh of relief after passing this tough challenge. Sung Il-hwan recalled how you rescued the surviving hunter team. Could it have been Sung Suho? Sung Suho's frantic image appeared again in Sung Il-hwan's mind. I need to get to the strike team. Sung Il-hwan couldn't understand Sung Suho's actions but figured everyone has their own secrets or reasons. He looked up at today's clear blue sky. I don't know why Sung Suho hides his rank. He definitely means no harm. Sung Il-hwan remained confident in his friend, just waiting for Sung Suho to be ready to tell him. In a residential area, everything was silent. Not a soul passed by. Suddenly, a vehicle rushed up to the front hall and came to a stop. Eso had just regained consciousness and fully recovered. She quietly said, I never expected things to turn out like this. Eso began to explain Sung Jin-Woo left Earth to stop the invasion of an extraterrestrial force. Beru responded on behalf. The king sent me to Earth to break the seal on the young General King, but he turned out to be a prodigy. He broke the seal himself. Now it was Sung Suho's turn to speak. You are Eso, right? Have we met before? Eso honestly replied. Yes, we met during the tutorial phase that the young General King took part in. He said he would remember me, but it seems he has forgotten. Her tone was a bit playful. Sung Suho rubbed his head, deeply puzzled, unsure why his memories of that time were so hazy. Sung Suho pondered for a long while, but there was no response. Suddenly, he recalled a bit about a class session, where he was grouped with someone who had brazenly dragged someone's daughter to fight without hesitation. We're wasting too much time here. Let's finish this fight. Eso was startled, only able to stammer. Wait, now it makes sense. Sung Suho finally remembered. He asked again, are you the one who surrendered right after we met? And now I just remembered my companion. Upon hearing Sung Suho's words, Beru chided. That time was a trial for the young General King, and you just responded so lightly. Eso felt embarrassed and blushed silently, refusing to say a word. Beru suddenly got curious and asked, by the way, why have you become so weak? Did something happen in the demon realm? Eso nodded, as Beru asked. Well, I guess I should explain everything to the young General King. You also heard Beru mention that Sung Jin-Woo destroyed the king and other demon clans. Right. Since then, our Ju clan became the leading demon tribe residing in the demon realm, specifically in the demon castle, awaiting Sung Jin-Woo's orders. Eso continued. For several decades, Sung Jin-Woo did not summon our tribe, so we lived peacefully. But about half a year ago, trouble suddenly surfaced. She recounted everything. A mysterious enhancement drug named stardust started spreading among the demons. Sung Suho was surprised. Sadus. He recalled hearing about it during battles with the demon nobility. He remembered the confrontation that day. The attackers targeted Sung Suho, but he dodged. He whispered to his teammate, can he really dodge attacks even though the youngest used stardust for enhancement? Take out that wounded demon first, they coldly ordered. Looks like we'll have to lend a hand. After all, we only need her blood to make Sadus. Oh, explained. Sadus has little effect on high-level demons with strong magic. But low-level demons using it can greatly amplify their magic without any cost. Sadus became a catalyst. Along with Sung Jin-Woo's long absence, demon tribes unified with a shared goal to rebel against our Ju clan, the ones protected by the Dark King, she recalled. The rebellion they sparked escalated into a full-scale war. Our Ju clan fought to protect the demon castle entrusted to us by Sung Jin-Woo. But honestly, our family no longer had the strength to stop the uprising and fell after 6 months of struggle. So recounted with fury. The demons involved in the revolt didn't stop there. They drained the blood from captured clan members. To gain even more power, they drank blood from our pure-blooded demon tribe. Her hands trembled with rage. She sorrowfully recounted that her father and clan members sacrificed their lives like that. I also lost my strength because they took too much of my blood. So lowered her head, choking on her words. Truly pathetic. Everyone died, only I survived. We lost the demon realm. I wonder what Sung Jin-Woo would say to us now. Sung Suho glanced at them empathetically. She had endured so many hardships. When he tried to encourage her, he was stunned, eyes wide open. Embarrassed, Sung Suho scratched his head and looked down. I often wonder what would my father do in this situation, he said, trying to motivate So. Although my father isn't here, you and the others have risked your lives to fight. That alone is enough. I believe he would say the same to you. He felt deeply grateful as well. I am truly grateful that you fought all the way for my father. Because of your determination, I will do my best to support you as much as I can. Let's work together to restore the Du clan. So was caught off guard, only shifting her lips silently. She recalled how she mentioned that demon clans always fiercely compete to rise to a higher rank. This is a classic leveling manhwa moment. I am determined to make Duju the leading clan. So remained silent for a while. She quietly wept, hot tears streaming down her beautiful face. This emotional scene feels like a powerful awakening manhwa moment. She called out to Sung Suho, then glanced at So. He seemed a bit awkward, seeing the lady crying like that. Suddenly, a notification popped up. The last surviving pure-blood Raju nobility expressed gratitude to the player. So wiped her tears away and smiled brightly. I belong to the clan. The monkey's voice echoed as the system prompted. Do you want to recruit the White Flame Heir as a companion? 2 options appeared, yes or no. What will Sung Suho decide? On the table opposite them, Beru hovered in the air as another system notification appeared. Announcement. The last surviving pure-blood demon nobility expresses thanks to you. Would you like to enlist the White Flame Heir as your teammate? Classic system manhwa prompts here. Sung Suho glanced mischievously, his cold eyes unwavering. Could So be the second person with the status of a royal heir? So looked at him blankly, idly brushing a lock of hair. The Sung Suho system confirmation appeared again, repeating the message about gratitude from the last surviving pure-blood demon nobility. Sung Suho pondered deeply. Could it be because she is the only remaining pure-blood demon noble? This is typical in many leveling manhwa scenarios. An ominous voice barely whispered a word, as a series of system notifications streamed out. The White Flame Heir has joined your team. Announcement. Due to a bond between you and the White Flame Heir, the Link skill has been activated. Demon Servant Link skill. Input level 0%. Gain power from the White Flame Heir and unleash a devastating explosion. So gasped in shock, eyes wide with amazement. What's this? Why did a status window suddenly pop up like this? Sung Suho turned to talk with Beru, calculating. Since Gray can't speak, I assume anyone becoming my teammate gets this status window. Young King, maybe, Beru hesitantly asked. Exactly. In a flash, those words echoed in her ears. So has become my companion, as the White Flame Heir. She was stunned, unable to believe what she just learned. This is a hallmark moment in system manhwa. I am the White Flame Heir. Then, Sung, Suho, Gray, and Chahian Brookie stood before a cracked, dilapidated building. He was ready for battle, glanced down at her politely, and asked, now try out that new Link skill right away. So, are you prepared? She was caught off guard but quickly responded. Yes, Your Majesty. Spiritual energy surged, and the system recognized the action, displaying a notification. You used the Demon Servant Link skill. Your body transforms into a statue, eyes turn ghostly white, and your palms rotate a ball of energy, surrounded by conflicting aura. This is pure leveling manhwa action. Sung Suho looked with curiosity at his clenched fist, shrouded in red aura and streaks of black lightning. Wow. He focused on the powerful aura flowing from his fist while noticing So suddenly collapsed. This is the Link skill, but her face had become hollow, cheeks sunken and exhausted, eyes glazed with fatigue. Sung Suho shouted, struggling to speak, forgive me, I am exhausted. After just one use of this skill, he comforted her with a few words. Don't worry, rest well first. His gaze filled with pain as he stared at the lingering mana on his hand, still potent. Could a single use completely drain her strength? How strong exactly is this skill? So lay weakly on the ground, Yet, when she looked at his clenched fist, she felt bitter. The thought of having a skill to transfer her strength to the Sung Suho was touching. Sung Suho clenched his fist with anticipation, ready to deliver a powerful strike. Indeed, it created a deep crater scattering rubble and dust. Sung Suho and Beru stared puzzled, speechless, at the aftermath. Beru examined the wall's impact marks carefully. I don't see much difference from usual. He disagreed. I think it's distinct from Gray's link skill. So worriedly thought, urging herself to rise and watch the two converse. This tense moment perfectly captures the spirit of a system manhwa recap. He also argued with it. I think it's different from Gray's linked skill. So worriedly told the person nearby to look their way while thinking. This definitely fits the system manhwa vibe. That's all the damage dealt after all his power was completely drained. Yeah. Sung Suho glanced at the notification panel, puzzled and confused. Could it be because the energy charged is at 0%? Since there's no method to recharge energy, he also has no clue how to use it. The system displayed information. Skill-linked demon servant energy intake 0%. Drawing power from the descendant of white flame and unleashing a powerful explosion. Beru flew closer and whispered to him, Young King, I have a request. He looked down at Beru, his expression still uncertain. The demons crushed and knocked out on the ground were actually Beru's favorite meal. May I eat the corpses of the demons you brought to the dark dungeon? Sung Suho refused that, because he had a purpose for those bodies. No, I left them here because I want to perform the shadow extraction spell on them. Beru understood, without demanding more. Oh, so, you've never tried the shadow extraction spell on demons before. Can I try it now? He opened his palm wide, revealing 5 long, beautiful fingers. Standing tall in front of them, he gently uttered the incantation to awaken. The corpses of the demons showed no sign of change, and the system confirmed failure. Notification mana, corrupted shadow extraction spell, cannot be used. Sung Suho stood there and relayed the info to Beru. I just received notice that the shadow extraction spell can't be performed on them because their mana has been corrupted. Beru hovered nearby, analyzing logically. Even the Dark King can't extract shadows from these demons since their souls are completely corrupted. That's why he resorted to contracts to summon them, kind of like someone from the Landia clan. Sung Suho sighed disappointedly. Then we can't do anything with these corrupted souls. Beru, you can eat them all. He replied upon hearing that. Thanks, young king. She, sitting far away, thought, can't believe they just said I'm corrupted. So mean. He approached, handing her some magical water, saying, Here, drink this magic water, you'll feel better. She smiled brightly. Thank you. Feels like I'm standing on your legs. During the chat, he maintained a kind tone and casually added, I guess you don't have anywhere else to go right now, huh? Feel free to use this city. So gratefully replied, Young king, you helped me so much. The system popped up again with a notification that a part of the dark dungeon was designated as White Flames territory. So Ladia was appointed the Lord of White Flames territory. Sung Suho smiled warmly and told her, You're on my team, don't sweat the small stuff. He glanced toward a noise from Beru Key X. Suddenly, he yelled, Beru, what's wrong? He quickly responded after noticing something. Young king, I found clues about Itarim's disciples in the demon's memories. He was surprised by Beru's intel. A gloomy building shrouded in thick dark smoke appeared. Sung Suho So Broki. And Ray listened intently as Beru reported the matter. He hovered before them, explaining thoroughly. Now, I will tell you what I saw in their memories. The eerie silence was broken only by Beru's voice. Before I continue, there are some things you must understand. Stardust has spread across the world, and Mistborn are extraterrestrial monsters. Hearing this, she shouted angrily. You mean hell isn't the only place tainted by stardust? He also expressed surprise. Mistborn are aliens. Broki added info. Whether fate or coincidence, the demons I ate are connected to Broki and the Prairie Hyena tribe. A guy added that the demons received humans from the Hyena tribe. The humans had decayed into Miss B Perfect as refining materials. Stardust Beru explained more places were producing it as well. Stardust. And they call these places Stardust factories. He added. Basically, the Hyena tribe handles kidnapping humans. Beru continued. The divine tribe transports the captives to the factories where people are turned into stardust. He confirmed. I'm certain Itarim is the mastermind behind these 3 factions. After hearing this, he thought silently. All this ties back to Itarim's invasion. Beru added. Also, the creator of the Stardust production line is a human. Sung Suho was surprised and repeated. A human, he added further. I've uncovered that there's a person aiding Itarim's apostle, Beru said slowly. That person is him. Continuing, the vice president of the Death Guild, Ryu Jiho, said if we investigate him, there's a chance we'll find Itarim's apostle. The scene shifts to a bustling crowd, where a group is filming and taking photos. An angry reporter shouted, "Why is the crowd outside waiting and cheering so loudly? He's coming out now." Ryu Jiho walked with 2 bodyguards behind him. From the group of photographers and cameramen came a loud shout. "That's Ryu Jiho." A reporter asked him, "Mr. Lai, may I have an interview? What's the status of the Hunter Association's investigation?" He stopped and replied, "The investigation concluded that I am completely innocent, though it's not surprising." Suddenly, a reporter angrily yelled, "You really have no clue about the Human Corner captures by the Hyena Guild, even though the Death Guild sponsors them, right? On top of that, many hunters died on the Soon battlefield managed by the Death Guild. What's your response to that?" Ryu Jiho said sadly, "We, the Death Guild." He bowed apologetically to the crowd and continued forward. "Have devoted ourselves fully to a world that was once steeped in chaos after the great disaster 2 years ago." The reporters listened in surprise as Ryu Jiho spoke, taking notes. During this system manhwa recap, "The reason we support the Hyena Guild is that we want to assist them. It's mainly composed of level D hunters, and we want to empower them to help the world. Even opening the Soon battlefield to hunters outside the Death Guild was intended as a place for rookie hunters to gain experience." The crowd surrounding him was astonished and seemed to believe Ryu Jiho's words. "We never imagined that our good intentions would lead to such unpredictable consequences." He feigned heartbreak, covering his eyes as if crying during this awakening manhwa moment. "If I had managed things more carefully, no one would have died." Ryu Jiho bowed his head as he walked. "I apologize for causing trouble." Outside, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Some said, "If what he says is true, then the Death Guild is also a victim, right?" Others nodded in agreement. "I think so too. Even the Hunter Association declared them innocent." Another added, "The Death Guild has always pursued noble goals." His eyes turned fierce as he overheard the praise. "So, aren't they heroes?" His gaze shifted behind him, with a smug look only a former top Asian star could wear. Confident in the ease of acting that no level-up system manhwa could teach, Ryu Jiho performed in front of Wu Jin-Chul, silently thinking. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association's president, worried, said, "You can go now." Ryu Jiho thought to himself, "I didn't expect that sly old fox to release me without much interrogation. Well, no matter. It seems the Hunter Association doesn't realize I'm the one behind the so-called drifting stardust on the market." Suddenly, the silhouette of Sung Suho appeared, watching Ryu Jiho. He tracked him with his eyes and said, "So that guy is Lim Tae-gyu Sung." Suho asked Beru, "Beru, what do you think? Can you sense Itarim's power from him?" Beru replied, "Not even a trace." Then he added, "That means he's not controlled by Itarim, right?" Beru confirmed. "Exactly," he said firmly. "All right, from now we'll verify that for sure." Beru warned him. "Young king, you must not act like that," he added. "I know you have defeated some powerful enemies, but this time I'll risk my life to stop you." He began sensing someone nearby, his eyes radiating fierce determination. "The presence I feel comes from Ling Dung." Ryu Jiho turned his head toward the wall. His subordinate noticed and asked, "Is something wrong?" Ryu Jiho said, "No, nothing." Beru warned him about the opponent. "You are not yet skilled enough to defeat him." Ryu Jiho, a level D hunter. In a white room illuminated by an overhead light, on the table lay a peeled fruit plate and a chilled bottle of wine. Ryu Jiho sat with a girl, scrolling his phone with a cunning smile, saying, "Everything's as easy as flipping a hand in this leveling manhwa." Then he continued, "Just a little performance, and the public's attitude flipped 180 degrees. Now, the online news is ramping up too. The deputy executive of the Death Guild, Ryu Jiho, has been declared innocent by the association. All records detailing the profits flowing into the Death Guild have been made public. The opening of the gun battlefield aims to foster the growth of new hunters, despite ties to the Hyena Guild, which is currently embroiled in scandal. Ryu Jiho consistently pursues noble deeds." Suddenly, a girl approaches and exclaims, "Oh wow, look who we have here. None other than the Hunter World's hero." Upon hearing this, he replies, "Oh hello ma'am." She, with captivating curves, softly says, "You should have called me when you arrived." Then she promptly shoos away the other girls. "You all outside now?" Reacting calmly, he says, "Am I obliged to inform you every time I do something?" She awkwardly answers, "No, you know I didn't mean that." Inside, she thinks, "What a frustrating personality." Watching him scroll his phone, she silently judges him, born with a silver spoon, rising as a Korean star from youth. No wonder his pride is sky high. Then she pours him a drink, pondering further. Yet his pride was utterly crushed after the great catastrophe. She continues thinking. After the disaster, his rise to an A-rank hunter stirred up big sensation. But surprisingly, Ryu Jiho's driver also awakened as one of Korea's rare S-rank hunters. This story made headlines, shifting public attention to his driver. It was the first time anyone saw the ranking system turn upside down with Ryu Jiho no longer at the top. Yet somehow, that driver joined the Death Guild, founded by Jiu. Just then, she closed the wine bottle and said, "Now, shall we get down to business?" he asked. What business?" She leaned close and whispered. "Don't play dumb, I'm talking about stardust." Then she asked, "I want to buy in bulk this time. Is that okay?" Ryu Jiho slammed his glass on the table and said, "Haven't you heard the distribution system and one factory were destroyed? How could we meet such a large demand?" She smiled at him and said, "I'm sure the genius, Ryu Jiho, has his own plan, right?" He replied, "Well, I'll try talking to my business partners." She happily said, "That's our deputy director." His thoughts were, should I really find that guy? Lately he's stopped accepting my orders. Scene change. At that moment in the city, a hand pressed against a window pane. The young man's face darkened, causing those behind him to be shocked and exclaim, "That kid." Scene change to terrifying blue monsters charging forward. Instantly, Gray viciously bites into them. On the other side, those monsters faced execution with a single slash. Right then, Sung Suho shouted and extended his sharp hand. Immediately, the blue monster was sliced with one strike. That single slash decapitated one monster and bisected another. Then, he continued attacking, killing many monsters. The power radiating from him was overwhelmingly fierce. He wiped the blood off his face and called Beru, saying, "All right now, I'll summon all the new souls." Beru responded, "Young king, he must be getting impatient after what we just said." She then looked at the three others and continued, "Our target is to extract information about Itarim's apostle from Ryu Jiho, now the top distributor of stardust. We must accept that a fight will definitely break out when we approach him." Sung Suho looked confused and asked, "So, how do we get the info from him?" Beru answered, "If he won't talk, I'll just consume him to steal the info. The Dark King gave me permission to devour humans as long as they are confirmed demons." Then Beru added, "But only if we defeat Ryu Jiho while touring the association." Hearing this, he pondered silently. Beru continued, "Within the same rank, strength differences matter. A full 10 D rank levels are needed to be 1 C rank. Our team's abilities are still too weak to defeat the Death Society and the Ali Minhung level divers." At this point, Sung Suho asks Beru, "So what level are you?" Then he follows up with, "Aren't you part of the scripture?" Sung Ho, now confused, asks, "Does the secret reward only appear once?" Opening the random box. The box immediately pops open. A notification instantly appears: "You have obtained the Ash Ring." The ring materializes right into his hand. The Ash Ring item is rank D, classified as level 5 conscious jewelry. The system then notifies him that the Ash Ring has been equipped. Instantly, his consciousness stats increase by 29 plus 5. Seeing the ring appear on his hand, Sung Suho thinks a single ring boosting 5 points in consciousness stats. His expression turns very anxious as he contemplates, yet this does not change his current situation. Ultimately, he can't level up just by hunting for fragments anymore. The green monsters lie dead all over the ground. At this moment, he puts on his combat gloves and silently thinks. Hunting demons only boosts Funan's horn damage by 3%. The system now announces the Horn of Vikan effect of destructive desire increases physical damage by 33%. He clenches his fist firmly and thinks, "I want to get stronger quickly, but I don't have many ways to make that happen. If I want to level up, I think I need to enter a dungeon and kill monsters." After some time, he stares intently at his profile. Then he sighs and says, "All I got today were just people contacting me to join excavations with Thuthap. I think no one would dare put a level E hunter like me in the assault team. And according to the Hunters Association rules, breaking into and advancing through the gate is illegal too." Hearing this, Beru says, "Why not reassess the Hunter Association's level system?" Hearing that, he responds, "Information about the awakened person will be posted on the Hunter Association's homepage. I should avoid getting involved in that." Then he continues, "Now I know whose disciple Tarims is currently on Earth. I don't want to be discovered and used as a pawn against my father." He strokes his chin, pondering deeply. "I can't defeat Ryu Jiho if we also have to deal with that disciple group." At this point, Beru says, "I don't think you need to worry too much about Itarim's disciples. Beru hesitates and adds, in case Itarim's disciples arrive before me, they might not be that strong due to the effects of spatial displacement. Upon hearing this, he asks spatial displacement. Immediately, Beru explains alien races who want to use spatial displacement must own a spatial rift. The outer edge of the rift is extremely narrow, making it very hard for mana to leak through, which creates an internal resistance. Even if an individual exerts full power trying to widen that outer edge, it restores quickly. Hence, deploying spatial displacement consumes a lot of energy and time depending on each person's mana. Beru continues, that's why Itarim's large army fights in outer space, and the Dark King can't arrive at this universe quickly. Hearing this, Sung Suho thinks so basically the disciple hasn't fully regained strength after crossing spatial displacement. Considering he's never appeared personally, only using Brokey and the demons, that seems pretty logical. His expression tightens as he says, if Itarim's invasion is certain, isn't now the best chance for me to get stronger? Beru thinks to himself, is it really time? Beru then recalls, because we don't know the current situation on Earth. I will let you decide when you arrive there on action plans. Then he adds, if you need help, take this and find him. He smirks wickedly and says, he should definitely be a huge help to you, Swa. Beru watches Sung Suho thoughtfully. The other reason the king gave me this key is so I'd use it. Suddenly, he shouts loudly, startling Beru, who calls out young king. At that moment, he puts his hands into his pockets and says, why didn't I think of this before? Immediately, he pulls out his phone and says, there's a way to enter the gate unnoticed and without breaking Hunter Association laws, which I'm very familiar with. Meanwhile, inside a skyscraper in the city, suddenly someone's voice calls out to him. It's been a while, Sung Suho. This is our first meeting since your awakening. Mr. Jinho said, I was curious why you suddenly wanted to meet me, but I didn't expect you to bring such a detailed proposal. You've really grown a lot. Hearing this, Sung Su responded, I brought you a proposal where you won't lose anything. Beru hid in Sung Suho's jacket and thought, just as expected from the young king. He already found him. The king he mentioned before. Jinho continued, so your point is, you want me to? Then he laughed and added, help you get into the gate, right? This is Yu Jinho, executive director of ASIN. Yu Jinho then introduced the game's simultaneous logins, reaching 1,241,778 users at peak. This ultra-popular virtual reality game has held the top spot ever since it launched 4 years ago. The Beautiful World. He then went on to reveal, nobody would guess who created it. The best game in the industry came from the youngest child of some wealthy conglomerate family who's still immature. The gaming company is ASIN Soft, and the CEO of the company is. At that moment, Kim Young-jin asked Sung Suho if his last name was Su. That's right. Then he said, I've been expecting you. The director told me he has an important guest today. Right this way. Sung Suho wiped sweat from his brow nervously. It was his first time visiting his uncle's company. As he glanced over the staff, he wondered why the company had so many awakened individuals like him. Kim Young-jin looked at Sung Suho and said, you must be confused, because many employees here are awakened, right? Not everyone who awakens wants to risk their lives in the dungeons. He added, if the pay is right, they'll also take on commissions or work as bodyguards. Sung Suho then asked out loud, why would a gaming company need VAV hunters? He replied, we're currently working on a project. Then he added, but I can't disclose any details to you. Sung Suho thought to himself, maybe they're developing a game related to hunters. Meanwhile, in a different room, Jinho laughed heartily and said, well, look who we have here. He patted Sung Suho's shoulder enthusiastically. Been a while, Su? How long has it been? Then Jin said to Sung Suho, the last news I heard about you was when you awakened at the Korean University of Arts. Did you know we were worried about you? Sung Suho replied, I've been busy lately, so I couldn't keep in touch regularly. Sorry about that. Jinho sat down and said, seems like you've grown since we last met. Sung Suho scratched his head and said, probably, because I'm going through puberty. He then took out his computer and said, Uncle, can you take a look at this? Jinho looked surprised and said, it's been a while since we spoke and you're already bringing work up. He looked at the computer and said, a business proposal. Then he added, I was really wondering why you suddenly wanted to meet me, but here you are with a full business proposal. You've really matured. Hearing that, Sung Suho smiled brightly and said, I brought you a proposal where you won't lose out in any way. Jinho continued, so you mean you want me to? He smiled warmly and said, help you enter the gate, right? Sung Suho quickly explained, yes. If you agree to help me open the gates faster and recruit the necessary assault team members to get inside, I will give Asen all the magic crystals dropped within the gate. I'm confident I can conquer a dungeon from grade D to grade C easily. Jin-Ho frowned and asked, "You say you can do that even as a grade E hunter?" Sung Suho replied, "Actually, I have a way to conquer the dungeon alone." Jin-Ho asked Sung Suho, "You know, I'm an awakened too, right? Even I at grade D, which is higher than you now, am not strong enough to hunt inside the gate." Jin-Ho's expression darkened, and he asked Sung Suho, "Is the reason you're going this far to get into the gate because you think your parents might have been trapped in one of the gates during the Great Catastrophe?" Then he said, "If that's the case, I'll still hire hunters for you, so please keep waiting." Sung Suho thought to himself, "I knew this would happen." Beru popped out and asked, "Young king, are you going to reveal the truth now?" Sung Suho replied, After all, you're still the most trustworthy person." At that moment, Shu said, "Uncle, listen to this." Jin-Ho replied bewildered. Sung Suho's expression turned serious as he explained, "Actually, I'm an awakened being who can level up." Jin-Ho panicked and asked, "Level up how?" Shu continued, "Right now, there are invaders from outer space hiding on Earth. To stop them, I need to kill monsters to level up." Shu's face was grave as he added, "To halt the alien invasion, I have to enter dungeons and become stronger." Suddenly, Jin-Ho said, "What are you talking about?" Jin-Ho asked him, "Sung Suho, have you heard about the Solo Leveling project?" Hearing this, he was completely confused. Sweating, he asked, "Solo Leveling?" Seeing this, Jin-Ho laughed heartily and said, "Ah, now I get it. This must be some hidden camera prank where you make a ridiculous request just to see your uncle's awkward reaction, right?" Then he laughed so hard he almost cried, saying, "What you just described is actually the storyline for a single-player game our company is currently producing." Jin-Ho continued, "It's about an awakened being who can level up solo. At first, he was at the weakest level E rank, but he eventually conquered S rank. In the end, he became the strongest awakened being and defended the world. If someone already told you, why did I keep it such a secret in the first place?" Sung Suho thought helplessly, wondering if that story was about his father. Jin-Ho laughed loudly and said, "Anyway, if you were trying to prank me and my staff, you failed. You're not clever enough to fool me." Beru then flew over and said failure was impossible. This uncle surely still retains faint memories of the old world, or something like that. Suddenly, Jin looked at Beru and stopped. Seeing Beru, he shouted, "Sung Suho, what kind of ant-faced creature is that?" Beru immediately turned to Sung Suho for help. "Young king, can I assist?" Upon hearing this, he said, "Beru, since," when Jin-Ho's face trembled with fear. Beru said, "During the time forgotten, you were a trusted servant, loyal to the king, responsible for countless mankind. You participated in nearly every battle the king fought. Those heroic moments must be etched deep in your soul," causing Jin-Ho to exclaim, "What?" Beru then grabbed his sword and said, "Enough talk, this is quicker than wasting words." After that, Beru stabbed Jin with the sword and said, "This is a gift from the Dark King." Seeing this, Jin-Ho screamed, "What is this?" His face froze, and everything around him turned white as Jin-Ho exclaimed. Then, from afar, someone approached, getting closer to him. The person drew near to Jin-Ho, surprising him. The other person looked at Jin and said, "Is that me?" Jin-Ho started to recall his past, remembering his own image. "Jingu, you said you were E-rank, right? I will protect you." Seeing Jingu carry a heavy load, he asked, "Is your baggage heavy? Are you okay?" Hearing that, he replied, "Oh, it's fine, I can carry it." Then he asked, "Are you always this quiet?" Jingu responded, "Are you always this talkative?" The enemies were closing in on them now. The invaders asked, "Are you going to side with him and fight against us?" Hearing this, he stepped in front of Jingu and immediately assumed a fighting stance. The scene switched again, showing a flashback to that day. His expression was serious as he said, "Enough." He slammed his hand on the table and said, "Only 20 times, no more than 19 times accompanying me." Even after hearing this, Jingu still left, making him cry and beg, "Please listen to me." In another memory, he wore armor excitedly and said, "A full armor set crafted by the most skilled artisan. It will enhance my power. If the two of us are going to conquer these dungeons, I should at least prepare something. Don't you think so?" Hearing that the other person just lightly touched his armor and caused him to fall backward, his expression turned serious as he said, "Take it off while I'm still calm." He helplessly obeyed. Jin-Ho then said, "Because of this, the raid was a complete success. Not only did he save my life, but he also helped me in the raid. He's even more like my brother than my own brother now." He lowered his head, his face turning red. Then he spoke. If you consider me like your brother. Then he raised his cup and said, I've always seen you like a younger brother, Jin-Ho said, tears streaming down his face as he returned to the present. He wiped them away and continued. If that's the case, then meeting Jingu again in this world. Hearing this, Sung Suho turned to Beru and whispered, Beru, what exactly did you do to him? Beru quickly reassured him. Don't worry about him. Seeing Jin still in tears, Beru explained. He simply regained memories from his past life. The hot tea is still sitting on the table, untouched. At that moment, Yu Jin-Ho spoke up. I get it now. The power Jin-Ho holds is limitless. Your son has it too, right? Hearing this, Sung Suho replied, confused. Yes, but it's a bit different. Jin-Ho had stopped crying by now, his eyes swollen. Then he added, there's an outer god beyond this universe, who is protecting this world from the Itarim. He truly exists in a completely different dimension. Sung Suho responded upon hearing this. Yes, to stop the Itarim's invasion of Earth, I need to level up as fast as possible. Then he added earnestly, even with the situation so dire, you still brought me a business proposal. You really inherited your father's serious nature. Sung Suho smirked in response. Jin-Ho continued, now that I understand the situation, I can no longer treat you like a child to shield. He agreed, I accept your offer. Which made Sung Suho jump in joy and shout, awesome. Jin-Ho sat back thinking this time Jin-Woo will have to bear his burdens alone again. Jin-Ho gazed out the window, contemplating. He allowed himself to recover his memories because he wanted a chance to support Sung Suho. Right, this time, you can trust me. I'll do everything to help Sung Suho. The scene shifted. Sung Suho now wore a mysterious mask. The group there stared at him. Sung Suho glanced at the people and thought, are these the assault team you hired? You really did a great job gathering everyone, uncle. A man with an injured leg looked at him and asked, you're really paying us 4 million just to join the assault team without going through the portal? Sung Suho answered him. Exactly. Then the man asked, but you're going in alone. He looked Sung Suho over and said, I don't know how confident you are in your skills, but underestimating the portal is extremely reckless. He continued, well, if it gets too much, feel free to call us for backup. Sung Suho looked at the man and replied, though my body's in bad shape, maybe I can still support you in some way. Hearing this, Sung Suho responded, thanks. Then he stepped in alone, saying, if I need help, I'll call you. In his mind, he thought, his father had burdened himself with countless responsibilities and kept going until now. Sung Suho moved forward, accompanied by his two teammates, Eso and Ray. This was part of the team system he received in this leveling manhwa. Putting on his gloves, he said, I can feel my father's warmth through his hidden intentions. But the stone monsters were climbing closer. Sung Suho took a fighting stance, saying, I don't want Dad to bear everything alone anymore. He declared, time to start leveling up. Ryu Jiho's car parked in front of a massive building. He stepped out and told his subordinates, stand guard all around. And you obey orders from inside the car. Thinking silently, it's been 3 months since I last met him, right? Ryu Jiho entered, catching the attention of a guard, cleaning leaves, who said, oh, I saw you on the news. You're Ryu Jiho, the deputy executive of Death Association, right? Hearing this, Ryu Jiho thought, well, a precious gem can't be hidden. He decided that building a strong image was also important. Pulling down his mask, he smiled and said, thank you for recognizing me. Then he added, have a great day. The guard cheerfully responded, hero of the hunter world, I'll always support you. Ryu Jiho thought, yes, those envious stares. Everyone should look at me that way. The elite among elites, born as the deputy executive son at Eugene Construction Company, that's me. He continued reminiscing. The early deceased star who became a king of advertising was also me. I climbed the ranks in celebrity circles and was named the Asian Prince. After the Great Catastrophe, I became an awakening level fighter. I thought I'd remain one of the top hunters on the food chain as before. This manhwa recap truly captures the essence of a system manhwa filled with awakening and leveling adventures. Lim Tae-gyu sat up front and said, oh, I have awakened to S-rank. Then think about it, until my driver Lim Tae-gyu becomes an S-rank awakener. That's right. The driver said, I'm old now, so I'm planning to become a hunter as soon as possible. I think I'll quit being a driver soon. His face showed fear. The driver continued, by the way, you're an A-rank awakener, right? The Hunter Association suggested I start a guild. Want to join? You look at him thoughtfully. I'm only A-rank, but a lowly driver gets S-rank. Your eyes on the driver have changed. From that day on, I was sure this world is heading toward collapse. Then you tapped the upgrade machine, and thought on, the pyramid structure was reversed after the great catastrophe. I need to restore it to its original state. Even if I must team up with a demon, you open the door. His face was deeply pensive. A voice came from the dark room. Put away that nauseating smile before I tear each of your mouths apart. Ryu Jiho entered and said, where is your master? The owner is back, but no greeting from you. A voice called out your name, Lim Tai-gyu. Someone else continued, hurry up with that damned hair and pupil. The platinum-haired boy looked at you and asked, are you from the alien race? Ryu Jiho looked at the platinum boy and said, last time I saw you, you were a newborn. Now you've grown a lot, huh? Your mana has increased too. Did you grow according to the plan? He continued, I've told you before this isn't growing. I am restoring my power. The platinum boy then said, to fix problems with time-space travel between universes, I split my original body, divided power and personality into several pieces and sent them here. The first piece to arrive here was the weakest one. My newborn state means this current me is the version merged with the second piece. The boy said further, though my memories remain the same, my personality will differ from what you once knew. Ryu Jiho sat down and said, sounds complicated. The boy explained, simply put, I demand you don't treat me as a spoiled brat. Ryu Jiho looked at you and said, well, I don't care about your personalities. You still remember your promise to me, right? The platinum-haired boy replied. Fame and fortune, huh? Lim Tai-gyu's face looked fierce and said to wipe out the S-rank Lim Tai-gyu. Lim Tai-gyu praised you. Well, good, you still remember. The platinum boy asked, so, why have you come here today? Hearing this, Ryu Jiho answered, do I not have the right to enter my own home? The boy said, I recall telling you not to come here, unless for a special reason. Ryu Jiho then said, is there a problem with the stardust production chain? Recently, the hyena guild supplying firewood and the factory and sun have been destroyed. So I came to ask for more stardust aid if possible. The boy asked, were they attacked? Have you found the culprit? I heard the hyenas were wiped out by a hunter who wears a mask and uses a sword. Then the boy called to Min Zung Ryu Jiho. You are the one using our stardust production method. And also the system's creator. Didn't you promise the system wouldn't have any problems? Ryu Jiho responded. Kid worrying from one problem to another won't get anything done. Yellow eyes flashed in the platinum boy. Ryu Jiho put his hands in his pockets and said, pathetic. Maybe the previous personality choosing you as a pawn was a mistake. You drew your sword from the ground and said, hey, alien. Right away, the blade was at the platinum boy's neck. Ryu Jiho whispered threateningly in the boy's ear. I'm not some brainwashed empty shell like you. I'm an A-rank hunter who can kill you before you regain strength once I'm enraged. The one being used as a pawn isn't me, it's you. The sharp blade pressed against the boy's skin. Mindung then said, hunters in the human world are ranked based on their mana, considering it a symbol of power. His soft voice said, how messed up is that? The guardian now approaches the combined power of the two, causing pain to the guardian. This power is terrifying. Ryu Jiho still holds the neck as thoughts rush through his mind, mana streaming from all directions. You think on. Could it be that it has brainwashed everyone inside this building? People at the dining table are starting to lose consciousness, and soon the other two also fall unconscious. It feels like nearly everyone in the building is passing out. The mother and child in the elevator are affected too, as is the person sitting in the car. Lu Xiang begins to think deeply. The platinum-haired boy speaks up. The previous personality thought you were useful because you were needed for survival. But now, I possess the power to survive on my own. He continues, our relationship can change depending on the skills you have. The unconscious crowd holding weapons is advancing, and their approach is utterly terrifying. Lu Xiang's face shifts into something terrifying as well. Then Ming Rong releases him and says, just kidding, why so tense? I just wanted to see if you could actually kill that S-rank guy. Upon being freed, the boy replies, fine, since you still have some use, I'll spare you this time. The guard rubs his aching head and groans. Ugh, my head. The white-haired girl opens her suitcase. The platinum-haired boy explains, these are stimulant drugs condensed from stardust hundreds of times. Lu Xiang picks some up and says, wait, you have something like this. The boy answers, dissolve it, and you can produce a large amount of stardust. He adds, it's completely different from the stardust used only by low-level hunters. If you use this, it will enhance even an A-rank hunter like you. Want to give it a try? Lu Xiang hesitates, but holds it thinking inside, who would be foolish enough to trust unknown substances like this? He thinks further. Maybe I've unleashed an unimaginable monster onto Earth. Still, Lu Xiang stands and says, Alright, just keep your promise. In his mind he adds, not my problem anyway. The platinum-haired boy slumps to the ground, a red energy pulsing through him. The boy says, I can sense another fragment arriving soon. He continues, once I merge with that power fragment, I won't have to hide anymore. At that moment, a Chahian brookie appears. Eso and Gray begin attacking this demon. The Chahian brookie starts to rise. The monster straightens up, preparing for an attack stance. Eso and Gray are ready to fight. Sung Suho takes a running start, jumps, and charges straight at the Chahian brookie. The monster struggles violently. Upon seeing this, someone yells Young King. Sung Suho's face is grave as he presses tightly against the monster. Chahian brookie's eyes bleed. His power is overwhelming, shattering the creature. The Chahian brookie is torn apart by Sung Suho. The platinum-haired boy's voice turns chilling as he declares, the invasion officially begins. The girl wearing a baseball cap asks, is this really not dangerous at all? She looks at everyone and says, we just need to wait until that person leaves the gate, then each will receive $5 million, with the only condition being to never disclose what we see or hear here. A man sitting nearby responds, this is the 4th time and they've never broken their promise. As gate hunters, we serve the community. This doesn't hurt anyone. The girl replies, but something feels off. Immediately the man replies, then just stop working for them. She nervously scratches her head. The uncle thinks quietly, this is really suspicious. The guy doesn't bring any excavation or collection team, but just clears gates. But without excavation or collection, there's no profit from gates. He continues pondering. Initially, he only entered D-rank gates. But recently he started entering C-rank gates. What the heck is he doing in there? Suddenly, a hammer strike shatters a stone layer. The green monsters are smashing rocks with hammers, while Beru pushes them to move faster. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone picks up items and talks to Gray. Collection work requires real skill. Don't you think Gray turns and says? Meanwhile, the Sung Suho is fighting a C-rank boss monster alone. I hope he's okay. Sung Suho moves swiftly, dodging the monster's arrow attacks with lightning speed. Sir is currently fighting a C-rank boss monster alone. I wonder if he's okay. Sung Suho swiftly dodged the monster's barrage of arrows. The giant spider was fiercely aggressive now, but Sung Suho remained calm and skillfully countered. He drew out his blade and immediately struck the monster with a fierce storm-slash attack. Instantly, the system displayed a notification. The paralysis effect has been activated, but the target has strong resistance, so the effect is weakened. Seeing that, Sung Suho said, you can endure this. I just wanted to test the paralysis effect of the dagger I got earlier, right? This thing doesn't work on spiders. The system quickly displayed another notification. Kasaka's Poison Fang Grade C Dagger Class. Intelligence plus 25. A dagger forged from Kasaka's venomous fang. The poison within it persists, causing paralysis and bleeding to foes. You can store this item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. Paralysis effect, eventually the enemy will be paralyzed. The bleeding effect causes the enemy to lose 1% health every second. Then Sung Suho immediately launched an attack and shouted, just as I thought, this works against bugs. His strike hit the giant spider with great force. Next, he followed with a punch, aiming straight at the fierce spider. His punch was brutal, connecting directly with the beast. Sung Suho's muscles bulged as he shouted loudly, punching is still the best. Suddenly, a sword appeared in the sky, creating a terrifying aura. At that moment, Sung Suho looked at the spider and thought to himself that he was strong enough to face a Grade C boss alone. Next up, the gateway to Grade B. The monster grew even more ferocious. Without hesitation, Sung Suho charged fearlessly towards it, thinking to himself, he's already familiar with wielding kingly authority in battle, not only leveling up, but his skills in combat improved day by day. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted direction. Come to think of it, the kingly authority skill is usually used just to move objects. He rushed toward the beast, while continuing his thoughts. Now, he was curious what would happen if he combined an invisible hand into his attack. He raised his fist, pouring all his strength into it. The punch flew straight at the spider, sending it flying backward. As soon as he defeated the spider beast, the system announced, you have defeated the giant Arak. Notification. You have leveled up. The system continued to notify. Kingly Authority skill. Upgraded. Kingly Authority. Level 2. Active skill that doesn't consume mana. Even without direct contact, you can still move objects. Fatigue accumulates based on how the skill is used. Current fatigue. 83. Sung Suho collapsed on the ground and said, I think I need full concentration when using this skill, so I get tired faster. Using it consecutively is really tough. Suddenly, Gray and I jerked our heads toward the outside. At that moment, the Sung Suho looked at them and thought about the countless combat styles possible with the Kingly Authority skill. She eagerly asked, Have you defeated the boss yet? He smiled and replied, Yeah, I won. Hearing this, Beru said, Now, you can fight alone without needing me by your side. I'm really impressed. Sung Suho replied Beru, You can go collect the magic crystals now. Beru said, We've gathered all parts of the monsters. Hearing that, Sung Suho said, Well done. At that moment, a price list of items popped up. Sung Suho quickly tapped away, adding 200 gold and 500 gold. Then he said, This feature to sell gathered materials through the shop window is really convenient. Beru then said, Compared to human hunters, I think you're about to reach grade B. Sung Suho calmly replied, Is that so? Not surprising since I'm leveling up 8 times faster. The system then displayed the status window. Beru continued, Also, I sense that since you're getting stronger, they're getting stronger too. Hearing this, Sung Suho added, Yeah, I also feel that as we fight more, my strength recovers faster. Sung Suho blinked in surprise and said, How am I recovering stamina without draining blood? Wait, one more thing. He looked at them and asked, You two now show levels. System displays level 19 for me. And Gray is level 17. Eso responded, We have levels. That's strange. But we're not players like you or Sung Jin-Woo. Hearing this, Swa looked puzzled and asked, Did you also see this system window? She replied, I don't think so. Swa then hesitated and pondered. Even though they can't use their stats, maybe their stats increase as they level up. It's good that the two of them can become stronger from now on. But the heirs and the teammate system still hold many mysterious pieces that need solving. Swa then spoke up. So why don't we test if the two of them can really level up now? Eso said confused. How do we do that? Sung Suho smirked cunningly and said, What other choice is there? Of course, we raid the gate again. Eso panicked and shouted, We've done 2 raids already, why go again? They've already left. Sung Suho then said, Then save it for next time. First, let's finish the daily quests. Beru turned around and advised him, Young Sovereign, you should be careful not to get addicted to anything. The system just alerted you have entered the dark dungeon. Suddenly, he stopped, widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? A massive explosion erupted. Oh shouted, There's a gate inside the dark dungeon. Sung Suho thought, The heat is overwhelming. Is it coming from inside the gate? Then she asked Beru, Beru, is it even possible for a gate to appear in the dark dungeon? Beru replied, I'm not certain. The system then announced an emergency quest. A huge red explosion appeared, and the system posted a mission. Emergency quest Spatial Rift. A spatial rift has just been discovered. Enter the connecting gate and eliminate the source causing the tear. He thought silently, an emergency mission. Suddenly he smirked, then tossed it over to and Gray. All right, and Gray, catch this. The system announced again thermal resistant cloak grade A to use non-classified hybrid. Equipping this item costing 10 gold can block a certain level of heat. Sung Suho stepped forward and said to everyone, Perfect, I was just looking for another raid chance. This came at the right time. Let's enter the gate. Scene changes to the desert inside an Egyptian pyramid simulation dungeon. Lu Xiang from the Allah Hunters Guild, ranked Fang, then pointed a knife at someone and shouted, This is blatant abuse of power. Who gave you the right to kick us out of this dungeon? Our Allah Guild came here first. Goliath said sternly. Who cares who came first? He threatened. This is my guild's dungeon now. If you keep resisting, consider this a declaration of war. Liu Zhigong's face turned grave and thoughtful. Damn it. I never thought I'd clash with the 10 Wilderness Assassins Guild. The sneaky 10 Wilderness Assassins Hunter ranked A said. Facing overwhelming power, everything else is just a distraction. Lu Zhigong shouted, Everyone into battle positions, while Goliath remained calm. Suddenly someone raised a hand and greeted. Hello. Liu Zhigang looked shocked, and Goliath turned to see. Seeing them look back, the newcomer hesitated slightly and said, Wait, excuse me. Can I ask where this place is? Rewinding 30 minutes just past the gate, he frowned, wondering why sand was flying out of the portal. Eso rubbed his eyes and said, Yeah, tell me more about it. Everyone gathered closer, Swa continued. Turns out the dungeon is a desert. Beru added, I sense strong magical energy coming from that pyramid. Look at those caravans running, Sung Suho chimed in. But why are there things that don't fit in a dungeon here? Everyone slid down the sand, as Sung Suho said. There's even cars and barbed wire fences. Then he told, I heard machines don't work in dungeons. Then why are they here? So worriedly said. Don't tell me this isn't a dungeon, he added, but a gate that crosses into another world. Beru responded, that's impossible. Sung Suho hesitated before telling everyone. Anyway, as long as the previous gate stays in the dark dungeon, it should be fine. I'll go check everything out. Hearing this, everyone agreed. Yes, I think that's a great idea. Immediately, Exwo entered. After a while, he stepped out, and seeing him, she asked young Sovereign, how did it go? Zhou looked panicked, stammering. The gate isn't there anymore. His expression was filled with shock and worry. Everyone started whispering among themselves. The gate has vanished. Does that mean the cursed boss beast has been slain? But that person still hasn't returned. We need to contact the emergency liaison right away. Back in reality, inside the pyramid, everyone was staring at each other. At this moment, Sung Suho thought, we've already entered the pyramid. He glanced at the others and continued thinking, glad that there were people here. Probably the ones who arrived by car outside, right? Judging by their English, they must be foreigners. Sung Suho was a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as he said, where am I exactly? In his mind, he was thankful for having studied English for university. Ryu Jiho looked at him and said, a hunter. After the Hunters Guild will Asians gain ownership of this dungeon? Goliath looked at him critically and said, what a pain, never thought so many pests would gather here. His eyes widened as he continued. It was mentioned in the old woman's prophecy. At that moment, a purple monster appeared and spoke. A creature born from death has unraveled the ancient seal. The one wielding the power to revive the dead will emerge in the tomb. The blonde man seated in the chair added, shortly after the prophecy was delivered, a dungeon-type pyramid appeared in Egypt. The Egyptian pyramid tomb and death perfectly align with the prophecy. Macvest finally spoke up. Once our scheduled events are complete, grant me access to the dungeon so I can launch a raid. If other guilds interfere, do you want us to deal with them like this? Hearing this, the old man lowered his glasses and replied, why do you even bother asking? Sung Suho thought to himself that handling them according to the Wild Integration Guild's methods should do. Back to reality, Goliath said to him, listen, if you're a hunter pursuing this dungeon, consider this your final warning. If you agree, we'll let you walk away. Upon hearing that, Sung Suho thought, so this is a dungeon, huh? He was quite nervous, but continued, they're aggressive. If this is a dungeon, I have no choice but to clear it out, to complete the emergency mission. Carefully, he asked, what if I refuse? Immediately, the man answered, simple, we'll have to kill you. He lunged toward Sung Suho at once. Gray's face showed panic, and Lu Xiang looked just as alarmed. Suddenly, he landed a critical blow on Sung Suho. Then he paused to look, but Sung Suho had dodged and said he was the first attacker, remember? Hearing that, he immediately charged at Sung Suho again. Sung Suho blocked and thought, I don't know how much damage I'll deal after boosting my strength. Since I hit his armor, he won't die easily, right? Suddenly, the man's expression changed drastically. Sung Suho was shocked and exclaimed, and before he knew it, the man was thrown far away. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, how dare you hold back on me? Kill them all, whether they're from the Ala Guild or that Asian kid, wipe them out. Seeing this, Gray sprang forward. Eso shouted, how dare you harm the young prince? Lu Xiang also tightly gripped his greatsword and said through clenched teeth, I guess a fight is inevitable. Sung Suho was knocked far back, wincing and shouting, oh my god. Seeing that Beru asked Khan, young prince, are you okay? Khan replied, yes. Then he continued, hunters are fighting among themselves. To complete this urgent mission, I have to come out on top in this brawl, right? Beru answered, I think that's necessary for the success of this raid. His expression turned serious as he said, that armored gang attacking us is definitely the enemy. Then he gathered momentum, leapt swiftly, flipped off the walls, and headbutted the armored opponent with full force. Immediately, he kicked the guy sky high. The opponent laughed darkly and said, impressive. Then they clashed swords fiercely. The armored man said, never expected such a weak hunter to dare oppose the Wild 10 Guild. You'd better listen to the strong. Sung Suho thought. I've tried to defeat him, but he still endures my attacks. Just how tough are these bastards? Clenching his fists, he pondered. Maybe I should try the new combat techniques along with the royal authority I just learned. He continued wondering, can I use it on a single foe? Sung Suho continued to raise his fist deep in thought, but if he accidentally killed someone, he immediately lifted his sword. The two clashed fiercely. At that moment, his face was covered in blood, as he died instantly. Zhu quickly turned to thank Liu Zhigang. Thank you. He then walked away, saying, I saw your skill when you dodged Van Don's attack. He then turned back to Liu Zhigang. But your hesitation earlier, are you afraid of killing others? Looking at him panting heavily, he continued, monsters aren't the only danger for hunters. You need the resolve to protect yourself from dangerous people like rogue hunters. Sung Suho heard this, his gaze fixed on the fallen man as he thought deeply, determination rising within him. I thought fighting with all my might was enough, but apparently not. He recalled the recent battle and pondered, so far I haven't had to kill anyone. Even when fighting the Hyena Guild, I could control myself thanks to our vast power difference. Sung Suho reflected further in this system Manhwa recap, but I won't always be in a dominant position. He glanced toward Eso, who was still fiercely fighting, and internally contemplated. Sometimes fleeing may just mean death, or failing to protect what I want. Maybe tragic incidents like those in this world will keep happening. He continued thinking, I missed this because I was only focused on leveling up. I forgot I must discard old emotions from before the awakening. At that very moment, his expression turned terrifying as he reflected, only then can I truly fight Ryu Jiho. Liu Zhigang then introduced himself. I am a hunter from the Aula Guild. My name is Liu Zhigang. He said, we're having some trouble with the Wild 10 Guild. Why not form an alliance with us? Suddenly, Sung Suho swung his fist past Liu Zhigang, hitting the man behind him, then punched the ground, sending the enemy flying far away. The system showed the Royal Authority skill. At level 2, an active skill that requires no mana. Even without physical contact, you can move objects by exerting accumulated effort, depending on usage. Seeing this, Sung Suho silently vowed not to hesitate again. The man immediately fainted, his face battered and bruised. Goliath thought he defeated Yuang Hengbi with one hit. Smiling wryly, he said, interesting then, Sung Suho said. I am Sung Suho from Korea. Let's form an alliance. The battle among hunters in the dungeon never ends, with armored groups on one side and muscular ones on the other. The armored hunters spotted the alliance forming, but remained confident in their strength. The Asura Guild was teaming up with another hunter team. 3 pillars remain 3 pillars. We surpass them in both quality and quantity, stated Sung Suho, surprising Jian Dan. We haven't even shown our full power yet. As if commanded from his position, an armored hunter lunged forward. Suddenly, the system introduced numerous fanged monsters, giant regular rank era. They didn't come alone, but brought many allies. Goliath couldn't believe the young man could summon the impossible in this awakening Manhwa recap. His fighting prowess plus summoner skills, yes, summoning all at once. Zhou was ready to stir things up. Alright, let's turn up the heat. This time, let's see how the armored hunter group handles these monsters he brought. Amid dusty air, an armored man with a golden shield on his shoulder, holding a large axe, stood boldly in the desert. He stepped back, stomped hard, cracking the earth beneath. Something explosive had just happened. As dust and rubble scattered, he leapt up, swinging and spinning arcs quickly, dispatching monsters in seconds. No one else was here besides Liu Zhigang, eager for a direct fight with him. You're hiding well, little one. Truly interesting. Sung Suho clenched his fists, his face showing anger peaking. Even Goliath Beru admitted his strength exceeded expectations. Though weaker since becoming a shadow soldier, he still blew away a monster that gave the young king of soldiers a hard time with a single strike. Humans truly are the strongest here. Sung Suho turned around to praise upon hearing Gray bark. Perfect timing. Gray was using the connection skill. Eso stepped closer, calling out young king of soldiers. Beru didn't understand why he stopped him. Sung Suho fell into a state of complete confusion. Eso hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Wait a minute. Crown Prince. She truly wants to help him and is very eager. How about this time you use your skill to connect with me? We've learned a method to speed up mana recharge while roaming near the gate. Sung Suho didn't want to refuse. Gray beside him seemed unhappy using a skill I'd never seen in real combat was a bit. Eso's long ears drooped, feeling disappointed. This was her chance to be useful to the Crown Prince after all. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind, causing her to freeze. Ah, the frightening truth was the shrieking itself. They were no different from zombies, monsters approaching fast. Goliath struggled fiercely against the monster. Was the noise from the battle attracting more? Eso gripped her weapon tightly. This sudden turn of events was too unexpected. At the entrance, Lu Xin stood calmly with arms crossed, unfazed, while his subordinates were barely holding on. Damn monsters, I finally understand the prophecy the boss mentioned. Entities born from death will break the seal. The one wielding the power to resurrect the dead will rise from the grave. He naturally didn't want to waste energy, thinking a bit might reveal the answer someday. If the dead meant those mummies, then that person must be somewhere in this dungeon. A death-born entity can shatter the seal. Lu Xiang glanced back, considering which option would bring greater benefit. The boss's order was to seize control of the dungeon, but judging from the ongoing guild battles, taking the resurrection power would please the boss more. His eyes abruptly turned emerald green, eyebrows nearly raised in surprise. Watching Sung Suho fighting monsters fiercely, Lu Xiang was deeply conflicted. Yet retreating now wasn't an option. Sung Suho's eyes still shone with his usual confidence, undiminished even in a dangerous situation. Lu Xiang stood still, closing his eyes to concentrate. Goliath, with his skilled swordsmanship, was repeatedly leaving monsters without a single intact body. Hu Hai guessed that Lu Xiang ordered his subordinates to charge inside. Scavenger Guild, all with me. Ignore those hunters and head straight to the boss's chamber. Of course, Goliath did not want that to happen at all. The scavengers aimed for the boss's room and needed to be stopped. But it wasn't easy to get past the zombie-like monsters blocking the path. Goliath was furious at those hunters taking advantage of the chaos. Were they trying to use the monsters to stall us? Why did the path always lead that way? Sung Suho behind him wasn't doing much better. At this rate, the reward might be taken by others. He watched Sung Suho surrounded by a radiant yellow light ray. Yet, somehow, a massive monster appeared before Sung Suho. It wildly tried to attack with its long claws. But Sung Suho had already flown off somewhere unseen. Chaos erupted inside the desert dungeon. And inexplicably, the monsters' bodies quickly dropped to the floor. Sung Suho stood right there, single-handedly clearing all the monsters. Even John Don looked stunned, eyes wide open, and not daring to blink. To Sung Suho, this was just an ordinary demonstration. Quick, clean this area, and let's chase after them. He was still in disbelief. How could he not only summon but also merge with them? Oh was still upset for not being able to support him during that awakening Manhwa moment. Goliath's mouth formed an O shape, utterly amazed. Sung Suho, who exactly are you? Deep inside the dark path, uncertain what lurked, guards stood watch on both sides. As the guards moved forward to block the guild, a sword was suddenly at their neck. Lu Xiang lightly guided the tip, severing the guard's head right in front of his subordinates. Driven more than ever, Lu Xiang was determined to defeat that kid. Not only that, I want to face him as soon as I obtain the resurrection power. Something here caught his attention. Jian Dan seemed to know this place. Who knows? He was just guessing outside the door. Is this really the boss's chamber? It took a long time to gradually push the door open. As the door slowly creaked ajar, dust rose into the air. Before Jian Dan and his followers lay a monster chained tightly with numerous glowing shackles. While he was lost in thought, without saying a word, two subordinates behind whispered, seeming to recognize it as the boss. Was it sleeping? Goliath stared unblinkingly at it every single second. A chained monster. The prophecy mentioned an entity born from death that appears after the seal breaks. What's more shocking is that the monster spits out cryptic words. At his level, all he can do is stand there, guessing till dawn. Is that the monster's language? Is it actually trying to communicate with us? Amos is speechless and powerless against these foolish hunters. Even though we don't understand what it's trying to convey, the monster's hand shows injuries from trying to break the lock. Amos keeps spitting out strange pearls and unintelligible words. Mitch gets slightly injured following its movements. Goliath urgently yells for everyone to prepare to fight. After expending all his strength to break free finally, one chain link snaps. Amos wildly lashes out the chains in all directions, turning the scene into chaos. The power radiating from it transfers through the chains. No matter how strong the guild's hunters are, anyone who gets hit by the lashes bleeds profusely. The chains are so sturdy, they leave marks on the stone floor whenever Amos strikes hard, trying to break them. Meanwhile, Amos achieves its goal. It confidently approaches Goliath. He refuses to admit it, but fear is clearly written across his face. What in the world is this? Are the guild's tanks really that tough? Just one chain swing can take everyone down. Amos behaves oddly, spreading its hands wide, right in front of him. This only adds to Goliath's confusion. Is it inviting him to attack? He grits his teeth. His stubborn competitiveness never fades, dismissing one enemy after another. Instantly, Van Don triggers his skill, his face burning with rage, activating his counter-soldier skill. His green eyes pierce the darkness like arrows filled with vengeance aimed at his opponent. Amos stands still, letting Goliath swing past it. Exactly as Amos wishes, hiding some unknown scheme. Goliath is furious but powerless. His fear becomes palpable. He's poured all his strength into this strike, but it barely caused a scratch. Not understanding the monster's intention, Goliath quickly says goodbye. Sorry, boss. Overwhelmed by panic, he's shocked to see the iron lock on Amos's hand beginning to crack. I was supposed to be the lord here. The monster roars with a shaking force. The ground shatters wildly, and blood splatters across someone. This time, there's no escaping the grasp of the Lord of Death. Amos slaps its head in frustration at failed deception. Ha ha ha, it's annoyed because it hasn't fully warmed up after long captivity. Unexpectedly, the first living being it found died so fast. Finally, it forces itself to stand. Amos hesitates briefly, then suddenly brightens up, apparently seeing someone that cheers it up. At least a few comrades seem happy too. Sung Suho kicks an undead's head hard, sending it flying, crushing its skull. He frowns thoughtfully. These creatures keep coming relentlessly. If so, Sung Suho hoots loudly to rise, but the system alerts. It's impossible to extract the ancient spirit. Looking at his hand, he guesses can't extract the ancient spirit. Neither can I use it on demons. The restrictions are harsher than expected. Suddenly something heavy drops just in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sung Suho quickly jumps up and sees a huge pit cracking open. The fighters below are affected too. Layers of soil rise as if something terrifying is emerging. Indeed, a massive centipede over 10 meters tall stretches out from the earth. Everyone is terrified by the sight. A damned centipede monster. And just the undead alone fatigue everyone enough. The centipede slithers across the ground, opening its huge fanged mouth to attack. People leap up in panic, dodging its giant legs. Eso charges recklessly with her spear, but her weapon cannot penetrate its hard shell. She grips the spear tighter and stabs again stubbornly. Eso shouts to the group. It's too tough. My attacks aren't effective. Goliath loudly warns Sung Suho. With this many monsters swarming, it's dangerous. I'm furious at the Scavenger Guild for stealing the field dungeon ownership, but I think we should retreat. Sung Suho agrees wholeheartedly. I think so too. He recalls the system mission hesitating. The urgent mission says he must resolve the cause of the time crack. He's uncertain if he can complete the mission, while the Scavenger Guild fights the boss and they retreat under these conditions. The ground suddenly shook violently as a massive, terrifying foot stomped down. The pressure was so intense that Vannon widened his eyes in fear. A huge monster tore apart the shattered ruins as it emerged. He panicked and shouted, "That path is where the Scavenger Guild ventured in." A new beast was coming out from there. Sung Suho's body trembled slightly. Maybe it was because his sensory stats had increased, thanks to leveling up. He could feel it. From the beast emanated a suffocating aura. The glowing red name above it, the prisoner of Ammu's tomb, made him even more terrified. That red-named monster was a disaster unlike any other creature. Ammu opened his mouth heavily and commanded the undead to vanish. The gaping mummies howled, but then quietly retreated. Eso watched the mummies' footsteps with confusion. I heard the monster tell them to disappear, and they obeyed. She fearfully turned toward Ammu. What the hell was that? Sung Suho suddenly called her name. Eso Ammu curiously asked. That was the monster's language just now. Can you understand what it said? Hesitantly Eso replied. Yes, because I'm from the demon tribe. He suddenly burst into laughter. The only thing I see around here daily are dumb corpses and bugs crawling all over the desert. It's been a while since I met someone who could talk to me. Eso thought with some surprise. He seems friendlier than he looks. This moment perfectly captures the vibe of this system Manhwa. Right then, the giant centipede suddenly turned and attacked her. But Ammu immediately swiped it away, shattering its bones. Eso's eyes widened in horror. Did he kill that giant centipede in a single strike? Then he told the remaining centipedes, "Before we talk, I'll have to clean out the monsters that don't understand me first." Saying that, Ammu dashed forward, like the wind effortlessly slaughtering the centipedes. Ammu's actions left everyone open-mouthed in shock. Sung Suho looked up with disbelief shining in his eyes. A monster, killing other monsters. This creature was a force to be reckoned with in this awakening Manhwa. Ammu paid no attention to anyone, focused entirely on smashing the creatures to pieces. One daring centipede charged at him headfirst, only to be quickly counterattacked. A dazzling flash appeared suddenly under his chin. Ammu spun strongly and kicked the centipede's bulky body. Instantly, it was defeated, with purple blood splattering thickly in the air. Ammu executed beautifully, swift moves tearing his enemy apart. He tilted his head back, bathing in centipede blood, and spoke in a low voice. I hate these pests. Everyone who witnessed this terrifying scene felt like their legs were leaden, frozen in place. Goliath shouted in astonishment. Why is a monster strong enough to kill countless others in a flash here? This field dungeon is supposedly only level CB. Ammut stomped heavily on the cracked stone floor and muttered, "Looks like there are many I can't communicate with here, huh?" Without further words, he lunged to attack. "Kill them." Goliath quickly raised his sword to respond. So gasped in shock. At that moment, Sung Suho rushed forward and whistled to block Ammut's path. He angrily questioned him. "Are you killing just because we can't communicate with you? What's wrong with your values?" Ammut looked at him with great interest. "Oh, a human who can talk to me." Then he stomped hard on the ground as lethal aura flared around him. "You said values." Ammut charged a powerful punch at him and arrogantly said, "I never cared about such things." The pressure from that blow was so strong, it crushed large boulders, forcing the Jandong group to struggle to hold ground. Sung Suho couldn't defend in time and was hit hard, coughing up blood and pain. Io cried out in agony, "Junior Commander, you're still scolding Ammut. That bastard, how dare you hurt our little commander," he said calmly. "Is he your ally?" Ammut turned sincerely to say, "It's not really an apology, but I won't kill you. If you're from the demon tribe, then you should know a lot. You might answer my questions." He asked calmly, "Has the war between the Dark Lord and other lords ended? If so, who won?" U gripped her spear, cautiously curious and confused. "What's wrong with this monster? Does he know about the Lord Wars?" Ammut slowly spoke towards Sung Suho and the others, lying wounded on the ground, enunciating each word carefully. "Aren't you going to answer?" He seemed to have lost patience. If they wouldn't respond, then so be it. At that moment, Beru rushed out urgently, calling to Sung Suho, "Junior Commander. Junior Commander, the Manhwa recap continues. Over there, Ammut is still threatening, to the point of tears. Whether it's a monster that doesn't understand language, or a demon refusing to answer me, if they can't communicate with me, they're all the same." He was no longer merciful as before, decisively raising his foot to stomp right on her. "Die." Meanwhile, Sung Suho was slowly waking up in a corner, coughing a few times, blood trickling from his mouth. Weakly he spoke, receiving his reward and restoring his stats. Ammut startled when a strange blue light emitted. Behind him, Sung Suho had risen, rubbing his sore shoulder, muttering, "Good thing I didn't mess up the daily quest rewards. If you ask about the great battle among the warlords, I know a little." He looked up, his gaze sharp. "All the warlords have perished." Sung Suho paused, then continued, "At the hands of the Dark Warlord." So was overjoyed, seeing him still okay. The little warlord Ammut was shocked by that answer, and asked again. Really, he couldn't believe it. "You mean while I was trapped here, the warlord's great battle ended already?" Sung Suho replied thoughtfully. "Correct." Thinking to himself, if he asked about the warlord's battle, he might be a subordinate of one. Sung Suho kept alert, guessing this crocodile beast's strength was at least S-rank. A slight provocation would mean his end. Ammut suddenly stepped forward, startling So. "Finally, the Dark Warlord has won." His next words made Sung Suho frown deep in thought. If all the warlords were killed that day, Ammut raised his fist. "Meaning Iron Warlord Tanak must have also died by his hand?" Ammut asked again. "So Iron Warlord Tanak also died at his hands?" Sung Suho glanced silently at the prisoner named Ammut. He guessed this beast was Ammut, apparently an Iron Warlord subordinate. Sung Suho just raised his head when he horrifiedly saw the giant foot moving toward him. If Ammut knew who Sung Suho's father was, he might attack immediately. So witnessed this and shouted fearfully, "Warlord." Ammut mercilessly stomped hard on the stone floor. Luckily, Sung Suho quickly jumped back to avoid it. Shocked, Sung Suho demanded, "What are you doing?" Ammut defended himself. "You answer too slowly, like you're thinking, trying to trick me, right? If you don't answer fast, I'll kill you." That made Sung Suho think. This beast was actually quite intelligent. Ammut spoke as if confirming, "I ask again. Did Iron Warlord die at the hands of the Dark Warlord?" Sung Suho cautiously affirmed, "Yes, he defeated all the warlords." Observing he guessed this answer would not provoke rage or violence. Suddenly, an invisible pressure pressed down on Sung Suho's body, stunning him. Ammut slowly said, "I have wondered why he stopped seeking me out." Contrary to his imagination, Ammut was excited and happy hearing the news. So he had been destroyed already. Looks like he should be grateful to the Dark Warlord. Sung Suho couldn't believe it. Was he really happy? He couldn't help but ask, "So you're not acquainted or related to Iron Warlord?" Ammut immediately denied. "Related? I'm not close to him at all." Clenching his fist to strike, he shouted, "You say that I don't like you one bit. Die." Sung Suho quickly took a defensive stance with both hands raised, but suddenly countless chains appeared, binding his hands tightly. Sung Suho, was extremely surprised. Chains Ammut was deeply irritated. His whole body was trapped in chains, unable to move. These chains are restraining me. It seems I can't reach him. The chains moved, as though with a mind of their own. Ammut lost his solid footing and was dragged backward by the iron chains. He struggled wildly, clawing the ground with his legs to stop the pull. But in the end, Ammut couldn't resist the chains' overwhelming strength. He angrily shouted, "Damn, these cursed chains! Damn you, Tanak, your spell has trapped me too much." Ammut was dragged into a dungeon and vanished. Only his voice cursing could be heard. Bastard Sung Suho was stunned, witnessing this mouth agape. So those chains dragged him away. He sighed with relief, thinking who knows what happened, but this was a lucky break. Eso hurried up, asking Han, "Little warlord, are you all right?" He quickly reassured her, "I'm fine." Sung Suho looked toward Gray, who was crying and moaning, and said, "Now I know the presence of those monsters here. So, we need to be cautious. While we have the chance, let's focus on healing the guild members of Asura first." Suddenly, he seems to spot something terrifying, his eyes wide with disbelief. It turns out, the system board showed an urgent quest about a time-space rift that had just been discovered. The task was to enter the portal linked to that rift and eliminate whatever was causing it to slowly fade away. He puzzled over what could have changed about this mission. Seeing Sung Suho's reaction, Eso asked with concern, "Young lord, what's wrong?" He nervously pointed to the screen and said, "The urgent quest has been updated." On the system's current display, the urgent quest about a time-space rift had uncovered a tear in space-time. It ordered to enter the connected door and free the descendant of the Ammut relic, trapped inside the pyramid. After reading it, Sung Suho speculated, is that descendant really the relic's heir? On the ground, iron plates mixed with rocks scattered everywhere. Going deeper, they found countless bodies lying around. Sung Suho cautiously stepped forward, thinking these were likely the Scavenger Guild's victims. So that monster wiped them out right here. Then he looked up, fixing his gaze on the figure across from him. Ammut no longer looked like the arrogant rogue he once was, chained in a corner looking pitiful. Despite that, he didn't hold back words of disbelief. "I can't believe you dared show up here, truly a brave human." Sung Suho raised his hand defensively and said, "I'm here to talk." Ammut cleared his throat. "We already talked earlier, didn't we?" He snapped in frustration. "How could I talk if you were trying to kill me like that?" Did he realize the truth behind that now? But Ammut remained bold. "I learned that from Tanak. If you have complaints, go talk to him." Sung Suho frowned, judging. This guy has the soul of a violent, straightforward kid. He hadn't expected to deal with someone like this. With that in mind, he lowered his tone. "Seems like you don't like the Relic Lord at all. Care to explain?" Ammut didn't dodge the question. "You're here out of curiosity. Huh, I guess I'm just too tired of being chained up like this, so I'll tell you." He tensed up and began to explain. "I'm Ammut. I was created by the Relic Lord Tak and a wizard, then abandoned here." Sung Suho was shocked. "You mean those two actually created you?" Ammut didn't deny it, his voice tinged with resentment. "Yes, those two made me from an ordinary person into this, then bound me with these chains and left me here." "Curious?" Sung Suho asked. "Can't you break those chains?" Ammut quickly clarified. "These chains are magical. I can't break them even if I try. Because of these chains, I've been trapped here for far too long." He growled in fury, "I will never forgive those bastards." After hearing everything, Sung Suho grasped the mission's core, freeing Ammut. He knew he had to dismantle the chains. He began calculating. But with monsters constantly appearing, how could he possibly get this done? At first glance, maybe just pulling out the nails on the wall would work. But wait. Sung Suho posed another question. "Were the monsters sealed here with you, Ammut?" He immediately replied yes. They continued talking, while Eso stood confused nearby. Sung Suho muttered, "So that means you're just a prisoner, not the master of this place." Ammut replied, "Of course I'm not the master here." Then Sung Suho suddenly asked, "Have you ever seen a room here with a big iron door?" Ammut answered, "I haven't been able to go far because of these chains. Why are you asking these tough questions?" Sung Suho rubbed his chin, perplexed. Why would those two hide here, instead of constantly patrolling the dungeon? If his thinking was right, he suddenly suggested, "If I free you, will you fulfill one of my requests?" Ammut was skeptical. "You mean you want to break my chains?" he confidently said. "If you help me get out, I'll do whatever you want." "So, are you planning to remove the sealing spell, or hunt down that other wizard you don't even know is here, and kill him?" Saying this, Ammut tensed his muscles, the chains clinking, and shaking his voice, threatening. At that moment, Ammut tensed his muscles, chains clinking loudly as he growled a fierce threat. If you dare to mock me, the chains binding him won't withstand the pressure and will snap instantly. You'll soon find out what awaits you. So, standing behind, looked a bit panicked as he called out to Sung Suho, young lord. But you don't seem to hear. You're still communicating with Ammut. Listen to me before you decide to act. He calmly said, I will bring down this entire dungeon. Sung Suho guessed. You said you couldn't venture deeper because those glaring chains restrain you. If that's the intention of the ceiling sorcerer who bound you, it seems he's worried you'll kill the dungeon master. Then, if the dungeon collapses, the master there will hardly escape. His words gradually convinced Ammut. What do you think will happen if these chains lose their purpose to imprison you? When the dungeon falls apart, the iron nails on the walls will become useless. After hearing this, he bowed his head slightly, lost in thought. Ammut softly praised. That's a clever idea. After agreeing, Sung, Suho, and So moved further into the dungeon. Beru was left behind sulking as he called out, Young lord, he can't stop crying loudly. Why did you decide to save that monster? You already have a loyal servant like me, Beru. While complaining, it flew around, causing Ammut to wave his hand and scold. Enough. Stop buzzing around my head. Beru angrily shouted. What did you say? You're asking for death. He ignored it and instead sighed out loud. Indeed, no one expected that kid to be a descendant of the Dark Lord. Then Ammut propped himself up. I can only reach this far inside the tomb. The heir to the Dark Lord has already come this far. He gazed into the pitch-dark dungeon thinking, if that boy can't defeat the dungeon lord, everything might fail. And if the dungeon collapses, yet I can't break free from these chains, I'll die here too. Ammut suddenly remembered the words at their farewell. If I help you escape this place, you must obey me. He couldn't help but comfort himself, but I sensed his confidence and complete trust in that boy. He bowed his head deeply, recalling the figure fading from his memory. Tanak, you once said the true power lies in physical strength, and because of that, you created me. But now, even beings weaker than us can perform miracles. He firmly declared, if it's that child, I believe he can free me from here. Meanwhile, Sung Suho was swiftly taking down monsters, conquering the tomb. A single punch was enough to knock his enemy out. The giant's head was flung away from its body. After defeating the opponent, Sung Suho let out a soft breath. Always guarded with a spear beside him, the two quickly ran over the giant's body, heading straight for the throne. There was only one left. The last one sat calmly above guarding the tomb's sentinel Exike. Ammut moved his arm, instantly summoning a massive chain to pull it back. It stopped before the swirling portal leading into the dark dungeon. Countless iron chains appeared, tightly wrapping around Ammut, pulling him back, preventing any further steps. Sung Suho and So stood nearby. Sung Suho looked at Ammut and spoke, as expected. Even if you enter the dark dungeon, these chains appear again to block your path. Don't they? Ammut clenched the chain in his hand until it snapped, then explained. Whenever I even think about leaving, they immediately appear and restrain me. Sung Suho glanced at the chain and said, such a troublesome magic. Honestly, I didn't think this would work. I was just testing to be sure. Sung Suho devised a plan in his head and began explaining. There are two main objectives we need to accomplish first. 1. So and I will defeat the boss and make the dungeon collapse. He pictured the next step, breaking the chains binding Ammut. Once that's done, we move to the second mission, which is disabling the chains when the pillars get destroyed. Finally, the scene of them meeting together in front of the dark dungeon gate, where Ammut will be freed from these chains and reunite with Beru and us. At last, we'll enter the dark dungeon and escape the collapsing tomb. Ammut doubted the plan and asked, if we fail either mission, is this plan completely ruined? Sung Suho seriously replied, I already have a backup plan prepared for that. Ammut didn't argue further and interrupted. Forget it. No matter what happens, it's better than being trapped here. A massive pile of sand suddenly appeared, continuously spilling across the ground. Six stood at the center, holding a glowing golden orb from which the sand kept pouring out. He manipulated the sand to form monstrous creatures with overwhelming destructive power. Sung Suho could only rush out to temporarily escape the sandstorm. He held Rakan's fang, piercing through the sandstorm, his eyes glowing fiercely. Countless slashes struck as six sand monsters tried to engulf him. Clearly, these attacks could only hold them back, not destroy them completely. Sung Suho was engulfed by the sand. He struggled, sweat dripping down his forehead, clenching his teeth in frustration. Yeah. Looking at Sick, controlling the sand's power, Sung Suho thought silently, the tomb guardian Sick. Because of this sand, I can't get close to him, and that red name means he's at least at an A rank. The sand nearly covered Sung Suho's whole body. He pulled his shirt up to cover half his face. trying to keep sand from getting into his nose and mouth. His eyes burned bright. If this keeps up, my mana will deplete before I can defeat him. I need to end this quickly. Meanwhile, even being trapped in the sandstorm, there was movement. She gathered momentum and threw the spear in her hand forward. Sung Suho's hand pierced through the sand. He used mana to burn away the surrounding sand, creating a clear path. Sung Suho enveloped himself in mana and charged into the sandstorm ahead. Meanwhile, on another side, the spear So just launched was also piercing through the sandstorm, heading towards the target. Sick casually waved his hand, and the incoming spear was knocked away, spinning effortlessly in midair. Clearly that attack posed no threat to him. Sung Suho was wrapped tightly in sand, shouting loudly at So to use the link skill. So's eyes widened in response. Yes, my young monarch. She felt a rush of excitement. Finally, she could use her link skill. Her whole body transformed, her hair turning pure white as she generated an orb, radiating red and black energy. The energy recharge condition for the link skill, which I learned while passing through the gate with the young monarch, is that by defeating magic beasts, I absorb their souls, and that speeds up the skill's energy recharge. So pushed the orb forward, releasing strands of black and red energy. At last, I now have the chance to showcase the results of my hunts in the dark dungeon against goblins all this time. Sung Suho absorbed the dark energy, boosting his strength, gritting his teeth, and charging forward. He jumped high, wielding the newly linked power directly at Sick standing before him. Meanwhile, after using the link skill, So's energy drained, and she collapsed face first onto the ground, her silver-white hair slowly reverting to normal. So temporarily lost fighting capability, only able to watch the battle unfold with open eyes. All this time, I've only shown my weak side to the young monarch. Seeing Sick preparing to block Sung Suho's incoming attack, she silently prayed, hoping their link skill this time could aid him. The system window popped up. Link skill activated full gauge at 67%, drawing energy from the air of white flame, unleashing immense power. Sung Suho didn't hesitate, focusing all his strength into this decisive punch. His fist embodying the power of Sung Suho and Shika collided. The sound caused the surroundings to tremble. Sick's body was smashed apart by Sung Suho's powerful strike. Feeling the shockwave, Beru flinched. The collapsing noise shook the whole area, astonishing Ammut. He raised his head, looking at the dungeon master, and muttered. This is Beru next to him, sweating profusely, continuing. The dungeon is collapsing now. Ammut with some excitement said. That means they succeeded in defeating the dungeon's master. Cracks began forming on the walls, securing the iron chains that had held Ammut captive for years. Soon after, these iron chains detached from the walls and fell. 1, 2, then many more. The dungeon itself cracked and looked set to collapse any moment. Beru flew forward, turning to urge Ammut, hey, you crocodile, follow me, we're heading to the young monarch's side. Ammut stood still, silently watching Beru. It didn't move immediately, but thought quietly, if those chains no longer block my way, that means finally I've escaped Tanak. Ammut recalled old memories back when it was just a weak monster, its whole body covered in wounds. Even one arm had been severed. I still can't fathom why Tanak and that wizard experimented on a mere demon like me. All I remember are the excruciating memories of being destroyed and reborn every single day. Ammut endured the pain. It screamed in agony and gouged out its own eyes. Tanak destroyed my body, while the wizard took charge of repairing it. The longer the experiment dragged on, the stronger my body became, just as they planned. Yet my mind couldn't bear the pain, so I tore out my eyes and began to transform, learning to enjoy the torment. It recalled those terror-filled days. During that horrific time, I had only one wish to survive. Ammut imagined itself in a green forest, while gentle sunlight filtered through the majestic trees. That was the one thing I wanted again, to feel the grandeur of nature I saw as a child. Ammut lifted its feet and moved forward without looking back. It paid no attention to iron stakes glowing behind it. It thought, what if I could make this happen? Suddenly, a stake shifted and launched at Ammut. Startled, it turned around. Beru wiped sweat off her brow, shocked. She yelled loudly. A crocodile. Ammut touched the stake lodged in its back, trembling with disbelief. The stakes were flying right at it. Ammut gritted its teeth. Blue blood spilled from its mouth. The stakes kept charging, and Ammut roared in fury, standing firm. That damn Tanak wizard. Ammut couldn't understand and looked a bit pitiful. It felt despair. Would you rather kill me than let me go? Just then, Sung Suho appeared. He kicked 2 stakes connected to the chains away. His foot bled, clearly injured. Beru worriedly cried. Young king. Sung Suho gritted his teeth. These stakes are too tough. The ones he kicked spun back as if they had eyes. Sung Suho shielded Ammut, ready to intercept. They were going to attack again. What if the chains don't release Ammut? Jumping high, he dodged the stakes assault. Below him was a teleportation gate. I'll use it to move these stakes away. The stake slammed onto the ground, sparks flying. It quickly changed direction and attacked again. Another stake appeared in the same way. They returned unstoppable. Many stakes streamed through the gate, spreading in all directions and increasing in number. Ammut trembled. Sung Suho, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Sung Suho ignored it all, blocking attack after attack. Ammut couldn't understand. How far do you want me to go that you'd risk hurting yourself like this? Sung Suho felt cracks in his body, painfully glaring his bones. Couldn't take much more. Just then, Ammut suddenly appeared before him, unhesitatingly taking a hit for him. Blood still dripped from Sung Suho's face as he stared in surprise. He heard Ammut say, "Now I understand why Tanak and all the other kings failed against the Shadow King." Sung Suho shouted, "Ammut, hold back the pain. We just need to toss these stakes into the gate right." A large wound from a stake was on Ammut's back and it muttered, "Then, let's fight together to the last moment." More stakes were charging toward them. Ammut spoke loudly, "Young king." Meanwhile, nearby Eso still lay unconscious on the floor. She slowly opened her eyes. Beru floated above. Awake now. Eso sat up and looked at her, voice tinged with doubt. Suddenly, Beru collapsed to her knees, seeming about to break down. "Ah, the young king brought me back from the dark dungeon because I had no energy left. What about today?" And Ammut Beru formed a hand and raised a finger to her lips, signaling, "Shh, be quiet." Eso heard Beru say they were resting. She was so surprised, she raised her head, then showed a delighted expression. Eso softly muttered, "Sung Suho ho, rest in peace, and sleep deeply." Eso was extremely excited and happy. "You did it." Amid the rubble, Mut held Sung Suho to lean on him. Both were exhausted, sinking into sleep. At the same time, the status window kept popping up notifications. "You have successfully recruited the Ironside Descendant as your teammate." Notification, "You have completed the emergency mission Spatial Crack." Notification, "You have leveled up." Notification, "You have received mission rewards." Notification asks if you want to check your rewards. 2 option boxes are placed close together below. Hot coffee still steaming rested on the table. A man in a neat suit sat in his office. The steaming coffee cup was on his desk. He held a phone, seemingly scrolling through news updates. He paused at a news item. Since Hunter Sung Jin-Woo disappeared, something had happened. He sat silently with a serious expression. Hunters and gates have begun reappearing. Thanks to memories from the old world, left by Sung Jin-Woo, I was able to quickly build the Hunter Association and calm the chaos of the Great Catastrophe. Now a stardust-like thing, something unknown in the old world, has appeared. It's round and emits a beautiful blue glow. A stimulant never before in the old world, yet it boosts mana for low-level hunters with no side effects. A unique element fitting for this awakening manhwa. From what I know, distribution is handled by Ryu Jiho, the vice president of the Death Association. Since he acted while Chairman Lim Taegyu was abroad, chances are he worked alone. But I doubt one person could orchestrate such a widespread distribution in the old world. Feels like there's a mastermind behind this. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered, "It's been a while since you called me." The voice on the other end hurriedly spoke. "President of the association, sorry for calling so suddenly like this." He replied, "You can call me any time. After all, you helped the Hunter Association tremendously during its early years." The caller seemed slightly embarrassed. "Actually, I called because I need the Hunter Association's help," he asked with surprise. "Help from us," the caller responded, "my grandson." At these words, he cried with worry, urgently pleading on the phone. "The boy has awakened as an A-rank hunter, and I think he's trapped inside a gate." The voice trembled from the phone line. "Please help him, Mr. Woo Jin-chul." Woo Jin-chul was surprised. "Mr. Jin-ho is your grandson." He hesitated, unable to believe what he heard. "Sung Suho, huh?" The warm golden sunset light cast shadows over the junkyard, where a group of people sitting in their cars nodded off. Suddenly, someone kept calling the man in the driver's seat. Ryo Sin. Sung Suho leaned inside the car, resting his arms on the window, and smiled. "Wake up." Ryo Sin, still groggy from sleep, was somewhat surprised. Sung Suho, he said with a casual smile. "I just finished clearing that dungeon. Also, can I borrow your phone for a bit?" Ryo Sin scratched his head. That dungeon? It's completely wrecked now." Rios was shocked, unable to believe it. "You already cleared that dungeon above?" A plane soared into the sky. mingling with the golden clouds of dusk. Sung Suho stood right at the airport entrance, facing a group of people who came to see him off. The leader stepped forward and said, Sung Suho, we will never forget how you saved us at the pyramid. Please keep in touch even after you've returned to Korea. Sung Suho shyly scratched his head and replied, yes. Thank you so much for helping me get a flight back to Korea. Sung Suho recalled Ryu Jiho crying when he got the call from him. At that time, he burst out loudly. What, you went to Egypt? Because of a portal? You're okay? I'm so relieved. I really thought something bad had happened to you. Sung Suho smiled reluctantly and added because he helped him contact his uncle. Sung Suho thought to himself that Uncle Bao must have reported this to someone he knows in the Hunters Association, so it looks like he'll have to visit the Hunters Association soon. The person opposite Sung Suho was Ryo Shin, who stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, but this is strange, a monster that seems to be rank S or higher retreating and letting the dungeon collapse. Sung Suho was a bit startled but quickly replied, yes, it really is odd. He forced a reluctant smile, then continued. At that moment, I was truly lucky. He gripped his backpack strap tightly, feeling tense, thinking he couldn't reveal to his uncle what really happened with Ammut. Ammut moved its hand, dragging the iron chains on its wrists, making a metallic clank. It sat in a somewhat ruined area, facing Sung Suho and So. Sung Suho looked at it and spoke. After all, you couldn't break free from Ammut's chains. You can't leave the dark dungeon because of those shackles. Since I didn't lift your seal, are you planning not to keep your promise to me? Ammut responded. Don't worry, you kept your original promise to take me out of the tomb. The shining iron stakes were hammered into various spots. Ammut continued. Maybe because the stakes are everywhere, but here I can move much more freely. It's way more comfortable than that tiny dungeon like a nostril. Sung Suho looked at Ammut thinking Ammut has changed so much. Suddenly, Ammut grabbed Sung Suho's hood and lifted him up. Then Ammut carried Sung Suho soaring high. Sung Suho was amazed. So watched below, worried, shouting, Whoa! Hey, little lord! After a moment, Ammut safely landed on a tall building. It had Sung Suho look down at the breathtaking scene below and said, though just a bit, I can feel the great nature I missed in this place. Ammut told Sung Suho, I will follow you as I promised. Little lord. Sung Suho turned to look at Ammut and smiled Ammut back to the present. He thought silently. A gate opened in the dark dungeon, and an urgent mission appeared. Probably so he could meet Ammut as his comrade. He turned waving goodbye to those seeing him off at the airport. See you later, uncle. This is Ryo. Ryo watched his back deep in thought. Sung Suho can summon combat monsters and even transform, though only a rank B hunter. I have to contact my guild and have them spy on him first. Sung Suho had no idea what Ryo thought of him. He walked straight ahead. Beru flew closely beside him and said, It's been a while since I've flown on a plane. Sung Suho looked at Beru and said, That's because the gate to Korea is closed now. He muttered quietly. I can level up 7 times faster by defeating the boss and completing urgent missions. The system notification popped up. The status window showed Sung Suho at level 34, profession fatigue 0. Title Demon Killer. HP 7000 over 7000. Mana 650 over 650. Strength 70. Endurance 55. Agility 44. Intelligence 44. Perception 49 plus 5 remaining points. After reviewing the info, Sung Suho asked Beru, with my current condition, what rank hunter do you think I am? Beru seriously thought and replied, I believe you are around rank A. Sung Suho muttered rank A now. His expression suddenly grew serious, seeming like his preparation was nearly complete. He lifted his hand, looking at it as if seeing the power inside, then said, It's time to strike back at Minung and Itarim's disciples. In the pitch-black sky, a beam of light shot upwards. The city lit up brightly at night. Inside the Glorious Knights Guild, someone spoke. Our guild has really grown strong. The one in the chair continued. We used to be a guild with only rank C hunters, but now we have access to a rank B gate in Incheon. Someone else quickly agreed. That's right. And now we have a much bigger office. The chairholder smiled proudly. He took out a blue orb and said, all thanks to these status items. With this, we can enter a rank B gate, even though most of us are rank C hunters. The supporter laughed and added, They're getting cheaper on the black market every day. I'm not sure who made them, but I appreciate whoever it was. A blonde man holding a can leaned back on the sofa, curiously asked, Is it really that good? I feel like there's something shady about it. Hearing that, someone immediately rebutted loudly. Hey, you're already a rank B hunter. You'll never understand how we feel. The blonde man is Sung Suho, a B rank hunter. He put on a serious face and said, I heard the Hunters Association is considering a law banning stardust use. Someone just stepped in. A voice filled with dissatisfaction echoed from the Chivalrous Hunters Guild. What? Why would they do that? Stardust doesn't have side effects at all, does it? Hunters can use it to seal more portals. Isn't that better? If they don't help lower-ranked guilds like us, fine, but this is frustrating. Sung Suho took a sip from a can. Even if you complain, what can I do? Suddenly, footsteps outside caught everyone's attention, and they looked toward the door. Through the glass, a few uninvited figures appeared. Sung Suho also turned his head to see. 3 people were entering with the leader speaking unsurely. This is the Chivalrous Hunters Guild. The leader was a platinum-haired teenager with glowing golden eyes and an intimidating presence. He spoke again. Are you the guild with the right to enter the portal that appeared in Incheon just now? Sung Suho stepped closer, curious about his height. A kid. This is the Chivalrous Guild. What wind blew you here? The boy looked at Sung Suho coldly, then calmly said, hand over that portal to me. Sung Suho was confused. Yeah, he's using his power. Suddenly, halos appeared above everyone in the room. He repeated firmly, I said, hand that portal over to me. The members of the Chivalrous Guild stood up, their halos shining brightly as if controlled by him. They bowed respectfully and said, Disciple, we will obey your orders. Sung Suho, the only one without a halo, turned in disbelief and shouted, You guys? Are you joking, Sung? Suho couldn't believe his eyes and asked in shock, Why are you all standing and bowing to him all of a sudden? The platinum-haired boy put his hands in his pockets. Didn't any hunters use stardust before? Now this is perfect, right? Then he ordered. From now on, none of you are allowed to use sight or hearing. Those with halos promptly shut their eyes and covered their ears on command. Sung Suho showed a terrified expression and shouted, Why are you all following this kid's orders? The boy showed no concern and casually sat on the table, glancing at him and saying, I want to talk to the others, except that bastard. His golden eyes glimmered ominously. He recalled the blood-stained wing and coldly added, My creator desires dominion over this masterless world, so I came to Earth to fulfill their wish. Sung Suho didn't understand this. Drawing his sword nervously, he stammered, What are you saying? The boy continued, But after arriving here, I have a few questions. He casually touched the sword of someone nearby. Creatures are beings created by creators to fulfill their wishes, but humans have their own goals and act independently. So what wish of your creator are you all fulfilling? Sung Suho snapped, drawing his sword and yelling, Creator, who the hell is that? Turn everyone back to how they were before. He kept yelling, Is this some kind of religious cult? You might just be a kid, but if you keep messing around, I won't let you do whatever you want. The teenager said no more, gripping the hilt of the sword at his side and slowly pulling it out. Cult. The words made Sung Shu panic, his eyes widening as if he had just witnessed something terrifying. The teenager's pupils flashed a golden light, his entire body shrouded in a red aura. When he touched the sword's blade, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Did you just blaspheme my creator? He whispered. His hand on the sword suddenly burst with a dazzling golden glow. Sung Shu, frantic and agitated, swung his sword wildly. But the teenager was faster. One slash split his body into 2 halves. His sword snapped in half, spinning upwards through the air. Behind him, the table was sliced cleanly by his strike. The force of the slash didn't stop there. It tore through the gap between the two, who followed him in, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The broken blade of Sung Suho lodged firmly into the head of the Chivalrous Guild leader. 1 strike, 1 life lost. The young boy's entire body seemed cloaked in darkness. One of his eyes turned pitch black. His expression was icy and unyielding. Standing amid the wreckage before him lay Sung Suho's split body, and behind him was the guild leader's corpse. The lively sounds and bright light from moments ago were now replaced by a scene resembling hell itself. He stepped onto the bloodstain and commanded coldly, Everyone, I grant you permission to hear and see again. Clean this place up. Without hesitation, he and the 2 who followed him disappeared inside, then re-emerged together. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. What was that sound just now? Someone asked loudly. Another hunter wrecking this place again. The platinum-haired teenager strode past them, lowering his gaze to issue a command. Forget everything you just witnessed. The 2 immediately froze. They stood upright as golden halos appeared over their heads, a clear sign they were being controlled. The boy gazed blankly ahead, deep in thought. What is free will? The creator designed all beings solely to fulfill their wishes. He opened a portal, yet the universe's creations could still end up killing their own creator. The teenager led the mind-controlled hunters through the gate to attack a massive monster. Calm and collected, he stood before the creature whose eyes glowed a fiery red. He said, "It's more accurate to call this beast a spatial refugee wandering through dimensional cracks, rather than just a monster." A yellow stone appeared in his hand, radiating an eerie energy. Living as a wanderer after losing your home must be agonizing. I'll give you a chance to vent your rage. With that, the yellow stone was smashed into the monster's head. It let out a tortured scream. Go roam and cause havoc elsewhere. The teenager's cold gaze watched as his yellow pupils gleamed. I must investigate this world further, all for fulfilling the creator's wish. The bustling streets of Foex saw a vehicle approach a heavily guarded skyscraper. A sophisticated man stepped out. Red mystical light flickered across the space, illuminating the man's figure. As he exited the car, he reported immediately, "The situation is highly dangerous. Judging by the magic power emanating from the portal, if we don't eliminate the boss immediately, a dungeon raid will be inevitable. Should that happen, I fear the airport will sustain tremendous damage." Pausing briefly, he glanced at his team and then continued, "If so, we'll report to the Hunter Guild that everything is fine." Suddenly, the child emissary ignited a blazing red spiritual power. The glowing light enveloped the child's entire body, combined with his unusually bright eyes, creating a haunting scene. A large, strange entity was being forged, moving closer to them. These creations exist to carry out the creator's will. If the creator grows bored, we will launch conquests. If the creator desires something, we will stop at nothing to spark conflicts. That is the reason for our existence as creations. Yet one day, the creator, the god, decreed that one of our kin in another dimension had fallen. Take this and seize control of that unclaimed world for me. We obeyed the god's command, gathering countless reports from our world. The god's army set off toward the unclaimed world. The immense energy required to teleport such a massive force was unimaginable. The passage across dimensions was not large enough to contain that colossal energy. Thus, the army spent a great deal of time passing through the spatial gate. But as long as the threshold remained and their faith was unshakable, they would never give up, as the door leading to the god was right before them. No matter how tough or prolonged the journey, the army refused to quit and finally arrived in the unclaimed world for their mission. This is a classic example of a leveling manhwa's gripping narrative. There, we see a darkness rising, an unfathomable black veil that cannot be measured. It stands in stark contrast to the beautiful ideal world where they live, filled instead with countless demons and monstrous creatures, grotesque and terrifying in form. They embody the essence of evil, and now this darkness blankets the realm, turning it into a hellish domain. This place becomes their home turf naturally, giving the monsters a combat advantage far beyond that of humans. A single strike from them can execute even the most resilient groups. Both the darkness and its armies wield a terrifying power. That is the only certainty they can claim in this awakening manhwa saga. An absolute savage force that forces humanity into submission. Numerous battles erupt between humans and these fiendish beasts within the pitch-black space. Naturally, the edge belongs to the Dark Masters, who are intimately familiar with this shadowy realm. It can be said that darkness is frightening in many ways. If the soldiers of the outer gods fall in battle against the shadows, they become possessed by the darkness and turn against us. As the war drags on, more soldiers fall, and the power of the darkness grows beyond imagination. The outer gods' forces are overwhelmed by this assault, and the battle in the unclaimed world rapidly spills beyond spatial boundaries. The army of the outer gods sinks into despair after being unable to pierce the darkness for a prolonged period. At this point, the envoy of the outer god T said, "This is an opportunity, just like how we spent so much time escaping that place. Those who manage to get out of the darkness in the unclaimed world will not easily return due to the enormous amount of magical power they possess. I cannot sense magic from the inhabitants of the unclaimed world. So if we use the bone fire, I believe we can destroy their world from within." Those words awakened all of them. Perhaps since entering here, they have been enraptured by the spreading darkness in this space. Bonefire, the so-called lowest-ranking disciples, are burned by the flames of faith, but continue to carry out the will of the gods. Though weak, their ability to spread belief is extremely dangerous to those without magical power. The godly army believes that as faith expands in the unclaimed world and the number of believers rises, we can create sanctuaries and miracles. Therefore, they all agreed on TI's strategy, then using their strength to divide their power source into 5 fragments. He kept the weakest shard carrying the bonefire's flame to enter the unclaimed world. As planned, the weakest fragment went unnoticed by the darkness and successfully entered the unclaimed world. It silently passed through the barrier, becoming a scout for humanity and a ticking bomb for the monsters. This was truly their most perfect two-target strategy ever in this awakening manhwa. However, Tai's first shard encountered unexpected variables once it entered that world. Because no matter how little spiritual power it had, it still existed and became a useful source for lowly creatures in the dark-covered world. Each time this shadow passed near a wandering group of people at a remote crossroads, those creatures without magic in the unclaimed world gained magical power after awakening an inevitable outcome. Then he discovered that magic appeared in this world, along with a great catastrophe. The first shard decided to wait for the others and successfully merged with the second fragment. Unexpectedly, they managed to change in a way favorable to us in this battle. There must be someone behind this plan. Further failures must not occur in our strategy. Among those humans, it is essential to fully understand the maximum potential of the beings called hunters, those with magical power, so we can fulfill our mission as one of TI's fragments. You thought standing silently through the crowd, waiting for a storm, and then it came. The lowly creatures panicked and were knocked down. They fearfully glared at the hideous beings closing in. The monsters shuffled forward like demons rising straight from hell, ready to devour human lives. They screamed in terror, monsters fleeing in a frenzied headless panic. Even though such scenes were no longer unfamiliar as an awareness, the reality was that they either fled or died, because the frailty of humans could never match the bizarre and varied ferocity of the monsters' attacks. Amid the fleeing crowd, someone shouted, "It's a prison break. Contact the Hunters Association immediately." You quietly observed the situation, marking a critical moment in this leveling manhwa recap. He thought to himself, if monsters with immense magical power started rampaging, then high-level hunters would surely show up. If possible, he wanted to see just how powerful an S-rank hunter could be. Amid the chaos, countless desperate screams and foolish questions filled the air. Why did the dungeon breach happen in the first place? Wasn't there already a team assigned to guard the gates in this area? He grasped the key point in that person's words. The hunters were already at the gate. At that moment, he took some time to observe the current developments as the rescue team was being assembled. All of them were users of magical starlight. Magical starlight is a stimulant created by melting the faith of the flame bones. Although the faint trace of faith collected in their bodies often didn't exert much effect. If we used TI's amplification power to enhance their faith, he craved to see them glowing visibly with faith on each individual. He immediately ordered preparations to test this hypothesis. Those blocking us step back. Yes. The disciple obeyed, stepping back one pace. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their brutal slaughter. An unfortunate woman was stabbed in the back, while fleeing, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. As the screams gradually faded, the woman was completely subdued by the monster, which kept stabbing her relentlessly until she was silenced. She reached out, groaning and begging them, "Save me." He coldly watched her life flicker out, thinking indifferently, "Creatures exist for the divine creator. So I once believed that the reason for life was simply to fulfill his will. But why do humans possess desire? These creatures bear desires, something only a creator should have. Do these weak humans think they surpass us? While looking at them, they are weak, only running headlong with their lives at stake, fueled by a fierce will to survive, no matter the means." He sadly followed everyone else, a dungeon breach unfolding. Unbelievably, this happened just as I set foot in South Korea. Yet another poor man cursed as he crawled backwards, escaping the savage monster. But fate was sealed. He awaited the deadly blow in despair. At the critical moment, a god appeared. He was like a deity, blocking the monster's strike, diverting its attention, and saving the man's life. As he defeated the monster, he said, "I'll hold off the monsters, get running now." He stared blankly. And one by one, every monster fell by swift and precise deadly strikes. In Sung Suho's eyes now, there was only battle, a hunter wearing a black mask. He observed and speculated mentally. By now, his subordinates also sensed the tide turning. From his gaze came words. It said, "A black-masked hunter wiped out the Chahian guild." Combining these facts, he refined his guess. Could it be the very troublemaker, Ryu Jiho, mentioned before? Amid the fierce battle, the monsters relentlessly chased innocent people, brandishing swords and daggers, ready to strike multiple times, causing the man to scream in terror. A horrifying smile stretched across their faces, revealing sharp teeth. These beasts seemed eager to devour the innocent without hesitation. Suddenly, streaks of strength from Sung Suho smoothly swept through them, causing devastating damage as if tearing their bodies apart. Glancing back, He mused to himself, the Hunters Association surely wouldn't allow a dungeon breach at a gate that would cause heavy casualties. What on earth has happened? Facing the corpses on the ground, Sung Suho remained pensive. First, he had to get everyone out safely. But he didn't realize someone was watching him. It was Sung Il-hwan with a solemn face and sharp eyes, seemingly plotting something. He thought that since the faith of flame bones did not exist within this black-masked hunter, the man had not absorbed stardust. Then he rated his magical power as comparable to Ryu Jiho or slightly higher. "Arise," a voice echoed, unleashing some magical force. Suddenly, massive monsters appeared before Sung Suho's eyes. He ordered sternly, "I want you to assist those who cannot evacuate on their own." His words sent chills down Sung Il-hwan's spine, sweat dripping on his cheeks. Just by looking at him, Sung Il-hwan recalled that image, the power to command darkness. He stared at the man ahead, pondering, unable to believe there could be a human capable of wielding the power of darkness. If that human was linked to darkness, it made perfect sense that he attacked the Hyena Guild and the Stardust Factory to disrupt our plan. It seemed like Sung Suho sensed something, glancing back at where Sung Il-hwan stood, making him a bit cautious. Turning away to avoid Sung Suho's gaze, Sung Il-hwan quietly thought, "For now, I need to stay hidden." Sung Il-hwan stepped outside, but oddly enough, a large truck was hovering in midair for no clear reason, yet Sung Il-hwan remained pensive. "We can't let him realize we're present in this world." Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the truck behind Sung Il-hwan. A faint shadow appeared behind him with a familiar voice as the flying truck arrived. "Unbelievable. Sung Suho. He saved Sung Il-hwan's life right before my eyes." He calmly asked, "Are you all right, kid?" His face was filled with deadly intent as he glanced at something ahead. A huge monster emerged from behind thick bone structures after the explosion. It let out a terrifying roar, but it didn't shake Sung Suho's spirit at all. He stood his ground boldly. Still, Sung Suho was sweating profusely and asked, "Is that the monster leader?" Beru popped his head out from Sung Suho's collar and replied, "Your Highness, I sense Itarim's energy from that monster." Hearing this, Sung Suho responded, "If that's the case, this prison break might be connected to Itarim." Beru seemed to notice something but shook his head, thinking, "Did I just misread it?" Meanwhile, Sung Il-hwan kept staring silently at them with a steady gaze. The monster roared loudly again. Fearless Sung Suho readied an attack with one hand, planning to put all the points earned upon reaching level 35 into strength between 70 and 77. Just as he launched the move, the monster blocked it, neither willing to back down. Sung Il-hwan, standing farther away, seemed surprised. "Did he save me? He probably thinks I'm just a human kid." Watching Sung Suho fight the monster, Sung Il-hwan remained deep in thought. Although he wielded dark powers compared to the darkness itself, he was weak. Sung Suho kept using his current skills, but right now it's impossible to fully gauge his potential. Thinking this, Sung Il-hwan's face darkened. Luckily, having met Sung Suho here, I'll take him down. Suddenly, slow footsteps approached with a calm voice. "I'm late, let's finish this quickly." The voice continued as the man prepared to cast a technique. Fireballs appeared from his hands, soaring over the subordinate monsters' heads. It looked like the fireballs almost hit Sung Il-hwan. Luckily, once more, Sung Suho stepped in to protect him. Seeing the new skill shocked Sung Suho. Fire. Silence fell. No one moved or spoke, but the fireballs hovered in midair. The man didn't hesitate and continued casting, clenching his fists. The fireballs exploded midair, scorching the monsters. Sung Suho was stunned by the sudden fire barrage attacking the monsters. With one technique, almost all were incinerated. Sung Suho was doubly surprised by the explosion's result. Hard to believe that many monsters were wiped out at once. He looked toward the explosion's origin and thought, could the fire hunter be Choi Jong-in? That sank hunter Choi Jong-in's expression also showed surprise. "Oh." Seeing the largest monster withstand the earlier attack, Choi Jong-in praised it. "Unexpectedly, you endured that strike. You're tough, huh?" Then cutting himself off mid-sentence, Choi Jong-in readied another technique. Flames appeared in his hands, gradually forming a fiery bow. The monster didn't fear this attack, just opened its mouth, waiting for the flaming arrow. But it didn't expect the arrow's power, which launched it into the air. The flames kept burning, and even the ground cracked from their force. However, this same fire restored the cracks around the area. The sturdy wall began repairing itself gradually. Civilians cheered happily at the sight, shouting, "Wow, Choi Jong-in truly one of humanity's best." He smiled gently, waving "Thank you very much." Afterward, he looked around as if searching for someone, pondering if he had seen a child nearby. Choi Jong-in picked up a coat off the ground, reflecting the hunter fought, until I showed up then disappeared without taking credit. Why would he do that? Sung Suho let out a sigh of relief after hiding. Choi Jong-in picked up the jacket from the ground pondering. The hunter fought until I arrived and vanished without taking credit. Why would he do that? Sung Suho sighed in relief after hiding. Thankfully, he showed up. I can't let my identity slip. For now, I need to slip away somewhere else. His face suddenly turned serious, ignoring that matter for the moment. Itarim has always operated in secret, never letting anyone know. I can't believe they attacked civilians, especially in such a crowded place. What are they plotting? The afternoon fades into evening. A lone figure stands in the spacious room, gazing toward the distant skyscrapers. That's Sung Il-hwan. His expression remains cold and emotionless, deep in thought, without a word, as if waiting for something. A space gate opens, drawing his attention toward it. It keeps glowing like that. Sung Il-hwan speaks first. Fragment 3, you have arrived. A voice echoes from within the space gate saying, long time no see. Fragment 2. Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan continues, before handing over this body, I will brief you. He then begins. Among humanity, living beings in this world, there exist entities wielding magical power, called hunters. Among these hunters are a group called Sank, possessing vast magical power, and we must remain cautious of them. Besides, there's an unknown variable in this world we need to eliminate. The voice inside the gate speaks again. Stop there. I will review the memories after absorbing the body for details. You have completed your duty, and will be absorbed as planned. That same expressionless face remains silent, feeling a calm stillness. The voice in the space gate asks, what is it? Is there a problem with Fragment 2? But Sung Il-hwan, Fragment 3 replies, nothing. All right, I leave everything to you. I feel a bit sad about fading from this world when the new personality takes over, but it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, fulfilling the will of the god is the top priority in this world. All of this is for the benefit of the great creator. Fragment 2 begins to merge into Sung Il-hwan's body. A dazzling light pierces through the glass. After the process finishes, he says this memory is the variable Fragment 2 mentioned. The image of Sung Suho appears in existence, capable of harnessing power like darkness was unexpected. Sung Il-hwan's body undergoes a remarkable transformation. Clenching his fist, he declares, your final decision is wrong, Fragment 2. The same face, but now with a faint smug smile emerging. Because if we convert him into a follower, we could even control the dead. That night, Sung Suho sits back in a chair, letting out a breath. Beru appears behind him and asks, you look tired, my young king. Sung Suho's face is blank as he answers, of course. Sung Suho goes on, he just scolded me, and I recalled being reprimanded by my uncle. Trying to protect Earth is good, but you have to prioritize your own safety. If something happens to you, I don't know how I'd face your parents. Sung Suho looks up at the ceiling, pondering, my father and mother must worry about me too, right? Soon after, Sung Suho quickly stands up, dropping his towel on the chair, saying, let's head to the dark dungeon. Seeing his master like this, Beru worries, I think you should rest a while. Sung Suho casually replies, rest can wait. Then glancing nervously, he adds, I rushed back and couldn't complete the daily quest rewards. Beru guesses, looks like he's become addicted to growing stronger in this leveling manhwa. The dark dungeon is desolate and pitch black otherwise. Sung Suho is shocked and stammers, what? You mean the daily quest is gone? The system pops up with a notification. You have wiped out all outerworld residents inhabiting the dark dungeon. The daily quest ends here. Sung Suho is confused. What on earth happened here? He looks at the system in front of him. Amu-Ray bark loudly, while Iso lowers his head. The scene of Amu slaughtering goblins appears. Eso says Amu killed all goblins in the dark dungeon last night. Amu crosses his arms, looking up to the sky, saying, I just swept away those disgusting Tanakh lackeys I saw in the young king's territory. As promised, I didn't kill anyone. Sung Suho starts to fret, covering his face. Do you always add this many contributions? Without daily quests, my growth rate will soon slow down, and none of the three of us, Eso, Amu-Ray, will know what to do. Amu then says, if you want to get stronger, I can train you. After hearing that, Sung Suho gave a skeptical look like he didn't believe a word. He asked, can you really do this? Ammut replied, I wasn't strong at the start either. I know exactly what training you need to improve. I will train you and make sure you become stronger. Then the system popped up a new mission notification. A daily quest appeared, outlining the path to becoming more powerful. Sung Suho's eyes widened in surprise. Another daily task. Well, I guess I have to accept it, right? Sung Suho clicked accept and said, all right, I'm counting on you. With an awkward face, he looked at the system and read aloud, daily log, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 100-kilometer run. Is this the way to get stronger? Ammut said bluntly. That's definitely not enough. Bathed in an eerie, magical light, Ammut placed a hand on his chest and said, you'll have to carry me while you do all of that. Another line appeared beneath the task for Sung Suho to read, you must carry Ammut during the mission. Sung Suho was shocked, almost speechless. He looked at Ammut and said, you want me to carry you during the daily quest? Even Io, standing behind, couldn't help but gape in surprise at Ammut. Ammut explained, my current form might make it hard for you to carry me. Then, Ammut suddenly shrank his body. No worries. Since my body has been destroyed and rebuilt countless times, I can now shapeshift. Sung, Suho, Gray, and O all watched in astonishment at Ammut transforming. After a moment, 2 legs appeared. Ammut, once a colossal beast, was now only slightly bigger than Sung Suho. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Sung Suho's shoulder. This should be manageable now. Sung Suho could only marvel at how much smaller Ammut had gotten. Ammut said, let's start the training, shall we? The young lord replied, planting his hands on the ground. All right, let's do this. But inside he groaned. Sung Suho guessed it might be due to the huge gap in strength between them, that they had to meet conditions to unlock their connection skill. The system warned, due to the massive difference in combat ability between the player and Ammut, the heir of the core, the connection skill is sealed. Increase your level to unlock the connection skill. Sung Suho said, can I get a teammate through a quest? Actually, that's not too bad. As Ammut sat on Sung Suho's back, it felt like a huge weight pressed down, causing the ground to dent and making Sung Suho want to foam at the mouth right then. Beru, witnessing Sung Suho's struggle, worriedly said, young Lord Mutt said, oh, I forgot to mention earlier, even though I can transform, my body weight doesn't get lighter. Sung Suho was still pushing up with all his might. Blue veins bulged on his face and hands. He wondered if he really had to do 100 push-ups like this. It felt like his arms were about to break. Ammut scratched his chin and said, I know it's tough, but you must persevere. Destroying and rebuilding yourself is the only way I know to get stronger. Meanwhile, somewhere desolate near Paju, an environmental dungeon, agonized screams echoed through the air. Ryu Jiho, in contrast, stood calmly watching the scene before him. He brought a cigarette to his lips and asked, how much longer do I have to keep doing this? Mumu stood behind him, replying, humanity, you should feel honored to be part of this. He was Mumu, the warden of the Stardust factory. He continued, the Chosen One has saved us from that filthy life, hasn't he? Ryu Jiho took a drag from his cigarette and asked, that filthy life. Suddenly, with a swift strike, Ryu Jiho cut Mumu's tentacle. Veins bulged on Ryu Jiho's face as his eyes reddened. Furious, he said, a lowly monster like you dares judge my life. Are you asking for death? Mumu fell silent as Ryu Jiho brandished a knife in front of him. Ryu Jiho put the knife away and asked again, where is the child? Mumu answered, the disciple is busy. Ryu Jiho said, I, Lee Yu, will soon return to Korea. He warned Mumu to keep his promise. Mumu pulled out a yellow stone and said, human, surely you have received this already. So why haven't you used it? A vision appeared in a third-person view, Mumu, facing a group of people as he said, you were chosen as the savior who appeared before me after the Dark Lord destroyed the demon realm, and I was chased out from the space rift. The scene of a kingdom engulfed in flames appeared. Thanks to the transformation, blood, rage, and stardust, we spread throughout the demon realm, enabling us to eliminate the traitors. Na la dia. Ryu Jiho lit a cigarette and took a drag, eyes fixed on the stone in Momu's hand as he listened intently. If you submit to them, you'll gain power beyond what you have now, Momu said. You'll be able to defeat even the one you call Lim Taegyu. Ryu Jiho tossed the cigarette to the ground and snapped. What do you know about the RKS? Don't act like you know better than me. Turning his back, Ryu Jiho started walking away, leaving Momu standing alone, and added, don't talk to me about that cult. I won't be using any of that. Momu scoffed. Humanity, you're so foolish. That's why you'll always be a failure. Ryu Jiho left the place with a grim expression, saying, I just need to endure everything until that kid kills Lim Taegyu. After that, I'll expose them all to the Hunters Association, and they'll deal with the rest. Reflecting on his younger self, he murmured that he is restoring everything to how it should be, returning to the great man he once was. As Ryu Jiho's car sped away, Miho's shadow appeared behind, tracking his every movement. Miho stood atop an electric pole, beginning to transmit a message to Benki, the president of the Hunters Association. Ryu Jiho just left the environmental-type prison in Beru. I think that's where Stardust was created. On the other end, Sung Suho frowned and said, "Good, keep monitoring him." Hunter Miho confirmed and ended the call. Meanwhile, Choi Jong-in sat on a sofa, holding a document. "Looks like we're about to uncover Ryu Jiho's scheme, Wu Jin-chul." He recalled staff rushing to explain that during the prison break incident at the airport, all association personnel managing nearby gates reportedly lost their memories simultaneously. They are all hunters who absorb stardust. Choi Jong-in continued, "We've noticed strange behavior from various hunters around." Sung Suho placed papers on the table saying, "They all share one thing in common. They absorb stardust." A suspicious situation unfolds. With the Hunters Association preparing to ban stardust usage, Choi Jong-in looked to Sung Suho and asked, "What's your plan for Ryu Jiho?" Sung Suho's face darkened, his eyes sharp. "We must capture him and all those backing him." Choi Jong-in's killing intent flared as he lifted his glasses. "The hunters in our guild will back you up." Sung Suho silently stared at a photo on the table, recalling past words. Wu Jin-chul once mentioned Sung Suho had returned safely. If Sung Suho is also a growth-type hunter, like his father, then the leveling system will challenge him just like his dad experienced. In the photo, Sung Suho and Lim Tae-gyu stand intimately side by side. "Hunter Sung, I'll do everything I can to help Sung Suho." Turning back to Sung Suho, he grits his teeth, enduring the weight of Ammut doing push-ups while counting. By the 12th push-up, his arms are cracked and bleeding badly. After completing 100 push-ups, Sung Suho collapsed on the ground, his arms bleeding profusely like a waterfall. Gray and Iso rushed over, worried. "The Pale King's hand is broken." Ammut calmly said, "Young King, are you done? You've only completed today's push-ups so far." Beru yelled angrily. Sung Suho still strained his bloodied arm, calling out. The status window stayed open, while Beru lunged at Ammut, cursing, "You damn bastard! What did you do to the fragile young king? We have to stop this training." Sung Suho tapped the purchase button on the status window. Ammut, Gray, Beru, and Eso returned stunned. The medicine vial on the floor had a little red liquid left. Sung Suho said, "Amazing. I've wanted to get stronger even before fighting Ryu Jiho." Sung Suho asked, "I only have 3 tasks left, right?" Ammut was dumbfounded. After drinking the potion, Sung Suho's body was infused with healing blue energy, and his previously injured arms were fully healed. Sweat soaked his shirt, revealed his toned physique. Wiping his hand, he said, "Let's keep going. Time to toughen up and get stronger." Numbers 21 and 22 rang out, surprising Beru and Eso. Eso's eyes widened, hands covering his mouth, contrasting with his white hair. Meanwhile, Ammut sat on his stomach, laughing. Up next, Sung Suho carried Ammut while doing squats. Empty vials scattered everywhere. Su counted while squatting with Ammut on his back, 47-48. The number of medicine bottles kept increasing. Sung Suho jogged with Ammut on his shoulder, shouting. Ammut silently admired Sung Suho's determined effort. Though still reliant on skills to surpass the training before this, Ammut never thought he'd do it. Seeing the exhausted young man, sweat and tears streaming down his face as he struggles to carry me on his shoulder, I silently think to myself that the young king never gives up and always finds a way out. Maybe someday he will surpass Sin Na and the other lords. A faint light flickers through the corner of the rundown building. The haunting scream of Sung Suho echoes. "On my back, get some medicine." Gray lies beside Sung Suho, smoke escaping his mouth. Sung Suho is lying on the ground, his face drained of blood. Tears and saliva flowing, still exhaling smoke. A status window pops up. Child daily quest rewards have arrived. Would you like to check the rewards? Eso sits nearby, worried, calling out to young King Mutt, then looks down at Sung Suho and says, That's the end of today's training session." Sung Suho shivers as he clicks the system window, saying, "Though training is tough with the daily quest rewards and my hard work, I'll be able to level up my endurance skill and strength by 1 level. The status window displays strength, 778 endurance, at level 3 physical defense, from 40% to 60%. Sung Suho tells himself he's not sure if this is truly effective yet, but if he can complete daily tasks more easily, he's certain he'll grow stronger. This is the essence of a solid leveling manhwa. Sung Suho shakily thumbs up and says, "Ammut tomorrow. I'm counting on you again." Ammut crosses his arms, replying, "Understood, young king." Beru grabs a blanket and covers Sung Suho. Beru scolds Sung Suho. You came home and immediately crashed. Young king, today was a great day. Taking advantage of the moment, Beru turns on the TV and says, finally, some private time. Let's watch the news. The TV broadcasts a report. The Hunter Association announces new rules related to environmental dungeons, following the dungeon explosion incident at the airport. Two reporters explain that unlike regular dungeons inside the gates, environmental dungeons allow hunters to gather resources like essence crystals from demon beasts. Thus, the association has transferred ownership of environmental dungeons to small guilds so they can profit. However, due to recent events, the Hunter Association will swiftly take measures against the Grim Reaper Guild and others possessing high-level environmental dungeons. Meanwhile, Ryu Jiho is reading a document. He lowers it, frowning, asking, "What is this?" The staff member calmly replies, "Hunter Lung, the Grim Reaper Guild owns too many environmental dungeons. We cannot let these dungeons continue to cause massive damage to the world in the current state." The staff member wearing dark glasses continues. Under orders from higher-ups, the Hunter Association must eliminate the B-rank environmental dungeon owned by the Grim Reaper Guild Bazu. Also, in the last 6 months, you have not conducted any hunter duties. Hunters joining the Bazu raid must keep their licenses active. Ryu Jiho's eyes narrow, and he falls silent. He imagines himself trapped under Kim Sung-shu's grip. This matter is clearly targeted by Woo Jin-chul against him. Unbelievably, they didn't select just any place, but targeted the largest production factory PU. He thinks he must refuse this task, even if it means becoming the Hunter Association's enemy. A long-haired man sitting in the center speaks up. "We approve the Hunter Association's request," surprising Ryu Jiho, who looks over at him. The staff wearing dark glasses says, "Thank you, Don H. Hunter Chief Lim Tae-gyu." It turns out this man is Lim Tae-gyu, an S-rank EU hunter from the Grim Reaper Guild. He sits leisurely in a chair, holding a paper, and saying, "Yes, of course, we must obey the Hunter Association's orders." Hearing this, Ryu Jiho's face turns ugly. Silently thanking Hunter Chief, calling Lim Tae-gyu's name, with deep resentment toward the calm expression of Lim Tae-gyu, one of the staff says, "Why did he return from overseas missions so fast? It's obvious he's here to interfere. The Hunter Association will assign hunters to join the Bazu raid along with you." The room grows quiet, leaving the two men, one sorrowful covering his face, the other stern and darkened. Ryu Jiho covers his face and says, "Please form a team with them." "Lim Tae-gyu, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind?" Lim Tae-gyu sits quietly, arms crossed, responding, "Do you know how valuable environmental dungeons are?" Lim Tae-gyu adds, "Do you really think the Hunter Association's goal is to destroy environmental dungeons?" Ryu Jiho begins sensing something is off. Tao continues, "Maybe they've figured out what you're secretly doing. Didn't I warn you not to underestimate them?" This whole scene reflects key elements of system Manhwa strategies. Not only did he ignore my warning, but he also dared to use the guild members without my permission while I was away. Lim Tae-gyu began to radiate a deadly aura. He looked towards Ryu Jiho, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Minjung, do you still think I'm just some lowly driver serving you?" Faced with that overwhelming aura of death, Ryu Jiho could only stay silent in fear. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by the ringing of Lim Tae-gyu's phone. He picked up the phone to check it, then placed it on the table and pushed it toward Min Sung, saying, "A recruiter just called me a moment ago. He said a new S-rank hunter has appeared in South Korea. I'm heading to the Hunters Association soon. I want you to prepare the contract and salary," he continued. "Min Sung, maybe it's not too late for you to turn back. So, do your best to clean up that mess." After saying this, he walked away, leaving Min Sung alone with his head down in the room. Min Sung's expression twisted, revealing anger. He muttered to himself, "Another S-rank. Every one of them just got lucky to reach that rank, yet all act so arrogant." He thought further, when will that damn alien kid ever grow up? And when will that fragment show up again? Just recalling the image of a white-haired boy holding a book, with glowing red eyes wide open, thinking, "Kill that Lim Tae-gyu, he must die first." Suddenly the phone interrupted his thoughts. Min Dung stared blankly at the phone for a moment before breaking into a crooked smile. His face twisted into something even more sinister, baring his teeth. Min Dung looked at the teenager on the phone and said, "That look of his is so infuriating. He's definitely planning something interesting." At a plaza, a group gathered around, as if waiting for something. One of them said the boy was the newest S-rank hunter in South Korea. Their eyes turned toward the white-haired youth. "His name is..." Suddenly, the boy glanced over. A man stepped forward, and said congratulations on becoming South Korea's newest S-rank hunter Sung Il-hwan. It turned out to be Choi Jong-in. His appearance surprised everyone. One said he was Choi Jong-in from the Hunters Association. Unfazed Choi Jong-in looked at Sung Il-hwan. Facing Sung Il-hwan, Choi Jong-in asked, "Have we met before? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." Sung Il-hwan straightforwardly replied, "We haven't met, but I know who you are." Sung Il-hwan added, "Sorry for mistaking you for someone else. Let's put that aside. Do you want to sign a contract with the Hunters Association?" Sung Il-hwan responded, "Thanks for the offer, but I have my own guild. I've wanted to join it for a while, so I won't be joining yours." Footsteps echoed from outside with a voice. "Am I late?" Lim Tae-gyu had just arrived, the very person Sung Il-hwan had pointed to. All eyes turned to him. "I just got here and don't know what's going on," he muttered. "Humph." Meanwhile, Sung Il-hwan revealed a cunning look as he pointed toward Tae-eu. 1 week later, in Pazu Binho, an A-rank hunter approached with a friendly smile. "I came to join the Pazu raid at the Hunters Association's request. I'm Big Minho from the White Fox Guild." Min Dung happily responded, "I'm Ryu Jiho, thank you for coming. Maybe the dungeon environment is forcing you to work overtime." Minho cheerfully replied from outside, "No worries, helping out is natural." But inside, she had started to look at him with judgment. "Wow, no wonder he's such a good actor." Minho observed Min Sheng warmly speaking to others, warning them to stay safe during the raid. In her mind, she thought, inside he's completely rotten. Yet, on the outside, he acts so kind-hearted. Anyways, everything that happens in Pazu will be brought to light today. I will personally unmask him. Minho glanced sideways, thinking if an unexpected variable appears, it's likely. She looked at Sung Il-hwan, the new S-rank hunter, who just joined the Death Guild. Sung Il-hwan was also participating in this raid. The Death Guild's Sung Il-hwan showed no expression, but Min Sung nearby couldn't hide a smug smile. Back at the Hunters Association, Minho's face tightened as she thought, "Well, something unusual is happening. I'm ready for it. Prepare everything. All right, excavation team. Everyone grab a spear." Everyone complied, each taking a spear. Then, they lined up in a horizontal formation. This manhwa recap brings these intense moments to life, highlighting the tension within this awakening manhwa. The intricate system manhwa structure keeps the storyline gripping, perfectly blending leveling manhwa elements throughout. The Pazu raid officially kicks off. A few days earlier, Min Dung leaned back, crossing his arms, and said, "I didn't expect you to grow so fast after such a short time apart." He continued, "I guess all outsiders are like that, huh?" Facing him, Sung Il-hwan kept a steady expression, holding a cup of tea. As he said, "I simply chose a small young body to survive the early stages. Once I gather more fragments and regain my strength, I won't have to worry about my body's appearance at all." A sneer appeared on Min Dung's face as he asked, "Then, what about the name Sung Il-hwan? And have you decided to become a hunter? What are you planning?" Sung Il-hwan's golden eyes lit up. He said, "That name is just for use outside. If I become a hunter, I can do a lot more." Min Dung looked at Sung Il-hwan and said, "Because of the mess you caused at the airport, the Hunters Association has begun hunting me down, accusing me of civilian casualties. If this keeps up, the factory at Pazu Ruins will get discovered, and that would be the end of us." Sung Il-hwan set his tea down and stared blankly, replying, "I'll make sure every hunter involved in the raid targets those cultists so they won't find anything." After hearing Sung Il-hwan's plan, Min Dung smirked and said, "Starting strong, right from the get-go. But, do you really think you can handle that S-rank Lim Tae-gyu taught you?" Sung Il-hwan's golden eyes dropped as he remembered Lim Tae-gyu saying, "Are you talking about the promise I made to eliminate him? Now that I've met him, I'm certain." Min Dung paused, sweat trickling down, as he listened to Sung Il-hwan say, "If I fight an S-rank hunter now." Min Dung broke into a wicked smile. He said, "I don't care who dies, just as long as you keep your promise." At the building, Sung Suho sat at his desk saying, "The Pazu Ruins raid has started." He rested his hand on the desk. Thinking Ryu Jiho and Dust Star, "We need to collect more proof during this raid." He recalled Minho Ho Choi Jong-in and other shadows, then thought further. Thanks to the White Tiger Group's support, AB rank hunter Minho participated in the raid, so I don't have to worry about other hunters right now. If anything happens, we still have hunters. Choi Jong-in and the other S-rank hunters are on standby. Then Sung Suho's thoughts shifted to Sung Il-hwan and Min Dung. Still, the newly appeared S-rank hunter from the north Sung Il-hwan might be an unexpected game-changer. Because he joined the Death Guild right as our Pazu raid began, I can't stop thinking that things might tip in Min Dung's favor. While pondering something else, nagged at him as his gaze fell. It was Sung Suho's profile. He was also part of the extraction team. Sung Suho stared intently at Sung Suho's image. He thought, I wonder if this is fate or coincidence. Although I approved his joining the extraction squad, I'm still unsure if it was the right call. Crossing his arms, Sung Suho sat quietly, hoping everything was part of Sung Suho's plan so he could fully support him. Meanwhile, at Pazu, a monster prepared to unleash fire. The monster began spewing flames towards the group, but their shields blocked every blast. One among them hurriedly said, I'm about to lose it with this assault. Minho stepped forward from behind. The shield bearer looked surprised, seeing her approach. The monster had no clue its end was near. Still flickering flames. Suddenly, Minho dashed forward and struck the monster squarely in the face with a single punch. Boom! A huge impact echoed. The beast bled from its mouth, hit cleanly by Minho's punch with no miss. Her eyes flashed sharply. She quickly dodged the monster's sharp claws with ease, leapt onto its back, catching it off guard. Then she launched forward again, gently landing on the ground. Minho propelled herself straight ahead. Reflected in the monster's eyes was the image of Minho, her eyes glowing red, and her fist poised for another strike. She punched the monster's head so fast, it had no time to react. Despite its size, the monster collapsed instantly from a girl's direct hit. Dust and debris scattered everywhere. Within moments, two monsters lay on their backs, tongues out. Meanwhile, Minho calmly stood watching them. She glanced back. Looking towards Minung, standing at the back of the line, Lu Xiang wondered, isn't Min Zheng going to fight? It's really embarrassing, since he awakened as an A-rank hunter. She kept her gaze fixed behind, thinking maybe he considered being a hunter, a joke, unaware that another monster was sneaking up behind her claws, poised to strike. When Minho turned around in alarm, her focus shattered. Suddenly, Sung Il-hwan appeared, striking the monster once, and sending it crashing to the ground, leaving Minho utterly stunned. Sung Il-hwan's expression remained unchanged, coldly gazing down at the fallen beast. His sharp eyes glanced sideways as he said, Hunter Minho Ho, please be more cautious. This made Minho nervous, confronting Sung Il-hwan. Her eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, could he really defeat a salamander with a single blow? Sung Il-hwan. Because he wore casual clothes during raids, everyone assumed he was just a kid, despite being an S-rank hunter. Sung Il-hwan calmly pulled his shirt over his mouth, but his icy golden eyes stayed indifferent and detached. With a swift motion, the salamanders quickly fell to Sung Il-hwan's speed, some even losing their heads. Witnessing Sung Il-hwan's terrifying power as he effortlessly took down the salamanders, Minho truly realized that S-rank hunters were on an entirely different level. Purple blood splattered all over the ground. Minho surveyed the scene and said, looks like everything settled, ended faster than expected. She lowered her head and added, but I didn't think the Paju dungeon would have so few monsters. Min Dung stood not far away, holding a cigarette, saying, Hunter Minho, have you noticed that Minung smiled politely by Sung Il-hwan and said, our guild often cleans monsters from the dungeons we own. That's why this place isn't a threat to the outside world. Minho glanced at the salamanders lying on the ground, thinking about their frequent monster cleaning. Since it's not necessary to visit the dungeon daily, other guilds usually ignore this issue. She speculated, sensing something was off here. Min Dung coolly flicked his cigarette and said sharply, all right, the brat's lair is just over there, in the shadows. He laughed, his dark mind whispering that no matter how hard she searched, she wouldn't find anything to trap him. A blurry image engulfed the factory appeared. The demons had dismantled the factory and escaped somewhere within Paju dungeon. Min Dung glanced at Minho and Sung Il-hwan, both with guarded expressions. So don't even think about finding any trace of the factory or escaping this place. Suddenly, Sung Il-hwan cracked a faint smile. A quiet voice echoed normally in his mind. The shadow softly stroked its tentacles. Behind him stood two large henchmen. He muttered regretfully, too bad, what a wasted opportunity. The shadow addressed the zombies. Unbelievable that we won't meet the apostle, even though he's right here. He looked at the zombies and said, we should have made a ton of stardust during this downtime. It's a waste to let the materials just sit here. Suddenly, someone stood at the door and gave orders. Beru, you said you sensed a demon's presence here, Beru replied. Yes, my young sovereign. So who slowly pushed the door open? The door swung wide open, catching the shadow and his minions off guard. The shadow turned and asked, who's there? But was immediately hit hard in the face. So Hu rushed forward and punched the shadow back. The force flung him far, impressing the two henchmen. With an ultra-cool stance, So Hu, wearing a mask, lunged straight ahead with a fully equipped arm. Suho frowned, and Beru beside him said, "Young sovereign, I didn't expect you could knock down a demon with one punch. It seems your daily missions with that cursed crocodile really pay off." Suho scanned the area, thinking these people must be out of their minds. "Paju Dungeon truly is a stardust factory," the Shadow's voice echoed, wearing a black mask. Suho's sharp gaze locked onto the Shadow. Although knocked down and lying on the ground, the Shadow still spoke. "I didn't expect that the human blocking our plan the Apostle mentioned would come here." The tentacles suddenly rose, their massive shadow starting to cover Suho, but he didn't flinch, staring back with hatred. The Shadow sneered, "Well said." Now, massively grown and terrifying, he looked down at Suho and said, "Then you'll make a perfect gift for the Apostle." They kept digging the national lands tirelessly, strike after strike, repeating without end. Exhausted from the relentless work, the mana crystal digger sighed in frustration. Why can't they finish digging? How could a dungeon managed by a guild have so many mana crystals? I wonder if they still need to find other ways to earn money. Just selling these mana crystals alone would bring in a good amount of cash. Wiping sweat off his brow, the man kept chatting, unloading all his questions. "Let's put that aside for now. I heard there's an E-rank member with us. Did you catch a glimpse of him? I can't believe they actually allowed an E-rank hunter to enter a B-rank dungeon like this. What were they thinking?" Sung Suho smiled and said, "Don't be too hard on him. He's still young. Don't you enjoy seeing someone so young working hard?" The other man doubted. "Don't tell me you put that rookie to work right at the dungeon's entrance. That's the safe spot. You realize that, right?" Sung Suho gave a forced laugh, which only pissed the other man off, unable to believe this was true, bluntly stating, "But you always send me to the dangerous spots." Suddenly, he changed the topic. "Apparently that guy's cart can carry 4 times the normal load. When we're done here, we should go help him out. We're all just digging, but some just seem to bear grudges." The guy shook his head, praising unevenly. "You're too kind." The tunnel entrance was lined with stacks of mana crates, stretching down the path. In a darker corner untouched by mana light, a mysterious meeting was underway. Beru hurriedly reported, "Young lord, the magical power of this guy is off the charts." His awareness had increased enough that he could sense that. "At least he matches the level of hunters like Janin, the one we met at the Geode Pyramid." Not just the power, but his massive demonic form was impressive. After speaking, Sung Suho fell into his own deep, mysterious thoughts. "I figured there had to be a reason the Hunters Guild sent the Grim Reaper squad to raid this dungeon. That's why I signed up for the mining team. Could the guild have uncovered something related to stardust? If they're interested in the unusual growth of Ryu Jiho, it'll be difficult for me to gather intel on the Apostle Itarim from him." Thinking carefully, he decided to directly ask the Apostle's whereabouts instead of further probing. Partly because he thought that just like the Apostle chases the man in the black mask, that man must be hunting him too. Successful people have their own paths. Moreau seemed angrier than I expected. Without a word, he used his tentacles to wrap from bottom to top, capturing Sung Suho with overwhelming strength, saying, "You'll see him soon because I'm going to crush you as a gift for him. My tentacles have you now, and you won't escape my overwhelming power." Sung Suho was trapped, movement restricted, but he laughed coldly, replying to the arrogant words. "Overwhelming power. Not long ago, covered in grime, moving with fatigue," he muttered. "Impressive. I didn't think you'd complete my training in just 5 days. Young lord, your body has bulked up much more than before." "Is that so?" he replied, indifferently glanced at himself, then burst out laughing heartily, before suddenly shaking and collapsing, leaving everyone stunned. "I was right to channel all daily task points into power stats. Plus, I got a power-boosting skill." At the same time, a notification popped up. "Skill activated. Power increased by 20%. Curiously, others gathered around him whispering, "I guarantee you're the strongest human I've ever met right now." Indeed, even when opponents had a slight edge, they were helpless against him. Sung Suho show him what true overwhelming power looks like. He won't know what hit him stunned. "What? You've completely broken free of control." Casually holding a severed tentacle from Moreau. His power rating 120. His eyes flashed brightly. The real fun was just starting, when suddenly, a fierce burst of light appeared, electrical sparks crackling around. Like lightning, Sung Suho dashed toward Moreau, who barely managed to step back several paces. Sung Suho showed no excitement, emanating an immense power. Standing before him, he boldly asked, "I will ask you one more time." His gaze hardened as he stared intently at the other and shouted, "Where is Apostle Itarim?" The other looked confused and bewildered. then suddenly increased the force of his attack defiantly, stating, "I absolutely will not tell you," he sneered in response. "Is that so?" As he spoke, a fierce battle erupted between them. Came down like a deity. The two evenly matched their powers, causing the surrounding earth and stone to shatter violently. Suddenly, Sung Suho gripped his sword tighter and struck his opponent. The blade grazed Momu's body, inflicting serious injury. His hand forcefully grabbed him, wondering what is this guy about. The unease he felt was palpable, prompting Sung Suho to raise his strong hand. "Then I'll find out on my own. You don't have to say a word." Suddenly, a voice called Beru. He quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Beru's body began to disperse. "Oh, Apostle. It's a shame I won't see the painting you're creating." Beru started fading, but before vanishing, said, "However, thanks to your help, we managed to eliminate the La Dia clan, those vile traitors to the demons. That's enough for me." With that, he disappeared into thin air. Time passed unknown, and she eventually woke up. Holding her head, she scanned around confusedly, wondering, "What just happened? My body suddenly feels lighter." Beru, blushing, spoke up. "That octopus was pretty tough." Sung Ho asked Beru, "Did you find any information on Apostle Itarim?" Hesitating, Beru answered, "About that." Beru sighed, explaining that he saw Apostle Itarim as a shining light. Still, he couldn't uncover much about him. Walking around the factory, Sung Ho suddenly stopped complaining. "It's a dead end again. Do I have no choice but to get information from Ryu Jiho? Are you in charge of the entire Stardust factory?" Sung Ho pondered silently, deciding to start evacuating everyone from here first. A teammate glanced nervously around, then stood in thoughtful silence. The demon's presence was gone. This wasn't the doing of the Hunters Association, right? Everyone was ready. This was the Pazu environment's boss monster chamber. Big Minho wondered aloud. "On the way here, I couldn't find anything." "Isn't the Pazu environment the place where Stardust is produced?" Sung Suho sneered slightly, noticing she seemed confused about why nothing was found. He glanced at the person beside him and instructed, "We will cancel the plan to brainwash the hunters. It's better if everything ends without any problems." Bok Sung-il-wan maintained a cold expression, silent. Uncontrolled, he finally spoke up. "That doesn't suit me at all." Bech Minho looked around suspiciously quietly, pondering whether it might be on mainland soil instead. No choice but to check again after clearing the boss monster. Suddenly, she stopped and announced, "Let's go in." He must have seen something ahead, his face turning pale and bloodless. He glanced back, sweating nervously, and asked, "What are you doing?" The other replied simply, "To put it plainly," he continued, "all hunters in this group will become my followers." As he spoke, he implanted a yellow spirit stone into the back of his neck. He added, "Those we choose to side with us must be valuable. Collaborating with an A-rank hunter like you to eliminate a 5th-rank hunter like Lim Tae-gyu was already an offer." Suddenly, his body went numb. He stood frozen in place. The other leaned close to whisper something provocative into his ear. His voice rang with challenge. "To capture Lim Tae-gyu, I have to use you." Sung Suho felt like he was struck by lightning, his eyes wide open, gritting his teeth in anger, recalling the S-rank issue. His face bulged with veins as he turned and shouted, "You think I'll be brainwashed by someone like you?" Sung Suho clenched his fist, standing upright with determination. Slowly he looked upward, eyes wide, as if sensing imminent danger. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone down fiercely. The other shouted, acting under the will of the Supreme Being. Sung Suho's face darkened. Eyes vacant, he remained still, gazing into the distance. Bok Sung-il-hwan approached, placing a hand on his shoulder with a rare smile. "Now everyone, let's move inside quickly. Let's advance to the next objective." Outside the field, a luxurious supercar was parked. Inside the car, Choi Jong-in's hand flickers with flames, shaped like a bird. He breaks the silence with a heavy tone. "If this summon disappears, it means the team is in serious trouble." Squinting, Choi Jong-in continues, "A summon from a summon will give us updates. It's surprising how this system Manhwa concept solves the problem of unusable gear in dungeons like this. Such a brilliant idea." Choi Jong-in's eyes anxiously gaze at the bird-shaped flame, hoping the S-rank hunters won't get involved. Choi Jong-in looks toward his equally worried friend, softly hoping Ryu Jiho won't cause more chaos. "Lim Tae-gyu. You're worried, right, Taegu?" asks Choi Jong-in, locking eyes. "Trying to annoy me," Choi Jong-in replies. "Of course not." Till smirks, his tone dripping with annoyance. "I bet you're jealous since S-rank hunter Sung-il-hwan joined the Grim Reaper Guild. Huh?" Sensing the tease, Choi Jong-in retorts bitterly, "No, that's not it. We already have plenty of talented hunters. Taegu shows no reaction to Choi Jong-in's words. He exhales sharply, a stunned look flashing in his eyes as he covers his face with his hands. I can't believe Ryu Jiho is the mastermind behind distributing those mysterious stimulants. As guild leader, I take full responsibility for what happened. Choi Jong-in listens quietly as Taegu confides. If anything unfolds, I trust you'll keep your promise to stay out unless I lose control. I'll gladly accept that, because I don't want to hurt anyone. Cut to inside the electric arena, where the phantom beasts aggressively breathe fire. The hunters fight back fiercely, their infernos clashing fiercely with the beast's flames. M glances suspiciously behind where Sung Il-hwan stands calmly with arms crossed, eyes closed in relaxation. M frowns thinking, acting like an S-rank hunter while letting others do the work. Still, we are seniors to him after all. The phantom beast ceases its fire breath and lunges directly at Minzung. Minung blocks the strike with his sword, but is pushed back by the force. From behind, Sung Il-hwan observes every move Minung makes, judging silently. Fighting at S-rank level, while only armed with awakening effects from a fragment of stardust, is a huge struggle for an A-rank hunter. Sung Il-hwan's fingers touch, emitting a strange glow. He thinks, since that's the case, one of the 5 abilities of TI, a core body fragment, blessed with enhancements, compensates for the user's missing traits. The Fiery Bones Trust is stored in stardust, along with the weapon's unique traits. Everything gets amplified. The special trait Ryu Jiho has is Mana Amplification. Min Jung's weapon trait enhances combat power. Sung Il-hwan smirks. Ryu Jiho, show me if you can reach the level you desire after receiving the blessing. Watching the phantom beast swipe towards Minsung, Sung Il-hwan's interest peaks. The S-rank hunter tier you crave. Minsung coldly faces the beast, raising his sword as strange sigils glow in his eyes. The moment the beast approaches, Minung directs his sword straight at it. A golden force pierces through the beast's body, shattering the ceiling. The explosion is so intense that Choi Jong-in and Tu, waiting outside the arena, gape in shock. M is stunned, frozen in place as if struck by a spell. Before her, the beast lies unconscious, felled with a single strike. Minung stands motionless like a god. After the kill, his expression gradually softens. He turns and passes Sung Il-hwan. Sung Il-hwan remains expressionless coldly, thinking the exhaustion from powering up hunters above level 6 is enormous. You can only maintain S-rank briefly. Most enhancement effects fade quickly. Finally, Sung Il-hwan grabs Minzung's attention, lamenting, "Too bad, Ryu Jiho. It seems you lack the capacity to hold S-rank power." At Sung Il-hwan's words, Minung's eyes cloud with confusion. M looks up at the ceiling hole, puzzled. That attack wasn't something an A-rank hunter could pull off. Shaking off her dazed look, M glances back. Isn't stardust disabled for high-rank hunters? Or is there another stimulant besides stardust at play here? Just as MH turned around to look back, she witnessed the moment Sung Il-hwan was pierced through the heart by a sword, the blade glaring right before her eyes. Sung Il-hwan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Lu Xiang gripped the sword hilt tighter and plunged it even deeper. I told you. Minsheng's pupil shifted strangely. He sneered with disdain, declaring that no one like me could brainwash him. This awakening Manhwa moment revealed his firm resistance. Minzung growled, "I'm going to wield the cursed power you gave me, but not in vain." His tone was fierce and resolute in this system Manhwa. Sung Il-hwan's body collapsed backward to the ground right before the other hunters in the team. MH looked on furious, shouting at Minzung, "Lu Xiang, why are you attacking your fellow hunters? Are you on drugs?" Minjung ignored MH's words entirely. He slammed the sword into the ground, clutching his head and muttering, "Damn it. Is this how it's going to end?" Minzung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Endless voices echoed in his ears, with S-rank hunters waiting outside on the guild's orders. If he didn't escape quickly, he'd be trapped inside forever. His eyes scanned each hunter's face solemnly. He thought silently, "I have to run fast." MH seemed to catch on to Minsheng's escape plan, shouting to warn everyone, "Don't let him get away." Angrily baring his teeth, Minsheng radiated a terrifying killing intent. He shouted fiercely, "Step aside if you don't want to die." In a blink, Minsheng bulldozed through the hunters to break free. MH clutched her arm in pain, fury lacing her voice. "Damn it." She turned toward her teammates, while Hunter Lee Chon-sung signaled the S-rank hunters outside. Chon-sung replied hastily, "Understood." Amidst the chaos, the one who should have been taken down with a critical strike stood up before MH's stunned eyes. Sung Il-hwan smirked, clutching the chest wound. As long as one has a strong enough mind, they can resist the divine flame's power, no matter how much mana they have. Right, excellent. MH widened her eyes, puzzled by Sung Il-hwan's injury. Hunter Park, you're still alive. That attack went straight through your heart. Sung Il-hwan didn't answer MH's question, silently wiping blood from his hair. His eyes glowed with an eerie light, his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Min Zung sprinted desperately to escape. Damn it. While running, Min Sheng muttered, I've gained the power of an S-rank hunter, yet I'm always running away. How ridiculous. Full of rage, he thought. That damn alien, the Grim Reaper Hunters Guild, there's no one I can trust. Now I have to escape to the nearest city. From somewhere, a sword enveloped in power flew toward Min Zung. Fortunately, Min Zung reacted swiftly and dodged, or else he wouldn't have fared well. Min Zung grimaced. What the heck was that? A cold voice emerged from the forest shadows. I was wondering about the sudden explosion. I didn't expect you to venture out by yourself. I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and the IRM disciples. The face of Sung Suho gradually appeared, his gaze sharp and cold as he fixed his eyes on Min Sung. Sung Suho stepped from the shadows, hands in pockets, saying, I want you to tell me everything about Stardust and Itarim's disciples. Min Zung's frown deepened at Sung Suho's words. He thought to himself, not only does he know about Stardust, but also about the existence of the foreign deity's disciples. Gazing closer at Sung Suho's appearance, Min Zung realized that he just noticed the man who defeated Brocky and disrupted the Stardust supply was wearing a black mask. Could it be him? Troubled by his own thoughts, Min Zung clenched his teeth in anger. Forget it. If he slows me down here, those hunters will catch me. He pulled out the sword at his side. Judging by the mana he sensed from Sung Suho, this guy isn't a match. After a swift decision, Min Sheng charged toward Sung Suho. Die. Sung Suho calmly exhaled and lightly parried Min Sheng's sword attack. This caught Min Sheng completely off guard. He blocked my attack. I can't even withdraw the sword. How strong is he? Sung Suho deflected and spun lightly, delivering a kick that sent Min Sung flying several meters. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Watching Sung Suho, Min Sung grew increasingly suspicious. He has less mana than me, so how can he do this? Beru, hidden inside Sung Suho's coat, looked at Min Zheng's expression with smug satisfaction, thinking, it's no surprise that he was shocked. After all, hunters are ultimately judged by the amount of magical energy they carry, and it was clear that Min Zheng was struggling to withstand Sung Suho's attack. A thought flashed through Beru's mind. I'm someone who truly senses things. I can tell immediately. Although the young leader was steadily increasing his strength stats, thanks to his earlier training with Ammut, his power had already reached its peak. Sung Suho glared coldly at Min Zheng. Beru was sure that an A-ranked hunter couldn't possibly match his physical strength. Back at the scene, below the ground, lay a massive crater from the explosion. Holding his injured arm, Sung Il-hwan approached and asked curiously, Hunter Sun, how are you still alive? That attack went straight through your heart. Sung Il-hwan's fringe fell, partially obscuring his face. He stayed silent. From inside his sleeve, a yellow crystal slid into his palm. Then Sung Il-hwan spoke up. Before he could even finish answering, something ahead grabbed his attention in shock. A familiar voice came from behind MHO. Bai Gyun-ho. What happened over there just now? She looked happily at the newcomer. Oh, you're here, M called out loudly. Hunters Choi Jong-in and Lim Tae-gyu appeared. Seeing them arrive, Sung Il-hwan hid the yellow crystal. 2 S-ranked hunters. Choi Jong-in jumped down from the edge of the crater and approached the group. While walking, he asked, we came as soon as we heard the explosion. What's going on here? Mo quickly replied. This mess was caused by Ryu Jiho. Hearing this, Dong-in was curious. An A-ranked hunter Ryu Jiho has skills like that, MH calmly answered. He radiated a huge amount of mana, as if he had taken some kind of stimulant. It seemed the drugs fueled his attack on Sung Il-hwan. After hearing MH's words, Choi Jong-in glanced at Sung Il-hwan's condition and was surprised. Despite his wounds, Sung Il-hwan looked quite fine. Sung Il-hwan smirked and said, I have healing skills. Choi Jong-in stroked his chin thoughtfully. Interesting, you have pretty advanced healing skills. M impatiently interjected. Let's not dwell on that. We need to quickly pursue Ryu Jiho. If we leave things as they are, he'll probably reach the city and hide there. Choi Jong-in turned to look back. Yeah, that's right. Lim Tae-gyu, you heard that, didn't you? Then he looked up at the hole in the roof made by Min Haesheng. It seemed that hunter Ryu Jiho was the troublemaker. According to the story moments ago, Ti appeared, then suddenly flew away. Choi Jung-in once told me that even on Sung Il-hwan's side, he's uneasy and not okay. I still haven't cut my bond with Lung. I never expected him to resist the human desire faith. It's really fascinating. A thought came to Sung Il-hwan's mind. Most likely no one will believe Ryu Jiho's words. But if I do nothing, they'll have reason to suspect me. M looked back to remind him, Hunter-son, if you're not well yet, you should rest here and close your eyes. All right then. He silently resolved to discard Ryu Jiho. I have to take over Ryu Jiho's body and force him to commit suicide, even if it costs a lot of spirit energy. Because he's only an A-ranked hunter, I just need to find another A-ranked hunter. Suddenly, a battle scene popped into Sung Il-hwan's mind, surprising him. What's this? Is he fighting right now? A familiar face appeared in Sung Il-hwan's mind, leaving him stunned. Could it be that Ryu Jiho had already clashed with an S-ranked hunter? Sung Il-hwan froze. What's the black-masked guy doing here? Could that masked guy be chasing Ryu Jiho just like the Hunter Association? An unusual urgency stirred inside Sung Il-hwan. I never thought I'd run into that black masked guy so soon. S-rank hunters in this world. Ryu Jiho, you can resist the bonefire belief. Since we set foot in this world, nothing has gone according to plan. Sung Il-hwan pulled up his collar to cover the lower half of his face. Everything else differs from the times when everything was fulfilled, according to the holy word. A sinister smile appeared on his face beneath the cloak. But why am I smiling like this? Back to the intense battle at the edge of the forest. Sung Suho charged at Min Sheng without pause. Sung Suho's moves left Min Sheng no choice but to endure. I can't let him hold me back here any longer. Min Sheng suddenly yelled loudly, causing Sung Suho's sticky adhesive to snap sharply in midair. He clutched his stomach in pain. Min Dung cautiously asked, "Can you let me go if I answer your question?" Sung Suho froze in surprise. What are you suddenly talking about? Are you colluding with Itarim's disciples? Mentioning that made Min Dung bitter. He angrily said, "That bastard stabbed me in the back." He swung his sword fiercely, his voice tinged with bitterness. That was because he said he would kill the person I wanted to be dead for me. M was shocked. Are you working with Itarim to kill someone? Min Dung clenched his teeth in anger. After the great disaster, everything I built in my life changed. He sneered and asked Sung Suho, "Aren't you also hunting down that foreign god?" Sung Suho's eyes showed panic, and he immediately shouted back, "No, I have no intention of killing him if we talk." Min Dung cut Sung Suho off with a cunning smile. "You don't intend to kill him. Even though that foreign god is here to invade this world, you have the personality of someone who made me disgusted back when I was an actor." His eyes brimmed with contempt, emotions clearly exploding. A person who only knows hope, but has no real character, kindness, or morals. Society and others just gave him roles, and he doesn't even know what he truly wants. Those words stabbed into Sung Suho's heart like a dagger. A deadly aura surrounded Mu's body. If he had not been lucky enough to gain that power, he would have lived his whole life as just a surplus. Eventually, the moment will come when he's pulled into a situation and has to make a choice. The more Min Dung spoke, the more his emotions erupted. "I'll create that situation for you. The identity you have to kill is," but before he could finish, from deep inside Min Dung's subconscious, he was trapped inside a massive palm. And the one behind all this was Sung Il-hwan. He spoke coldly, "Ryu Jiho, I won't allow you to speak anymore." Sung Il-hwan sneered, looking down at the tiny Min Sung. "I thank you. I've gained a lot thanks to you." He continued, "I will retract what I said before, that you were incompetent and useless. I will use what you can do one last time." Min Dung's eyes widened in shock. "What?" he shouted. "I won't let you do that." But it was too late. Sung Il-hwan intertwined his hand with Min Dung's. Outside in reality, Sung Suho shielded his eyes from the golden light radiating from Min Dung's body in astonishment. Sung Suho pondered, wondering if that energy was Itarim's, even stronger than Broki's Itarim energy. Min Sheng's body transformed, producing a massive supersized blade that looked both beautiful and powerful. White wings also sprouted from his arms. Sung Suho stepped back several paces, overwhelmed by Min Sheng's power. Another strange voice echoed, surprising Sung Suho. "I understand now." Sung Il-hwan, having completely taken over Min Sheng's body, spoke. "The Stardust Factory attack." He coldly looked towards Sung Suho. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time." The masked, black-faced saboteur. Sung Il-hwan's icy gaze raised his sword at Sung Suho. "I want to meet you too." The lantern-masked saboteur. Sung Suho squinted at Min Hezung, who had changed abnormally, unable to hide his surprise. Ryu Jiho suddenly transformed, and based on what he said, Sung Suho asked, but had already partly guessed the answer. You're a disciple of a god sent from another world. Sung Il-hwan smirked coldly. Sure enough, you know about us. He wickedly laughed and added, yes, I came here to claim ownership of this world. Hearing Sung Il-hwan, Sung Suho couldn't help but feel furious, thinking his father never returned because of these beings. Sung Suho's eyes brimmed with killing intent as he stared at Sung Il-hwan. You are exactly the one I wanted to meet. Elsewhere, a familiar figure silently watched both Sung Suho and Sung Il-hwan. The figure shouted loudly, exerting immense pressure on both Sung Suho and Sung Il-hwan. Enough. They were stunned by the overwhelming force. From now on, neither of you may move until I permit it. Anyone who tries funny business will get holes punched into their body. The mysterious person in the jungle used a bow to aim at Sung Il-hwan and Sung Suho. It turned out the mysterious figure was Tayu. He coldly aimed an arrow at Sung Il-hwan, who was inside Min Sung's body. Ryu Jiho, what exactly are you? What have you been doing all this time? Tayu's eyes burned with rage, as if he wanted to tear Sung Il-hwan into pieces. Sung Suho's eyes widened as he looked at Taegu. He suddenly realized the S-rank Lim Tae-gyu Taegu, a strong awakening Manhwa moment. Sung Il-hwan spoke softly. Looks like our deep conversation can't continue here. He glanced toward Sung Suho, a sly smile creeping across his face. Let's meet at a higher area in this zone. The black-masked Tilu overheard Sung Il-hwan and shouted angrily, where do you think you're going? Minong no sooner had he finished speaking than he fired an arrow toward Sung Il-hwan. I said don't move unless I say so. Sung Il-hwan calmly glanced at the incoming arrow. He gently took to the air on his wings and easily dodged the arrow. Taegu, frustrated that his attack missed, conjured 3 arrows of destructive power from his palm. Angrily, he readied to unleash all 3 arrows at Sung Il-hwan. The arrows sped violently toward him. Sung Il-hwan smoothly evaded all 3 arrows, always wearing a cunning smile on his face. Nearby, Sung Suho somersaulted lightly like a feather, dodging every piercing arrow. He cursed under his breath. Damn, it looks like Lim Tae-gyu, the hunter, is here to catch Ryu Jiho too. Beru asked with curiosity, aren't you going to strike back the young king? Sung Il-hwan answered Beru, observing that Lim Tae-gyu, the hunter, seemed unrelated to Itarim's disciples. Also, he hadn't shown his true skills yet. Taegu smiled, but inside he was far from pleased. He spoke bitterly. Those bastards dodge my arrows like it's second nature. He knocked another arrow and aimed at Sung Il-hwan. Right now, his priority was to take down Ryu Jiho, and not worry too much about that other guy. The murderous intensity in Taegu's eyes increased. He silently admitted that trying to capture him unharmed was just a selfish wish. Sung Il-hwan clenched his teeth worriedly. That mana was too dangerous. Nearby, a wind-carrying dark magic swept by, tightening Taegu's nerves like a drawn string. He raised his bow toward the ominous aura. A goblin lurking near a tree trunk faced Taegu's weapon directly. The goblin looked confused, not understanding why it was here. It cried out in despair, accusing itself with trembling fingers. Thiu's face twisted in shock, staring blankly at the goblin. Why was a goblin here? But seconds later, he realized something and turned around in panic. Damn it. Taegu stood frozen, realizing both Sung Il-hwan and Sung Suho had vanished long ago. Thiu cursed silently in frustration. Gritting his teeth angrily, he snarled, Ryu Jiho, what the hell are you thinking? Elsewhere, a cell phone on a table vibrated with an incoming call, and a hand reached out to answer. After listening, Sung Suho responded with some disappointment. So Ryu Jiho has escaped. Tilu's voice sounded regretful on the phone. Sorry, Chairman, it's my fault. Ryu Jiho looked abnormal, probably because of drugs, and there was another hunter. Choi Jong-in was startled by Taegu's words. He focused intently on Taegu's conversation with Sung Suho about a black-masked hunter accompanying him. Choi Jong-in loudly asked Taegu before he could hang up, is that black-masked hunter the one who looks like a fighter? Taegu glanced at Choi Jong-in in surprise. How do you know that? Choi Jong-in's face turned serious. The hunter I saw during the dungeon flood was also wearing a black mask. He single-handedly stopped the magic monsters from running wild together with the dark magic beasts. If they are dark magic monsters, they belong to the hunter Sung Jin-Woo. In the office, Sung Suho sat folding his hands, thinking, has the missing hunter Sung Jin-Woo returned? If it's not him, the situation would have been handled quickly. Sung Suho pondered as the scene shifted to a mountain range where a lone figure silently made his way to the peak. Sung Suho's sharp eyes fixed steadily ahead. Sensing the person he awaited, Sung Il-hwan smiled excitedly. From a cliff, he looked down at Sung Suho, strolling with hands in his jacket pockets. Sung Il-hwan tilted his head, pointing his sword at Sung Suho. Unexpectedly, "Why are you helping me?" Sung Suho showed no expression, walking while replying. "Obviously, wouldn't you abandon Ryu Jiho's body and disappear if he became too dangerous?" Sung Il-hwan smirked slightly, softly continuing. "I heard from the demons that darkness is known as the Dark Monarch in this world." Coldly he asked, "What is your connection to the Dark Monarch?" Sung Suho narrowed his eyes, his gaze radiating deadly intent. "Seems like you have many questions, but I see no reason to answer them for you. I will crush him and extract information that way." Beru, hiding under Sung Suho's cloak, appeared and warned, "Be cautious, young sovereign. I can't gauge Ryu Jiho's strength since the Apostle Itarim has taken over his body." Sung Suho reassured, "Don't worry, Beru. I've prepared something for this moment." His shadow expanded, surging with dark power. Sung Suho whispered softly, as if Sung Il-hwan had predicted his next move. He smirked arrogantly. "Certain now?" Sung Il-hwan thought to himself, this is exactly the dark power he witnessed on the battlefield. Each summoned shadow beast appeared. The first was the Swamp King Kasaka, ordinary rank. The second shadow beast was the Green Fang, also ordinary rank. Next came the high-tier Cho, ordinary rank. And finally the strongest Siga, the Grave Guardian, elite rank. Sung Suho's commanding voice rang out. "All are the bodies I've reserved for this day." Then two more shadows emerged beside Sung Suho, the fifth shadow beast and Io. Sung Suho clenched his hand, taunted gently, "Let's fight with everything we've got." The dark shadow beasts, summoned by Apostle X, fully assembled. Sung Il-hwan watched the shadows with keen interest. Smirking, suddenly the system displayed an urgent mission notification. Emergency quest: defeat Ryu Jiho. Apostle Itarim. Defeat Ryu Jiho, who's possessed by Apostle Itarim, and reclaim his memories. Defeat Ryu Jiho. Apostle Itarim 0 of 1. Hearing this, Sung Suho's mood darkened. He frowned, thinking, is the mission really to defeat Ryu Jiho? Has this moment finally come? The moment I must kill someone else. Sung Il-hwan pointed his sword provocatively at Sung Suho. Deep in his mind, Sung Il-hwan clasped his hands closed, his eyes bowing, his head down. After understanding what emotions meant, strange changes occurred inside me. The body's memories inside the fragment, I think I finally grasped the feeling of confronting darkness. A curious sensation toward a powerful being, one from another realm, possessing strength to single-handedly halt an invading legion. I was intrigued by that shadow. A solitary figure standing within his army. Sung Il-hwan slowly opened his eyes, glowing with golden light. I wondered if I could find answers from him. Outside reality, the Kasaka shadow beast launched its initial attack on Sung Il-hwan. He calmly watched Kasaka charge. Sung Il-hwan took mere seconds to slash Kasaka in two, but then another beast attacked him from behind. A look of shock flashed across Sung Il-hwan's eyes. He took a few steps back in alarm. Sung Suho chased after him like the wind. Sung Suho threw a lightning punch, but Sung Il-hwan blocked it with his sword. At last, Sung Il-hwan saw through Sung Suho's trick, using soldiers to distract him, while Sung Suho himself charged into close combat. Is he really that confident in close quarters? Sung Il-hwan angrily swung his sword at Sung Suho. As the blade neared, Sung Suho quickly leaned back and dodged. He landed gracefully, with Sung Il-hwan right behind. Io seized the chance to sneak an attack from behind. She gritted her teeth, determined to defeat Sung Il-hwan and avenge Kasaka. But sadly, Sung Il-hwan effortlessly dodged her strike and grabbed her spear, flipping her upside down. Sung Il-hwan questioned, "You're not a shadow soldier, are you?" Tears fell as she looked at Sung Il-hwan, filled with hatred. Sung Suho launched himself from the rocky ledge to rescue Io. The mask on his face cracked. Sung Il-hwan shot a cold glance toward the attacker. Sung Il-hwan asked, "Why aren't you using shadow soldiers in this fight?" Apostle Sung Suho responded coldly. "Shadow soldiers, huh?" he said. "If you want to see, then watch this." As Sung Suho finished speaking, Siga appeared behind Sung Il-hwan. It used a technique to trap Sung Il-hwan inside. Siga's huge hands restrained him. Sung Il-hwan gave Siga a cold glance. Sung Suho took advantage of Sung Il-hwan being restrained to unleash the power of his Vun horn, aiming to quickly finish him off. Apostle Sung Suho's eyes turned icy as he raised his fist. Sung Il-hwan's expression remained calm, unwavering. Suddenly, a massive explosion scattered everything. Dust filled the air. Sung Il-hwan narrowed his eyes, trying to see through the dust. He quickly retreated to escape the blast zone. Sung Suho gasped for breath, exhausted. Did the sand covering him just explode? A shadowy figure emerged amidst the swirling smoke. Sung Il-hwan moved like a ghost, launching a sudden attack on Sung Suho. It seemed I could no longer feel the thrill I once did back then. Eso was struck, letting out a painful scream. The beast nearby was also targeted by Sung Il-hwan and lost a chunk of its body. The sharp fang-like claw on Sung Il-hwan's hand showed cracks. His eyes reflected surprise. Wrapping up his assault, Sung Il-hwan coldly shook his head before addressing his group. This is truly disappointing. He spoke disdainfully. That Dark Lord's soldiers were all seasoned warriors with their own wills. They were like a well-trained legion. Your power might mirror his, but your skills are worlds apart. Sung Il-hwan continued. Meanwhile, Eso and Sung Suho struggled to hold the line against wave after wave of attacks. I genuinely can't believe you wield such power yet can't win, Sung Il-hwan scoffed. You're too weak. Sung Suho stared coldly at Sung Il-hwan. Damn it. Since the Apostle Itarim seized Lim Tae-gyu's body, everything's gotten tougher. His strength, Sung Suho realized in shock, is nearly on par with a rank S hunter. Before Sung Suho could gather his thoughts, Sung Il-hwan lunged to strike him. The reason the Dark Lord looked so isolated was because no one in this world could rival him. Sung Suho struggled to defend against Sung Il-hwan's relentless blade attacks. After all, who could truly understand the burden of wielding absolute power? Sung Suho wondered silently, does he feel lonely? At that moment, a sharp cracking sound filled the air. Sung Suho froze, his eyes wide as his gauntlet shattered into pieces. A system notification flashed. The Fang Claw artifact has been destroyed. Before he could grasp what happened, Sung Il-hwan swiftly flew over and drove his blade through Sung Suho's abdomen. Eso cried out in anguish and despair. Prince, she yelled. Sung Il-hwan stared intently at Sung Suho, his gaze razor-sharp. You have no idea what power you possess. Ambition flickered in his heart. That's why I'm going to steal the dark power he holds. Watching Sung Suho struggling across from him, a cunning plan seeded itself in Sung Il-hwan's mind. I'll turn him into a follower, then I'll do whatever it takes to take that power. Once I have it, maybe I'll finally understand the darkness's feeling. His body trembled in pain, but Sung Il-hwan forced himself to pull the blade from his own flesh. Sweat poured down his face like a river. Swallowing the pain, he clenched his teeth, thinking, do I really not understand the power I wield? Now that I think about it, Lim Tae-gyu said something similar. Sung Suho recalled Minung's words. You're the type to cling to hope, but lack any real identity. Kindness and morality. Those are just labels others slap on you. You don't even know what you want. Without luck and your power, you'd just be an extra forever. And there will come a time when you face an impossible choice. Sung Suho questioned his stats and skills. Do I need something else besides these to get stronger? Suddenly, Beru called out to the prince. She asked why he doesn't use weapon manifestation. Sung Suho, while adjusting a TV remote, replied to Beru with a glance. It's because the Fang Claw has more power. Sung Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Besides, it's difficult to use both bond skill and royal authority simultaneously while commanding the dark soldiers in such battle. Beru spoke confidently. You're a genius. I believe you can do it. I Beru guarantee it. Sung Suho responded abruptly. It's fine. He glanced at Beru and added, besides, didn't you say my father doesn't always use weapon manifestation in combat? There must be a reason why he sometimes does. So, I figure something would be wrong if I did it now. Beru remained silent for a moment before replying. If that's what you think, then so be it. A thought crossed Sung Suho's mind. Since when? When did I start setting limits on myself this easily? Remembering himself sitting and drawing on paper, Sung Suho sighed deeply. His eyes darkened. Maybe it was a habit of accepting failure before awakening. Sung Suho pondered to himself, wondering just how long it had been since he last picked up a brush after awakening. He truly loved to draw. Once again, Min Chung's words echoed in his mind. You don't even know what you want anymore. If you hadn't been lucky enough to gain that power, you'd have lived your whole life as just another background character. Sung Suho nodded silently, knowing that was exactly right. He secretly entrusted the system Manhwa to handle his reunion with his father, and finding his mother remained a quest he wanted to pursue once stronger. The reason he craved strength was because he couldn't find any within himself. Negative thoughts poured non-stop, slowly poisoning his mind. Why do I keep trying to follow in my father's footsteps? But what he needs isn't a copy of himself. Sung Suho vowed quietly to discover something only he alone could accomplish. Back in the present, though blood poured like a river, Sung Suho swallowed the pain deep inside. his trembling hand raised pointing firmly at Sung Il-hwan. Summoning all his strength, Sung Suho let out a powerful shout. Sung Il-hwan was baffled by Sung Suho's sudden action until realization dawned on him. Wait, aren't the shadow soldiers immortal beings? They revive even after death. He glanced back at the defeated dark spirit beasts from Sung Suho's army, disdain flooding his expression. He sneered. No matter how hard your soldiers try to attack me, they'll never stand a chance. Sung Il-hwan, wrapped in dark thoughts, wondered aloud. Are they merging? I've never seen that happen in battles with shadows before. Watching Kasaka Fang Blue Venom and Siga meld into one entity, Sung Il-hwan questioned Mimera silently. So suddenly spotted a shadow beast emerging from a third-dimensional space, screaming unexpectedly. A sinister dark aura enveloped Sung Suho's body, leaving only cold, emotionless eyes visible. Childhood memories flooded back to Sung Suho's mind. Like, rewind on a film, Sung Suho's voice brimmed with determination. I want to become a police officer like my dad. His father looked at him thoughtfully. And Sung Suho asked brightly, is that okay? Because you look so cool. Then, excitedly, he glanced at his mother. Or becoming an athlete like mom is fine too. Can I become as strong as you? Sung Suho asked joyfully. Is that okay, mom? His mother remained silent. She gently placed a hand on his head. Sung Suho, your father, and I agreed ever since you were born. She leaned down to stroke his hair softly. We'll never block your dreams. Do whatever makes you happy. Sung Suho responded. But I want to be as cool as dad, and as strong as mom. His mother smiled warmly, looking into his eyes. Then you should work hard to be like us, as long as it's truly what you want. Sung Suho smiled faintly, thinking how strangely familiar those words from his mother suddenly felt. He drifted into memories of another time. Lim Tae-gyu examined Sung Suho's drawing of a beast. Usually drawing something repeatedly traps an artist in a loop, but Sung Suho felt he was improving. Sung Il-hwan pointed at the painting. Sung Suho followed his gesture and nodded. It looks just like this. His teacher asked a question that left Sung Suho speechless. Is that still an ant? Sung Suho bowed slightly, hand resting on his blade. The reason he learned to shapeshift faster than his father was that the system adapted itself to his body. He vowed never to underestimate it again. His battle style used the Monarch's transformation skill with unlimited shadow-pulling ability. Waves of sand power merged with sparking lightning bolts. Sung Il-hwan froze, watching Sung Suho warily. Beru glanced suspiciously in Sung Il-hwan's direction. Recently, dark warriors were drawn toward their master. It was becoming harder to maintain their form. Suddenly, O appeared, rescuing Beru from Sung Il-hwan, unless it was swallowed too. She asked it curiously. Beru, what's going on with the master? Beru sighed thoughtfully. Even when asked, it's unclear. Beru added, but definitely the master is evolving. Sung Il-hwan's eyes narrowed in thought. Was he awakening potential? An alarm bell rang in Sung Il-hwan's troubled mind. I need to finish him off quickly, and forcefully inject the stellar shard into his body. Dark energy surged from Sung Suho, blasting Sung Il-hwan backward. His expression hardened with disdain. Sung Il-hwan flew into the air, stunned. What was going on? As far as he knew, a hunter's powers never changed. Is this a reawakening? Darkness floods around Sung Suho as his entire body gradually transforms. The dark power fades away to reveal Sung Suho's figure behind a veil of black smoke. Sung Suho's body keeps shifting in strange ways, his eyes glinting like those of a bloodthirsty predator. Sharp claws sprout from his hands, and his wings morph into mighty arms of a demonic beast. Sung Suho wonders, is this shadow form a way to weaponize my dark power? Kasaka is resurrected once more, launching a fierce attack on Sung Il-hwan. Sung Suho reflects quietly, remembering the adaptive nature of darkness allows him to shape it in countless ways. With a single strike, he splits Kasaka's beastly body into two equal halves, but Kasaka defeated their still Siga. The beast behind wields a heavy mace aimed at Sung Il-hwan's back. Siga swings the mace fiercely at Sung Il-hwan's position, unleashing a deadly blow, but then grits its teeth, visibly pained. Sung Il-hwan parries Siga's strike, with his blade sneering with disdain. I told you, these insignificant minnows can't harm me. Then, Sung Il-hwan raises his sword high and unleashes a flurry of slashes at Siga, shattering it into countless fragments. Suddenly, a dark energy far stronger than before erupts around Sung Il-hwan, shocking him into looking up. Sung Suho strides slowly towards Sung Il-hwan, dark energy swirling around him. Well, then I've got something special too, announces the system, displaying a notification on screen. The skill link notification appears. Demon Strike activated. Sung Suho's hair grows long and turns white. He leaps up, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Sung Suho moves like the wind, swiftly closing in on Sung Il-hwan, who squints with serious intent. That mana flow is dangerous, easier said than done. Sung Il-hwan skillfully dodges Sung Suho's attack, smirking, but I won't fall for such a sloppy strike. Then, he counters with a slash to Sung Suho's shoulder. Sung Suho falls backward, blood spurting from the wound on his shoulder. Smiling faintly with closed eyes. Don't worry, you're not losing your powers, just one leg. Sung Suho keeps his composure oddly calm, his gaze growing colder. An astonished voice rings out. Sung Suho exclaims in surprise. So the monarch form has this ability too. Suddenly, dark power and the beast materialize behind Sung Il-hwan. The darkness channels immense strength, delivering a punch to Sung Il-hwan's face. The overwhelming impact causes a massive explosion. The ground trembles as rocks shatter and fly into the air. Sung Il-hwan is hurled into a cliff, causing it to break apart. Rocks rain down, dust clouds billowing wildly. Sung Il-hwan lies motionless. Sung Suho and the beast stare intently at him. Deep inside, Sung Il-hwan is affected. Bright red blood trickles from his eyes as he transfers power to his minions. Frustrated, he mutters, "A new power awakening for me." Watching Sung Il-hwan gape silently, Sung Suho thinks to himself, maybe his jaw is broken now. Sung Il-hwan struggles to stand. Sung Suho silently assesses his body can still move. If I sacrifice him, I might hold out a bit longer. But from now on, I can't be careless anymore. Sung Il-hwan's face is disfigured from the dark punch. He screams inwardly, "What the hell is this? That damned villain did this to me." Inside his subconscious, Sung Il-hwan widens his eyes, pondering to Ryu Jiho. Did the last strike awaken him? Sung Il-hwan grabs his sword again, thinking, did that hit truly awaken him? A powerful S-rank hunter bested repeatedly by a subordinate. Sung Il-hwan and Min Jung battle for control over the body. Sung Il-hwan threatens Ryu Jiho. "If you don't shut up." Min Jung laughs with contempt, taunting Sung Il-hwan. "So, what, I can get worse? You think I fear death?" Min Jung looks down at his trembling hand. "What I hate most is being underestimated. And worse, being ignored." He bites into his own flesh, thinking, if I can make those bastards taste pain. Suddenly, Min Jung halts himself and opens his eyes wide. Seeing familiar legs approaching swiftly, Min Jung thinks, "Coming for you, bastard." Looking at Sung Suho's figure, Min Jung vows inwardly, though I can't be the main character, I'll still play my part well. He crushes his armor with a crazed expression, sticking his tongue out. Madness courses through his mind as he savors the last taste of a villain's power. At the same moment, Sung Suho senses his chance. He dashes quickly towards Sung Il-hwan to strike, setting the stage for this awakening Manhwa battle. His cold gaze fixed on Minong. A single punch, lacking any of Sung Suho's usual kindness, was directed straight at Minong. Sung Suho's thunderous punch pierced through Minong's abdomen before he even realized what was happening. Sung Suho punched right through Ryu Jiho's body, then he effortlessly lifted him up. Ryu Jiho's hands were soaked in blood, unable to accept what was happening. He let out a loud scream that grew louder by the second. In pain, he raised his hand to feel around his mouth. While doing so, he emitted guttural growls. Ryu Jiho wondered if things had gotten so bad that there was now a hole right through his stomach. Was his jaw shattered too? Could he really not deny anything? When that alien bastard appeared in front of him, he had thought that this was finally his chance to change this cursed world. Yet, this is how things ended. Ever since the great disaster happened, his life had been nothing but misery. In Ryu Jiho's mind, the image of Lim Tae-gyu surfaced. He didn't like it and cursed. "Damn it, why do I remember that bastard Lim Tae-gyu at my final moment?" He grumbled in his mind. "Don't you dare look down on me from above." Ryu Jiho considered himself a superstar. So why did that kid look like he was pitying him? Right then, the system notification appeared. Notification, you have gained experience. Notification, you have leveled up. Mission emergency mission. Defeat Ryu Jiho. Apostle Itarim. Defeat Ryu Jiho, who has been possessed by Apostle Itarim, and reclaim his memories. Defeat Ryu Jiho Apostle Itarim, 1 out of 1. Notification, you have completed the mission. Ryu Jiho had already collapsed as Sung Suho approached him. Esso's group arrived just on time, and upon seeing their young lord Esso, smiled brightly and said, "Young king, you did it. I knew you would defeat Apostle Itarim." Sung Suho remained silent, his eyes filled with contemplation. Looking at Ryu Jiho's lifeless body on the ground, he finally spoke. The one smiling at the end was probably Ryu Jiho, not Apostle Itarim, right? Though he didn't say much, he gave off the feeling of someone who had poured his entire soul into his desire. Beru seemed to understand Sung Suho's emotions at this moment. He thought this was probably the young king's first time killing someone of his own kind. Is Chahian shocked? Sung Suho still sat there watching Ryu Jiho. He told his team, "Thanks to Ryu Jiho, I've realized something. After becoming a player, my purpose in life was just to find my mother and become someone who could support my father. But thinking about it now, I don't have any goals of my own. That must be why Ryu Jiho said, I don't know what I want." Suddenly, I remembered the fight with my father during the final training stage. That was when I truly felt my father's greatness. My father's voice echoed in Sung Suho's head. "Even though you are my enemy, I still respect you. I wish I were strong like you." Back then, I really yearned for victory, so I also felt deep despair. I don't know when exactly my father became so distant and magnificent, a person I can hardly imagine ever reaching. I think I need to say this. Having big ambitions is a good thing, right? Suddenly, he opened up like that, and Beru was completely lost. Sung Suho seemed resolute, pointed clearly to the sky, and declared, "The stronger I become, the more I crave, becoming the strongest. I will surpass Apostle Itarim, all the kings, and even my father. That is the ideal I want to embody." So was touched by his words. She wanted to say to Sung Suho, "Young king," but words alone don't get you anywhere. Beru also shared his opinion. "Although I think that goal is impossible, I will still support you." Gri chimed in. "I think being stronger than the Dark King is way too difficult." Sung Suho replied desperately, "Thanks for killing the mood, guys." Even so, Sung Suho understood why they thought that way. He quickly moved past it and focused on checking his rewards. The system notification popped up again. Notification, you have received rewards. Notification, you have gained experience. Notification, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. Notification, player has reached required level. Notification, you will receive an advanced mission. Notification, do you want to accept the advanced mission? Before this notice, Sung Suho hesitated a bit. He thought advanced mission. Looks like reaching level 40 means I can take on an advanced quest. The system continued to notify. On the status window, information about Sung Suho appeared: level 40 profession 0 weary without title, Blood Wolf 8, 250 mana, 780 strength, 124, endurance 60, agility 49, intelligence 47, willpower 54, plus 5 remaining points, 4 passive skills, 3rd level, armor 2nd level, martial arts, 1st level, power enhancement, 2 active skills, royal authority, and level 2 extraction. Shadow level 2 furious / level 1. Reading this notification, Sung Suho felt joy knowing his profession was finally about to be assigned. His group stood gazing into the distance, bathed in the soft glow of sunset. Across from them, someone silently observed their every move: Ryu Jiho. This is a key moment in this awakening manhwa plot. He broke into a proud grin and said, "Down. I never expected that masked man to possess such immense potential. I need to turn him into one of my own." One of the powers I gained from collecting fragments is the equivalent exchange scale. It lets me trade something I own for another item of equal value. I will convert the life force of these surrounding devotees into mana. Acting on this, Ryu Jiho used the equivalent exchange scale's power to gather mana. Reveling in his success, he said, "It looks like this." From his palm, a mana orb began to form. Satisfied with his achievement. While on the other side, Beru said, "Young king, I will now try to search for information about the foot soldier Itarim within Ryu Jiho's memories." Sung Suho agreed to Beru's plan. Sung Suho kept thinking about Ryu Jiho, wondering if he hated the world after the Great Catastrophe event. Would he refuse to become a player? Lost in thought, suddenly his eyes widened sharply. Something pierced right through Sung Suho's ribs. The attack was so powerful that Io and Gray panicked. Sung Suho froze, utterly confused. A flood of questions raced through his mind. Was that an attack? From where it was, Ryu Jiho striking from afar, with the mana orb he had just created. Seeing it hit his target, Ryu Jiho chuckled with delight and sent another mana orb flying. Sung Suho collapsed, sensing something invading his mind. This scene fits perfectly into our system manhwa recap. The system issued a series of alerts about passive effects. Longevity, activation, you will be immune to all diseases, poisons, and status effects, with an extremely strong regeneration ability during sleep. 3, 2, 1, erase abnormal state failed. Longevity is analyzing the abnormal state. A 2-1 longevity confirms this abnormality resembles poison fire infection. Longevity will attempt to remove this abnormality using poison fire infection data. 3, 2, 1 test failed. Due to the presence of foreign matter, the system has become unstable. Longevity will try to heal you using poison fire infection data. 3, 2, 1 test failed. 3, 2, 1 test failed. 3, 2, 1 test failed. Meanwhile, Ryu Jiho watched remotely. Triumph was clear on his face. He said to himself, "We will obtain the power of darkness." His eyes wide with madness. Meanwhile, Sung Suho's system continued analyzing his condition. 3, 2, 1, abnormal state, analysis, successful. Longevity effect removed the abnormal state. System recovery process initiated. Sung Suho surged upwards in pain. Beru and Gray were utterly panicked. Sung Suho noticed the conversion of devotee's life force had stopped halfway. A voice echoed in Sung Suho's ear. "Young king, are you all right?" Sung Suho thought. "Longevity has successfully activated. I need to use darkness to cover my wound." Suddenly, the system issued a warning. "Your blood is decreasing rapidly." Sung Suho thought, "If this keeps up, I must find a solution fast." He pressed the accept button on the system display. A new notification appeared regarding an advanced mission. Sung Suho agreed to take on the quest. The system displayed, starting, advanced mission. Instantly, the surrounding space shifted. The system displayed a new message: only players can enter the advanced mission. To link seamlessly, your teammates, descendants of kings, must be transported to the dark dungeon. Eso and Beru were shocked upon hearing this. They did not want to leave Sung Suho alone. Far away, Ryu Jiho observed every move of Sung Suho. Sung Suho writhed in pain, his eyes squeezed shut. After a moment, the space changed again. New energy emerged. The scene turned pitch black. A voice called out, "It's so dark I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts so much. I feel heat like fire somewhere nearby. But if my stomach hurts this bad, that means I'm still alive, right? If so, light returned to the space immediately." It was Sung Suho. "Be cautious of any movement around you." Suddenly, he senses something. Sung Suho is currently sitting along a long corridor, wondering exactly where he is. At the battleground, where Sung Suho fought Ryu Jiho earlier, a foot lands. It's Ryu Jiho's real self. He looks down at his fallen form beneath him. Ryu Jiho stares intently at himself and speaks. Something catches Sung Suho's surprise again. Ahead, a door stands. He stands before it, scratching his head. The path remains the same, meaning only he and his allies can use this gateway. The shadows and black masks always take him by surprise when fighting. Interesting, indeed. In the space Sung Suho just entered, he places one hand on the ground and straightens up. Sung Suho notes that since arriving here, the wound on his stomach has completely healed. That means his body is fully recovered now. Speaking of which, Sung Suho pauses his movement. He plants his feet firmly, stands up, then opens the system interface for a quick review and says, "Advanced missions don't allow other royal descendants to join. The Dark Dungeon key can't be used," meaning neither the connection skill nor the Dark Dungeon key can be applied. This must be the tutorial dungeon, the dungeon his father created for him. Sung Suho recalls his past memories. Though the version of himself who grew up here is gone, the memories remain eternal. But there are no knights left here to defeat and level up against, nor weapons to gift away. Why must I choose when my Horn of Unity is already broken? A flood of questions fills Sung Suho's mind. Why isn't there a detailed mission explanation if I'm supposed to open the gate and climb the tower just like before? Am I meant to complete everything without using weapons or connection skills? Is this place always a maze full of paths? It feels both familiar and strange, with noises coming from all directions. Something made Sung Suho astonished. Ahead stood a door. He stood in front of it, scratching his head in confusion. The path still continued. But why does a boss room door suddenly appear? Is this half-baked advanced mission? Sung Suho stands pondering for a moment, then chooses to open the door. Sung Suho feels a bit anxious, wondering what lies beyond the door. Once the advanced mission ends, will I become stronger like before? The first thing I meet inside the dungeon is a knight. The door swings open, Sung Suho steps inside. It's pitch dark within. He frowns and thinks. It's too dark to see anything. But someone is there in front of Sung Suho. A vague shadow sits on a chair. Sung Suho notices the hands of the person sitting there. His eyes wide open, as he seems familiar with this figure. He stares ahead, recognizing this familiar shape and the words they utter. That's me during the tutorial from the past. Sung Suho exclaims in shock, "Must I fight myself? Back then, I even managed to battle Beru at full strength." Sung Suho worries slightly, thinking that his past self had defeated Beru. Clenching his fists, he looks ready to fight. Immediately, his past self unleashes his power, throwing a powerful punch toward the current Sung Suho. Sung Suho hasn't reacted yet and shouts, "Wait." But past Sung Suho ignores him, furiously attacking with overwhelming force. 3 lamps brightening the room begin to flicker, one blows out. Sung Suho slams his hand on the ground. The room echoes with his cry. His face turns pale, as if he just endured something horrific. The room returns to normal. Sitting alone, Sung Suho says, "Do I respawn here if I die?" Fear and confusion shine clear in his eyes. Thoughts keep racing through his mind. Why must I fight myself inside the boss room? Is the advanced mission really about defeating my past self? Is that even possible? Sung Suho sinks into deep thought. His mind races fast. Then Sung Suho stands and says, "No, the system was created to make me stronger after all. If my mission is to defeat whatever's behind this door, then there must be a way to do it." Unlike the tutorial dungeon, this place has many paths, and the boss room appearing here like this surely means there are other doors elsewhere. Trusting his instincts, Sung Suho quickly moves. After a while, drenched in sweat, he looks ahead. Smiling, knew it, there's another boss room. He now stands before a different door that looks just like the one he first entered. He raises his foot, ready to walk through it, but hesitates, thinking, "Wait, what's in this room?" Sung Suho calms himself. "No need to worry. Whatever it is, it's still better than facing my past self again." After a moment's thought, Sung Suho placed his hand on the door and pushed it open. Inside the room was filled with children's toys, scattered all across the floor. A young boy sat there playing with the toys. When he noticed someone, he looked towards the door. Sung Suho was stunned again in his mind. Is that me as a kid? What is this dungeon? Am I really supposed to fight my younger self? Even if it's me battling a child just feels wrong. While Sung Suho was deep in thought, the child suddenly attacked. The toys in the room hovered midair, each radiating power. Sung Suho found himself paralyzed. Sung Suho wondered if this was the power of the Overlord. The boy pointed at Sung Suho and manipulated various directions with his fingers, shifting the space around them. Another lamp went out. Sung Suho was back sitting in the middle of the room, his whole body aching. He was confused, recalling how he just couldn't believe what was happening. My younger self just snapped my neck and killed me instantly. There's no way I can face both versions of myself now. How am I supposed to complete this task? Wait a minute. Sung Suho suddenly had an idea. If I only have 3 lives like in the tutorial, I've already died twice. That means I'm down to just 1 life left. One lamp burning bright, but then suddenly many lamps appeared in the air, growing in number. Sung Suho stared upward, completely baffled. He muttered, "What the heck?" Before he could finish speaking, a strange phenomenon occurred in the space. A system notification appeared, saying it detected copies from a parallel world. Due to interference, the system had glitched. Defeat the entity behind the door with your remaining lives. The entity has more than 1 life. Until you complete the advanced mission, you cannot leave the dungeon. Sung Suho looked at the floating lamps and wondered. Don't tell me all these flames represent the number of lives I have left. Is that a good thing? Then he realized, but there's no way to level up here. He started analyzing the situation carefully. Because of these strange materials present, the system had become unstable. Maybe the reason I got such a ridiculous mission is because the system is broken. A new notification appeared from the system. Defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining life. The creature has more than 1 life. You cannot leave the dungeon until you complete the advanced mission. After reading the notification, Sung Suho thought there was no guarantee those flames really reflected his lives. But I can't give up here. Sung Suho moved forward, knowing his only choice was to advance. He kept analyzing how there were seemingly random paths and boss rooms appearing suddenly. That means there are probably other rooms still unexplored. But the problem is, I have no idea how huge this maze actually is. Sung Suho walked, while observing and analyzing everything. Since he had plenty of time, he decided to search carefully, at his own pace. Suddenly, something caught Sung Suho's attention. Up ahead, there seemed to be something floating. He approached to see. It was a teddy bear, hovering in midair. Then more objects began to appear, including a younger version of Sung Suho himself. He looked closely, and exclaimed, Why is my younger self here? Did he somehow get into the hallway through the door I just opened? I need to run." Without another thought, Sung Suho immediately sprinted away. But the boy reacted faster and launched an attack aimed at Sung Suho's leg. Sung Suho got injured. His calf was sliced off entirely. He collapsed to the floor, stunned, and thinking, how could just a toy attack cause my leg to explode like that? Whoa, the royal authority really can generate insane speed. How am I supposed to complete this mission like this? Suddenly, his past self appeared. Present Sung Suho couldn't comprehend the situation. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "This is absurd." The past Sung Suho immediately attacked the present one. A kick aimed straight at his face. Time passed again as his hand clenched into a fist and pounded the wall in frustration. He said helplessly, "This corridor where insects can walk is seriously cheating. Why does this have to be so hard? Dad went through an advanced mission like this too. But still, the fact I'm still alive proves those flames are indeed my remaining lives. If the mission requires defeating creatures in rooms, then I don't need to communicate with them. I just have to keep challenging and find another room." Past Sung Suho reappeared, relentlessly attacking present Sung Suho. Facing this, Sung Suho thought, even if I die, it's fine after all. I have almost unlimited lives. I just need to keep pushing forward with the challenges. He was determined to find another door in the insect room. Sung Suho kept his spirits high and continued fighting against himself relentlessly. But then, he wondered what if there was no other room because of a system error. Sung Suho realized that wasn't a solution. He sat down to contemplate endlessly on his lives, but facing unbeatable foes, with no way to level up, was this not hell on earth? Sung Suho recalled the words he said before entering the dungeon. The stronger he became, the more he craved to be the strongest. Thinking this, Sung Suho suddenly smiled. He wiped the blood off his mouth and said, "Those words became chains forcing me forward. Damn it, fine. I'll redraw the maze every time I die." As he spoke, Sung Suho streaked his bloody finger across the floor. "I have to do everything I can." He started redrawing the maze from memory. This is classic system manhwa strategy. Outside the dungeon, news was buzzing. The Hunters Guild just announced a ban on stardust stimulants. Stardust was once a popular anesthetic among hunters, believed to have no side effects. However, most users began showing symptoms of memory loss. Those hunters who had used stardust were now undergoing medical examinations. Meanwhile, another piece of news circulated: the vice president of the Death Guild, the main distributor of stardust, was found dead at the mountain's base by climbers this morning. Once hailed as a hero, his exposed crimes have shocked the hunter world. This is impactful for the awakening manhwa genre. The Death Guild will face an investigation by the Hunters Guild. Linju heard the news guild clouding his face, blaming himself, saying it was all his fault. If he hadn't let Ryu Jiho escape back then, none of this would have happened. Another hunter comforted Lim Tae-gyu, saying, "Don't blame yourself so harshly, Lim Tae-gyu." Lim Tae-gyu deep in thought shared, "But there are still some concerns on my mind. When I found Min Chung, he didn't look normal. He never had the ability to change appearance like that before. Could it be a skill born from stardust?" Choi Jong-in asked. Lim Tae-gyu responded skeptically, "I'm not sure, but that possibility exists. Also, a masked hunter fought Ryu Jiho. Could that person be his killer?" This mystery stirred curiosity among those present. Classic leveling manhwa intrigue. Choi Jong-in reached into his inner pocket and said, "By the way, one minor in the group was reported missing. His name is Sung Suho. He's registered as a level D hunter. But given the current situation, he might be an imposter." He pulled out a photo of Sung Suho and tossed it onto the table. Lim Tae-gyu asked, "Can I see this photo?" Choi Jong-in didn't hesitate. Of course, since he's connected to the case. PD Hunter Badogen picked up the photo of Sung Suho. Kim Seung-shu examined the photo and thought it was highly likely Sung Suho was the masked hunter. But the kid was missing too. Hunter Sung Jin-Woo. What on earth is happening to Sung Suho? I hope the kid is safe. Bak DJ scrutinized the photo, then smirked. Back in the dungeon where Sung Suho was, the maze map was drawn on the floor, gradually gaining more details. After a while, the map grew to fill the entire room. Sung Suho stared at the map for a long time, his eyes narrowing. Outside, the SO group worried about Sung Suho's safety. Beru flew in circles close to the ground, restless. Ammut said to him, "Flying in circles won't bring the young king back." "Why don't you calm down?" Beru retorted. "Do," Bo said coldly. "How can you expect me to calm down when no one knows the young king's current state?" Beru wailed. "The young king? I'm so anxious I can't sleep." Eso defended Beru, saying, "I understand why Beru acts like that. It's been 2 weeks since the young king entered the gate." Unlike the cold tone when talking to Beru, Ammut gently confided in Eso, "You also seem worried about the young king." Eso told Ammut, "Aren't you taking things too coldly? You're one of us traveling companions. Ammut didn't hesitate to respond. If that's so, are you really seeing the young king as he is? I understand that compared to the mighty Dark King, the young king seems like a child, but I've never met that Dark King. I only know the young king has never said a word about giving up. This moment captures the dedication of a classic awakening manhwa protagonist. Even if bones shatter, skin tears, or the spirit is pushed to its limits, I firmly believe that no matter what challenge he faces, he will come out safe. Beru was caught off guard by Ammut's words, yet pleased he praised him. Well, you're not wrong. All we can do is trust the young lord. Inside the dungeon, Sung Suho strikes back, attacking, while saying, "Do you think I'll just keep dying at your hands?" Sung Suho confronts his own past self. Sung Suho is also present, sitting, and watching the fight. Though he attacks in return, Sung Suho is still not gaining the upper hand. He speaks out, "I stopped counting how many dozens or hundreds of times I've died long ago. Through all these repeated deaths, I realized I could see their status windows. My younger self, the one capable of tearing a person apart with psychic powers. Little Sung Suho has no player level, no dominator's hand skill, no max level ability to control objects with strength without touching them." Supporting himself with both hands on the door, he breathes a sigh of relief and says, "Finally, I escaped those bastards." Though he got out of immediate danger, Sung Suho remains cautious. He starts calculating, but the task isn't over yet. What's critical is the entity inside this room, considering the other two. Zoe is respawning once again. He runs hurriedly through the corridor. Slightly annoyed, he curses under his breath. "Damn it, I haven't gone far enough to mark this on the map yet. With countless deaths, I gradually got used to fear." Sung Suho recalls what he just experienced in this room, and continues. "This time, I got closer to you. Hear that? But this feeling should stay contained here. I know I must never underestimate death. So I have to do everything to survive. Countless deaths and challenges later, I feel myself growing tougher." Sung Suho looks at the map he redrew. There's still a blank space ahead. Calculating mentally, it seems that spot is the only place I haven't set foot on. Which means the only way to complete the rank-changing mission is to defeat those two. Come to think of it, it was strange how fast I encountered them this time. No sooner had he finished thinking than Sung Suho's opponent appeared just as predicted. Sung Suho looks at his younger self, feeling as if he's being blocked from going further. Then Sung Suho charges at the boy at top speed. He reasons the Dominator's hand uses an invisible hand. If so, I should also wrap myself with it. About to clash with the boy's power, something suddenly envelops Sung Suho's entire body. Then he falls into free fall. Sung Suho also seems out of control. Sung Suho notices something strange. His coat flutters midair. Sung Suho uses this time to quickly scan the surroundings. He eyes one corner and guesses correctly the left passage is the only one he hasn't explored yet. Please Sung Suho, use maximum speed to turn left. He arrived just in time. Standing at the corridor entrance, Sung Suho exclaims in surprise. "It's a portal, just as I expected. There's someone else besides those two." As he speaks, Sung Suho rushes toward the portal, but suddenly, his eyes widen. He stares down the hallway, silently swearing, "Damn it, he's coming." As Sung Suho predicted, past XO and young Sung Suho are launching an attack. Sung Suho stands before the door, trying to open it. Sung Suho feels he must enter the portal quickly if they really intend to block his access. Once the Battle Soul Phantom arrives, all hope is lost. Past Sung Suho has quickly located present Sung Suho. The two are now very close. Past Sung Suho advances toward present Sung Suho step by step, locking a target and strikes fiercely. But fortunately, Sung Suho managed to get inside the portal in time. Sung Suho's body tenses, panting heavily. Gradually calming down, he looks at the closed door ahead and wonders he can't pass through this door, right? He leaned both hands on the door for support, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, I escaped those bastards. Even after escaping immediate danger, Sung Suho remained cautious, starting to calculate, but not finished yet. The key was, whoever was inside this room, given the two earlier opponents. It's very likely that it's a past version of himself. The only ones I can think of are versions of me from when I first started guiding. Or maybe from that time. If it isn't one of the two, then who exactly is about to appear this time? As Sung Suho predicted, a figure emerged behind him, and his gaze sharpened with caution. This marks a classic moment in our system manhwa recap. The footsteps drew nearer, revealing another version of Sung Suho, gripping two deadly weapons in both hands. Sung Suho and his opponent finally faced each other. Sung Suho stared at the figure before him, wondering this round if he had to wield dual swords as his version. A typical twist in leveling manhwa. The guiding version of Sung Suho and the juvenile Sung Suho were both different past iterations of himself, and the weapons he held were the fangs of Rakan, one called the Joyful Horn Sword. Is this name a glitch or something? Sung Suho focused intently on the stats displayed on the screen. After reading the details, he smirked quietly. Then Sung Suho boldly launched his attack. Excited, he thought finally a worthy opponent has surfaced. This time, his confidence was clearly high. After analyzing the data, Sung Suho realized that both his rank and stats far exceeded the adversaries. The status window showed name Sung Suho level 32. No profession, no fatigue. Title, Blood Wolf. 75 strength, 41 stamina, 41 agility, 41 intelligence, and 41 reflexes. Sung Suho's attention zeroed in on the strength stat. The status window also displayed Suho's current info. Name Sung Suho level 40. No profession, no fatigue. Title, Blood Wolf. HP, 8,250 out of 8,250. Mana, 780 out of 780. Strength, 1,280. 8 stamina, 40. 1 agility, 40. 9 intelligence, 49 reflex, 54. Apparently, Shu was enhancing himself as he wielded the sword. The system kept sending new notifications. Body enhancement skill activated. The player's attack and defense output were magnified. The Prairie Wind skill activated, boosting your movement and attack speed. The Giant skill activated, reinforcing your defense. This empowerment left Sung Suho amazed. Body enhancement? Isn't that the skill Ammut used? And why does he have so many effect buffs? It's a classic feature in Awakening Manhwa. Interrupting Sung Suho's thoughts, the opponent launched consecutive strikes. More skills triggered, including the Windstorm Slash. These skills surprised Sung Suho as he exclaimed that Windstorm Slash was also usable. Quickly drawing his sword, Sung Suho parried the attack. Holding his sword tightly, he felt lucky to have kept it for situations like weapon breakage. Yet Sung Suho had still sustained injuries. Suddenly, memories started flooding Sung Suho's mind. He worriedly wondered, what are these memories? Aren't these supposed to be the recollections of defeating Brokey? Is this a psychological attack? At this moment, Sung Suho was under assault both physically and mentally. Fragments of memories blinked across his mind, yet he stayed coherent enough to recognize unfamiliar ones. Could it be that each time the enemy harms him, he absorbs another mental strike? The current Sung Suho was forced to retreat. The sword-wielding Sung Suho smirked, then charged energy into both blades and swung at Sung Suho. Too slow to dodge. Sung Suho could only block the strike. However, the attacker wasn't the sword-wielding Sung Suho, but a mounted knight. Things were increasingly surprising Sung Suho. Sung Suho was now fighting two foes at once. The enemies attacked relentlessly. Sung Suho speculated whether his opponent could summon a dark warrior out of thin air. That meant the enemy might hold a shadow accumulation skill at level 32. Yeah, the longer the battle, the more Sung Suho realized these memories were from this Shu's past. They contained his experiences in another world, where another version of Beru existed alongside alternate versions of Grey Ammut and himself. Someone who could help them resolve that incident smoothly. The system assigned that figure a challenge, fitting his condition, and through it, he grew stronger. Whether this was due to a glitch or some anomaly in this world that created him, Sung Suho was still giving his all. Each attack came harder than the last. Fighting like this made Sung Suho irritated as he shouted, "Why? Why do you always assign me trials this grueling? Why do I constantly have to push myself beyond my limits? Not only are there no easy challenges, but I have to die hundreds of times here because the enemies are unrealistically strong." But the other two ignored his complaints and attacked as if programmed to do so. Suho fought alone against them still. He realized what countless deaths and endless despair taught him. Doing nothing won't improve this situation. This is a core theme in any good leveling manhwa. The issue here isn't whether the system has any faults, but that I've been using this system the wrong way from the very beginning. The one nurturing me isn't the system. I need to be the one exploiting it instead. The clash between the three ignited a massive shockwave. Sung Suho slammed his hands against the ground, and his entire body propelled backward midair. Sung Suho promised himself he would no longer follow the path the system set for him, because his future would be shaped by his own decisions. Sung Suho dodged the attack and countered immediately. Sung Suho, wielding his sword, was pushed back by the counterstrike. Sung Suho didn't hesitate. He seized the momentum and prepared for another strike. A powerful punch aimed directly at Sung Suho, with the sword unwavering and true. Sung Suho was hit with a devastating blow, but he retaliated fiercely. The battlefield trembled from the clash of their forces. Sung Suho lay buried beneath layers of dirt and rocks. Quickly, he got back on his feet. The system then notified him of a mission. Eliminate the existence behind the door within the lives assigned to you in this leveling manhwa. The entity behind door number 1 was defeated. The player accomplished the job of job advancement. You have earned the title Overcomer of Adversity in this awakening manhwa. This title is awarded to those who spectacularly surpass hardships. The more stamina you lose, the higher your stats grow. You'll gain a 1% increase. Your stats rise each time you lose 1% of your stamina. Sung Suho, wielding his sword, was knocked down. Standing before him, he sighed in exhaustion, finally acknowledging, "It's over." The system continued its update, analyzing your actions to determine the fitting career path. You chose to fight back, instead of bowing down to a far superior foe in this system manhwa. Your will did not collapse, despite dying hundreds of times. You evolved both physically and mentally, even in a situation where becoming stronger seemed impossible. Your creativity always provides positive solutions during moments of crisis. And your unwavering determination inspires those around you, ensuring everyone reaches the goal together. You now may choose one of 3 career paths. 3 careers, she wondered. The system laid out each option. The first career path is the Dark Successor. Selecting this will have the system guide you to become the Heir of Darkness. The second career is the Soul Warrior. After reviewing past data, you unlock the choice of the Soul Warrior career. Your previous stats will not be restored, and dark skills will vanish. The third option is a hidden career, recommended based on your player traits. This secret career depends on the achievements you've earned during job advancement. Your dark skills will disappear. Sung Suho analyzed the choices. Picking the first option meant no change. The second meant retracing your past path. And the third meant losing everything to experience something new. Sung Suho found it unreasonable and said, "Are you kidding me? I suffered countless painful deaths here just to get a petty reward. I'll take it all." With that, Sung Suho activated his skills to claim the career. The system announced completion of job advancement. Your career is Beru. Sung Suho called the young lord to rest peacefully in his arms. So couldn't hide his disappointment and muttered, 3 weeks have passed, and we still haven't heard a word from him. Judging by their expressions, Beru seemed the most troubled, desperately needing confirmation to soothe his restless soul for so long. "Bad fish," he said. "The young lord is still okay, right?" Honestly, Mutt was not much different from them. He pondered, "I didn't expect to lose contact with him for so long. Perhaps something happened to him." Meanwhile, Gray silently appeared behind Mutt without a sound. Hearing that slight noise, Gray immediately lifted his head, alert and scanning his surroundings. Gray's keen senses ranked top tier here, making him extremely sensitive to any sound, especially at this critical moment. The newcomer strolled forward slowly, asking Han, "Is everyone well? Long time no see?" Sung Suho casually stepped out from the teleport gate, waving comfortably at them. The whole group was stunned, suddenly tongue-tied, stammering repeatedly. Finally, the young lord managed to say, "Young lord." Meanwhile, in a high-rise building within an upper-floor room, the atmosphere was oppressively dark. Jin-Ho looked momentarily distracted, a worried sweat bead trickling down his cheek. He hesitated before asking. Still no news of Sung Suho. Sitting across from him, Kim Sung-soo reluctantly replied, "I'm sorry, but the Hunters Guild has no information on anyone like that." The atmosphere in the Hunters Guild was tense. Many suspected that Jin-Ho was the one who killed Lee Mizung. The moment Kim Sung-soo provided the only valuable info linked to the guy named Jin-Ho, the person he was asked about, he suddenly stood up angrily for a confrontation. There's no way Jin-Ho committed murder. Kim Sung-soo first calmed Jin-Ho down with some related info. Still, I doubt that could be true as well. Maybe Sung Suho is connected to Itarim as he mentioned before. He steadied his feelings and decided firmly, in the previous world I couldn't help Sanju, someone who always had to fight alone. I won't let Sung Suho face it by himself. The man stayed silent, listening intently. Suddenly his phone buzzed repeatedly with a bright red alert. Wait for a moment. Then he picked up the phone, thinking quietly, how many times has this happened now? Shouldn't the Hunters Guild be controlling this situation? Unbelievably, another dungeon collapse happened. Immediately, the scene shifted to a deadly dungeon swarming with ravenous monsters hunting for prey. These beasts destroyed everything along their path, even pausing before their target to launch an attack. With their large bodies and overwhelming strength, just one claw could easily crush a seasoned person who was still breathing. suffocating them to death. Jin-Ho and his team grouped together, forming a defense-ready formation. He angrily cursed his teammates. Damn it, how could such a huge dungeon appear right in the city? What the heck is the guild doing about this area? Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, leaning against a crumbling wall, gazing at his hands, the man muttered in boredom. This sucks. Gazing longingly at the sky, he pondered deeply to join the Hunter Guild's core ranks. I need real achievements. The bigger the damage, the more people talk about the event, making it easier to fake some accomplishments. That's what I've learned from this manhwa recap. Humans are strange creatures. They only remember the names shouted loudly, ignoring the hunters who rushed early to save people, but tragically died. The truth showed this clearly. Even now, monsters overpower most hunters, but hunters determined to die protecting civilians boldly charge at monsters and are quickly defeated. With a ground-shaking cry, "Squad, everyone behind me. We're saved." That was rank B hunter Haunt Yoon, eavesdropping here. Back at Sung Il-hwan, he nonchalantly clasped his hands, creating a faint golden light between them, mumbling, "Rank B. That's not good enough. I need to erase this obstacle. The main character of this stage scene has to be me." Somehow, right after that golden glow flashed, monsters got provoked into a furious charge, attacking so fiercely, it left no chance for resistance. The sudden impact was so strong, the shockwave lingered dust and magic flying several meters away, slamming him against the jagged rock wall nearby. As he wondered what's going on, the monster's magic just surged. The aftershock roared. The beasts, like drugged, kept coming relentless in their attacks. Jin-Ho and his squad stood frozen, while the dust slowly cleared, revealing the monster collapsed in a large pool of blood. Watching this unfold, Jin-Ho trembled uncontrollably, thinking in shock, "Damn, lately luck's been strange. Earning big money for leg surgery, and even buying new weapons. I thought I could make a living as a hunter again. But as a rank D hunter, risking my life to save people feels suicidal." He stood dumbfounded, surveying the scene motionless until attacked. Obviously, once able to fight back, he refused to die so unjustly, immediately counterattacking with all he had. Yet, something happened that left him wide-eyed in amazement, deep in the forest. When the mech suit appeared, the familiar masked figure showed up. Yes, that was the very reason for his terror. He immediately recognized the visitor. That mask symbolized the legend of his battles, the very motivation pushing him to endure this dangerous profession, the young man who entered the dungeon alone before. Rumor said he's a rank D, but he easily defeated that monster, and back then, his only thought was this is the perfect chance to test the new skill gained after leveling up. So he rose, ready to unleash. The cold corpse of the monster suddenly transformed into an intricate lace of bones forming armor around him. Seeing them hovering close, he trembled, and clutching his body tightly. What is happening? A brand new set of equipment suddenly appeared and was equipped on them. Looking over their entire bodies in confusion, they muttered, "What is this?" Fortunately, he had some knowledge. The black-colored equipment appeared out of nowhere. Beru quickly realized, "Young king, you have now acquired the ability to use illusions on others." He had no reason to hide this fact. This skill isn't just an illusion, it's actually categorized as an item. Specifically, this is a regular grade Naga warrior blade item of the spear type, adding 40 attack power and 3 strength. Naturally, owners of such equipment gain matching effects. For example, he felt his body become lighter linked to the Black Shadow Naga Warrior Gauntlet, a common grade gauntlet item, which adds 15 defense and 2 stamina, and then the rare grade Naga Warrior Shadow Sword item. It adds 55 attack power, increases agility by 5, and its skill effect enhances penetrating attacks, ignoring 10% of the enemy's defense. Hearing some of this, then seeing his unique seal, he was amazed inwardly. He uses shadow soldiers to create items. Even the Dark King has never wielded such a skill. So this is the power of the young king after his upgrade. This is the ability of the rare white shadow anomaly. Meanwhile, feeling at ease, he thought aloud, "Suddenly, there's no longer a need to hide my face. If you guys can still fight, can you lend me a hand?" He looked at him questioningly. On the high castle tower, North Dean felt moved. Finally, he has appeared. This is a new power. He's completely different from before. Sung Suho, do you differ from the lone fighter in darkness bearing all burdens alone? Meanwhile, the one confronting monsters, boosted by Bogan's casual enhancement in difficulty, had a sharp glint in his eyes. He was ready to unleash himself in battle. His upgraded state now showed clearly in the status window name Sung Suho level 42 profession, rare white shadow anomaly. Spirit Survivor Title Blood 800. 525 out of 800. 525 mana. 820 out of 820 strength. 130 agility. 51 counterattack. 51 stamina. 62 intellect. 61 current. Points, none. Passive skill resistance. Level 4. Martial arts. Level 2. Enhanced strength. Level 1. Active skill ruler's power. Level 2. Shadow extraction. Level 2. Violent storm / level 1. With his exclusive skill, this time being shadow creation level 1. A professional skill that requires no mana, transforming shadows into solid objects. Based on the player's imagination, the object can create a double shadow item used for crafting, which cannot revert back into shadow soldiers, typically seen in Asura Guild. After the battle, a large wall segment was dented. Goliath lay collapsed on the ground, using his last strength to send thoughts to distant lands. Sung Suho apologized deeply for reciprocating his kindness in this way. After disposing of Thongdong's group, he received news of a new incident. "You guys say the killer of ours is a Korean guy. We're heading to South Korea. I won't forgive anyone who dares touch my stuff," he swore. Under the clear blue sky. Suddenly, that peaceful weather was shattered by a swirl of black. She stepped out from the clouds, walking beneath the snowy winds. Their silhouettes gradually blurred, making it impossible to tell where she was or who she faced at this moment. Both appeared ghost-like, indistinguishable from reality. After the city sky battle, chaos engulfed the area below. A prison explosion erupted, spreading pandemonium. A giant monster appeared, but was defeated in the blink of an eye. Then, another fell to a precise shot. On this side, Sung Suho was amid the deadly fight, delivering a powerful kick to a monster. The kick landed, throwing the massive beast flying far away. After defeating the enemies, Sung Suho paused quietly, reflecting everyone fell with just one blow. "I've grown so strong, I can't even measure it myself." He suddenly noticed something scanning around. Nearby, a group of hunters was coordinating skillfully to take down monsters. One of them, slashing a giant beast, while shouting that since equipping this black armor, his body felt much lighter, and he could even defeat magic beasts now. Sung Suho smiled quietly, thinking they didn't need his help. They were fighting very well already, a perfect manhwa recap example of teamwork in this leveling manhwa. The stat-boosting effect from those dark items is clearly making them stronger. He raised his right hand calmly and ordered, "Rise." The skill activated, and thoughts flashed in X's mind. This shadow creation ability was granted after he leveled up his class. It lets him use darkness to craft items. He could sense materials from the Dark Warrior's data, then dismantle and reshape them into any form he wished. X began absorbing the giant monster's corpse. Instantly, several system windows popped up before his eyes. The rare type Dark Naga Warrior Shoulder Guard increased defense by 28, and the torso raised attack by 25. The common Dark Naga Warrior's gloves boosted attack by 55, while the arm increased strength by 4. The rare Dark Naga Warrior's belt increased hip defense by 20, and agility by 4. X pondered the creation level of each item varied. The ones he clearly pictured were rare type, while the gloves, which were forcibly shaped, were only common. Maybe he should craft items matching the material's properties to achieve higher quality. A new status window appeared for Sung Suho level 42 unusual White Shadow class title Overcomer of Adversity, with HP of 8,525 out of 8,525. Mana, 800, 20 out of 800, 20 power, 130, stamina, 62, agility, 51, intelligence, 61, senses, 51, active skill, domain, domination, level 2, shadow extraction level, low storm level 1, shadow creation level 1, dark item contract level 1, dark item storage, level 1. Another window showed the dark item storage skill, an exclusive skill of the class that costs no mana. It absorbs dark items and user shadows to store, allowing summoning or absorption anytime. The max dark item storage capacity was 40. X silently thought finally he obtained the shadow storage skill. Though only for items, it was incredibly convenient. Another window appeared, Dark Item Contract Skill Level 1. This exclusive skill costs no mana. Users can assign unique names to dark items, turning them into upgradable gear, but only applies to hero-grade dark items and above. In exchange, users can equip no items other than dark gear, but get a 30% stat increase for such items. X contemplated. The contract skill requires hero-grade dark items or higher. He still wondered about the unusual white shadow class name. Could his shadow truly have turned white? Lost in thought suddenly, a horde of monsters charged at X. He instantly got into a defensive stance, but then footfalls echoed. A figure leaped skyward, then landed hard, crushing the giant monster with a powerful blow. X turned to see that person in battle stance wearing a confident smile. It was Sung Il-hwan. He swung his arms as 3 or 4 monsters rushed at him from all sides. Calmly, he activated a buff skill, his hands glowing, and with a single strike, he wiped them out instantly. X and the other hunters gawked. One exclaimed, "Wow, taking down all those magical beasts with just one hit." The monster corpses piled up. Sung Suho and Sung Il-hwan locked eyes. Sung Il-hwan smiled, while Sung Suho looked a bit embarrassed. The scene shifted to Ryu Jiho, watching everything on TV, tears streaking down his cheeks. He shouted, "X, the kid is safe. When he gets back, he needs to contact me right away." Next to Jinho Woo, Jinchul quietly spoke, "Thank goodness." Woo Jinchul's phone rang. He answered. On the other line was Choi Jong-in. "Have you seen the news? The black-masked hunter Sung Suho has appeared." Another caller named Lim Tae-gyu was running across a rooftop during the call, saying, "That black mask guy is the one I saw with Ryu Jiho. It's definitely him. I'll contact Hunter Sung Il-hwan on site to capture him." Woo Jin-chul quickly replied, "Don't use force, we don't have proof. Sung Suho is evil." But Lim Tae-gyu snapped back. "Then why does he hide his face? Surely he's involved with Stardust, maybe even Ryu Jiho's killer." Choi Jong-in calmly smiled. "I don't think Sung Suho is bad, but I agree he should be brought before the Hunters Guild. Investigations show he's the grandson of Chairman Ryu Jiho, a friend of the guild's head. I aid the Hunters Guild because I trust in your justice. I hope you make wise choices." Woo Jin-chul listened silently. Meanwhile, Sung Il-hwan received a call from his guildmaster. He answered decisively, "Yes, guildmaster, he's right in front of me." Sung Suho watched Sung Il-hwan, thinking to himself, "This guy just became an S-rank hunter, but why does he keep smiling at me like that?" As the call ended, Sung Il-hwan glared at Su, still wearing that grin. Hunter Suho shouted, "The Death Guild leader wants me to bring you to the Hunter Association." Suho was curious but cautious. Is that really what the Death Guild wants? Judging by his tone, it probably isn't to recruit me, huh? Sung Il-hwan responded coldly and seriously. "Standing amid the crowd like this, it seems you don't realize what kind of situation you're in right now. You're currently wanted on charges of killing Vice Guild leader Ryu Jiho and distributing Stardust." Suho was stunned. "Wanted?" Sung Il-hwan continued. "I hope you don't cause a scene, just quietly come with me." Suddenly, a hunter who fought alongside Suho stepped forward. "Wait up. I don't know if there's some misunderstanding, but he helped us." Another hunter angrily declared, "That's an abuse of power." Suho calmly soothed them. "I'm fine. Thanks for standing up for me. I'll go to the Hunter Association on my own. I was planning to stop by anyway." Sung Il-hwan nodded. "Well, that makes it convenient for me." As Swa prepared to leave, a hunter remarked, "That guy's pretty impressive. He even gave us some new gear." Suho suddenly remembered, "Oh, almost forgot to retrieve those shadows." He activated his storage skill, absorbing the dark items. The system window popped up, showing dark item storage level 1, with a capacity of 14 out of 40. Suho thought it was really convenient to store shadows like that. Sung Il-hwan watched silently, thinking Sung Suho's aura has changed. What happened these past days to make him so strong? Suho looked over and asked, "You're not coming?" Sung Il-hwan kept pondering. The Stardust effect on him has significantly decreased, but first I need to develop my Stardust to recruit an S-rank hunter. Suddenly, a hunter's phone rang, stopping the group to check the screen. One exclaimed, "What is this urgent alert? John prison holding convicted awakened criminals just experienced a massive breakout. About 500 C-rank awakened escaped suspected use of illegal stimulants." Another hunter added, "A breakout this huge surely has ties to Star City." Hearing this, Ho stopped in his tracks, and Sung Il-hwan noticed. Sternly, "You're not really going there, are you?" Suho replied firmly, "I must stop those prisoners." Sung Il-hwan tried to persuade him, "There'll be hunters gathering, you don't need to go." But Swa shook his head, "If the prisoners use status, just hunters won't be enough." Sung Il-hwan sighed, closing his eyes. "Fine, let's say I tried to stop you and failed." Suho nodded in thanks, saying he'd come to the Hunter Association later. Then he leaped over buildings, heading straight for John prison. Sung Il-hwan stood watching, a slight smile on his lips. Perfect timing. Let's see just how strong this guy really is. Alarms blared at John Prison. Chaos erupted. Prisoners rioted. Deaths occurred. Fights broke out. Part of the massive prison wall collapsed. From the darkness, a voice echoed. Humans are cruel. They dare implant demon crystals into our necks to kill us. Sitting on the rubble by the broken wall, a man with eyes full of hatred addressed the prisoners below. Right, brothers? He continued with a fiery tone. After the catastrophe, we only use the power granted by heaven to take what we want, yet the Hunter Association calls us criminals and locks us up here. Now is the time for revenge? The prisoners looked up. He declared hundreds of awakened, ranging from D to B rank, are gathering here. The fury long suppressed is about to erupt. Let's show them our wrath. He raised his hand, activating the dungeon explosion. That man was Huang Dong-su, a prisoner at John Prison. Announcements began over the loudspeakers about a large-scale breakout at Duisan Prison. Civilians nearby were urged to evacuate quickly following the hunter's directions. Meanwhile, inside an extremely quiet abandoned house with no one around, suddenly a flicker of firelight slipped through the door. A muscular arm silently reached in to unlock it. Ditch spoke. No one here, DM added. They must have fled after hearing the warnings. The clothes in the house were all being worn, Lu Xiang said coldly. But can we really take on the Hunter Association? There are even A and S rank hunters there, Dime continued. Didn't you hear the plan? If we capture the city and take hostages, what can S rank hunters really do? Besides, we have the stardust fragment that Big Brother Dong Exo gave us. Why would the Hunter Association spread rumors just to outlaw this? Because they fear losing their power if everyone got stronger. Lu Xiang chuckled. I guess according to Big Brother Dong Exo. The fierce face of Dongzux matches our own S-rank power. Suddenly, Daichi's voice echoed. Hey, come over here. This spot is a gold mine of fine liquor. Dime was surprised. Really? We have to finish quickly and leave then, he added. But that's the Ma Can Len Man wine aged 30 years. DM turned and walked away. Damn, that wine is worth thousands. How could I just leave it behind? The boy with a fearful expression hid behind the door, thinking he must report them fast. His small, trembling finger moved over the glowing screen. Suddenly, his eyes locked, sensing danger closing in. Dong-suk's dark, grim face with red eyes whispered, "Let's have some fun, kid." Meanwhile, Dong-suk stayed calm as explosions broke out in the city. The citizens below were losing control, attacking everywhere indiscriminately. They mercilessly slaughtered each other. Dong-suk chuckled. What a spectacular scene. Huang Dong-su, an S-rank fugitive criminal, could stir even high-ranking prisoners into uprising with just one command. That is the terrifying power Huang Dong-su wields. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Take advantage while the criminals are stalling, let's move fast. Dong-suk replied. Don't act high and mighty when you're just your brother's lackey. Tae-shich retorted. I'm not his subordinate, I'm entrusted with this mission. A mission to smuggle out a fake awakening at C rank, and to restrain a B rank fake awakening. Dong-suk's face darkened sharply as he glared. He spun around, quickly grabbing Tae-shich by the collar. You're B rank, right? You look down on me, because I'm lower rank, don't you? He thought. Act all tough, but you're really a coward, afraid of swallowing a star fragment. Should I kill you because of the side effects? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Tae-shich's mind, challenging the Hunter Association. He ignored it, thinking it was just an excuse for the prisoners to cause chaos. Just get my brother out of that mess and bring him to me, your mission is complete. You know the consequences if you fail, right? Dong-suk's dark face grew serious. Answer me. Tae-shich stayed silent, exhaling deeply at the question. Then he raised his hand. I can't afford to turn an S-rank into an enemy. All right, I'll follow your plan. At this moment, a helicopter appeared on the rooftop, its arm armored heavily. Choi Jong-in spoke. This is the first time I've been called to battle with you since the Great Disaster. Woo Jin-chul coldly replied. I can't stand seeing more innocent people suffer. He then questioned, why are the handcuffs worn by the prisoners malfunctioning? Woo Jin-chul answered, someone destroyed the prison's control center. Also, hunters from the nearby association were attacked by an unidentified force. Some even critically wounded on the brink of death. His gaze darkened. Think about it, the control center was under the watch of A-rank hunters, and still got destroyed. Considering the rebels are also using star fragments, it seems a very powerful figure is behind all this. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, confirming there is a mastermind behind this rebellion. Woo Jin-chul turned to see. You're here, thank you for cooperating. Lim Tae-gyu. Lim Tae-gyu added. Sung Suho had refused the association's call. Woo Jin-chul was shocked. His tone deepened. He left, saying he was going to the prison at Dui-san. Someone suspected of distributing stardust, heading straight to a rebel stronghold using star fragments. I think no further explanation is needed. He definitely intended to kill Ryu Jiho from the start, hiding behind that mask, all to cover up his crime of distributing stardust. Considering he's a fake imposter concealing true powers, he's an extremely dangerous villain, so I'll treat him as such and participate in eradicating this rebellion. Wu Jinchul said aloud. No one knows if Sung Suho will reinforce January. Wu Jinchul continued. He vanished for a while, then suddenly reappeared. He refused the Hunter Association's summon just to aid Jizan, so there's no reason to hide his awakening rank all this time. Since his actions can't be predicted, it's best to treat him as a traitor and act accordingly. Wu Jinchul shook his head. Even Choi Jong-in and Jin agrees. Yeah. Du Jin's eyes gleamed brightly. Right now, I can't take on these S-rank guys. Sung Suho never saw this coming. I thought once the Hunter Association banned star fragments, they'd be harder to spread. But who would have guessed they'd hunt star fragments, even if it meant enduring side effects? Because of that, I can comfortably observe the situation from afar. Or should I just wait calmly for Sung Suho to show up? His legs are quickly moving through the air. You're running like a maniac. I thought transforming into his beast form would get him there instantly. Ray, hold on just a bit longer. Suddenly, a powerful light bursts from the forest. Sung Suho's body springs into a high jump. His eyes widen in surprise as he looks down. Is this the place? Suddenly, Sung Suho's gaze freezes at what he sees, and chilling cries echo in his ears. Help me please, I'll do anything. He grits his teeth in anger. Are these the last cries of those about to die? Am I hearing them because of this sensory boost from my Starlink skill? The damage will only worsen over time. I can't hesitate any longer. Sung Suho arrives in the city, panting heavily from exhausting too much energy. People stare up at Sung Suho. What the hell? A dog and a kid dropping from the sky. Sung Suho lowers his head and whispers, "Good job, Gray. From here on, I'll handle this myself." The crowd slowly approaches. What's this? You're a hunter. You look like you're about to pass out. What good are you? Suddenly, a streak of light rushes by at incredible speed. They gape in shock and glance sideways. Huh. In a blink, Sung Suho quickly takes down one of them. He pants as he says, "If you've escaped prison, you should be running, not hurting innocent people. Since time's short, I'll say this once: you've got two choices: take a knockout from me, or fight and die miserably." A flashback shows Sung Suho sitting by a riverside under the blazing sun. His innocent face looks up and asks Grandpa, "Why do you have so many wounds?" Yi-han answers, These are my medals. This one's from rushing into a burning building to save a 7-year-old child. This one's when I stopped a raging drunk, and these were while my 2 feet dangled in the cool river water. Sung Suho wonders why he tries so hard to save others. A large hand rests on his hair. Although not fearless of pain, his body acts before his mind even thinks. A purple aura surrounds his body. You've got two choices: shut up now, or fight and die. The enemies glare. Did you see that kick? Could he be a high-ranking hunter? Someone cuts in. So what? We've got star fragments. Suddenly, he bites into a gold piece with sturdy teeth. Everyone is blinded by the intense light. They shout excitedly, "I feel power surging inside me. Now, I think I could take down an A-rank hunter, or even an S-rank." Sung Suho's face darkens. "So, you're refusing to calm down?" A voice cuts in from behind. "Why ask? If they ate star fragments, they're definitely fighting back against you. While you hesitate, innocent people are being killed by escaped criminals out there. Yeah, your weak personality can't even kill anyone. Even if you got promoted inside, you're still a rookie. Come on, try stabbing a clean hole through my stomach like last time." Min Sung's eyes blaze red as he lunges forward. "Show me." Sung Suho decisively and easily defeats him with zero mercy. Everyone's eyes widen in amazement at the scene. Now, a dark aura envelops Sung Suho's body. What's this? His muscular arms relentlessly attack. His blade is sharp and efficient, easily defeating the last trembling enemy before him. The man is frozen with fear, motionless. Why can't I sense his movements? I already consumed star fragments. Just as that thought ends, he is taken down. Sung Suho stands firm and swiftly defeats the last one. Suddenly, more enemies silently attack from behind. Suddenly, a dark power rises from the ground. Sharp arrows fly and pierce their bodies, blood splattering wildly in the air. Suddenly, Min Sung's hand grabs Sung Suho's shoulder, and he laughed. "Wasn't it just a few days ago that you changed this much? Quite impressive. But still, you should be able to control them without wiping them all out." Is it really okay to eliminate every single one? A hunter who can't distinguish between humans and monsters? In the end, have you truly become a monster? Then Sung Suho coldly called out to Beru. It appeared and responded, "Yes, young master. You ordered us to devour the criminals and read their memories. We need to find out who's pulling the strings behind this, and why the offenders are attacking civilians instead of running away." Beru anxiously asked Sung Suho, "Young master, are you all right?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." It continued, "I know you want to save humanity, but would acting openly, without hiding your identity, work out?" Sung Suho answered, "Honestly, I came here to save people, but the more I think about it, the more frustrated I get. While we're preparing to face Itarim's apostles, incidents like these keep happening among the awakened. We simply can't handle it all. If this keeps up, we'll just keep obstructing ourselves forever. So I won't hide anymore. I'll step forward and unify everything myself. The remaining descendants of the commanders, hunters, criminals, artifacts, and even monsters. I will gather all the power in this world that can stand against Itarim." Regardless of the method, his cheeks suddenly flushed. "So you want to bring everything in this world under your command?" Sung Suho interrupted, "I mean allies. To do that, the first step is dealing with the criminals here. To confront the fugitives hiding inside the city, we only have one option: to increase our manpower with them." His large hand stretched out. "I won't hesitate anymore." Rising up right at that moment, the evening twilight spread across the city. A wheel wildly spun, speeding fast. A high-end armored vehicle raced down the empty street. Suddenly, a blazing fireball surged toward the vehicle, and in an instant, the car exploded into pieces from the flames. Yom and his crew stood high above, observing. "What bad luck. Why did you have to run at this time? Above all, you probably have no idea what's going on in this city." Baek Yoonho's voice carried some worry. "Girl, are you okay?" Miho replied nonchalantly. "No big deal." Strong arms quickly grabbed hold. "And we can't even demand compensation from those guys." Steel suddenly shot up from below to above. Yum and his team were startled and dodged hurriedly. His eyes widened as he glanced. Was that the sound of a car door? Baek Yoonho slowly emerged from the burning flames. A family trip turning into such chaos was unbelievable. Miho's face darkened, but luckily it happened nearby. Baek Yoonho, vice chair of the White Tiger Guild. Baek Yoonho cleared his throat. "Right, if we were late, your mother would have scolded us again." He laughed confidently. "Let's finish this quickly and head back." Baek Yoonho, chair of the White Tiger Guild, all pretending to be top-tier fighters, was now defeated. "How many criminals are there again?" Miho asked. "About 500. Baek Yoonho added. "If we were late, your mom would have scolded us for ruining the family event." She continued. "The guild president himself will assist, along with 3 S-rank hunters. They'll arrive within 10 minutes. I heard Sung Suho, suspected of distributing Galaxy, might be here." Baek Yoonho thought. Sung Suho. That name sounds familiar. But whatever the safety of the people comes first. Let's start the rescue. Miho smiled lightly and said, "This reminds me of when my dad was still a firefighter." Suddenly his dark eyes flickered as he glanced at Baek Yoonho. "Miho, any news about a recent prison break?" She replied, "I don't think anything like that happened." A figure stared intently at the two of them. "Then, what exactly is that inhuman creature?" Meanwhile, in a quiet corner outside the city center, Chahian's face was pale, with fear trembling uncontrollably. Yang Hyun nervously looked back at her. "Run quickly." Fierce-looking people appeared before them. Save Fi said loudly, "Trying to hold out just to protect that girl. Are you two dating? And to top it off, you're on the same team. Lucky you." Chahian's trembling hand touched Yoon's hair softly. "Brother Yoon." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Stop crying. After all, we're about to meet him again soon." Suddenly, a dark energy rose as Fi's sword struck directly into Yang Hyun's soul. The sharp sword tip was right in front of Chahian. She widened her eyes in surprise and trembled. Yang Hyun Fi froze in shock. "What the hell? Where did you come from just now?" Suddenly, Sung Suho cut in, seeing his reaction to the summon. "Guessing he wanted to protect that girl, right? I'll grant you power. Protect whoever is precious to you in these final moments." System notification. Item Orb. Naga Warrior Belt. Rare. Defensive armor adds 20 defense agility plus 8. Item Orb Naga Warrior Shoulder Armor. Rare Divine Armor with 28 defense and HP plus 5. Item Orb Naga Warrior Sword. Rare Quality Sword. Attack plus 55 agility, plus 5 skill effect piercing enhancement, ignores 10% of enemy defense when attacking. The pupils suddenly gleamed brightly, radiating intense energy. Yoon's soul desperately rushed forward. The scene was filled with agonized cries. Only bloodstains remained on the ground. Sung Suho's hand slowly summoned life energy. Suddenly, the energy enveloped the corpses, bringing them back to life. And shadow soldiers appeared one after another. From now on you will hunt down the remaining criminals, Beru said. As expected in this manhwa recap, the shadow troops kept increasing. Sung Suho continued, "At this rate, we'll soon cleanse the city of these offenders," Beru excitedly said. "Behold, the greatness of the shadow ruler's authority that the master wields." He nodded. "Indeed, I never thought it'd be useful, but now, it seems amazing." He smiled. "Oh, you finally admit it, huh?" The young lord's face relaxed as he smiled warmly. Chahian hugged Yang Hyun, crying desperately. "Truly an incredible power." Beru added, "Will you leave that shadow behind?" Sung Suho nodded. "Yes, since he'll disappear after one day, I want them to have a proper farewell." He continued, "You seem completely different compared to when facing those criminals." Sung Suho replied in surprise, "Really, am I that different?" Suddenly, he paused, sensing a dark energy nearby. Sung Suho turned around. Many shadow soldiers had been defeated. Beru added, "Hopefully this time you'll find him." Tich was attacking the shadow beasts, the one behind all this chaos. Tishich's face darkened, eyes sharp. Dong-suk spoke. "What is this? Why are there so many black shadow beasts? I've never heard of these monsters before. Hey, problem solver, hurry up and fix this mess." Tich coldly turned his head. "If we had left earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Stop whining. After eating the star fragment, I'm stronger than an A-class hunter. There's no way I'll lose to C or D rank beasts." Suddenly his expression froze. Looking ahead, the shadow beasts were acting strangely. They suddenly knelt down. Sung Suho abruptly interrupted. "Young lord, it seems you've struck a gold mine. That bastard must be the leader of the escaped criminals." He emphasized the name Hwang Dong-su. The man turned back, saying, "A kid like you, talking back, so you're the one who summoned all of them." Sung Suho interrupted. "I have a question. Do you know anything about Itarim's disciples, like Ryu Jiho? Dong-suk cut him off. Hey, calm down first. If you want to talk, keep some distance. If you're referring to Itarim's disciples, I know them pretty well. You see, summoner-type hunters are usually physically weak, so if they separate from their summoned creatures, they basically lose their defense." Tae-shich caught Dong-suk's signal and rushed forward. "They're kind of like a cult." But at that moment, Sung Suho moved a step faster, closing in on Dong-suk, and Taek Kwang's body tensed in surprise at the situation. Sung Suho placed a hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "So you're not connected to Itarim? Then where did you get the star fragment?" His sharp eyes looked up, "And why attack the city?" Dong-suk thought to himself that this kid wasn't an ordinary summoner. Sung Suho's grip tightened. "If you dare lay a hand on me, my younger brother won't let it slide." Dong-suk was pinned down by one hand. Sung Suho continued, "I don't care if your brother is S-rank or not. Answer the question." Dong-suk said in pain, "My brother gave it to me. I don't know anything. I have no reason to attack the city. I just enjoy seeing those people follow my orders." Sung Suho clenched his teeth. "Is that why you killed all those people?" the man shouted. "I'll try to convince the remaining prisoners. Please let me handle this." "What do you plan to do?" Tae-shich thought fearfully. "He's too dangerous, we have to run now. Even if it means leaving behind Hwang Dong-su." Suddenly, a pair of golden eyes locked onto him. Not so easy to escape. Tae-shi slowly turned his head to look. "What is this?" Sung Il-hwan sat on the aircraft, pondering silently. "Before the S-rank group arrives, I want to observe Sung Suho's skills carefully. Just follow your instincts." Suddenly his pupils glowed a bright golden hue. At that moment, a powerful light burst atop Tae-shi's head, tightening the chain surrounded by complete darkness, a camouflage skill in action. Suddenly, electric currents surged past Sung Suho's face. Beams of light relentlessly struck Dong-suk directly. His face was cracked and bloodied. Sung Suho stood firm watching Dong-suk fall in agony. Beru spoke up. "Young lord, I just sensed the aura of the Itarim apostle." Sung Suho's voice turned serious. "They are controlling someone who just swallowed shrapnel again. Good, I have something to discuss with them anyway." Shadows slowly knelt before Sung Suho. Tae-shi's expression became fierce as he lunged forward with his sword, cutting the wild grass swiftly. The shadows were struck down with fierce attacks. Yet Sung Suho remained calm and steady, eyes fixed on the wound on his cheek, an assassin-style hunter's camouflage technique. Though my heightened senses allowed me to barely catch the footsteps, I could only dodge, not strategize. Sung Il-hwan folded his arms. sitting silently on the plain, under the sunset glow. He thought to himself, Kang Tae-shi is currently at a high A rank level, meaning Sung Suho is still not strong enough to defeat such an opponent. Sung Suho spoke up, Itarim's apostle, are you listening? Sung Il-hwan looked puzzled at him. Sung Suho continued, I wanted to talk to you again, when the chance came. And so far, I have acted without revealing my identity for one reason. I once thought that if you found out who I was, it would be very dangerous. But then I realized, if you're truly an alien invader, why wouldn't you show yourself and instead control others through the nebula? Isn't revealing yourself a risk for you? Yet you began appearing after the Ryu Jiho incident, a figure slowly emerging from hiding. It means you're preparing for something just like me, both of us growing step by step. Sung Il-hwan's eyes suddenly gleamed sharply as he stared at the dark life energy pulsating all around. I won't hide anymore. Sung Suho's palm quickly moved forward. So you should leave now. Tae-shi appeared swiftly within the dark aura, his pupils turning pitch black, somewhat surprised. Sung Suho's body materialized right before Tae-shi. The blade's tip attacked his body without hesitation, instantly piercing through the knee bone. Tae-shi stood frozen, enduring it silently. The system notification popped up. Level up alert. A blue light spread across Sung Suho's body. Come here. Sung Il-hwan remained silent, emotionless. The Itarim apostle suddenly showed a slow trickle of blood running down his cheek. Lim Tae-gyu crossed his arms, glancing at the Sung Il-hwan, who covered his face and replied, nothing. Suddenly, Sung Il-hwan smiled slyly, whispering Sung Suho. Right then, the entire city was bathed in a golden light. Shadows rose one by one before Sung Suho, standing tall. You're the masterminds behind all this, aren't you? Do you know how many have died because of you? Then take your punishment. From now on, you will fight for me. The souls were incinerated one by one to form shadows. Suddenly, Sung Suho's eyes snapped shut. What could he be thinking? A shadow that created its own item. Before Sung Suho appeared a suit of armor materializing. He muttered softly, this is a rare tier system item. The shadow armor, a scammer's armor with rare quality chest armor type. Defense plus 30. Next came a ring, a hero tier item. I've never received anything at this level before. The system notified assassin shadow ring item. Is unsealed with heroic quality jewelry type ring agility, plus 10 camouflage skill level 1 effect. Consuming 200 mana, hides physical body, and temporarily erases all traces, consumption 10 mana per second, while skill is active. System announces heroic grade looting. Shadow item unlocked. Notification. You may name this item to make it a unique item. Would you like to name it, accept, or decline? Sung Suho's eyes widened. Name the item right. Isn't that the pack system's effect on shadow items? System confirmed. Shadow item packed skill level 1. This manhwa recap unfolds the awakening manhwa aspects, with classic system manhwa and leveling manhwa features. The exclusive skill, tied to the profession, does not consume mana. The skill owner can assign a special name to a shadow item, turning it into an upgradable item. But this only applies to shadow items of heroic grade or higher. The skill owner cannot equip any items other than shadow items. Item stat increase chance is 30%. Suddenly text lit up. Shadow item Assassin's Ring. In front of Sung Suho appeared a glowing interface named Kira. The system prompted instructions for naming the shadow item. Named shadow items can level up. They become bound to the first wearer. Other players cannot use them, except the original shadow creator. One level will be added to the named shadow item, and experience gained will be shared with the user. Upon leveling up, the shadow item stats, while in shadow soldier state, are shared with the user. Kira shadow item level. 1 heroic grade ring equipment, remaining experience stats, showing power plus 3, HP plus 3 agility, plus 3 intelligence, plus 3 perception, plus 3 skill effect, camouflage, level 1 mana cost, 200, physically conceals the body and temporarily erases all traces. Consuming 10 mana per second while camouflage is active. The ring quickly rested on his finger. Sung Suho excitedly looked at his item that had levels and stats shared even in shadow soldier form. If I can get more heroic grade or above items, I'll grow much stronger in a short time. Sung Suho's face showed great confidence in this ability. His palm clenched tightly. I can get one step closer now. At that moment, a massive strong hand appeared. It swiftly attacked the dark shadows, and all the shadows were defeated mid-air. Beru panicked. What's happening, the young lord? Sung Suho replied, something is destroying all the shadow soldiers and approaching me. His face tensed as he gritted his teeth. It's coming. Suddenly the building in front of Sung Suho exploded loudly, debris flying everywhere. A huge foot landed swiftly on the ground. Baek-Yun-ho appeared in monstrous form, holding shadow soldiers in his hand. He said, "I came as soon as I saw the black pillar of light." Baek-Yun-ho looked at Sung Suho with surprise. "A hunter? What exactly are you, Sung Suho? Thought a talking demon beast? Why is it here?" Baek-Yun-ho continued, "Maybe you're mistaken. I'm not a demon beast. I'm the guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild." Baek-Yun-ho, Sung Suho's face turned cold. "So, this guy is actually the Baek-Yun-ho. I've heard he's an S-rank with rare transformation powers." Baek-Yun-ho growled, "I can smell a strong scent of blood from you. Who are you?" Sung Suho quickly answered, "I'm a hunter here to save people." Baek-Yun-ho asked, "What's your name, Sung?" Suho said. "Sung Suho. I know the Hunter Association is hunting me, but I'm innocent." Suddenly Baek-Yun-ho charged forward laughing. "So you're that guy? Bold, admitting you're a fugitive. Suspected of involvement in the stardust distribution scandal. The White Tiger Guild also suffered losses because of stardust. If you're truly innocent, how will you prove it?" Sung Suho's hand slowly rested down. "Can we leave this matter for later? Honestly, I'm already short on manpower, so having an S-rank hunter here is a stroke of luck." His voice held a sense of urgency. "Hurry and save the person first." Baek-Yun-ho was surprised. "Do you realize your own position?" Sung Suho replied. "Still, hunters must prioritize saving lives." Baek-Yun-ho's eyes froze, staring wide at him. Waihan once said, "Even a moment's hesitation could mean those who should live might lose their lives. So, rather than pondering which choice is right, act first on what needs to be done, then figure out how to make it right. Isn't that the rescue team's duty?" Baek-Yun-ho spoke up. "Wait a second. No wonder that name sounds familiar. Sung Suho is the name the captain boasts about his grandson." His eyes brightened. "You are Captain Jung Waihan's grandson." A sunset afternoon painted in beautiful amber light. The soldier asked, "Sir, can we control the rogue awakenings we're facing? I heard bullets barely affect them, so what's the plan?" "We follow orders as given. But hey, doesn't the city feel odd today?" "Definitely." Smoke kept rising in the city center. Something was off. Baek-Yun-ho's sharp claws swiftly struck. He frantically took down countless obstacles. Sung Suho's palm clenched tightly, eyes sharp, as he surged forward. He quickly and effortlessly defeated enemies with ease. Both Baek-Yun-ho and Sung Suho were bursting with confidence. He laughed and said, "I never expected you to be such a skilled fighter while being a summoner." "No wonder Captain Sung Iwan always praises you," Sung Suho thought to himself, still struggling to believe that the guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild was the one who took over his grandfather's rescue team. "Guildmaster Baek-Yun-ho, you truly are extraordinary. A top-tier S-rank hunter, your level is on another plane." He laughed heartily. "Just call me uncle," he continued. "Anyway, I'm trying to create as much noise as you told me to." But Baek-Yun-ho interrupted. "Won't that just cause the inmates to escape?" Sung Suho looked confused. "I'm just a rookie in the rescue team. Plus, I'm not even part of the rescue team." Baek-Yun-ho smiled and replied, "Catching criminals isn't really our job, is it? Our main task is to save lives." Suddenly, a powerful energy radiated from his body. Baek-Yun-ho spoke up. "The louder we announce ourselves, the harder it is for the criminals to act unnoticed. For the safety of civilians, this approach makes more sense." Sung Suho chuckled sheepishly. "He's right. I've been too focused on chasing criminals. That's the mindset of an S-rank guildmaster hunter." Baek-Yun-ho tilted his head and then shifted the conversation to a lighter note, asking Sung Suho, "Do you have a girlfriend yet?" He hesitated. "No." Baek-Yun-ho got excited. "Perfect. My daughter is single too. Maybe this is a chance to get closer to Captain Sung A. One's family?" Sung Suho was surprised. What meanwhile, the helicopter continued to hover slowly above. Woo Jin-chul looked down through the window phone, pressed to his ear. His eyes widened for a moment. "Yes, Hunter Bo." She waved with a smile from below. "I've confirmed the area. Thanks for your hard work," she replied. "I'm just doing what a hunter should." Woo Jin-chul continued, "But among the terrorists and criminals, I spotted some dark figures." "Are they monsters?" Miho quickly answered, "I can't be sure. They're unidentifiable for now." Tae suddenly interrupted. "If so, then eliminating them should be fine, right? I'm opening the helicopter door, and we'll deal with these criminals." Without hesitation, Tu swiftly jumped out. "Wait," his face lit up with excitement. Lim Tae-gyu-chan was helpless at Tu's rapid actions. Seriously, Lim Tae-gyu was now free-falling through the sky. Suddenly, his pupils glowed bright red as he focused on the dark shadows looking up at him. The whole city was now within Lim Tae-gyu's sights. his clenched fist prepared to strike. In an instant, Lim Taegyu soared at breakneck speed, effortlessly taking down each shadow. Sung Suho gasped in surprise. That's Baek Yun-ho. He laughed reassuringly. Don't worry. They are on our side. The Hunter Association has dispatched S-rank hunters to assist. He sighed with relief. Thank goodness the criminals can't cause chaos now. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he noticed Sung Suho with Taeyu, who was staring up with purple eyes. Found you, Sung Suho, he thought. If only you hadn't distributed the star nebula. A blue power suddenly surged strongly. A powerful force was about to descend from the sky. Sung Suho was shocked as the looming threat grew closer. Baek Yun-ho appeared quickly, catching the radiant light with his hands. Lim Taegyu moved fluidly through the city. His feet finally touched the ground. Lim Taegyu's voice was cold. Baek Yun-ho, why are you with a wanted criminal? He was surprised. There must be some misunderstanding. At least let us explain first. Taegyu added. He refused the Hunter Association's summons and fled. No explanation given. Sung Suho is a criminal. Baek Yun-ho spoke up casually, calling someone a criminal. Maybe this confusion was due to Ryu Jiho's issue, but Shu was trying to save people. As he spoke, an arrow shot swiftly across in front of him, darkening Lim Taegyu's expression. Sung Suho Bi-yun, what's your relationship with him? Baek Yun-ho's eyes sharpened, but stayed silent. Suddenly transforming into a beast, he roared loudly. Talking here is pointless. You better calm down. Baek Yun-ho and Lim Taegyu now faced each other as forces erupted powerfully between them. Shu thought if this keeps up, they'll end up fighting. What should I do? Suddenly, a ring of fire appeared, engulfing all three. Choi Jong-in suddenly spoke. Looks like everyone needs to cool their heads a bit. Hunters fighting during such a crisis. Sung Suho blinked. There are already a few S-rank hunters on site. In that case, Woo Jin-chul was also present. Baek Yun-ho smiled, saying finally someone who can reason. Did you know that Sung Suho is the nephew of the captain who once saved my life? I will vouch for him. Suddenly he paused as he faced those standing before him. Miho spoke up. Just relying on your connection to your father's rescue team isn't enough to convince us. You know that, right? Yun shouted loudly. Miha Jujin added. I agree with Lim Taegyu. There is no reason not to arrest someone who betrayed our trust. He was surprised. Even Choi Jong-in agreed. At this moment, Sung Il-hwan said nothing and simply stared intently at them. Lim Taegyu spoke. It seems other hunters share my thoughts. Are you going to protect a criminal based on personal feelings? Step aside, Baek Yun-ho. If you refuse to cooperate, we'll be forced to take action against you first. He glanced at Sung Suho. But I still believe we should at least sit down and talk. Baek Yun-ho emphasized, I want to hear his explanation. Suddenly, someone appeared before them. Everyone's eyes widened as they all looked in one direction. Even Lim Taegyu looked on in a bit of fear. The crowd was stunned and spoke aloud. Woo Jin-chul, he spoke. Can you prove your innocence? Woo Jin-chul slowly turned his head to look at him, Sung Suho. Woo Jin-chul recalled silently, wondering why he regained memories of his past life. He guessed Hunter Sung Ju-jin also knew that one day, Sung Suho would no longer be in this world, because that world descended into chaos due to a great catastrophe. With war looming, Sung Suho, you will fight alone. The scene shifted with flames surrounding everyone. Woo Jin-chul, clad in dignified armor, asked Sung Suho, can you prove your innocence? Woo Jin-chul looked at Sung Suho with determination. Sung Suho hesitated slightly. Then Ju-jin stood opposite and said, Chairman, I think this matter should not be discussed here. Sung Suho ran away in the past. Even if his actions were to save others, he must take responsibility. Woo Jin-chul thought cautiously. The biggest issue here is Choi Jong-in. Lim Taegyu, standing next to Ju-jin, spoke loudly. He deceived the association by falsifying registration and appeared in every event related to the nebula. Furthermore, he personally killed Lee Mi-sung. Even Choi Jong-in said so. Doesn't that resolve the punishment for Sung Suho? We must arrest him first. Hearing this, Woo Jin-chul glanced at Sung Suho, silently agreeing. This was a logical judgment. No matter how much Sung Suho explains, arresting him remains the right choice. But Sung Suho always has reasons for his actions, even if it means losing built-up trust. I still stand with Sung Suho. Next, with firm eyes, Woo Jin-chul looked toward Lim Taegyu and said, Sung Suho has always arrived first at rescue scenes. Arresting him now is too harsh a punishment. Ju-jin pushed his glasses thoughtfully, thinking, I've known Woo Jin-chul for years, but this is the first time I've seen him misjudge a situation like this. Doesn't he see Lim Taegyu? A man capable of sparking war anytime. You two have some reason to confront the Grim Reaper's guild, just to protect Sung Suho. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No need for a fight. Around Sung Suho, a glowing circle suddenly appeared, astonishing everyone. Sung Suho emitted bright light, his eyes resolute as he declared, I'll prove my innocence even if this method is a bit extreme. Seeing this, Wu Jinchul panicked and shouted, Wait, Sung Suho. On the other side, Teo, dressed in armor, ready for battle, shouted angrily, Do you think I'll let you run away again? Then he fired a powerful arrow towards Sung Suho. The arrow quickly struck Sung Suho's shoulder. Baek Yoonho rushed over in panic, yelling Sung Suho. Sung Suho was pushed back by the force of the arrow, his eyes wide with pain, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, an arrow shot unexpectedly struck Lim Taegyu's waist, before he could defend himself. A series of chaotic images started flashing in Lim Taegyu's mind. Then, he collapsed. Seeing this behind Jujin, and a girl shouted in unison, Lim Taegyu. Meanwhile, Sung Suho painfully clutched his wound, thinking, Young lord, please don't tell me you intend to restore memories to all of them. If hunters from my father's generation regain memories of a previous world, they will listen to me, so we can accomplish that. Then, Sung Suho dashed forward swiftly. Jujin was left standing there stunned. On the other side, Sung Suho clutched his wound in pain, thinking, Young lord, don't tell me you want to restore memories for all of them. If a hunter from dad's generation regains memories of a past world, they'll listen to me to make it happen. Then Sung Suho quickly dashed ahead. Jujin stood there dumbfounded, unable to grasp the situation. Quickly, Sung Suho gathered all his strength into a powerful punch aimed right at Choi Jong-in. He was determined that even Choi Jong-in would recall everything. Suddenly, a massive whirlwind of flames erupted around Sung Suho. This was the doing of Choi Jong-in. Seeing this, the red-haired guy shouted loudly. Sung Suho. Choi Jong-in coldly said, I didn't expect you to dive in with such skill. Lim Taegyu said you are truly dangerous. Unexpectedly, Sung Suho's determined gaze sliced through the flames as he dashed forward, leaving Choi Jong-in stunned. At this moment, Sung Suho's mind whispered, Please let me reach them. Then the red-haired girl and Sung Il-won joined forces to attack. Both attacked simultaneously, their faces expressionless. Sung Suho was seriously injured. Blood streamed out of his mouth. Seeing this, Choi Jong-in suddenly panicked. Suddenly, an arrow identical to the one from earlier appeared, piercing right through Lim Taegyu's chest. Crowds of chaotic images flooded in. Choi Jong-in collapsed abruptly. The red-haired girl cried out in alarm. Choi Jong-in and Sung Suho, both exhausted, sat down clutching their wounds. He struggled to speak. I've done all I can. Now, we only wait. The girl angrily clenched her fist and shouted at Sung Suho. You bastard. Suddenly, Lim Taegyu stood up and asked, What kind of memory is this? Hearing that, she froze, screaming Hunter Linji, while Lim Taegyu's face was smeared with dirt and tears, as he muttered, A skill. No, it's more like forgotten memories returning. Choi Jong-in also stood covering his face, saying, I never expected to have forgotten things like this, until now. Impossible. She turned and shouted, and Choi Jong-in mirrored her reaction. Choi Jong-in, tears streaming down, said, Whatever you did to us, just explain everything in your own words, Sung Suho. Meanwhile, Sung Suho struggled to stand and spoke. Thank heavens, at least I can speak now. These are memories from before the world was reconstructed. Choi Jong-in looked skeptical. Reconstructed. This world has been rebuilt once before. The reason why peace lasted until the Great Catastrophe was because of that reconstruction. Don't say the world's reconstruction is related to Hunter Sung Jin-Woo. You actually figured out it's connected to my father right after recalling everything. Truly impressive. Choi Jong-in. Sung Il-hwan thought quietly. Father Sung Suho continued explaining, I don't know anything about my father beneath Jiang Yi's role as a hunter. I only know he shouldered everything by himself. Even now he fights alone against the invading forces from outside. I fought those invaders to aid my father. Lim Taegyu thought to himself it sounded unbelievable, yet for some reason found it convincing. Choi Jong-in also pondered, if all these memories flooding into my mind are true, then nothing is strange at all. Soon after, Wu Jinchul stepped forward and added, Sung Suho is telling the truth. I'm also a hunter who recovered memories from my past life. Thanks to those memories, I was able to quickly form the Hunters Guild during the Great Catastrophe. Let Sung Suho finish first. I then spoke at length with hunters who regained memories. The invasion by Itarim, the alien god, and his apostles who remain on Earth, plus the stimulant awakening the celestial dust nebula. Choi Jong-in gasped, almost every event, until now, is connected to Itarim. Lim Taegyu chimed in. That's right, everything is part of Apostle Itarim's conspiracy. Lim Tae-gyu was stunned. So, even Lim Tae-gyu's death was his doing. Then turning to Sung Suho, he asked, "Why didn't you tell us until now?" Sung Suho quickly answered, "If Apostle Itarim discovered my existence, I fear I'd become my father's weak point. That's why I chose silence, until I was stronger." Suddenly, Lim Tae-gyu asked Choi Jong-in, "Are you also a developing type hunter, like Sung Jin-Woo?" Confused Choi Jong-in replied, "Yes," though doubts lingered in his heart. "Developing like Sung Jin-Woo." Then Choi Jong-in happily grabbed Sung Suho's hand and exclaimed, "Sung Suho, did you know my Chahian was once part of our guild's hunters?" Sung Suho responded awkwardly, "Chahian? You mean my mother?" he shouted excitedly. "My mother was a hunter too." Meanwhile, Sung Il-hwan stood silently observing the animated conversation. His sharp eyes fixed on Sung Suho, thinking to himself, "You've already made your move, and it was powerful. Sung Suho, if I were stronger, I'd surely have made a mistake by revealing my identity publicly without knowing anything about me. You think your advancement can surpass mine, Sung Suho?" Once he makes a decision, he boldly charges forward, without hesitation, destined to be a key player in the upcoming battle. We can't let him keep acting on his own terms like this. The next fragment needs to appear sooner. Baek Yoon-ho scratched his head and said, "By the way, it's good that the misunderstanding about Sung Suho has been cleared up. But I still don't understand what's really going on here." Sung Suho responded, "Ah, right, without knowing the full context, it must be very confusing. Then let's take a look back at the memories of others." Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan's eyes suddenly showed extreme panic. Sung Suho smiled with relief, a satisfied expression emerging under the sunset light. Then, he shared with everyone the memories of the world before it was reconstructed. Sung Suho spoke up. "Then, let's look at the memories of everyone else." He then held up a key and said, "These are their memories of the previous world." Baek Yoon-ho added, "My memories of the world before." The girl beside him said, "I know the world has become very strange after the great disaster, but something like that is impossible. Father, is this dangerous?" Upon hearing this, he stepped forward without hesitation, then firmly took Sung Suho's hand and smiled. "I trust Sung Suho." Immediately, a circle of dark light appeared enveloping the two of them. The girl shouted, "Father, don't act without thinking." When the light and circle faded, he trembled, tears streaming down as he stammered, "This is strange. To feel warmth from memories I thought I had forgotten." The girl was shocked. Sung Il-hwan nearby thought with suspicion, "Something's off. I never imagined this world was one that had been reconstructed." Then she stepped forward and said, "Please do the same for me." Sung Il-hwan kept thinking silently. Seeing this, the key didn't react to her because she wasn't from this world. "If that happens, I'll definitely be suspected. What should I do? Should I start a battle against the followers I've gathered all this time? No, even if I gather thousands of followers with my current strength, I'd probably only create a ripple effect like the last prison break, before it ends. So the choice I have to make now is..." The girl scratched her face, confused. Nothing's coming to mind. Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan widened her eyes in surprise, and Sung Suho scratched his head in helplessness, saying, "That's strange. Shouldn't memories of the previous world have shown by now? Wait a minute." Beru on Sung Suho's shoulder suddenly spoke, noting, "It's very likely, like this woman, some people can't recall their memories." Sung Suho immediately called to Beru. The girl suspiciously pointed and asked, "What is that weak-looking insect?" Beru angrily shouted, "Who's weak? I'll tear you apart." Sung Suho sighed and said, "Keep explaining, Beru." Then he explained the world before was 20 years ago, still part of this timeline when mana existed. Thinking of that peaceful world without mana 2 decades ago, it's no surprise there are differences between then and now. In other words, it seems this woman was never born in the previous world. The girl, shocked, replied, "I was never born." Sung Suho suddenly turned and saw Sung Il-hwan had unknowingly touched the key. When the light ended, he looked at his hands and said, "I can't remember any memories either." Seeing this, Sung Suho thought silently, so the P-Din hunter didn't exist in the previous world either. Then he turned away, mumbling. Over here, that girl excitedly shouted, "Father, does that mean I truly never existed in the previous world?" Baek Yoon-ho stammered. "Well, it seems so," Sung Suho said. "Isn't that a wonderful thing?" Woo Jin-chul-chan then said, "This is the piece chosen by the Sung Jin-Woo hunters. Countless lives that should not have existed in the previous world have now been born and live happily in this one." Sung Suho watched everyone chatting happily and said, "Your father's choice, everyone. If we let otherworldly gods invade, this world will be destroyed." He asked earnestly, "Will everyone lend me their strength?" The prison break event at Duisan prison that shook the entire country has finally settled down. Switching scenes to a place with many modern skyscrapers, a voice came from the news bulletin. The current unidentified escapee rate is under 1%. The reason for the swift control was the timely response of the Hunter Association. Moreover, witnesses at the scene said that if that black figure shaped like a human didn't appear, the death toll would have been much higher. We've also received information that the black figure is actually a hunter's skill, and confirmed that it is the skill of an E-class hunter. Sung Suho was the fastest to reach the scene, rushing to aid the civilians. He revealed that he awakened anew in that critical moment of crisis. Thanks to his selfless sacrifice, he gained the power to protect others through this awakening. With this new strength, Sung Suho saved countless lives and rose to hero status. A tall, muscular man watched the news bulletin, grinding his teeth in visible anger. I realized early on that just leveling up isn't enough. I can't do this alone. I need to rely on others. Then he asked. Watchers looked on in disbelief. Awakening? What nonsense is this? Woo Jin-chul, dressed sharply in a black suit, said. We've already discussed and handed the info to the media. Awakening is rare, yes, but not unheard of. The public will accept it. But I don't want to hide anymore. Don't tell me you plan to reveal yourself as an evolving hunter. Such a being breaks natural laws and brings chaos. People judge differently, and the appearance of an anomaly only fuels resentment. Sung Suho, you've stated 3 goals. First, your growth. You want to be strong enough to fight alongside your father. Second, to unite hunters capable of opposing the foreign gods. We must unite the world's forces to battle them. And third, to obliterate the followers of Itarim within this world. Once these are achieved, I will set out to assist my father, who still fights alone. Choi Jong-in chimed in. If you truly want to rally the world's power against Itarim passion, alone won't suffice. You must also carefully consider your image, how you guide people's hearts toward your cause, and every decision you make. Think seriously. You're absolutely right. I can't argue. I realized early on that leveling up alone wouldn't get me to my goal. I can't do this solo. I have to rely on everyone's strength. Then, he spoke up. By your words, aren't you implying that people will help me? Baek Yoonho responded. Of course. You're the grandson of Captain Sun Yan and son of Hunter Sung Jin-Woo, humanity's hope. Beyond that, your actions moved me. Sung Suho, the White Tiger Guild, supports you. Choi Jong-in added. Even Sung Jin-Woo struggled against Itarim. I'm not sure how much I can help. But I won't stand idly by while the world is destroyed. The Hunter Guild will cooperate. Woo Jin-chul thought to himself that hunters Baek Yoonho and Choi Jong-in were convinced, leaving only Tuan, who sat seriously, arms crossed and eyes closed, silent. Then suddenly he asked, Did you really kill Lee Mu-baek? Yoonho shouted in shock. Lim Tae-gyu. Sung Suho firmly answered, I did kill him. Baek Yoonho panicked again, shouting, Sung Suho. Lim Tae-gyu asked further, What happened to Ryu Jiho then? Sung Suho replied, He was addicted to stardust and was possessed by Itarim's followers. Lim Tae-gyu questioned, Then why did you approach him? Sung Suho said, I confirmed his link to Itarim and sought to extract information. Tae asked why he cooperated with Itarim. Sung Suho paused, then said, That I don't know. Tae fell silent, thinking, I know now, Sung Suho isn't at fault. Why am I even asking these questions? Sung Suho interrupted Lim Tae-gyu's thoughts. Lim Tae-gyu, are you perhaps seeking to know Ryu Jiho's final moments? At that instant, Ryu Jiho smiled. Hearing this, he was surprised and smiled gently. Yes, I still don't understand why he smiled like that. Was it joy? Or the emptiness, after letting go of everything? All I sensed from that smile was bitterness. Yet one thing was clear, he never lost himself. Even a second wouldn't I deny it, but he left a deep impression on me. Upon this, Lim Tae-gyu sighed and said, Ryu Jiho will forever remain a selfish, arrogant man. Then he put his hand to his forehead, tiredly adding, The Death Guild will cooperate as well. Seeing this, Woo Jin-chul smiled, seriously commenting, Thus Sung Suho gained support from all 3 major guilds. His sincerity moved them all. Sung Suho may not be Sung Jin-Woo, but there's something in him that reminds everyone of those fiery hunter days on the battlefields where Sung Jin-Woo once held firm. I'm really looking forward to the fresh wave that Sung Suho is about to bring. Then Sung Suho cleared his throat lightly, followed by a serious declaration. So, let me lay out the next plan. The very first target is the Sung Jin-Woo hunters. As soon as he finished speaking, Woo Jin-chul's face started losing composure. Maybe Sung Suho's choice will indeed bring a storm. He thought seriously. It wasn't just him. Lim Taegyu and Choi Jong-in also looked extremely unsettled. Sung Suho stood there with arms crossed, excited, smiling to himself, thinking a bloody storm ahead. In the Hunters Association night fell, the entire city submerged in silence. Sung Suho was struggling, carrying a huge beast on his back, shouting loudly. 98, 99, 100. The notification sounded. The daily quest to grow stronger was ready. After the announcement was complete, the quest rewards arrived. Would you like to check them? Accept or decline? Ammut jumped down and said, "You've worked hard at the start, but now you can train on your own terms." Sung Suho lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for air. Gray rushed over and said, "Oof." Then young master, get up. Looking at the notification, announced, "If you don't train now, you'll get out of practice. Well done." Ammut. So standing nearby stared at him silently, thinking, "Young master, you've changed a lot since I last met you. Not just in body or magic power, but even your aura is completely different." Sung Suho stood up, massaged his shoulders a few times, then said, "I have some errands outside now, so I'll leave first." So blurted in panic, "Young master is leaving already?" He replied promptly, "Yeah, from now on I'll be even busier. I'm going to start clearing those unexpected outdoor-style dungeons." Outdoor-style dungeons, Sung Suho explained. "Yesterday, I spoke with the senior members in the Hunters Association to prevent another Nebula factory from emerging. They asked me to help clear all the outdoor-style dungeons across South Korea. Other guilds erupted in protest, saying they opposed this, but I convinced them to cooperate by offering conditions. To meet those conditions, I'll have to put in a lot of effort." Hearing this, they excitedly shouted, "Then I'll help you. Will you call us again? Right?" Gray was equally pumped. Sung Suho replied helplessly, "All right." Then he decisively turned his back and stepped through the gate, appearing in the air, saying, "If I need help, I'll call," leaving So frozen in stunned disappointment. Ammut, Gray, and So stood around playing. So pouted, thinking about the young master. Meanwhile, in an outdoor dungeon rated D in the Kachisan mountain area, Mihoho was puzzled, wondering what their guild halls were thinking, handing over all the outdoor dungeon rights to one person like that. They should know how this impacts the income of major guilds. Just who is this hunter Sung Suho to get such special privileges? He didn't even make demands. Only that people at rank A or above must join as a team to take down a D rank outdoor dungeon. She said they were summoned mostly to fill the numbers. Actually, Dui Hun next to her spoke up. "I'm starting to get interested too." Du Hun, Hunters Association member, continued, "Isn't it curious that a hunter claims to handle solo monster hunting, mining, and gathering materials? Don't you want to know more?" Miho grumbled, thinking it was just bragging. She secretly wondered about her father, who was always obsessed with this so-called past world memory. Chun smirked quietly, calculating, "A hunter advancing over time. I should personally verify if Choi Jong-in's words are true." Dong-in was present, but silently observing, saying nothing. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the mountain. Everyone panicked. Miho exclaimed in shock, "Is this an earthquake?" Du-hun doubted. He just arrived less than an hour ago. From afar, Sung Suho proudly strode forward. Behind him followed a whole troop. Sung Suho scratched his head excitedly and said, "Thanks for waiting, guys. Defeating bosses is quick, but mining magic stones takes some time. I plan to hit 3 more dungeons today. Let's go." A shimmering crate full of magic stones appeared before Miho and Jae-hoon, leaving them both stunned. Miho thought, even if it's a D-rank dungeon, clearing it solo in 1 hour. What kind of person is this? Jin silently observed, Sung Suho, smiling with a blank expression. On this side, Woo Jin-chul walked ahead, while Lim Taegyu, Choi Jong-in, and Baek Yoon-ho trailed behind. Suddenly Choi Jong-in spoke up. "Hunters are handing over entire outdoor dungeon rights of the guild to another person. Is that really a wise decision? Magic stones and monster materials that never run out?" Baek Yoon-ho lightly patted Nat's shoulder and said, as expected, "Choi Jong-in really symbolizes money, but if the world falls into Itarim's hands, dungeons and money will become worthless." Choi Jong-in then said, "Setting that aside, we have to admit one thing. The strongest supporter of the plan to hand over the dungeon expedition was actually the chairman of the guild that once operated them. He must feel some kind of guilt in his own way." After finishing, Lim Taegyu paused slightly, then said, "Anyway, the Nebula factory was also discovered within the dungeon expedition. If this helps eradicate the drug that turned Ryu Jiho into what he is now, any sacrifice is worth it." Choi Jong-in's tone suddenly grew serious as he spoke. "But what if Just what if the foreign invaders show up again? Just like those monsters back then. What could we possibly do? Hearing this, Baek Yoon-ho suddenly recalled several memories and grew silent. Unexpectedly, Woo Jin-chul stepped forward and spoke, unusually calm compared to everyone's anxious expressions. Everyone was stunned as Woo Jin-chul continued. You all know well. This is not a problem you can simply avoid by wishful thinking. Then firmly facing everyone, he said Sung Suho will manage. But he also believes that abolishing the guild's ownership of the dungeon expeditions will trigger a fierce backlash from the guilds. Then they remembered what Choi Jong-in said earlier about hunters like Sung Il-hwan. Those without memories of the previous world have nearly no reason to believe in foreign invasions, so convincing them will not be easy. Sung Suho, hearing this, questioned skeptically. Convince them? Woo Jin-chul replied that there is only one way. He has thought of national-level powerhouses, like Thomas Andre from the United States, Li Gang from China, and Atha Bok Chan from India, hunters with personal strength rivaling entire nations, beings far beyond all standards. Hunters are drawn to their power. If Sung Suho becomes a national-level hunter or even surpasses them, that alone will be the strongest argument to convince anyone. Ho was a bit doubtful about national-level power, but during the meeting with everyone, he clearly and steadfastly declared last time, in the coming months I will become a hunter so strong I can persuade anyone. Returning to the present, Jin pointed at the door and told everyone, so now focus on the battles we can actually fight. As the door opened, everyone entered one after another. Inside, many people were waiting, coming from various guilds all around, including the guild in Zone Ji Yan, So Wam Guild, in the Eastern Yan area, and the Dong and D guilds, in the Hoseo region. Standing in the center of the arena, Woo Jin-chul was resolute in his thoughts. Everything was for Sung Suho's growth. Nearby, Sung Suho's eyes burned with fierce determination, swinging his fist with immense power. Wherever he passed, monsters were left barely alive, almost powerless against his strength. Fists following kicks. Monsters big and small were mercilessly sent flying with no mercy. After a while, he strode out confidently, his team trailing behind with soaring morale. Dui Hun stood stunned and exclaimed, Big Mio Hunter, is what we're witnessing actually real? She also froze, replying, That's exactly what I want to ask too. In just 2 days, the dungeon expeditions cleared and exploited included 2 D-rank dungeons, 4 C-rank and 2 B-rank dungeons. Du Hun forced a smile and said, Doing all that alone is already impressive, but even more importantly, I feel my mana grow each time a dungeon is cleared. That means hunters who truly improve with each battle still exist. Sung Suho lowered his gaze to his hand, where a purple flame was flickering in his palm. He quietly noted how his mana meter, or mapixel, measuring magic power, had risen. The mana level boost party helped him wield dark powers much easier. Beru, perched on his shoulder, said, Young lord, please allow this lowly servant to aid you. Do you want me to compare your mana to that of the S-rank eyelash hunter? Hearing that, Sung Suho replied, No need, Beru. I think I already know. Behind him, Sung Il-hwan stood emitting a dazzling golden light. He listened silently without reaction. His sharp gaze was always locked onto Sung Suho. At night, inside the building where everyone gathered to rest, Sung Suho was alone in the shadows, hands in his pockets, his face heavy with thoughts. Quietly, he walked the corridor, then pulled out a photo frame showing a man who looked very much like him, a woman and a child. His voice dropped. It's a shame. If your family had arrived earlier, I would have placed you all where I stand now. Then suddenly a man appeared, and Sung Suho calmly said, Finally, you've come. If your family arrives first, I plan to put you where I stand now. Then suddenly a man appeared. Sung Suho calmly said, Finally, you have arrived. He chuckled menacingly, and said, Sung Suho Huang Dong-su, an S-rank awakened villain. Then he burst into a loud laugh, smashing the picture frame Suho had earlier, shouting, What a pity. If your family had arrived first, I would have made sure you all felt what I went through. Finally, you've come. Seeing this, Sung Suho remained silent. A lethal aura radiated from him, his chilling energy palpable. He quietly calculated. This was Huang Dong-su, an awakened S-rank. Sung Suho recalled Woo Jin-chul once showing him this guy's photo. The man said he's the younger brother of the leader behind the Huang Dong-su prison riot. Rumor has it he's actually the mastermind behind the entire plan to rescue his brother. Given that event turned you into a hero, he might come after you. Huang Dong-su is one of the most powerful S-rank awakeners in South Korea. As you requested, I won't assign bodyguards but flee immediately if you run into him. Turning back, Sung Suho faced him and said, Huang Dongsu, are you here to avenge your brother? But the truth is, I'm not the one who killed him. Your brother was murdered by someone named Kang Tae-shich. Hearing this, Park Jong-soo thought this kid not only knows me, but also Kang Taek. Then he said, I don't care. I'm not here for revenge. I'm just pissed because some trash like you ruined my plan. In response, Sung Suho coldly said, You're hopeless. Go move somewhere else. Then Huang Dong-soo, brimming with confidence, he laughed. Why should I listen to you? Sung Suho angrily punched the wall, causing a large crack. The room violently shook in the dead of night. Sung Suho braced himself and said, He's quite paranoid. Just give it 5 minutes. Security and hunters will show up. You still won't move. Park Jong-soo laughed excitedly. You pathetic brat. Then they both relocated, standing face to face in a large open area under the dim moonlight. Park Jong-soo flexed his arm and loudly declared, Seeing you dare stand before me, the rumor that you're reawakened must be true. Have you reached S-rank? Sung Suho calmly replied, I'm not sure yet. I need to be reevaluated. But I want to ask, how did you get those nebula fragments? Park Jong-soo was shocked. What, you need enhancers? Why would I tell you? Those are rare. Sung Suho, hearing his answer, thought silently. Didn't he get them from the Itarim cultists? Suddenly, he removed his glasses, laughing. Only the weak rely on enhancers. You're probably thrilled to be reawakened as S-rank. But let me teach you a lesson, because you seem too naive. He strapped a weapon to his knuckles and charged fiercely, shouting, Not all S-ranks are the same. Sung Suho observed with a calm face, thinking he was much stronger than Ryu Jiho. After all, this was his first fight with an S-rank. He wanted to find out more. Then he quickly rushed forward and swung a powerful punch at Park Jong-soo. Seeing this, Park Jong-soo lifted his leg and kicked back hard, dodging Sung Suho's blow, cracking the ground and throwing up chunks of earth. Sung Suho winced and avoided large stones. Park Jong-soo then charged ferociously and said, Are you seriously going to fight me just because you're some summon type? Hurry up and summon that shadowy guy or whatever. Off guard, Sung Suho took a punch and was flung backward. His body slammed into the wall, causing a loud crash. The wall cracked, dust and smoke billowed. Instantly, he landed lightly, as if unaffected by the hit. Park Jong-soo suddenly appeared, seemingly only a hand's width from Sung Suho's head. Then he stomped hard on the ground. Sung Suho quickly dodged, kicking his opponent in the face. The blow distorted Park Jong-soo's face, a bit smoke rising from it. Park Jong-soo turned with a fierce grin, taunting. That actually hurt. Immediately, he charged again, throwing a flurry of punches at Sung Suho. Sung Suho blocked them with his arms, retreating and deflecting each strike. He shouted, You plan to beat me just with brute force. Even if you use all your skills, it won't be enough. Then Sung Suho thought. He could feel the gap in strength, but recalled previously not feeling such pressure. Suddenly, Park Jong-soo paused, surprising him, then gathered strength for the next punch, and shouted loudly, confidently, ranting to himself. The gloomy night sky, the looming abandoned towers. Suddenly, the whole area shook violently, sending the wall crumbling in all directions. After causing such a tremor, Park Jong-soo widened his eyes. Grabbing his weapon, he angrily shouted, You bastard! When did you pull out your weapon? I heard a noise from the pile of dirt. Sung Suho stood up, and Beru nearby asked, Young master, are you okay? Sung Suho replied, It seems fighting this hulking S-rank, without using powers, is still pretty tough. Sung Suho stood tall amid the dust, and honestly said, I wanted to pour all my accumulated points into strength, but I still need them elsewhere. He slowly stepped forward, serious now. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared briefly, then vanished. Facing Park Jong-soo was Sung Suho in another form, who coldly stated, Let's start round 2. Huang Dong-soo. The notification frame appeared. Minor dark helmet item. Rare quality dark item Kira. Hero grade dark shoulder armor Cuss. Rare quality dark chest armor. Red mane. Rare quality dark thick lizard armor. Rare quality. Status window showed Sung Suho at level 42, power 168, plus 214. Agility 109 plus 24, intuition 84 plus 15, health 94 plus 14, intelligence 97 plus 10. Sung Suho in battle stance solemnly announced, Now, I'll use my full combat power against you. Park Jong-soo sneered. You think just slapping on those tattered clothes will let you beat me? But in his mind, he doubted where those items came from. Then, panic struck. The dark aura pulses made his face distort in disgust. Memories surged in, with a voice echoing, What's this greed? Dying from greed, but still loving it, huh? What now? Do you like this? Huang Dongsu Sung Suho watched him silently. His armor looked fierce, then suddenly Sung Suho dismissed the armor as it faded away. He thought he wasn't really into flashy stuff too, gaudy. Should I turn off item appearance effects? Sung Suho looked up at Park Jong-soo, struggling to hold his head, and said in confusion. Huang Dong-soo heard this, widened his eyes, and raised his face, then lost control madly, attacking a man resembling Sung Suho. But Park Jong-soo's successive strikes were blocked and dodged by Sung Suho, who countered him, grabbing his head and pinning him down. Suddenly, Park Jong-soo snapped out of the earlier illusion. He trembled, holding his head scared, thinking, was that an illusion? I shouldn't have stared into that black smoke around him, whose memories flooded into me. Those weren't someone else's memories, they were his own. He recognized the man glaring down at him, who grew angry, shouting violently, though he had forgotten this before. His eyes showed deep hatred as he yelled. Sung Jin-Woo heard the familiar name, so Swa asked, how does he know your father's name? Beru replied, has Ri recovered his past world memories? Sung Juho asked, puzzled, what do you mean Ri? Beru then explained in Park Jong-soo's world, Huang Dong-soo had no good relationship with his father. He ultimately died at his father's hand and became a shadow warrior called Green. Maybe he just regained part of that memory. Sung Suho asked, confused, but how can he regain memories without the dark key? Beru answered, because Wu Jin-chul can recall his past life memories, Huang Dong-soo can too. Over here, Park Jong-soo was nearly crazed, mumbling, Sung Jin-Woo Sung Suho. He remembered the painting he'd smashed earlier, recalling seeing that guy's family photo. Swa is definitely the son of Sung Jin-Woo. Why wouldn't Sung Jin-Woo work as a hunter in this world if there really was a reason preventing Sung Jin-Woo from acting? Ending his thoughts, he suddenly dashed forward with a powerful punch aimed at Sung Suho. Madly, he shouted inwardly. Those black shadows must be summons from the summoner Sung Jin-Woo used on him. Even if this kid has similar power, he's still just a kid. I just caught a vague but perfect chance, and now I remember days serving Sung Jin-Woo as a slave, the feeling of unconditional submission. The price for those past humiliations will be paid with his son's life. Sung Suho easily blocked the blow. He asked, why the scared look, Huang Dong-soo? Meanwhile, he counterattacked, slashing Park Jong-soo's arm with multiple cuts, blood splattering wildly. Sung Suho, holding his weapon, lunged forward swiftly, his strikes decisive and powerful, severely injuring Park Jong-soo's body. Park Jong-soo wondered suspiciously. This guy grew stronger in an instant. Sung Suho's cold eyes showed no hesitation, readying his next move, powered by the Dark Items Attribute Enhancement effect. All the weapons forged in the dungeon expedition that I created, and the summoning mechanism, allow them to be called out directly from the shadows, without needing to open the inventory. If I can use them this flexibly, then from midair, a sword gradually materialized in Sung Suho's hand. He swung the sword decisively towards Park Jong-soo. The first strike Park Jong-soo barely dodged by 20%. Yet Sung Suho's speed was so fast that he absorbed nearly all the following attacks. Park Jong-soo was wounded, blood flowing non-stop. Fear gripped him as he thought about how Sung Suho could freely change and summon weapons during battle. Did Sung Jin-Woo once have powers like this? Beru silently observed, sensing that the young lord was growing stronger, right in the midst of the fight. Not just leveling up, but not only leveling, his skills and combat instincts were improving in an immeasurable way. My lord, if I may speak my mind, I believe the day our young lord stands shoulder to shoulder with you is not far off. Then Sung Suho sped forward again to strike down Park Jong-soo. Helpless, he couldn't fight back and endured the blows. His injuries worsened with each passing moment. Sung Suho's stance at this moment truly resembled his father's, as if both were flames fused into one. Noticing this, Park Jong-soo angrily retaliated with a kick and shouted, damn it. His strike destroyed half of the tower. Amid the chaos, he hurried away, thinking to himself, never expected this kid to be so strong. I totally underestimated him. I'll have to retreat and regroup. This is not a retreat, but a preparation to ensure I finish him next time. I'll strike when he's living his everyday life, or better yet, abduct someone close to him. No matter how strong he is, it won't matter. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared behind. Park Jong-soo panicked immediately. Then, a massive shockwave erupted, scattering earth and rocks everywhere. As the dust settled, Sung Suho plunged his sword into Park Jong-soo, who was kneeling. He trembled, ready to die. Do you want to make me your slave? Try if you dare. I'll fight to the death and personally kill you along with Sung Jin-Woo. Sung Suho replied coldly. Your ambition is as greedy as your name. If you can't surpass me, you won't lay a finger on my father. Try as many times as you want. Though I doubt you have the time to even dream of it. Park Jong-soo screamed furiously Sung Suho. Without hesitation, Sung Suho ended it decisively. The system's voice rang rapidly. Notification, you have leveled up. Notification, you have leveled up. Power enhancement skill has increased. Sung Suho looked at the wounds on his muscular body and sighed. Huang Dong-soo, I never expected he'd remember memories from his past life without the dark key. His grudge against my father must be deep. Beru, what do you think about becoming a shadow warrior? Beru turned abruptly and answered, I believe it's a great honor to serve the Lord. In his mind, becoming a shadow warrior is also a form of punishment, because you fight eternally as a loyal soldier, even after death. Each shadow warrior has their own will able to judge and act, but shadow items only inherit the owner's skills and stats. It's as if the soul disappears, leaving only karma clinging to the body. His legs felt heavy as he took step after step towards the motionless body. His gaze sharpened fiercely. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, making him feel defeated. Dark extraction failed. 2 retry attempts remaining. He angrily glared at the body on the ground and clenched his teeth. You still resist. Huang Dong-soo tried again to rise, but the system's cold voice echoed again. Dark extraction failed. 1 retry attempt left. Beru screamed irritably. You bastard, how dare you resist the young lord? You're just a lowly soldier. Sung Suho pressed his lips tightly silent, seemingly calculating something. He sat down and placed a hand on the motionless body, likely the last remnants of his will. Keep resisting. No matter how much hatred you harbor, I have no intention of sympathizing with a villain like you. What I need now is power, even if forced. I will make you use that power for the world's sake. Huang Dong-soo. His cold, terrifying voice rose sharply. Suddenly, a vehicle rushed by kicking up clouds of dust. The vehicle stopped before a ruined pile. Choi Jong-in rushed in. The explosion happened inside that abandoned building not far from the Soviet house. The Hunters Association chairman continued. If Sung Suho is currently battling an intruder, we need to hurry. The system information pops up. Green level. Dark item inquires. Hero grade crafted quality. Gauntlets. Stat conversion rate is 10%. Attack power plus 280 strength, plus 14 agility, plus 10 intuition, plus 10 stamina, plus 11. Intelligence, plus 7 active skill effect. Crush energy cost 400. Extremely powerful strike, causes massive damage to hard structures, with 200% bonus damage to solid objects. Early morning, the sky is clear. Everyone stands in front of a building chatting. At the Hunter Guild's level measurement center, a pale-faced man steps inside. He sighs deeply. I thought Min's awakening would bring something better. Ended up as rank D after all. Suddenly, someone runs over and slaps his shoulder. Don't be discouraged, rank D. Hunters can still work in mines. No need to risk life at the gate. In his heart so far, we have 4 rank D and 2 rank E hunters. All right, I have a good feeling about this. Statistically, with so many bricks, the jackpot has to come next time. Kim Pan, 37 years old, unemployed, just awakened. No need for rank S, rank A or B is enough. Just that will change his life completely. The Hunter Guild skill evaluator cheerfully enters. Please prepare for measurement next. In his heart, it's his turn now. And if this guy is also a brick, would you dare to keep testing the Hunter Guild's abilities? Sung Suho is invited to step in. Calmly, Sung Suho says, all right, stand up, scratching his head awkwardly, feeling something strange. He clenches his fists. Please, no rank E. Kim Pan's result is rank E. A mighty voice proclaims a new rank S hunter has emerged in Korea. Reporters below snap, continuously admiring eyes, fixed on Sung Suho. He is a reawakened hero from the hot news event at Jisan prison camp. A reporter interviews Sung Suho about how it feels to be a rank S hunter. Woo Jin-chul crosses arms, looking down as expected. Sung Suho has reached rank S. In a meeting, Choi Jong-in speaks up, saying this was inevitable. He continues, with this growth rate, he might soon wield power rivaling entire nations. Choi Jong-in's gaze turns sharp. The foundation is set. Time to move to the next phase. The next step is clearing all remaining outdoor dungeons in Korea, and then gathering all hunters globally. It's all to strengthen Sung Jin-Woo's hunter force. But no one knows how long that will take. He lowers his head. The biggest issue is while I complete my mission, Itarim sect won't stay idle. Wu Jinchul remains calm. Even though stardust is banned by the guild, it evolves into nebula fragments and grows. They always avoid investigations as if they foresee the guild's moves. Sung Suho's eyes scan carefully. If they're hiding among us, we must narrow down who we can trust. Our enemies are way smarter than we imagined. Reporters keep filming him. A bug chirps, a green portal appears with an abyss inside. Inside a room full of busy people, a voice commands. That's enough. Sung Il-hwan speaks coldly, gathering all forces. Everyone kneels respectfully. He feels unlike Ryu Jiho. These rank SD hunters can no longer resist the nebula fragments. The issue is those fragments haven't evolved enough to upgrade ranks. Since Sung Suho reached rank S, he continually expands his power. From that day, he has absorbed many other hunter guilds. Simply put, he's challenging himself in a realm warfare game. Whoever recruits the strongest awakened wins. With all Korea's rank S hunters under him recruiting around here is pointless. Could I win against him head-on, instead of playing this game? With his unmeasurable growth speed, even with all our forces, combined victory is uncertain. He stays calm as the fourth fragment appears, quietly contemplating the fourth fragment, aiming for the power of darkness. At some point, I began focusing on Sung Suho. I want to win this game. When the fourth fragment appears, when the fourth fragment appears, I will snatch its power too. A voice behind interrupts his thoughts. Sung Il-hwan, a cheerful woman, enters. Admiring voices rise. Is that really Sung Il-hwan? Can't believe I met him in a dungeon? She smiles. Lucky me, I got separated from the team. Going with you is the best. She continues, but before finishing, he mercilessly defeats her. Can I come along? He looked at her with a calm expression. This dungeon belongs to the Reaper Guild, and unauthorized hunters are forbidden entry. Who exactly are you? She whispered, alert and cautious, but striking. Without a single warning, felt a bit excessive, didn't it? Don't you all teach manners where you're from? The PD hunter stammered to Apostle Itarim. Who are you? She asked coldly. Me, I am the evil serpent. A being from another world here to make an offer to Apostle Itarim. Sung Il-hwan questioned coldly. Rose smiled with satisfaction. I am Sa, a resident of this world, here to propose a deal to Apostle Itarim. Hearing this, Sung Il-hwan grew wary. How do you know about me? Rosting responded cheekily. Just a coincidence. I am investigating the origin of a stimulant called stardust and tracking Lung, its distributor. Along the way, I discovered Apostle Itarim, a visitor from another world. My subordinates are intelligence experts. You know how it goes. Sung Il-hwan's team kept attacking, but despite her pitiful appearance, she smirked brightly. Attacking me is pointless. The one you see is just a clone. Afraid I might expose you to the world. Don't worry, I'm really here to assist you. This gift proves my usefulness, a refined version of the nebula fragment. Unlike what's on the market now, if you use it, it can brainwash even S-rank awakened individuals. Sung Il-hwan looked at the stone in his hand, feeling the soul mist's fire inside the nebula fragment was stronger and more stable. Hard to believe I can stabilize such a complex structure. She leaned close to his ear. From now on, I'll supply you with these improved nebula fragments. Of course, I want your help to defeat Sung Suho and the Dark Monarch. He turned his head to avoid her. A resident of this world helping an invader like me, she teased. You're too narrow-minded. There's no law forcing me to side with this world, just because I live here. Right? Din seemed disappointed. Don't give me those shallow excuses. If you truly wanted to help, you would have reached out when Ryu Jiho was still alive. She smiled smugly. People who ask too many questions usually don't get liked. Got it. Which side I choose is my own will and decision. Choosing the more advantageous side is normal, isn't it? I am also an heir of the monarch like Sung Suho, but I find I cannot cooperate with someone like Sung Suho, heir to the Dark Monarch. So you also have a special power like Sung Suho. If you mean dark power, then no. I possess a completely different strength. Saying that, she transformed into a massive monster. Sung Il-hwan sneered. Your finishing move is still not perfected. She roared terrifyingly in the monster form, mouth wide open, screaming non-stop. Calmly, she said, as the heir to the pestilence monarch, I can do this kind of thing all right. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, she continued. Don't you think there's something we can achieve if we cooperate? From a blue light, a slow-moving self emerged, and a voice spoke up. Ah, you've been hard at work. She became excited. So how are negotiations with Apostle Itarim going? Rose beamed brightly. He agreed to cooperate with us. A heroic voice rang out. As expected of you. Ah, wonderful. Rose remained composed. She thanked Bia in her mind. Sung Il-hwan initially answered only a few questions about this world, yet unexpectedly agreed. Well, the Dark Monarch will certainly block their plans. Her smile turned sinister. That doesn't affect me. The system always has reasons behind every command. The system's voice announced a mission. The path to becoming a monarch of 4. To become a monarch. The existence of the Dark Monarch is an obstacle. Form an alliance with Apostle Itarim, the Dark Monarch's enemy. Alliance with Apostle Itarim, 1 of 1. Mission unlock reward. The journey to becoming a monarch of 5 is no longer far. She continued, with us heirs to become monarchs. In the morning under a building, a paper was pushed onto the table. This is the best offer we have, he said calmly. Are you willing to join the A-rank gate conquest mission with the Fem Guild? Sung Suho looked sorrowful. As I've said many times, I will not participate in any conquest missions above A rank. Lunok, the freelance hunter, shouted in anger. But isn't it truly a waste for someone with an S-rank talent like him? If he joined the Fame Guild, surely. Sung Suho helplessly covered his face. No conditions, no persuasion, could make me take that risk. Please just go away. He continued to plead. You're one of the few S-rank hunters in Korea. Isn't the A-rank gate still reasonable? Sung Suho said something that stunned them. I have nightmares every night about being swallowed by monsters. His voice trembled. Thousands of monsters swarmed to tear me apart. They mercilessly chew on my arms, legs, and body. What's the use of having an S-rank in front of those beasts? I'm just a trembling child. Sung Suho's face turned pale. So please don't come looking for me anymore. Saying that, the door slammed shut. Sung Suho stood by the window deep in thought, his angry voice echoing. Damn it, she's worried. You're really leaving just like that, he added. She saw your eyes too. Right. The rank doesn't matter anymore if the person can't fight. Suddenly, she froze. Sung Suho was startled when he heard a sound. He stared at Sung Il-hwan standing at the door. Who are you? Asked an S-rank guild member. The Reaper heard the guild members are quite rude, but do you think you have the right to barge into others' rooms without warning? He spoke sharply because he heard an S-rank hunter trembling before monsters. His voice shook. So you came to cause trouble? I don't need your help. Get lost. A cold voice rang out. The speaker stopped, his tone deadly. Unless you want to be roasted alive, don't take another step. Angry, he punched him in the face. He said, don't worry, Hunter Lee Unok. From now on, what you face won't be monsters anymore. He dropped a stone, staggering like a lost soul. Darkness, heir of the Dark Lord. Sung shouted about the rise of other heirs opposing darkness, shifting the game's status with unpredictable competition's arrival. They're too focused on invasions from other worlds to notice the cracks appearing within. Sung Il-hwan's gaze turned icy. I'll exploit those cracks thoroughly. Morning at a control tower, everyone was hard at work when a voice called out. This is Cal 472. Control tower, please respond. A polite staff member answered. Yes, go ahead. The voice on the line was urgent, currently flying at 350 altitude coordinates, 20 latitude, 20 longitude. We're in restricted airspace near Korea. I have a question. At this altitude, is snowfall possible? He was puzzled. Clearly, in the upper atmospheric layer, snow can't fall, the pilot calmly replied. Isn't that normal? How do we explain this then? The pilot was bewildered, unsure how to respond. He looked into a deep black hole. It was a portal. A portal had appeared in Korean skies. The staff was confused. A portal, he continued. A fierce snowstorm was forming around it. If this continues, the plane might crash. Prepare for emergency landing. The staff was shocked hearing this. Captain, No 61, Iron Fang snarled fiercely, baring sharp teeth. It growled constantly, its body restrained by a thick rope. Greed flew down to the ground from somewhere. He seemed confused. I forgot to use Greed's skill again. I can feel the stats increase after equipping Greed. Too bad I haven't studied its abilities carefully. Dark item red level 1. Crafted quality hero class gauntlets. Stats effect. 20% attack rate, plus 280 strength, plus 28 agility, plus 20 intuition, plus 20 health, plus 22 intelligence, plus 14 active skill effects. Crush skill costs. 400 energy, ultra powerful strike, causing massive damage to hard structures, adds 200% damage against solid objects. As level and stat rate increase, do you gain S-rank stats? After mining the magic ore now, I should head out before the dungeon seals. He planned for his shadow warriors to last only one day, so he converted them into dark items to own permanently. The dark item storage is 340 out of 340. I'll release low-quality items and remake them with the newly acquired Shadow Warriors. The system's voice echoed shadow crafting skill leveled up. Chance to create high-quality items while crafting shadows has increased. Swords from all directions circled his body. He crossed his arms calm and composed. It's clear I'm getting higher-tier items after upgrading my skills. The common items have dropped significantly. Maybe I'll get something heroic this time. Let's see what's inside. After a long silence of studying the item, a heroic item would be great. But is it another gauntlet? I recently obtained Greed. Too bad I couldn't customize the heroic item's appearance. Compared to Manticore, Greed offers way better stats. I'll store it for now. In his mind, thanks to the Hunters Guild, persuading other factions we can keep conquering the dungeons beyond the fields. Sung Suho's gaze sharpened. Yet he still couldn't spot any Stardust workshops inside those dungeons. Have they predicted my actions and planned their moves? Suddenly, a voice cut through Sung Suho's thoughts. Thanks for your support, Sung Suho. This dungeon is the field dungeon. A notification popped up on his device. An urgent alert: all hunters must assemble at the guild immediately. Confused, he wondered what was happening at the Hunters Guild. At a large building, everyone sat in the conference room, serious and tense. The leaders of the major guilds were all present here. Am I the only A-rank hunter? Or am I summoned specifically because I am A-rank Park Jong-soo, the A-rank hunter representing the Knights Guild? Baek Yoon-ho anxiously spoke up. I'm sure everyone knows why we're here. Baek Yoon-ho, S-rank hunter, representing the White Tiger Guild. Choi Jong-in remained calm. It's probably about the gateway that appeared in the sky over Korea. Choi Jong-in, S-rank hunter representing the Hunters Guild. Lim Taegyu added on, are we about to split control over the portal? Lim Taegyu, S-rank hunter representing the Death Guild. Ma Dong-wook laughed loudly. Our Fem Guild will claim this part, said Ma Dong-wook, S-rank hunter representing Fem Guild. He continued, I heard Lim Taegyu had good news. You've recruited S-rank hunter Baek Yoon-ho, right? We tried everything to get him on our side. How'd you manage it? Lim Taegyu sighed, waving his hand. Sung Il-hwan was the one who recruited him, not me. I just got lucky thanks to a guild member, Lim Taegyu replied. Suddenly, Sung Suho hurriedly ran in. Sorry for being late. He had just finished clearing a field dungeon, hence the delay. Sung Suho, an S-rank hunter with no guild affiliation. Everyone looked intimidated. An S-rank hunter. Look, Ma Dong-wook's coming up happily. Sung Suho's glad to see you, someone said with a grin. Feeling a bit uneasy, Sung Suho said, I'm not a trainer. Someone else asked. You still haven't joined any guild, right? Questions rushed at him. Join our Knights Guild, we offer the best benefits. Why not join Fem Guild? Choi Jong-in sighed. This scenario felt familiar. Sung Suho pretended to regret. Thanks, but I have to decline. I have no intention of joining any guild. He politely greeted everyone. Choi Jong-in felt even stronger rejection inside. Sung Suho looked surprised. Apparently, he's the only hunter without a guild here. Starting a guild to recruit more hunters seems like a problem I should think about. The meeting room door swung open. Woo Jin-chul and his assistant hurried in. Ma Dong-wook grinned wickedly. Woo Jin-chul, you're late. You look unwell. Stomachache. The man frowned. Sorry, compiling the data took some time. Thank you all for responding to the guild's summons, said Woo Jin-chul, a rank hunter and president of the Hunters Guild. As you know, a portal appeared in the sky over Korea just yesterday. A civilian plane was the first to detect it, but it got sucked into the magic surrounding the portal and crashed. This caused many casualties. We sent A-rank hunters to measure the portal's magic, but its magical power surpasses even A-rank levels. His next words shocked everyone. The portal was classified as S-rank. Sung Suho looked stunned. He wondered, is this the very first S-rank portal since the Great Catastrophe? Choi Jong-in was worried. This is exactly the worst-case scenario we feared. His hands trembled inside. Even hunters with memories from the previous world fear this much. Is an S-rank portal really that dangerous? Sung Suho broke the tense silence. But if we all work together, it should be manageable, right? Beru interrupted, helpless. It's tough, no matter how united we are, compared to what's inside, we're like ants to termites. Sung Suho tightened his fists. Inside Ma Dong-wook, Beru, so this is the rumored summoned beast of Sung Suho. His eyes widened, utterly unbelieving. His body suddenly shook, uncontrollably. Why am I trembling like this? All of a sudden, Sung Suho anxiously asked Beru, do you know what's going on? Quit scaring everyone, just get back to your spot, Beru said clearly. No one knows better than I do, having been the boss of the S-rank gate in the previous world. That someone is none other than me, Beru. Only now did Beru confess to everyone, leaving them all stunned in disbelief. The boss of the S-rank gate in the old world, it was me. Beru glanced at him silently, thinking Beru was once the leader of an S-rank dungeon, a demon beast, that even S-rank hunters feared. Choi Jong-in hesitated, as he recalled the summoning shadow. Baek Yoon-ho blinked in shock beside him. It looked just like the ant that Sung Jin-Woo summoned before. Seeing this, Beru laughed smugly. After witnessing a true predator like me, you all instinctively realized you were the weak prey. He taunted, arrogantly unaware there was a fist coming his way. Now you know. Beg and kneel before me. The real hunter, you weaklings. Suddenly a loud noise erupted. Sung Suho, annoyed, couldn't hold back and punched him. Hey, why do you scare our own? Please forgive me, young lord. It's been a long time since I felt so powerful, Beru replied. Then Choi Jong-in turned to him with a question. If what he says is true, can you really clear this entire S-rank gate alone? That sounds impossible. I don't know how strong Beru was before, but Beru has lost all his power now. Useless young lord. The two facing each other could only exchange puzzled whispers. I didn't quite understand their conversation either. Choi Jong-in adjusted his glasses and asked carefully. One experience is worth 1,000 words. Sung Suho. Can you help them restore memories from their past lives? Of course. Sung Suho instantly unleashed his power, producing a dazzling purple light that made Lu Xiang exclaim in surprise. Past life memories. You mean your own? He smiled while looking at the key in his hand, though he trembled uncontrollably. None could blink at what had just happened. Unbelievable, the entire world has been reset. An S-rank gate just like the one on Jew Island has appeared. That means we're facing a monster of the same caliber. But Wu Jinchul hesitated. It takes 3 days after the gate appears before the dungeon collapses. If the S-rank gate in Sun Sky collapses, the damage will be beyond control. Suddenly, Liu Zhigang raised his hand and stood up. But if the dungeon collapse happens in the air, won't the monsters fall and die immediately? The association has already started an investigation on that matter. Wu Jinchul's face darkened with worry. We found the gate is descending gradually since it appeared. At this rate, by the 7th day, when the dungeon collapses, we estimate it will be right at the center. He sighed and sat down demoralized. A moving gate. Then we have no choice but to clear it. Baek Yoon-ho, frowning in discomfort, said quietly. We were already preparing to fight the alien threat Itarim, and now even the S-rank gate itself is a huge problem. He glanced at Sung Suho, watching how he defeated Huang Dongsu, the S-rank. Sung Suho has the potential to surpass even us. If this continues, we'll become a burden on him. His hand tightened and trembled non-stop. How long has it been since I felt so powerless? Lim Tae-gyu spoke up from the side. Clearing the S-rank gate in the previous life only succeeded because he was there. If only Sung Jin-Woo were still here. The study room instantly darkened. Sung Suho hesitated with surprise. Everyone was becoming anxious. Don't bear all the responsibility alone. When the master defeated me, he was at a higher rank than you, young lord. Then, he seemed to realize something. If my father is higher rank, does that mean I can't do it now? Sung Suho recalled the battle strategy at that time. No, this is no longer a matter for just me. Everyone here feels the absence of my father. Whether we're ready or not, the S-rank gate has appeared. If we do nothing, we won't survive the challenge and will be destroyed. It's not about what my father can do, but what I can do. By all means, I have to come back now. Sung Suho clenched his teeth with excitement. I must find the answer. Mission alert. The S-rank gate mission calls for all player abilities to clear the S-rank gate in the sky. Not a single one. He stared in surprise at the system screen. Sung Suho murmured, "This is..." Then, a hand lightly touched Sung Suho's shoulder. He jumped and turned quickly, but there was no one there. Choi Jong-in immediately called out at that moment. Sung Suho. Sung Suho swallowed hard and fixed his gaze on everything the players could do, as if the system was hinting that the answer lies within himself. Suddenly, he spoke up. Baek Yoon-ho, you're a close combat hunter like me, right? That's right, Baek Yoon-ho replied, simultaneously casting his magic. Right, I have this a piece I found in the dungeon during a field raid. The name White Tiger and Fist. A weapon materialized. Sounds pretty solid, right? It's a dark item, rank B. Heroic quality gauntlet armor. Stat activation rate 10%. Attack power plus 100, 30 strength plus 5, agility plus 5, intuition plus 4, health plus 4, intelligence plus 1, active skill called Charge N6. Costs 120 energy dashes forward to deal damage and increases movement speed by 30% for 1 second after use. At the call, he quickly turned to Hunter Bo stern-faced, raising that weapon. I want to try something, can you help? Right afterward, they headed together toward the sealed black hole. Choi Jong-in and the others were surprised it was just a rank B portal. Everyone hesitated behind him. But we followed Sung Suho. What was he planning? The beasts instantly charged out, and crucially, Baek Yoon-ho unleashed his transformation and attacked the monster, unexpectedly assigning the beast hunt mission to Hunter Bin-ho. Woo Jin-chul puzzled hurriedly asked Sung Suho, why is Baek Yoon-ho hunting monsters? I'm experimenting with gear I created using my ability, Sung Suho answered, leaving him momentarily stunned. An ability to create equipment. Didn't you have summoning abilities like Hunter Sung Jin-Woo? Similar, but with some differences, he continued, saying his father's shadow warrior existed indefinitely and could lead a leveling army. Compared to his father, my shadow warrior lasts only 1 day. But here, his tone hardened, I can't do it like my father. Then Sung Suho raised his magic-infused arm. Though my method differs from my father's, there are things I can achieve. He further explained his shadow creation ability uses warriors to craft shadow equipment. Among them, some equipment can level up. They inherit the stats warriors had when alive for the user. Woo Jin-chul stammered his question. Don't tell me the item you gave Hunter Baek Yoon-ho is also levelable equipment. Even Choi Jung-in looked confused and quickly chimed in. If what you said is true, the user can hunt beasts to grow stronger. He frowned and replied, I think it's possible. Sung Suho glanced at Baek Yoon-ho battling the monster. The question is whether others can create levelable gear. Meanwhile, Baek Yoon-ho was energetically fighting bare-handed, thinking the gauntlets Sung Suho gave him exceeded his expectations. After finishing, Baek Yoon-ho slammed hard, shattering the ground. Not only the function but just equipping it felt phenomenal. That fueled his enthusiasm further, charging ahead. I've automatically learned a skill, active skill. Charge costs 120 energy dashes at the enemy, increasing damage and movement speed by 30% for 1 second. Sung Suho smirked quietly from behind. Baek Yoon-ho raised his magic-infused arm weapon. Dark item Beshgu, rank 2 heroic quality gauntlets. Stat activation rate 11% attack power, plus 130 strength, plus 7 agility, plus 5 intuition, plus 4 intelligence, plus 1. Somehow, my body felt notably lighter. Everyone was astonished into silence. Just 6 days remain before the dungeon crisis unfolds. Before that, I will do everything to craft levelable equipment for everyone. Leveling gear for all of us. Meanwhile, Sung Suho confidently unleashed his magic and declared that all challenges ahead we will face and overcome together. Jung Shu and Ma Dong-wook were wide-eyed, stunned. Choi Jong-in and others began frantically questioning. Sung Suho, can you create fire element enhanced equipment? Wait, prioritize my bow first. That's not a decision I can make. And the 2 others wasted no time pushing forward. Can an A-rank hunter like me get as strong as S-rank trainer? Or should I go by age order? Woo Jin-chul watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a relieved smile. Sung Jin-woo's power is perfect and absolute. He needs no help. Compared to his child, Sung Suho's power is designed to lead others. For those helpless in past lives, Sung Suho's power is hope for a second chance to fight. If I ever get the chance to stand beside him. A silhouette shining in the distance. Everyone follows behind, cheering to move forward. The man places his hand over his chest and smiles with satisfaction. Though it's only a dream for now, I still hope that day will come. In a grand mansion, a woman speaks sternly, Master, it seems you've forgotten something. The large man reclining calmly on the chair replies, Is that so? Not long ago, after visiting the Asura Guild, you mentioned going to Korea. Are you referring to meeting Sung Suho? He simply hints that the timing isn't quite right yet for that. Teaching the Asura Guild a lesson was enough to boost the Scavenger Guild's reputation. And I heard Sung Suho has awakened again and become an S-rank hunter, right? For us, going to Korea now wouldn't bring any benefit. The woman continues, Isn't it that you want revenge for Goliath? Revenge? No, I just want to honor him. The man raises his arm toward the sun, intending to make his death meaningful. Isn't that the best way to commemorate Hwang Dong-soo? Then the secretary quickly hands him some documents. Well, maybe now is the right time. The man reads the information on Sung Suho lightly. After the Great Upheaval, the first S-rank gate appeared in Korea, and currently they're requesting hunter support from other countries. He smiles with joy. The time has ripe. Instantly, the master sits up and issues orders. Laura, contact Korea and inform them the Scavenger Guild will provide aid and prepare a private jet for me. We are heading to Korea immediately. Understood. Then, he mutters happily to himself. Goliath. I promise you. I will make them pay dearly for your death. Meanwhile, Choi Jong-in looks somewhat confused. He is holding a magical circle, equipped with a level 1 torch of heroic creation. A bracelet accessory with a 10% chance to realize stats, plus 40. Defense, 3 strength, 5 agility, 4 perception, 4 stamina, 9 intelligence, 50% fire damage increase, skill effect, rapid blaze activation, level 1 mana cost, 300, and 30% reduced fire skill casting time for 1 minute. Sung Suho immediately explains, this is the torch equipment I prepared for Choi Jong-in. Its name is Torchlight. Thanks, man. Choi Jong-in thinks silently, if Sung Suho's growth equipment can make me stronger while hunting beasts, then maybe I can get stronger too. He looks up with a grin, hearing that Sung Suho has also provided growth weapons for other hunters. Are you pushing yourself too hard, Sung Suho? Unexpectedly, Sung Suho looks exhausted and shaky. I'm fine. I've already finished equipment for the hunters who were there. You don't look okay at all, Beru mumbles nearby. Of course, he must be tired. He recalls the endless beast hunting and heroic grade item crafting days. The remaining time was spent on Ammu's daily quests. He kept replenishing his stamina with recovery potions non-stop for 2 days. Seeing Sung Suho, clearly exhausted and yawning non-stop, Choi Jong-in reminds himself that he must be pushing himself to keep his promise. I must do my best, not to let down the efforts of Sung Suho. Then Sung Suho raises another weapon and instructs just deliver these gloves to Wu Jinchul's Hunters Association, and it will be done. If you're going to the Hunters Association, come with me. You don't have to do this alone. It's fine. I have business at the Hunters Association today as well. But Choi Jong-in is a bit surprised when hearing this, because Thomas Andre is going to visit. Thomas Andre, you mean America's national level hunter, right? At the headquarters, he leads Sung Suho inside. Suddenly, Sung Suho flinches. Ahead of them are many waiting people. So many people in front of the chairman's office. They all look fierce, eyes glaring. But Choi Jong-in walks forward, calmly, and reminds Sung Suho, those must be Scavenger Guild members led by Thomas Andre. Sung Suho, please wait here a moment. Sung Suho glances around. Scavenger, that's the guild that attacked us in the pyramid dungeon to monopolize the rewards. Are they also involved in this S-rank gate? Choi Jong-in slowly opens the office door. Wu Jinchul is sitting inside as well. You've arrived. Choi Jong-in, come in. He urgently signals Choi Jong-in to come forward. This is the leader of the Korean scouting team. Greetings. I am Choi Jong-in of the Hunters Guild. He eyes them coldly and carefully. This is America's #1 hunter. The man calmly responds, pleased to meet you. I guess I don't need to introduce myself, right? The energy here is absolutely intense. Laura stood beside me and spoke up. Well, then let's get this story started. Regarding the terms for our Scavenger Guild to enter the S-rank gate, Choi Jong-in and Wu Jinchul couldn't hide their shock upon hearing this. You won't receive support from any country other than the Scavenger Guild. And our guild will take 80% of the rewards from the gate. 80%. Isn't that outright robbery? The man smirked as he repeated robbery. Not only that, he slammed his foot on the table while speaking. This proposal is extremely reasonable. The Korean Association, asking for foreign aid, proves they've guessed they can't conquer the S-rank gate on their own. He even revealed Thomas Andre, the national level hunter, and the Scavenger Guild. Considering the damage a dungeon collapse could cause, this price is still cheap, isn't it? Hearing this, Choi Jong-in glanced at Wu Jinchul quietly. It seems they aren't here to propose, but to intimidate. He hesitated and said, our request for support comes from not being able to gauge the S-rank gate's danger. Also, you're well aware that Korea added 2 new S-rank hunters recently, right? Thomas Andre interrupted swiftly. Regardless, these conditions are outrageous. We'll refuse Scavenger Guild's aid and turn to other nations for support. Do you know what happened in the dungeon at the Egyptian plains? He recounted. Unfortunately, during that incident our elite Scavenger member, Goliath, and several precious guild members lost their lives. And at that site, besides the Scavenger Guild, there were the Asura Guild and a group of Korean hunters. Afterward, rumors spread that the Scavenger Guild is inferior to the Asura Guild. We approached Asura to reclaim our honor, and through one Asura member, we learned the name of the Korean hunter accompanying them. Thomas Andre glanced over and pressed what was his name again, Laura. Startled both of them when she said Sung Suho. Sung Suho. He scratched his head trying to recall. Right, Sung Suho. Apparently he's linked to Goliath's death. Thomas Andre's face and veins tensed fiercely. If they don't accept the offer to compensate for what the Scavenger Guild suffered, you'll have to pay with the lives of Korea's hard-earned S-rank hunters. Still want to refuse at this point. Choi Jong-in was startled and hesitant. Otherwise, the captain of the raid squad, known as the ultimate weapon, might step in to stop me. His face darkened, and Choi Jong-in reminded himself to hold back. If the Itarim apostle from the S-rank gate turns the entire Scavenger Guild into enemies, it will only complicate matters. For Sung Suho, my blood's boiling just thinking about it. Suddenly loud noises erupted outside the door non-stop. Thought it was reinforcements, but it turns out they're just a bunch of thieves. That kid dares to barge in here. Get out before I get serious. That lunatic and all his men were desperately holding on to Sung Suho's group. I told them to leave. Thomas Andre silently observed the chaos. Choi Jong-in turned to call Sung Suho, while the young man frowned in irritation and apologized for the sudden interruption. If this causes problems, I'll accept any punishment. Commander, what are you planning? But with just a flick of his hand, Sung Suho threw all those men flying. He said he's a national-level hunter from the United States. Right, I propose a deal where Scavenger can take over 80%, he declared coldly and confidently. Whoever claims the benefits inside the gate first owns them. If Scavenger is truly superior, taking over 80% is definitely possible, isn't it? Both of them paled, staring at him, while Thomas Andre calmly rested his hand on his lap. Interesting, he said. Thomas Andre stepped forward to Sung Suho and growled a threat. What will you do if I smash you into a bloody mess right now? The Scavenger Guild would be infamous for causing trouble all the way in Korea and then running away. But that just fuels your anger even more. What confidence do you have to be absolutely sure you'll win? Hearing this, Thomas Andre furiously took off his glasses. The kid's name, both unleashed their suppressive powers at once. Woo Jin-chul stood on the platform with a stern face, announcing, "From now on I will outline the S-rank strike operation plan." Everyone below silently listened. The conquest of the gate in Soon's sky faces a major problem. Even if they enter by plane, the dungeon disables all mechanical devices, so there's no way to escape once the dungeon is cleared, leaving everyone slightly shocked. This marks a key point in our leveling Manhwa recap. Regarding this matter, the S-rank gate, gradually lowering its altitude, is actually an opportunity for us. As the dungeon nears collapse, the gate's height will decrease to the point it can be seen plainly from the ground. Woo Jin-chul continued the briefing. At this point, hunters will board a plane alongside a pilot hunter, and then enter through the gate. After landing safely inside the dungeon, using the special equipment, the best plan is to defeat the boss within 1 day and return safely through the newly lowered gate. Others were quietly pondering and whispering. Just entering the gate has been this tough already. Can we really take down the S-rank gate boss within a single day? Yet Thomas Andre calmly interjected. Hold on. The Scavenger Guild won't enter with the Korean hunters. We'll go separately. Woo Jin-chul quickly cut in from the front. This is a highly dangerous raid. All members of the strike team must unite their strength. Didn't the Korean Guild already propose a competition? We have to compete for the limited resources inside the gate. Suddenly, they noticed an empty seat and remembered they hadn't seen Sung Suho. Could he have fled out of fear? Jin looked towards Thomas Andre and thought silently. It seemed that due to yesterday's events, Sung Suho had caught Thomas Andre's attention. Jin recalled the conflict from the day before, when the Scavenger's secretary barely managed to stop the confrontation. Having those two meet is truly dangerous. Suddenly, Sung Il-hwan sitting behind spoke up. Sung Suho is currently raiding the gate. Not knowing how to manage his stamina and pushing himself too hard, seems like he's still a rookie among hunters. Then Thomas Andre noticed and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Sung Il-hwan." He turned toward him. "You're the one who became an S-rank hunter at the same time as Sung Suho. It's an honor to meet a national power class hunter. You're not like Sung Suho. Seems like you're wise enough." Furthermore, Thomas Andre didn't hesitate to lure him, which startled Lim Tae-gyu, when Sung Il-hwan calmly replied, "If you intend to work with me, contact me. I'll offer better terms than your current ones." "I'll think it over, Thomas," Andre replied, showing a coin as a challenge. Then the one to enter the gate first will be decided by this coin toss. Heads give Scavenger priority, tails means the Korean Guild leads. Without further arguments, Thomas Andre tossed the coin high. Any objections? Everyone held their breath as it fell, but someone smiled calmly. At that moment, a woman stepped forward. "I heard you're also participating in the S-rank gate raid." Sung Il-hwan glared at him, then turned to question her. I told you not to use those insects to follow me. I just happened to find out when tracking Sung Suho, totally by chance. She recalled how Sung Suho spent day and night raiding only with the single-minded goal of defeating Thomas Andre. Because of that, he seemed oblivious to our existence. That's fine. The woman unveiled a plan and persuaded Sung Il-hwan. We're raiding together. Why not try befriending the Shadow's heir? Wouldn't it be thrilling to stab him in the back when he drops his guard after we become friends? I don't understand exploiting friendship like that. No friends, you really are a pathetic presence. He frowned, issuing a warning. By the way, we'll also enter that gate. Why are you coming here? She quickly answered. Because we created that gate ourselves. Upon hearing this, Sung Il-hwan's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean you artificially formed the gate? The woman explained while glancing sideways. With our shield's power, it's possible to create such a gate. She smiled teasingly while waving at the shield. Of course, the power isn't entirely stable. Not only creating the gate in the sky, but gradually making it descend to the ground, which made the girl so frustrated, she almost cried. No need to explain everything like that. Sung Il-hwan watched unblinking, intrigued. Seems useful. With that ability, can you open a gateway to another world? The woman replied carefully, no way. Even Monarch-class hunters can't do that. If you ever set your sights on Pia, even just fleetingly, I'll reveal your identity to Sung Suho. Just you wait. She extended her hand towards Sung Il-hwan. Anyway, if you're entering there too, this is the first time we can cooperate. I have my own agenda. Sung Il-hwan coldly ordered Thomas Andre. While the S-rank gate causes chaos, I plan to recruit the so-called National Power Hunter as a follower. Asha continued questioning if the power level after the Tier S portal is actually at a national power scale. That's a quick progression. Well, if you can stop those hunters at the Tier S gate, that would definitely work in our favor. Without hesitation, Sung Il-hwan turned and walked away. Hopefully we won't obstruct each other along the way. Oh, why don't you ask why we created such a portal? But he coldly replied with indifference. Our relationship is purely transactional. Your silence says you're not confident enough to persuade me. Asha, you're certainly tough to deal with. Looks like I won't be getting close to that guy anytime soon. The enormous swirling vortex appeared before them, and Bia followed Sung Il-hwan's retreating figure, hesitating. Damn, we're establishing an alliance with one of Itarim's disciples. Is this really okay? If they successfully invade this world, I dread to imagine what might happen next, the girl worried aloud. Besides, my body is utterly drained from forcing open the portal. Does this system genuinely care about us? So Asha immediately placed a hand on Pia's head, only to be met with her glaring red eyes, filled with fury, daring to doubt the system. The system has been helping us, you're just a spoiled kid. Asha grit her teeth and glared, asking how did things turn out last time you followed the mission. With her unstable power, she normally couldn't open even a proper portal. Yet somehow, she created a Tier S gate right. This left Pia pale and scared. That's because you've grown through the mission. The system will undoubtedly turn us into monarchs. Moments later, Asha softened, embracing the girl gently. Do not doubt the system, Pia whispered. I found you wandering alone in the space-time crack, thanks to the mission's guidance, right? Just this fact alone brought her to tears. By following the mission, we can become perfect monarchs, she pleaded anxiously. Sorry, I won't doubt anymore. That's good. Asha glanced at the screen ahead. All right, let's go pick up our new teammate now. Mission guidance, the path to becoming monarchs. 6. The player has successfully opened a Tier S portal. Find and subdue the descendant of the Frost clan inside and recruit them as an ally. Subdue the Frost descendant. Recruit them as an ally. No immediate reward. Mission, the path to becoming monarchs. 7. Everyone gathers at the airport here. Thomas Andre's serious gaze lifted toward an unprecedented Tier S portal, appearing for the first time. Do you know the significance of this crisis? It means more than just wealth and power. Well, that answer is partly correct, he warned, with fiery red eyes, but add a bit of romance to it. High above in the sky, a dazzling blue light shone. What's truly needed in such desperate moments is the emergence of a hero. The birth of a hero always happens in times like these. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Could it be you intend to become that hero? Ha ha ha, making money is good enough. Sung Suho approached right beside him. Thomas Andre immediately threw a mocking remark. Who's this? Isn't that Sung Suho ho? Have you heard? The Vanguard team is Scavenger, so the gap's set to widen from the start. What do we do now? But the guy didn't even care, just kept walking like it wasn't a big deal. Thomas Andre watched him leave and asked, Laura, when was the last time we met Sung Suho at the Hunter Association 3 days ago, ma'am? He pondered. Is this an illusion? It seems he changed completely in just a few days. A black hole opened above the sky. Sung Suho calmly observed it. That's the Tier S portal. I sense a threat, unlike any portal I've seen before. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Why the serious face? Haven't we prepared everything perfectly? Everyone in the team is ready behind you, Sung Suho? Do you really think we'll lose to Guild Scavenger? He smirked with confidence. No way. Thomas Andre was equally excited. The others calmly prepared. The plane took off immediately. It headed straight toward the giant black hole. The Tier S portal raid began, but unexpectedly somewhere the plane shattered into pieces, and the fragments ignited fiercely. Sung Suho lay on the snow, dazed, seemingly alone. Why did things turn out this way? Sung Suho lay on the snow, a vacant expression, as if he was utterly alone. How did everything end up like this? A perfect moment for a system manhwa showdown.